Roche got, just controlling up their Nick, but won't even have an opportunity to use the spells. Dancing in and out, Yatoro goes, and Puppy somehow got put on the high ground. He might be able to clean off Mirror, but Toronto Tokyo gets a lucky bash. Soon to be a dieback for Chrysalis. He wants to enter the fight as well. Being able to clean up the Sansa up to the northern side. He's going to get some distance away, but Toronto Tokyo, hot pursuit, a bash there, and now we can bounce back, but Spirit, they want to get out.
Getting dragged by the Ether Remnant into the kisses and the roll. They've got a bit of chain stun here onto the Faceless Void, but Lumiere's able to get the chrono off. Onto the two of them inside the pit. Grabs up the Aegis and a shard as Uragi's chasing Analog on the right-hand side. But this Faceless Void, taunted, stunned and controlled. OG doing everything they can, but Lumiere just refuses to die. First life finally claimed up as OG kill off him and the Undying. Cheese grabbed by the Earth Spirit as Lumiere inside the pit still with his BKB to go. Gets another chrono. Finding Uragi's Alchemist and whacking him down. That's him gone. A huge fight for Lumiere's Void, and there seems like nothing can stop him here. Gets away from the two spirits. Amado with a triple kill on the other side. Did find the Undying another time as Theo forcing himself away from the Razor, but it's still this Lumiere show. Getting gobbled up and spat on, rolled upon by Tiger BZM and Uragi. They control the Abyssal Blade right at the last second.
He has BKB, but he can't get it off.
Yeah, it's going to prevent that from happening. The toss away, but Bryle, didn't even need the split earth there. Set it all up. Maybe a second time was going to condemn him. Not needed. Katomi doing what he can there on the toss to try and save his ally, but no chance. And now, I think look here, they just missed.
Yeah, I want to kill more.
Yeah, and the call is going to hold somewhere in place. That's going to be through the roll of it. Tomato is here with immense damage here.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Brylis is going in, huh?
Entity, they are being pulverized one by one into the high ground here, 20-3.
Turning towards the front as XXS slamming away at Armel. Armel going to turn himself into us. He gets hexed right now. Raven looking for XXS. He might have found himself a target. Certainly does, as DJ with Sharpshoot to finish it off. And now they move on to the Death Puppet as well. Two down on the side of Asta. They don't have buybacks either. Moving for more. Monet. Oh, he gets out just in time as the avalanche comes crashing towards him, but he does escape, and now the black hole comes down onto Baboka. Sansa? Okay, doesn't
I don't think it would have saved him.
He's dead anyway, so...
Take anything you can find at this stage. They've found the Luna. Stuns are going to connect. She's got the BKB, but hasn't used it yet. Pounce comes in from Skidder. He's going to create the Shadow Dance early. Sacred with the stun control, but there's the Primal Beast on the side. They'll hop across onto the Dazzle. It cancels out. You see the Pounce interaction right there. Eclipse on the side, but Bakaz is just leaving. Everything has been used. They have achieved nothing, and Tundra originally were looking towards Roche. Now they might just look towards the base.
I mean, the kiteability of this Radiant team is actually fairly impressive, I'm not going to lie, but it's just going to be all for naught. Two more dead. There is a buyback on a Marcy right there. I'll say Luna understandably spent all that time trying to kill the Tombstone, wasn't even able to do so successfully, and she's in trouble again. She's going to need another 4 steps to survive. They killed Marcy, who went too far, and now it's Dawnbreaker's turn to go too far.
Pops the smoke, the ward drop instantly. Amar's going to drive up to the high ground as well as Draghi just assassinates one of the members, but they're completely split. They've been able to deal with Amar. First use of the global silence. They've got a second one ready to go. Matumba Man as well. Another dismember into the middle onto BZM. Mickey just posturing on the high ground with the right clicks, raining down. He's going to look to buy back on BZM and get back into the middle to fight his eye. Black hole, where's the counter? They're not going to have it. And BKB will hold the back.
Just a little late.
Whoa! They've got the damage. Mickey starting to pummel into the TA. Back into the lane. They go with the Matumba Man. A dieback onto the Batrider, and Liquid are doing it.
Just looking to try and secure this one. The final lane of Barracks now as Katomi will jump in with a stun, but Fishman is already dead. And a tidal wave, Dragon Leader right out of position. Stormstorm is going to get dropped as well. That's 2 dead on the side of Entity. I'll look for more here as the X-March comes out onto Toby. Chrysalis, his Aegis is now up. He doesn't even care though. Jumping in deep. Gatomi coming in, throwing out the stun. Pure trying to get on top of the gyrocopter, trying to catch it with the Aegis down, but do they have the damage? Does not look like it, as they can now turn around and Pure trying to get off some fancy footwork here, but Grillem's back in from Puppey, and that'll get it a kill as well. Buyback, but well, there's a GG coming out from someone.
Sox are already getting a bunch of those kills. So Mira does end up getting doomed. So 33 just chasing around here in the tree line. Do manage to go. They get the Moonlight Shadow. Still trying to find Mira. Then we'll get the denial off. But 9 there finding the opening. He's found his target. The arrow will connect over onto Yatoro. Skeeter just ripping through Yatoro. Now Toronto Tokyo left behind. Oh my god. Now Collapse. He goes for the call. He's getting a couple spins. It's not going to be enough. That's yet another kill. And they're diving really far here from Aposhka. I don't know about this one, guys. Yeah, they want it, though. They'll chase all the way over.
He is a savior. Indeed, Pudge. That's a swing and a miss. Puts himself in an exposed spot. The Ghost Scepter goes off the Dismember, but as soon as that wears off, he's likely dead himself. And there we go. The big red numbers coming out from Ori. Thanks to that Daedalus. Sleight of Fist. Get away for Ember Spirit. But now the tier 4s are focused. There's the GG. It is over.
Yeah, Monet's like, do we need to pie in the fountain? Okay, you guys have called it. Good job, good game. You took game 1, but Asta are not going to make it simple. They draw it out in the end, 1-1 apiece in this SA Chinese showdown.
Okay, let go on mid there.
Yeah,
no global.
Nightfall, very tanky. Storm immediately onto the back lines, trying to get on top of X Nova with the right-click damage. Nearly has it as the hook shot from Fly now cutting in and finding Somnus here. Chalice doesn't have a lot of spells to use. Still has a BKB though, but Abed out of mana now, actually getting jumped by Ghost. Steals his Vortex and uses it as the global is out now. Can Abed still fight through this one? The answer is yes.
Good morning, everyone. It's another gorgeous day, which means we're going to have some fantastic Dota. We are in for a treat. This is day number 4. It is the last day of groups. We've had 150 matches, and honestly, it could go anywhere still. The standings aren't locked in. I'm going to be your host, and standing beside me is the beautiful Fia, the handsome Kezu, and the even more handsome T-Panda. Yeah, I just had to do it, Let's go. How are you guys feeling, though, especially after that great compliment, right, T-Panda?
I mean, this is the important day for so many players. This is the day when either dreams are made or dreams are crushed, so everyone knows what's at stake.
No pressure, though, right?
No pressure at all.
No pressure at all. The problem
Just
is
a little bit.
The teams, for them, I kind of feel for them quite a bit. It's a very stressful day.
All teams or specific teams?
Not EG.
Not EG.
No,
Not EG.
only the teams
Yeah.
at the bottom. EG, they're going to chill. They're going to be like watching all the games, laid back, chilling. But the teams at the bottom, this is going to be one of their hardest days in their entire life.
How would you come into today, Fear, having a
What team would I be on?
EG? No.
I'd be chilling, pretty happy.
You're on Talon.
You're on Talon. You're on TSM or Boom.
I'm hoping that my preparation last night was good, or this morning if they chose to wake up early, but I doubt it. So last night, I'm hoping I had good prep, good mentality going into this game, and I can't stress enough preparation. The preparation has to be there.
Yeah, I feel like that is definitely the story that you guys have been pushing for these teams that are down there at the bottom. Teams have been showing up with preparation. They've been able to change it up. They've been able to have a bit of a comeback in a different day if their previous one wasn't that good. So these group standings here coming up, Group A, they only have 2 games left to play. They only have 1 best of 2. Group B, though, they still have 4 games. So there is still so much more potential upset for Group B. Group A, however, down there on the bottom, the GG, Sonics, Bet Boom, and Boom. It is genuinely do or die for Boom. Like, there is no other way to put this. They only have 2 games left. If they want to have a chance at still being in this, going for tiebreakers, they need to win both of them. Group B, there is potential for a shake-up. Talon, TSM being tied. Entity and Beast Coast also being tied. Only 2 games difference between them. Fnatic, Spirit also tied. So they might be able to reach for that upper bracket. But it's a onslaught for all the teams there.
It is, and in Group B, you look at Thunder Awaken, they could be the first South American team in TI history to not only just make it to the upper bracket, but win the group. that is still possible, and that is wild.
Actually, I was not
Well,
quite aware
don't get too excited. Don't get too excited, Kezi, please. Reel back your emotions. You too, Fia. There's just way too much emotion going on.
Go ahead. I'm keeping quiet.
Oh, okay. Well, that's great because we want to move on to teams that you guys have really been impressed with. Some of them we haven't actually been able to highlight as much. We can start with you, Fia. I know that there is a game and a team that has caught your eye over the past few days.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Definitely Liquid is the team that I want to highlight right now. It's like Mickey, I think he's the most underrated mid player on his Shadow Fiend specifically. Well, this is going to be a clip actually instead of the team I'm highlighting, but this clip, I want to highlight this draft from OG where they played Carry Broodmother with a mid Tinker and an offlane Viper. Something that most people will be like, you can't play Dota like this. You can't just have like 3 farming cores all just trying to, this is a very cancerous like lineup. You wouldn't want to play against any of this, but I really want to spot like the Carry Broodmother here and how like a lot of stuff can work if you just like are clever enough, and they played versus Corey, one of the standout South American teams here, so this was definitely my highlight game for the day.
Okay, so this was your highlight game. Do you want to continue about your highlight team, Liquid?
Sure. Team Liquid is a team I want to spotlight. It's like to look out for. Yesterday, they went undefeated. They went 2 against Boom and OG. Boom struggling a bit, but OG, a team that we thought was going to do a bit better, and Liquid took them down. And Mickey, standout mid player for this tournament. I think he's been super impressive. He's 7-0 on Shadow Fiend. Like, undefeated. Absolutely undefeated. And they're the first team, the only team actually, to beat EG, and they 2-0'd them. So I'm really keeping my eye out today to see if they can make winner bracket. They probably will, and they look good for the whole tournament for me as well, actually.
One team that we really have not been able to touch on because they haven't had that many games here on the mainstream is Tundra, but they are topping Group B, Kezu, and it is very surprising considering the story or the narrative coming in is that they weren't a team that could really outshine or perform on LAN.
Yeah, like I think going into the event, we weren't sure if, you know, they were going to show up as they do usually in the DPC leagues.
Was it Stockholm Tundra or was it Arlington Tundra?
I mean, this is actually, for me, this is DPC Tundra. You know, this is online Tundra right there. They're topping their groups. They're doing well. What I want to highlight, especially from their team right now, is that I love how Nine is playing. Standout player for them. I feel like what they're going for, they have this really cool recipe. Tundra is on these, not Tundra, Tundra 9. He's on these tempo mid heroes where he's going to go around with his teammates and make space in the early game. Also, what I need to really talk about is that the fact they've won their last 8 matches with Crystal Maiden. I feel like they're onto something. You know, they're influencing this win rate of the hero quite high. She's sitting at 70%, maybe 75%. So I feel like it's really on him plus the supports with their picks that they really set up each other for success. And lastly, I feel like they're really strong with the damage mitigation. 3-3 on this Tidehunter this game. He went Wraith Pact, into Pipe, into Assault Cuirass. No Blink Dagger, no nothing. Only the minus damage against Void Mars. And then, you know, the game still look like this. They play nice early on, they have the right items, and they go.
And that is how you top the group.
Exactly.
Nice little simple recipe. Asta over there for the China region are also really standing out to you, Panda.
Yeah, Aster looking like a pretty solid group in total. You look at Monet and Ori being the big players in the team, but XXS is a player I really want to highlight. This man's got an insane good reaction. He's got probably some good comp skills as well because they're always there with him. He's making a lot of great openers for Aster, allowing for the rest of the crew. You've got Baboka, you've got your boys always there, and I feel like Aster could definitely hold on to a very structurized strat heading over into the playoff stage. Is it upper bracket? Is it lower bracket? We'll find out. But this team is very flexible. They've got a good amount of hero diversity in their drafts and capable of responding not only to just counter picks, but still play their style of Dota.
There's only one game between Tundra and Asta. It feels like arm's length just between them as to who is going to be topping Group B. And I'm excited to see them play. We're going to get to see them play twice today. Is there another team that you're keeping an eye on when they play today? They don't have to be necessarily in the upper bracket, but this result weighs heavily on them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you look at like some of the competition that Aster is going to be going up against, the playing Team Spirit later on today, there's going to be a pretty high matchup for them, and I think that also sets up a lot of expectations. You know, maybe starting off the day with the secret matchup is going to put them into a good good flow mode. I think that's something that you're looking at for upper bracket teams fighting between the upper and lower bracket, that they have this good flow going on, and you can spot it from camera shots, the comms that are going on, the calm and collectiveness of these teams. So Aster, I feel like they're going to be a true contender here.
You want to add on, Phil? I haven't heard from you, you know?
Yeah, sure. Like I'm going to jump ship a little bit from the NA teams and jump to the South American teams.
Who are you?
Did we get a new fear today or something?
We did. I mean, South America right now, like, they're looking good. As Panda mentioned, this might be the first time in TI history they make it to upper bracket. And I'm just thoroughly impressed with, like, how they came here and how well they're doing. And I hope today, this is the last day they get to play, they get one, maybe two teams up in that upper bracket. That'd be very exciting, and I think they can do it.
Yeah, I'd love to see some consistency coming out from that region. They've just looked so red hot from day one. Day 4, though, we're going to see if they can still continue that. Let's have a look at our schedule. Let's see when these teams are going to be playing out. There's that secret Aster one that you highlighted, T-Panda. That's going to be over on the B stream. They're going to open their day with that one. BetBoom, LGD, then TSM up against Fnatic. Boy, oh boy, that one's going to be an interesting one. Our third stream opens with Thunder up against TSM, Hokori, Liquid, then I missed the last one, but our fourth stream starts with Beast Coast and Team Spirit. Boom, EG, God, it's going to be a tough one in the middle of the day for Group A. Fifth stream, Fnatic, Tundra, Sonics GG, Thunder, Beast Coast, but here on the main, that's what you guys are all tuned in for. It opens with Talon up against Entity, OG, RNG, then Spirit and Aster. All of these teams having mixed results right now. No one feels like they have an advantage when it comes to a matchup. You cannot look at any game today and say for sure that's going to be a 2-0.
I can.
Okay, I was about to say, who's going to prove me wrong? Yeah, which one?
Boom EG.
See, I knew what you were going to say.
Congrats.
They really,
I'm like
it's sad too because Boom really needs those points super badly, but that's their hardest.
That's what I was saying when we were looking at that ladder, is they're on 3 wins right now.
Yeah.
Then it's 4 for BetBoom, and then it's 5 for Sonics. So they have to take a 2-0 over EG if Boom want to go for tiebreakers.
Yeah.
That's just tiebreakers. That's not even guaranteed to stay in.
The problem also for BetBoom is that they also need at least 1 win, maybe 2. But they're versing LGD. Boom need a couple wins. They're facing EG, so they need to hope that
it's out of their hands.
Yeah, you need to oversleep whatever, that EG don't show up. You slap them out 2-0. Yo, don't disrespect me. You
catch
just
them off
beat them.
guard.
Yeah, and equally for Talon, they're 4-10 right now. Not looking too good. Maybe one SEA team can make it out, but they also don't have the easiest opponents with both Entity and then their last match is Secret. So yeah, I hope. As we talked about, the prep is good, that they can feel free and just, play their own Dota and try not to think too much about the outside of things.
Yeah, it's interesting to have EG locked in for upper bracket over in Group A, and then Group B, TSM, down there at the bottom as well. They're in a similar position as Talon, except they're going to be coming up against Fnatic and Thunder. So it feels like a little bit of some hopium being passed around for TSM there with their potential matchups. We'll have a bit more of a discussion about those because let's focus on heroes. Let's have a look at what's being picked, what's really highlighted, standing out, and being contested amongst these teams, and who's been able to adapt and take on board those heroes, Fia.
Yeah, for sure. I think the new one that has crept his way or crawled their way in is the Broodmother. This hero, we're seeing a lot more play. I think you were talking about the LCQ. Is Brood viable? Will we see it more? Is it a niche pick?
And how is it viable,
Yeah, at this point, it's meta, right? Yeah. It's a very, very strong hero. A lot of these teams are not finding good ways to deal with it. It's like a 2-part puzzle. You gotta deal with the lane, then you gotta deal with the spiders that come at level 6. And there's not a lot of good responses right now for it. So I think Brood is going to continue to grow in popularity.
Yeah, to touch onto the Brood and all the other heroes, we know that all these heroes are going to pop up. I think there's other heroes that we need to highlight, especially because perhaps yesterday people didn't get to hear it, which is Crystal Maiden and Jakiro.
Yes.
These heroes, they deal very well with the Brood and all the Zoo early in the game and also later. I also think the Sven 5, which is mainly something that EG play. It's good in the early laning stage, and then it gives you the armor later on for your team. It's very good with the range support, so that is something I really like. And lastly, I think lane swaps. We saw this a lot in the LCQ. I'm not sure why we're not really seeing it here in the group stage. Because your carry pool is a bit weird, you still want those carries to you still want all your Nagas and Morphlings, Shadow Fiends to be picked, but sometimes they don't all do that well against the Brood apart from Naga. So that's where you can put an offlaner there and feel better.
I want to go back to the Sven a little bit because it feels like Crystal Maiden, Jakiro, they're normal POS 5s. We know how they're viable in that role, but Sven very much feels like a newer one that people are trialing and transitioning into that 5. So what items are being built on there, or how are you playing as a Sven to make it work in your lineup?
So I think the main point of Sven, it has a lot to do with the range carries. It works well in lane with Sniper. I would say mainly Shadow Fiend is one of the better ones. Then you have Pudge. You can set up the hook with stun into hook, very simple. And then overall, the main story of the hero is just the bonus armor. Against enemy lineups, very physical damage. You buy Shard, you pop Warcry, job's done.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, to add on to that, they changed the talents on Sven too. So level 10, the Warcry lasts 3 seconds longer. And for those that don't know, Shard makes it so you just get a passive armor boost and it cannot be dispelled. So you're just a really nice support hero that if you don't need a lot of farm, you just get your talent, you get the Shard, maybe a Wraith pack, and you're good to go.
Yeah, in general, works really well against heroes like support. Tusk in the offlane counters the tag team. TA goes for Desolator and Meld. You basically buff up a bit of that extra armor that you're going to be losing. Heavy agility right clickers basically allows you to sustain fights a bit longer. And that 3 seconds talent you mentioned, that's quite a long time in the team fight as well.
Where do you feel that Brood is the best, or do you think that that's very team dependent for you?
Oh, definitely best in the offlane, right? I showed a clip where Uragi played a carry, which I just thought was really cool, to be honest with you.
So you're not saying it's genuinely viable, you're just saying it works.
It is, clearly
OG.
it's viable. They beat Hikori with it, right? But it's just harder to pull off. Let's put it that way. We had that, was it Entity game yesterday?
With a Brood Mother?
Yeah.
There's been many games with Brood.
Well, either way, they tried. They were really greedy. They had the Naga offlane. It was Toby.
Let's not talk about that one.
Yeah, they had Arc Warden. It was a greedy lineup. It didn't work. It's just one of those things where if it works, you're like, wow, these guys are awesome. If it doesn't work, you're like, what the hell are they doing?
Big old question mark in chat. Let's have a look at the most picked heroes as well, not just the contested ones, and we can see their win rates. Silencer making that list, but wasn't in the contested.
Yeah, get him out of here.
Yeah, please.
Why is he there?
Okay, all right. Yeah, why is he?
He's there because of Enigma.
He's there because of Enigma.
But you also see Enigma's win rates higher, which means this isn't working overall.
Basically, good cost efficiency in general. When you think about Silencer, you can just buy back into pressing your ult, and you're not in the fight, but you're technically countering your opponent's team. So Silencer is a really good addition to a lot of these drafts.
Yeah, so I would prefer my support hero to actually be in the fight instead of having to buy back to then have, use with his ult. So yeah, I think the Silencer, shelf him away, find a different answer to Enigma, or well, just ban it, forehead, it's easy.
Oh yeah, just ban Enigma and let the Marcy or the Primal or the Undying or the Shadow Fiend.
Find a way. Find a way. It's up to them. I'm just here, trying to make smart comments.
Yeah, they are the
This is fun. Don't worry. Big brain. Let's look forward though. Let's have a look at the matchup that we're about to see on this mainstream. It is Talon and Entity. We have already stressed how important a win here is for Talon. They need it to avoid elimination. Entity feeling a little bit better about themselves, but still not too great with where they're standing. How's the playstyle differ between the two of them, Fia?
Well, I'll let Kezu talk about Entity, and I'll talk a bit about Talon. How's that?
Yeah, so I would say that Entity, the problem with them right now is that they're very shaky in terms of playstyle. Honestly, I'm not even really too sure in which category I would put it in. I would say that they haven't found their footing yet, at least in this tournament, compared to their regional qualifiers, but they look the best when they have multiple heroes you have to address with the Arc Warden, Lone Druid, Naga Siren. Please don't pick it offlane, it's so bad.
Yeah.
But I just think they want to stick to their hero combos with the Lone Druid, and then they can do well.
And if I can also add on to that for Entity, when you look at their comparison between the cores and supports, usually tournament supports, at least so far, averaging about 8-9 different support heroes. They have 4 each. And then you have a lot of diversity in Stormstormer, Tinker, Arc Warden, heroes like that.
Sometimes maybe being too diverse is to your disadvantage. They kind of might need to reel it in. Maybe they haven't really figured out what is working for them in this meta, really hitting their tempo and timings. But Fia, you can now have a bit of a chat about Talon, as we've seen them play all year.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, there's not a lot of highlights for them as they're not doing so well, so we're going to have to focus on the lowlights here. And that is not one of their lowlights.
Makoto is not that low.
He is he's playing really well for the team. Makoto, don't change a thing. You're doing great. But unfortunately, I do have to highlight the offlane of Talon. I do not think KP is having a great tournament. I'm not sure if he's getting his comfort picks. His net worth is very low. He's trying to play Space Maker. It's just not working out for them right now. And I think that's really where they need to focus, making sure KP gets on a hero that he's very comfortable on. And from there, they can just build their lineup.
Outside of just hero comfort, what is their play style comfort? Do you think they're a team that has that early aggression? Are they what people perceive as a stereotypical SEA sit back farm, try to get like those Terror Blades, the ones that really need time to come online?
They can honestly do both, but I think the one consistent thing they need is KP to play a team fighter. Yeah. He's very famous for his Brewmaster. He did lose with it once. Hopefully that didn't like break their confidence with it. I want him to play more of that. I don't know if he's played the Mars yet. I don't think he has. Like, get him on his Tidehunters. Get him on team fighters. That way, the mid laner can get more space. 23 Savage can just farm up. He can play a lot of hard carries or not, depending. They can change their tempo based on what he wants to do. It doesn't really matter. But I want KP to really focus on playing team fighters if they want to succeed today.
All right, you all have about 4 words to sum up this series quickly.
Let's see some good Dota.
That's okay, cool.
I want Tiebreaker's Talon 2.
Okay.
I love Dota too.
What?
You did get it in 4 words.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jerry. If someone listened to me, I appreciate it. But we're going to be listening to our casters for this series. It's Snare and Fluke.
Nat, you wanted 4 words? I have 4 words for you. We're at TI11. It's day number 4, the finale of the group stages, and we are here to be witnessing Talon Esports taking on Entity. Fluke, I'm super hype about this one. We heard what the panelists said. If Talon do walk away with the 2-0 victory here, they're pretty much going to be forcing these tiebreakers, which we want to see. However, Entity has been a squad that has been capable of leveling up when the moment and the occasion calls for it. Before we get into what the drafts are going to look like, before we think about these teams, just tell me who you're backing for this one, fam.
I mean, I have to be backing the boys of Talon here. I think I'm the same as Kezu. I want the 2-0. I want the tiebreakers. I want everyone to have to go down to the wire to try and get their spot in TI11. Obviously, there's a little bit of Australian bias here with my boy KP on Talon. I'm really excited to see what these guys can do. I do agree with what the panel did say about KP, though. I feel like a lot of teams that are struggling in this tournament right now, it's off the back of a lot of their offlaners kind of struggling to find their identity. And KP is one of those players that has been a stalwart for a lot of these teams that he has played on. Obviously, he got in towards the TR Grand Finals with Newbie, but hasn't really been able to reach those same heights as of late. And this Talon team, I think if they can play off the back of him playing team fighters, you know, Fear was saying things like his Tidehunter, his Marses, all these heroes that just allow him to team fight and set the tempo. He has some really mechanically gifted players. He's got 23 Savage, and he's got Makoto as well as his 2 other cores that can really, you know, take a lot of that space and come out on top. I think the thing for me is going into Entity, they've been playing a lot of different stuff. They've been playing a lot of Arc Wardens. They've been playing a lot of things like Lone Druid and all that kind of stuff. So KP may have a bit of a rough task ahead of him where he may have to try and check a few too many boxes going into a lot of these drafts, considering what Entity has been drafting. But I think they can do it. I've got faith. I've got the faith in the boys of Talon. They've definitely got a lot of talent on that roster, and they've got a lot of experience as well off the back of KP. So, I mean, I'm really hoping that we get a 2-0 here for Talon and we get some tiebreakers.
You know, it might sound like there's some bias here on the panel, you know, not just because there's Australians, but simply because we do want more Dota. However, from the side of Entity, it wouldn't be too surprising to have this situation where they just completely blow them out of the water, figure something new out at this late stage of the tournament. Like you said, they've been playing a lot of different things. Not a lot of it has worked out just yet because they are at the very bottom of their group as things stand, but Entity, this crew, there was a point in time where they were looking like the hot stuff on the planet, pure playing these sort of off-kilter carry heroes that are sort of function as offlaners. We even saw that when he had himself replaced by Saberlight for the one tournament. Saberlight was able to slot in perfectly as an off-lane carry player, but the style that Entity brings to the table doesn't seem like it's meshing just yet with where the tournament is going. It does feel like these uber greedy pickups that they've been getting, like you mentioned, these Arc Wardens, there was a game we casted them where they played Arc Warden and Lone Druid in the same draft. Woo! It was a rough series. It was a rough game, that one, but we got through it somehow. Entity did end up with a W in that one, but it does still seem to be the case that they haven't necessarily completely figured out their new identity at this tournament. But that's what these kind of games are for. That's what the group stage is for. If you can get yourself into that playoff environment, by then you should have a much clearer idea of the style of Dota that you're trying to play.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Entity, they've been able to figure out a few things over the last couple of days that really are starting to work for them. I think falling back on this Arc Warden pick has been something that's been able to eke them out a victory here and there across the entirety of the group stages. Might not be able to catch out Talon going into this, because I'd imagine a lot of the preparation from Talon going into this is, do we get rid of the Arc Warden early on in the draft, or do we just try and have some heroes that can deal with it? We've seen, heroes along the lines of, like, we saw Nature's Prophets coming in from Fnatic that was being able to deal with the Arc Warden. We've seen Zeus's as response to it, things like Nagasar, and these heroes that just like to try and get on top of the Arc Warden and don't have to worry about the magnetic bubble. So that's the kind of question for me. They've also been finding a lot of success with their Nyx Assassin as well. Both these teams have. So I feel like that's going to be a pretty highly contested pick between both these two teams. Talon yesterday, they got a 2-0 over their Southeast Asian counterparts in Fnatic by running Nyx Leshrac. I think this combination of two heroes has proven to us in the latter stages of this group stage that it is very, very strong. Nyx, strong in its own right. Leshrac, strong in its own right. But if you take away the counter of the Nyx Assassin for your Leshrac, you just enable this hero to play fast. You've always got the vision with the Vendetta. He's able to set up with things like the Impale, Spike Carapace, kind of destroys a lot of these different heroes as well. So going into this series, I think Nyx Assassin is going to be highly contested. I think this Pangolier is going to be highly contested as well between both these two teams. And it's all about who kind of gets that early draft advantage in this game number one, because as the panelists said, they need a 2-0 here for Talon. They've got Team Secret a little bit later on. That's going to be a bit of a harder task than it is up against Entity. So if they get this first game under their belt and they get something that goes in their favor going into the next draft, then they really put themselves in a good advantage to try and get this 2-0.
Part of me is also wondering whether or not, since seeing Nyx Assassin, if we're going to be seeing contestation kind of recede away from the Enigma. Both of these squads very much. It's an important hero for both of the teams. Toby plays it a lot. KP plays it a lot. But like you said, Nyx Assassin Leshrac has been ascendant. Crystal Maiden has been ascendant, like the panel was talking about. So we do have a situation where there are different heroes, the deeper we go into the tournament, that need to be addressed. And if you don't have an adequate answer, suddenly you find yourself on the back foot for no reason. But before we get into the game here, I'm seeing Talon. They're all smiles right now. There's some happiness in the player booths. You know full well that this could potentially be your last series at TI. The last thing you wanted to come into it with negative feelings, hating life, and not enjoying your experience at the showcase of the Immortals. Draft is about to start though. I am extremely ready. As much as we do want to see a Talon victory, we do want to see more Dota. I do want Entity fans to also have some happiness. So if it does happen that Talon wins, I'm hoping it's some long games at the same time as well.
Really hope to see some more of these Southeast Asian teams coming on to the main stage of TI. Being able to see KP come back towards the international is always a good side as well. But I think also for Entity, they've proven throughout the year that they are able to stand toe-to-toe with some of the best in the world. So I don't think I'd be too sad with either one of these two teams going in towards the main stage here. So interesting note as well, Entity did win the coin flip for priority. They chose Dire side and Talon chose first pick. So that's going to be an interesting tale for the remainder of this series, because it's always that kind of back and forth and that kind of cat and mouse game between first pick, second pick, or Radiant and Dire. A lot of teams are starting to favor Dire these days because Dire's win rate has been astronomically large. So no wonder, no surprise for a lot of these teams going towards that Dire side. But Visage and Brood, insta-bans coming in here from Talon. So Primal Beast, Marcy, Nyx Assassin, still three massive heroes that are floating around. Enigma's still floating around. Entity, they also don't mind first phasing their Arc Warden as well. So, I mean, that's kind of something we need to think about with these next couple of picks is, do they feel like picking Arc Warden into Marcy is going to be good enough for them?
I'm actually wondering here, if you're Entity, whichever team has option to get Enigma, I think you get it to try and bait the enemy team to pick Silencer. We have seen pretty much every squad respond with Silencer when you do get a first phase Enigma. So if that happens, and we've also seen most Silencers lose, so the best way to set yourself up for success, force them into an awkward counter pick situation. And they go for the Shadow Fiend though. This is a hero that hasn't enjoyed as much play yesterday than as the day before, just given that it was banned almost every single game, and different heroes have risen to first phase priority. And they get themselves the Omni, the Shadow Fiend as backup for some degree of protection. Okay. This is... it's possible. We saw it... which team played it again? Jabs played it, right, from Fnatic into Entity themselves. Yeah. I'm sure if he sees Monkey King right now, Pure's just going to throw away his coffee. He's going to be like, I'm hating life right now. Get me out of this game, man. I don't want to deal with this twice.
That's going to be some PTSD from Pure. I think what was he? He was like 0 and 8, and he was like level 4 at like 13 minutes or something along the lines. Like, it was probably one of the hardest Shadow Fiend games I've ever seen. Entity did manage to at least fight back in that game a little bit, off the back of them having some relatively good team fights. But I'm not quite sure if Talon wants to try and go for the Monkey King here. The Omni Knight really kind of makes that a little bit annoying. We've seen a lot of these other lanes try and put pressure on this safe lane Shadow Fiend. A lot of these heroes that like to get in the face of the SF. The Visage has been one of the ones that's been doing a really good job at dominating the Shadow Fiend, but we're just going to go with the Lina here. So another one of these lane dominators just gives Makoto one of those very, very straightforward heroes for him to be able to play. We've also seen some Linas in the safe lane. I believe it actually was 23 Savage that picked up one of these safe lane Linas. Didn't work out all too well for Talon, but it is definitely something that they've thought about in the past, about running 23 Savage on these kind of caster heroes and then playing really, really fast. So I don't mind it. It means that they can kind of have flexibility throughout the draft. Usually a lot of times when we see this first pick, we do see teams kind of lock down one of their cores and then cover it with a few bans. So I don't hate to see this coming in from Talon, but I feel like Entity probably have a little bit of a stronger opening so far, and they can protect this with a few more of these carry heroes. I'd love to see them just get rid of things like the Tide Hunter. Would be kind of just annoying for Entity to play into. Ravage is very, very strong up against the Omni Knight. If you catch him in the back line, then he can't use his spells, and the Shadow Fiend's kind of stuck on an island.
At the same time, though, this Lina hero hasn't really been successful at TI so far. I think it's been played 10 times, only 2 wins overall. Because beforehand, I was trying to think about seeing this Lina more often. We saw it fairly frequently at the Last Chance qualifiers. And even against the Shadow Fiend, there's been 2 games where it's been played against SF, and it's lost both of them. So this is kind of an intriguing option for them to be going here on the side of Talon. But you're probably relying on Makoto. I don't think this is going to be the 23 Savage pick here. This early in the draft as well doesn't feel right, you know, but could still be an option given that we have seen a lot of these safe laners transitioning to playing more of these ranged semi-core / magic dealers. There's a reason Shadow Fiend is first pick, basically, and Lina can sort of fit a similar mold, even if she's not as successful at doing so.
Yeah, she can definitely do very similar things to what the Shadow Fiend does, but I think he just has a better toolkit and he just scales a little bit better with the right clicks. And his mixed damage build is much stronger, I think, than the Lina, whereas you kind of have to go down like that Daedalus route, or you kind of have to go down like the Aghanims route if you want to play one of the 2 styles for the Lina. One big thing here for Talon is they have the 1-2 punch coming out of this second phase, so I'd really like to see them set up for something along the lines of like a Crystal Maiden +1. Crystal Maiden into a KP hero really puts him in a good spot to be able to have that strong kind of off-lane. Marcy is a very, very good lane winner, especially against a Shadow Fiend, so if they just give KP something that's like a team fighter along the lines of something like his Mars wouldn't be too bad. I think that would be a really good shout for them. They've got a lot of kill threat on the Shadow Fiend early on. The Arena of Blood is very good at kind of just locking the Shadow Fiend out and forcing him to either use the BKB so he doesn't get hit by the Spear of Mars, or forcing him to kind of play on the other side of the fight. So interesting thing here for me to look at now is the fact that the Pangolier is still floating around for both these teams. I know Toby is one of those players that can play the Pangolier in the offlane as well. I haven't seen Stormstormer play it all too much for the side of Entity. I don't think they've really had all too many Pangolier picks outside of a few here or there. So that's kind of an interesting tale now, is they get the first pick coming into this second phase, something along the lines of maybe they want to try and get the Pangolier now, maybe they want to try and cover themselves with potentially an Enigma ban here, and then they just go into a few of these other heroes. They could pick something for Toby that he can play around these team fights nice and well, then they don't have to fall into this trap of, they picked Enigma, then I guess we have to play Silencer.
Exactly.
Even though I feel like Rubik is a much better hero up against the Enigma these days, so get Silencer out.
The president of the anti-Silencer fan club. The president, the CEO, the executive, the founder, Mans is out here. Speaking of Toby, though, look at Talon. They have pretty much just focused him in its entirety in the banning phase. All of his heroes are banned. We've seen his offlane Naga. It's gone. No Broodmother, no Visage, no Lycan, no Beastmaster. What is left that the man has played this weekend, actually? I'm not even sure at this point, given that the primary toolkit is banned. He has played Enigma as well, but we know that's still in the pool right now, available for Entity. Another hero that is still here is the Snapfire, which we've seen as a primary response to the Shadow Fiend picks from the 5 position. So that could still emerge right now for the side of Talon. I would like to see it from Q, having that long degree of magic damage, having some additional way of reducing armor with the low shredder. In this game, they probably need some ability to take Roche as well. You don't want to be giving Entity the ability to do that quickly with the Shadow Fiend. We've seen so many of these SF lineups just rushing headlong into the pit like 17, 18 minutes in. And Entity now have more danger levels, though, picking up this tiny... Oh, well, Air Express is coming in. We're going to be probably seeing these toss into Requiem combos today. It's going to be some fun times.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these different combinations. I think Tiny has been one of those very, very good responses, I think, to the Marcy as well. Avalanche, as soon as the Marcy comes in, you're able to create a bit of space. You're able to save some of your teammates with the toss as well. And even kind of displace some of her teammates. Because I think the biggest thing with Marcy is she's always able to get you on the front foot. Rebound move speed is absolutely insane. The fact that she's able to just constantly get in towards the front line, constantly just be in front of people's faces, utilize the side kick and the unleash. So I think Tiny is a relatively good response here. I think what Talon are talking about right now is, what do they want as the KP hero, and what do they want for Q? You know, picking Crystal Maiden into this Tiny does feel kind of bad. You are a little bit squishy. So they're just going to go for a little bit more of a tankier option, the Undying. It's very, very hard for the Tiny to get that combination, the Avalanche Tosh combination, to just kind of blow up Q. It also secures their lane as well here. So whatever Toby wants to pick, a lot of the heroes that are left in the pool do relatively bad up against the Undying. You know, things like the Marses, the Centaurs, the Axes, the Tide Hunters, they really don't want to be going up into an Undying. So this, for Talon, kind of secures them in their second phase, and they can kind of just, if they want, they could pick 23 Savage's hero here, and then they can just kind of walk around the team fight. But it looks like they've already picked the KP hero, so he's either going to be playing the Marcy or the Undying.
Which has been more successful in a core position? It feels like it's been Undying, but we could, of course, see what happens with the Marcy. I mean, in this game, he does know that he's playing into no matter what, right? They can probably decide later. No matter what, it's going to be both supports being strength heroes, so Undying will be very, very effective in the laning phase in that perspective. Kind of interesting that the Primal Beast was ignored all the way up until this point in the draft by both teams. So has been the Enigma, which has been mainstays of not just the offlane role, but the mid players as well. Have been enjoying a lot of the Primal Beast of late, but completely untouched in this game here. Entity not going to be going for it. There's not really that much space in the draft unless they want to put the Shadow Fiend in the safe lane for Pure and then allow Stormstormer to be the one to play the Primal Beast. But still a lot of things to decide on the side of Entity. But let's talk about this Undying pick, if it is going to be the offlane. Who do you prefer, Undying offlane or Marcy offlane for yourself? I
think the Undying just kind of gives you that little bit of extra kill threat. But when you play the Marcy, you're able to have that faster BKB. To be honest, I think it's probably just going to be preference for KP. I think he's played a little bit more of the Undying and plays those kind of tankier heroes, and it's always good when you see Hyde on these initiators as well. So I wouldn't hate to see it kind of be like an Undying Marcy lane, and they play that way. They can just play really, really fast. You can get, you know, things along the lines of like an Echo Silencer. There's no Enigma. Entity, what are you doing? Okay.
Shout out Entity. Tilting Fluke early in the morning.
So the way that I'm thinking about this as well is they've moved the Tiny in towards a core role, right? So it seems like they want to have Stormstormer playing this Tiny. They want to have a little bit of that extra tempo. He can blow up things like the Lina as well as the Rubik in these fights as well. So if he gets like a few more of these items early on, the blink into the Aghanim Scepter, you can do a lot of damage in these team fights. But the thing is, to me, this support combination, they have no stuns. So they have no way of actually dealing with the Marcy in these team fights. That means that Marcy's going to have a relatively free time. She's going to be able to rebound on anybody she wants. She can get on top of the Shadow Fiend. She can dispose him backwards, flip him in, and they can kind of just play the team fight from there. They have the Global Silence to get in the response, and I guess they really don't have the follow-up at that point, but all it really takes now is the Talon to pick a right-clicker for 23 Savage, and they should be relatively A-okay with how these next couple of team fights are going to be going. I just really haven't been a fan of Silencer, even as a response to the Enigma. I think this is Entity kind of trying to cover their bases and saying 23 Savage can probably play the Marcy. We've seen a bit of that core Marcy coming out of Ana, I believe, in a lot of the qualifiers coming into TI. So that's one of the things that they're probably thinking about here is saying, they haven't shored up what KP actually is playing. There still is potential for an Enigma. Let's try and cover our bases with a Silencer here, and we can move some of these other heroes around.
They didn't really have teamfight before the Silencer came out at this point, right? It was Requiem pretty much as their primary form of teamfight. And I guess the Global does help cover that in some regard. I am still as concerned about you, as you about their relative lack of initiation. Pretty much Stormstormer has to do everything for them in a game like this, given that their 4 position is going to be the Silencer most likely, unless this is going to be the Toby Omni Knight and they're pulling a fast loss on us. And at the very end of the draft, they're going to whip out some different hero for Kataomi and the Fishman combo. So it could still happen. Still a lot of variability in this draft, and Talon themselves are uncertain. Look at these last heroes that they've banned. They take out the Brewmaster, sure, but they're also like, we're not exactly sure about these lanes. So remove Viper, make life easy for 23 Savage. His Drow's been banned. His Morphling has been banned. His Slark is gone. So what do we want to see here out of the young carry, who was the future of the Southeast Asian scene for a while? I will see if he's going to be able to reclaim that kind of title here at TI.
It seems like Always Want to Fly is on something right now. He was getting into it. They're really getting into this draft. So I really like to see the high spirits come in here from Talon. So it seems like they've got an idea about the last pick that they want to play. It seems like they want to try and play fast as well. They've got relatively low cooldowns on all of their, all of their heroes right now. It's mainly only the Tombstone is the biggest issue for me. So as soon as this Global Silence gets used, and if 23 Savage picks up, a right clicker here that just doesn't care about cooldowns, Pudge, beautiful hero here, doesn't care about the global. He does care about the Global Silence to an extent, but he's one of those heroes that can constantly just get on top of people. The biggest thing for me here as well is they've got a lot of mixed damage. They don't actually really care all too much about the Guardian Angel. Yes, it can be annoying for the Lina pick here, but they've got a lot of mixed damage. They've got Laguna Blade, they've got Dragon Slave, they've got all the damage that comes in from the Marcy. I do believe that her Unleash damage is magical as well, like the pulses, so it doesn't matter for the Guardian Angel, and the Pudge is always going to do a lot of damage. So Entity, they're going to fall back for the Stormer Bat Rider here, so it looks like they did kind of pull a bit of a fast one on us. What is it going to be like? Offlane Omni Knight?
Offlane Silencer. Offlane Silencer.
No.
So it really was a fast one from Entity. Listen, if there's ever going to be somebody who pulls out an off-kilter offlane player, offlane hero, it's going to be Toby. Yesterday we saw Whisper from Beast Coast playing offlane Ember Spirit to great effect. I'm not so sure Silencer has that same degree of effectiveness if given a good start, but I guess we're going to be finding out together here, Fluke, whether or not this offlane Silencer can work. The Stormer Bat Rider, yes, Entity have relied upon this in the past. Yes, they've won games on this in the past. But Bat Rider has looked super cold at TI so far. After 16 games, only an 18% win rate. And it's been banned quite often, but pretty much every time it does get let through, teams seem to have a way to be able to deal with it. I'm also really liking the fact that with the Pudge pick on the side of 23 Savage, they will be able to at some point just chomp down Shadow Fiend, dismember him, prevent him from utilizing the damage in the midst of the fight, even after he gets BKB. The question is though, Fluke, which draft do you like more? Talon do have this right-click damage, the ability to go turret build on this Lina. I suspect that that's what Makoto's has to go for here. Erstwhile on the side of Entity, they've got some degree of catch. A lot of movement coming in from them. Only one big cooldown, which you said you don't want to have either of these lineups having lots of cooldowns. They only have the Global Silence to really worry about. Maybe GA here or there, but they can fight at most phases of the game on the side here of Entity as well. So what are you feeling? What do you like? I know you're a president of the Silencer fan club, but is it that bad of a Silencer game in the offlane for you?
I'm just not quite sure where I stand with this offlane Silencer. From obviously what we've seen with these position 5 Silencers, it really doesn't bring all too much damage into a lot of these fights, but getting a little bit more of the experience here onto Toby, he can go for things early on. He can go for like the Ag Shard a little bit earlier on, try and get maybe like an Aghanim Scepter as well, build into some of these more kind of right-click focused. You can get a BKB and try and deal a little bit of that extra pure damage with things like the Glaives of Wisdom. I think his lane's going to be relatively okay, right? Like he's going to be able to outrange the Pudge. He's going to be able to abuse the fact that he's pretty slow melee hero, so if he gets in towards this laning phase and comes out on top relatively okay, I think he should have a good game. But the biggest thing for me is a lot of the time when we look at these drafts, I talk about, is it multi-core or is it single core? Unfortunately here for Entity, they really only have one damage dealer. Only the Shadow Fiend is going to be doing a lot of damage here unless we see Stormer have one of his immaculate Bat Rider games like he has in the past. Whereas on the side of Talon, they've got a Pudge, they've got a Lina. They've even got this Marcy that can transition into a lot of damage. Like these core Marcies, you go BKB Basher, you become very, very hard to deal with in these team fights when the Unleash comes off, and you do so much damage. Even level 1 Unleash, he could solo kill Toby if he gets on his head without a BKB. So I'm feeling like Talon's got this in the bag. I think they've got some really good answers. They're picking Rubik. They're picking these extra heroes. Whereas on the side of Entity, I think they're really trying to find some special sauce at the end of the group stages here. But maybe this might not be the time for them to experiment.
I am a little bit worried about Toby as well, just given the fact that they're playing into the Marcy like you mentioned, but also this Pudge, man. If you get hooked, what's your option? There's pretty much nothing you can do if that ends up happening to you. Actually, now that I think about it, have we seen many heroes be successful in the offlane this tournament? I know besides Enigma, obviously Enigma's been played a lot. It has a positive win rate at the moment, but have any other heroes risen to that level? I'm not sure. But Toby, of course, is going to be trying to demonstrate that that's not true. What else have they actually played in the offlane?
Yeah,
that actually succeeded?
I think it's really only the Silencer who's been another one of these interiors. We've seen a little bit of Batrider and LCQ playing in the offlane, but that's about it. 23 Savage, nice little hook there on the Bounty rune. So I think that's only really been a few heroes. I think a lot of the offlane heroes we've been seeing is a lot more of these traditional strength kind of heroes. And, well, I guess we saw an Ember Spirit yesterday, but that was... We're just going to put an asterisk next to that game. I think Beast Coast was just feeling themselves last night, and they proved it was good. So I am looking towards this bottom lane. I think Kataomi is going to have to do a lot of work. I think if they can outplay this Pudge in the bottom lane, Toby can have a relatively okay time. But all it takes is a telekinesis into Rot, and Toby's dead. If they ever see that Kataomi has made a rotation anywhere else, if he ever leaves his Silencer on an island, Toby's going to be on a feed train. And that's kind of the thing that I'm a little bit concerned about, and the reason why I haven't really been a giant fan of Silencer is he's one of those heroes that really needs to snowball to become an issue as a core. And outside of that, they really don't even care about Global Silence all too much. So looking to see what Kataomi can do here. He's had a pretty good tournament so far, and has been one of the shining position fours. So if he's able to do it, then Entity look like they're in good stead.
As it stands right now, Entity, they have Fishman in the top lane trying to make sure that Pure gets the requisite amount of farm on his SF. We have seen them struggle a little bit when he doesn't get off the mark in a good position. Not just on the SF, but on any kind of hero, really. As much as Toby is super important for the side of Entity, having Pure start strong seems to also be part of the winning recipe for them. This does not seem like a fun off lane to be playing into, the Undying Marcy. To be fair, they do have Fishman here, so with his presence, they shouldn't really die, but not really a side of the map that they can pressure the Marcy, so KP gets pretty much whatever he wants. Does he just rush BKB here in the same vein that we've seen most of these core Marcys do?
Yeah, I think he's going to have some issues up against the Shadow Fiend. We've seen what SF can do against these melee heroes. So we saw in the first couple of waves he got hit by 2 razors and he almost died. So it is going to be a little bit spooky for KP here. But yeah, I think he's just going to go into things like the phase boots. He's going to get the BKB. He's going to get a basher. And he's going to try and make Toby's life hell. I think the whole plan here for KP is make Toby go to sleep and see KP's face. If he's just in his face the entire game on the Marcy, BKBing, punching him in the face with Unleashed, then the Silencer's really not going to have a game. They've got other heroes that can deal with the Shadow Fiend. We talked about the fact that 23 Savage here on this Pudge, if he gets Aghanim Scepter, Blink, and a BKB, I know it's a lot of gold, but as soon as those items start coming out, the SF's going to have a very, very hard time to deal with this, and that's where I'm looking towards Fishman. I think his positioning has to be immaculate on the Omni Knight. Very, very strong hero with a Heavenly Grace to be able to stop a lot of the initiation that can come through from Talon. But Fishman needs to be in a really, really good spot, and Pure, that's rough.
Pure's in danger. The spot of the Tombstone is better than the positioning of the Omni Knight as they toss back the Shadow Fiend. Quick early kill, that's a way that you want to start the game for yourself. A little bit unfortunate that the bounty is split between the heroes so they don't get access to the first blood bonus gold. But nonetheless, killing Pure, this is what you need to be doing over and over and over again whenever the Tombstone is online. Just put as max pressure onto the Shadow Fiend. They toss him back just to make sure that his respawn is not an enjoyable time. He's already down to half HP and he just came back to the lane here, Fluke.
Yeah, that's a bit rough. To be fair, he does have 25 regen thanks to Heavenly Grace. What an absolutely balanced spell. The fact that level 1 gives you 20 HP regen is pretty poggers. But either way, he's going to have a rough time. I think the first couple of waves, Pure did a really, really good job at pushing KP out of the lane with the races. But now that they've got access to multiple levels of the sidekick, the rebound and the dispose is going to force the Shadow Fiend into these bad scenarios. Bottom lane though.
We spoke about it earlier that if you get hooked as Silencer, there's actually nothing you can do. And we get a demonstration of that in the bottom lane as Toby gets dragged back in by 23 Savage. Kataomi does get some degree of revenge though, but unfortunately 23 is just happy to get any kind of kills because we're already starting with the Flesh Heap stacks, fair and balanced. It's going to become an extremely difficult hero to deal with as this game continues to scale later and later. And the issue is that can keep happening to Toby. That's not a once-off situation. Every single time that they have access to Rot Hook plus the telekinesis, Toby is in effect in danger of dying in his bottom lane. And speaking of danger, the top side of the map, Pure, yet again, we mentioned it again, Tombstone is up, they jump him, and they are going to be able to kill him. Heavenly Grace or no, he's going to be able to take out the Tombstone. He's still alive for now, actually, KP though, running him down. One more right click should do the trick. And they do indeed get the kill. Erstwhile down bottom, Q. He's the one in danger now. They went in for Toby, but they weren't able to finish off the kill. So they get bounced back. Nice hook back onto Kataomi with the telekinesis. So it's going to be the Tiny instead that they choose to bring down. Oh, maybe not. Nice toss back. It doesn't save his life, but it does look cute, which sometimes is all that matters. But now Toby's in danger too. both of them have just been brought down in this bottom lane, Fluke. And it's all going south for the side of Entity here in this early game.
Yeah, this is what I talked about, right? Sometimes it can just be a feed train, and unfortunately for Pure and Toby, they're not having a good time. To be fair, Stormstormer's not having that great of a time either. Makoto, he woke up and he had his wheat picks this morning. Feeling really good with how this laner is going. And this is the reason why they drafted the way they did, right? They wanted to make sure that Makoto has a good lane. And I think Lina is just one of those heroes that you don't lose all too many lanes. And now if you're able to enable these players to have a good game so far, then it just means that it's so much easier to play Dota here for Talon. I remember Baseskip yesterday was talking about counting the stuns. I want to see these teams pick stuns. They've got stuns on almost every single hero here for Talon. And it makes the game so easy.
Mid lane, speaking of stuns, Avalanche comes in for Kataomi after they threw the Laguna Blade onto Stormstormer. Sadly, they didn't have a stun for the Batrider, otherwise he'd be dead right now. But the movement of these supports towards this mid lane, both of them coming in to help out Stormstormer, potentially secure the action rune and make a big movement on the map, that does leave them bereft of support on the side lanes. So both Pure and Toby going to have to play it very carefully for the next few waves. Stormstormer does pick up an Invis rune, but this has been scouted with this Observer Ward that they have plopped down near the top side of the map in front of the Roshan pit. So they should be aware of this on the side of Talon. I doubt they'll be able to leverage this for a kill just yet.
Yeah, kind of interesting that Hyde decided to leave that. Oh, he's gone top. That's why he wanted to leave the power rune. Pure.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We know what's going to happen here. We've seen this movie, unfortunately. It's a sequel for Pure, though. It's a sequel to a movie that he really doesn't like, as he gets brought down in the top lane. Pure dead for the third time in this matchup. This lane, man, it is not fun for anybody. Thanks for ruining our pubs, Talon, because everybody now is going to be trying this one out.
Yeah, I think some of the games that we've seen this core Marcy as well, or even the core Undying, when you just have these heroes that can just constantly go, oh, the Unleash is top as well. KP's looking for a solo kill.
Oh my God.
He's going to get it too.
Dispose. He's going to get the solo kill with the Unleash, and Pure, because he's died so many times, he's under-leveled. And actually he's in danger right now. Stormstormer forced to make the rotation to the top lane, but he might not be able to save the Shadow Fiend. Nice little lasso from Stormstormer onto Marcy. And KP forces the rotation, forces the lasso, and almost kills Pure anyway. And now they're like, sweet, we know where Batrider is. He had to pop the Invis rune because he ran out of mana halfway through. So now he's not going to be any threat elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I was like, surely not. I was like, surely not. KP doesn't get a double solo kill in front of Stormstormer. They had to commit the lasso for it, so they at least killed the Marcy. So that's a nice little checkbox here for Entity, right? They get a little bit of something back. Pure's been able to be involved in a kill. He almost died for a fourth time that time around, so he's going to be able to sit back and farm now. But you can just see the amount of aggression that Talon's able to utilize here. It's so straightforward for them to be able to play. They just have such low cooldown spells. They've got really, really strong heroes. They're just able to make these rotations around the map and really just kind of get in the face of Entity. And we've been talking about it for the last 3 days, right? The team that is on the front foot and the team that is playing fast is generally the team that I'm going to be favoring in a lot of these games, and they're doing it perfectly right now. You get the Arcane Rune
right
there
now.
on Stormstormer.
He's going to try to leverage it to get a kill onto Makoto as Kataomi gets the Avalanche. They do drop down this Tombstone though. 23 Savage making his first big rotation off the map. And will he be able to find revenge with a dead Makoto is the question. Kataomi, he's going to be the one left behind as they quickly bring him down. There's still a hook coming back in, so Stormstormer's actually not safe. Barely misses him, but here comes KP as well. Unleashed is at the ready. Goes in with the rebound, gets the damage out, and Stormstormer, woo! Maybe wishing he stayed at home with how much damage just came out as they bring down this bat as well. Fishman should be able to escape unless the hook connects onto him. Savage, does he find the angle? Does he find the angle? I don't think he has the vision. Nope, he's fine. Fishman should be okay.
Yeah, no vision coming out here for Talon, so 23 Savage didn't want to go fishing that time around. But you can just see the amount of damage that this Marcy hero does with max out sidekick. 65 bonus damage on Unleash. Walked in directly on top of Stormstormer and blew him to pieces. 23 Savage though might be in a bit of a rough spot.
Maybe stayed behind a little bit too long here. Didn't really have any support nearby, and they do end up taking him down. Kyo's all the way on the other side of the map. Hides in the jungle. They can't help him, but KP and Hyde are still here, and Fishman
the Centaur
regrettably finds himself getting stunned up. The Centaur Conqueror looks like the neutral creeps themselves want some more tiebreaker games as they enable Talon to be able to bring down Fishman.
Yeah, I thought that Centaur was going to be playing favorites this time around. He was non-discriminative and decided to stun up everybody there in the jungle. It was a nice rotation here from Talon. They are 2k ahead right now. There still is plenty of avenues here for Entity. I think the biggest question mark for me is what is going on with Toby right now. He's level 6. He's getting hunted by 23 Savage and Q. He really hasn't been able to get all too much done. He's the lowest of the cores in the net worth. He's going to be going for an early 4-star here, so that might enable them in these team fights.
They quickly kill Fishman in the river. Looks like they actually want to try and force a fight here as they drag back Stormstorm, and here comes KP. Rebound, takes him up onto the high ground. He's stuck on a cliff right now, and they can't catch him. Yeah, just out of range of the dispos because they can't get onto the high ground. But KP, he's not really going to leave this alone here. He really wants the Stormstormer kill. Stormstormer coming closer. He has the Unleash. Can't get the dispos, though, because of the Flame Break. So KP forced to just get bounced back. Feeling a bit sad. That's the first time he's made a rotation that hasn't succeeded for him. Not everything can be a W, though.
Yep. Not everything can be sunshine and roses here. They're doing a really, really good job, our Talon, just abusing their Tombstone. Every time they have Tombstone, they're making rotation. They're trying to get a lot of these Entity players to come in and try and fight them. And you can just see the vision coming out from Entity, right? They have a lot of this defensive vision. They need to understand where KP is making his rotations. They need to understand which parts of the map are actually safe for them. And Pure's doing a really, really good job at just playing in those safe parts of the map, right? He's playing in towards his own triangle. He's making the rotation towards the mid lane. He can defend that, and then he can go back towards the triangle with this Mask of Madness. And Shadowfiend can do a lot of work once he starts getting a few more of these items going up. But if Talon continue the pace here, if Talon keep abusing the item timings they've got going for them, they've almost got BKB on KP. They're going to have an early BKB here on Makoto as well. And with those two BKBs up, they're basically just going to be able to walk in towards every single one of these towers and say to Entity, how do you guys want to fight us? You know, are you going to be able to fight through the BKBs? Your SF doesn't have the damage just yet. Your Tiny doesn't have his Blink Dagger. You've got pretty passive other heroes with the Silencer as well as the Omni Knight. So it's going to be relatively straightforward here for Talon once they get these BKBs. Kind of walk in and do whatever they want.
We do see Toby on the Silencer has finally picked up a point into the global. So the reason why you pick this particular hero, the Resandetta, is now available. Question is, what can they do with this? Unfortunately, like you mentioned, they are fairly static on these heroes except for Stormstormer and Kataomi. Stormstormer still needs farm for himself to get closer to his BKB, and they still need time to finish off the Blink Dagger. So all the initiative for the next several minutes is going to be on the side of Talon Esports, which gives them time to finish off the Aghanim Scepter and gives them impetus to just go in for a smoke as KP and Hyde. They want to try find Toby. He's been enjoying life for too long. They're like, haven't we not killed this guy in a while? We need to go and say what's up to him. Remind him that this is going to be a difficult game. And I'm not sure if they have clear vision of him, but they will scout him out as soon as they get close to the wave. Don't do it. Don't Q. Let's see. If he Qs the wave, he is going to die. Don't do it. Don't do it, Toby. Be patient. Don't do it, Toby.
Oh, he knows.
He Q'd it. Oh, he's dead. He's dead. Tombstone gets dropped down. He's supposed to global this, but he should end up dead here. Stormstormer comes in, though, as a form of support. They get in the flame break with the drag back on the lasso. Turns out it was a bait all the time, Fluke. He knew exactly what he was doing. Gets the +2 at the very end here and forces the deny on the tier 1 tower. And they're not done just yet. The Arcane Curse will slow down Q, and that should enable them to bring in a kill from Stormstormer. It's going to be a double kill for the bat. Nicely done.
Yeah, +2, -2. So Silence's brain is enlarging right now. Definitely feeling good with that first rotation of the Global Silence. See the issues they have with Global? This is the reason why teams are picking this Silencer here. He's not all just doom and gloom. Global Silence is a very, very good spell. But some unfortunate Position 5 players have been putting the Silencer jail. And this time around, Toby showing what happens when you get a core Silencer. You're able to actually deal a little bit of damage. You play the bait game as well. So pretty annoying that they didn't get that kill there for Talon, but it still gives them that little bit of extra time to farm, right? They're about 300 gold away from Makoto's BKB. They're going to have Aghanim Scepter just on the line here. 23 Savage.
Lane, though. There's going to be a toss back onto this Lina. They just want to try and get her out of trouble. They did drop down the Tombstone. KP shows up as well. Rebound onto this pure Shadow Fiend. They bring him down very, very quickly. Well, I say that, but he gets off the Requiem. The magic damage ran out at the very end, and Fishman's global, or the GA rather, not the global silence, that was committed down bottom. That ends up saving the Shadow Fiend. I am very, very surprised. He was down to like 80 HP, but they just had nothing. Makoto, all of his spells were still on cooldown, and Q had expended everything as well. But the big deal was that Requiem, buying him just enough space and time to get out of dodge.
You can see the issues they have against the GA when they don't have their Pudge around. Pudge does a lot of magic damage, and it gives them that little bit of extra lockdown as well. So Pure getting out by the skin of his teeth, and this is the reason why that Fishman wanted to play this Omni Knight hero. Enables Shadow Fiend to be able to play these kind of fights. If there wasn't a safe hero like the Omni Knight, that definitely would have been a dead Pure. We would have been looking at another Shadow Fiend where he just has to go back into phase, try and farm up again, build up these souls, and try and play the game a little bit slower. But Talon, after the early start they've accrued a decent amount of network lead right now. 4k gold. They haven't been able to take any of these tier 1 towers just yet, and you see a little bit of their vision that's getting cleared out now from Entity. They were trying to play towards the top side of the map because they understood that these heroes like Stormstormer as well as the Shadow Fiend, they still need to try and get a bit more of this gold going. Now Entity, they want to try and play on the front foot. They want to try and play on the other side of the river. See if they can catch out Pudge. If they can get 23 Savage, if they can get Makoto, they need to pick off all of them, but Talon do a good job of just dodging it out.
A little bit unfortunate for them. As they were laying out their vision towards the Radiant Secret Shop, they just missed out on finding KP. Yet again, we see an example of how nighttime can be such a game changer in this game of Dota 2. Stormstormer wasn't on the front foot for that one, and although the Bat Rider does have that bonus vision, still needs some wards to be able to help you out. So they do not find KP. The smoke ends up wasted, but they might be able to find a fight here close to the river. As they scout out this illusion rune, Kataomi finds the avalanche onto Makoto. Hook misses. The needle is threaded. 23 Savage unable to find a target. An Entity maintaining their defense of this tier 1 tower in this mid lane.
Yeah, that could have been a fight kicking off. They still had the global silence to kind of play around with as well. So even if Kataomi did get caught there by the bite, it still would have been able to be instantly cancelled. But then the question would have been, how do they deal with the fact of them not having global silence? KP though, he's the one that's getting aggressed on. This could be a pincer move coming in from Talon though.
Yeah,
they know that they're behind
he's already used the rebound though. So he might be in a little bit of danger here. Let's see. They haven't scouted him yet. Rebound is back again, and they didn't actually choose to aggress onto him. Maybe they felt they didn't have enough damage to kill him before reinforcements arrived. So
I don't
let
think
him
they
go.
saw him thanks to nighttime. I think KP was just a little bit too far away. Makoto didn't want to have a fire of it either. So now they're just going to set up for Roche. They've got a nice little ward here on the high ground as well, so it makes it easy for them to get into it. And this is kind of the issue that we've got with this Sharptooth Entity is like, how do they really contest the Roche fight? They can blink Avalanche toss, but I don't know if you really have anything else that can try and win a team fight if Talon are going to ball up like this. It's going to be very, very hard for them to aggress into double BKBs now. Makoto as well as KP have their own BKBs, and without the Blink Dagger just yet onto Kataomi, it's going to be very, very hard for them to actually get these fights and get these pickoffs going. They still haven't got the BKBs from the Bat Rider either, so just need to wait a few more moments here and then wait a few more minutes to see if they can get some of these items going and they can try and get these fights. But, oh, Toby.
He's fine. Got back up from Fishman. Part of the reason why they picked this Omni Knight, ensuring that no matter where you are, there's some degree of safety provided he's nearby. Will keep Toby alive, but cannot really do anything to bounce Talon outside of the map, so they keep presence in the jungle, thinking about starting a push up on top lane. And as a tier 2 tower fall, we've seen this move so many times from the Radiant lineups. Take the tier 2, secure the outpost, and then keep control of the Roshan pit so you can secure the Aegis. In this particular instance, Talon went about this a little bit in the reverse order. They started with the Aegis and then made the movement top, but nonetheless, seeming quite successful. An Entity don't feel like they really want to fight still. And man, look at this. Look at Makoto, side kick but plus damage onto the tier 2 tower. By himself, melts it down to half HP. Like, really good stuff being done here, but they've smoked. They want to try punish somewhere on the map. I must say, Entity has been doing a pretty good job of dodging a lot of these movements. Where did he get a blink from? How's he farming so quickly?
It's just Pudge things. Unfortunately for 23 Savage, he blinked in the wrong way. The hook goes wide as well. This could be bad.
Now they know that he has no hook. Coming in on Stormstormer, lassoed back. There's going to be the global. They want to cover this. Do they have the damage to kill him in time, though, is the question. Pure winds up the Requiem. He's still alive on 23 Savage. Will eventually die. But KP now might look for some kind of counterplay. He rebounded in with the BKB going, but ran out of damage quite quickly. Another rebound goes forward onto Fishman, but he gets forced off out of danger by Toby. Makoto forced into BKB so that he can escape the fight. So they end up losing 2 heroes here. 23 Savage goes down, so does the Hide Undying. An Entity using Global Silence yet again in a successful fashion.
Yeah, Entity are doing a really, really good job at playing around their global silence, right? There's still BKBs that come up, but Makoto was stuck in the top lane. He didn't want to TP towards the bottom side. They didn't want to overcommit straight away. And you're going to see here from this replay, they catch out 23 Savage. Even though he is the tankiest hero, you see how long these TPs take. Makoto eventually comes in towards this fight. The Requiem goes down, but it's just so much damage that goes in there onto 23 Savage. Makoto not popping his BKB to get away from the Requiem. Guardian Angel, very, very strong. A lot of damage mitigation. KP pops BKB and unleashes. Does almost no damage. And it's very, very hard now for Talon to be on the front foot if they're not able to kill any of these heroes. And this draft is starting to come together here for Entity. They've got a lot of ways of being able to keep this Shadow Feed alive, being able to keep Pure in the front of these fights to continue to just allow him to auto-attack through. And Talon, they have a lead. They had a lead. And it's slowly starting to dwindle away here. Even Dota Plus is saying that Entity are feeling like a much stronger team right now. I think what they need to do here for Talon, they need to try and catch out either Toby or Fishman. They need to try and take one of these two heroes out of the fight, and I think that's when Entity really starts to fall flat. This Omni Knight is doing a lot of work with the Heavenly Grace as well as the Guardian Angel, and the Global Silence is really starting to be a thorn in the side here for Talon.
I mean, the Omni Knight's also getting closer to having a mech as well, so his heal output is going to start increasing, and their ability to kill these targets from Talon does become much more difficult after that. To be fair, they can still get quite a large outlay of damage, but part of the problem is that outside of Makoto, most of their damage is over time throughout the duration of the fight, rather than massive instances of burst. Which, you know, Omni Knight very happy to play against that style of Dota. So for now, Makoto, where are we going to go with your build? He's going for the Linkins here. Doesn't want to get himself lassoed ever. Wants to try and counteract Storm on his Batrider to make sure that every single time the lasso does come out, you at least have some protection, force him to go on a different target.
And you see now, Guardian Angel is down, Global Silence is back up, but Talon, I want to see if they can get some kills here. A nice little ward in the river just means that Toby's able to force-staff himself away. Talon haven't been able to get the read on his movements, and they won't be able to catch him out either. We're looking to see if they can find anybody in this bottom side of the map, but another smoke goes waning here for Talon. You can see that they understand they want to try and get these kills. They want to try and abuse the fact they have a Master here with a full BKB and Unleash, but just haven't been able to connect onto it. Entity has got some really good wards that are floating around in the river here in the top side of the map, where they're able to just kind of play around their own vision and just play safe. You can see now Talon finally have started to set up their aggressive vision in towards the triangle, in towards the Radiant jungle, Dire jungle as well. But running out of smokes they are as well, and now they need to try and see if they can continue to keep this lead going because it's starting to dwindle, and we've seen what happens when Shadow Fiend gets all the resources bumped into him. He can dish out a lot of damage, and right now Entity feeling pretty good with the amount of damage mitigation they have and the lack of damage that comes in from Talon if they get off all their spells.
They might actually decide to go for a smoke here. Chrysalis just picked up for Pure, but more importantly, Blink Dagger is available for Kataomi's Tiny.
Yeah.
So now we smoke. We're going on an excursion. Boys, Makoto, there would be a great kill to pick up on him given that the Aegis has expired. Let's see if they've made the read that this is coming. KP will just TP out right in front of the Dire Secret Shop. They're ready. Looks like they know a fight is coming and they're prepared for it on the side of Talon. Waiting on the high ground here. Yeah, they do. So if the smoke breaks, they'll know instantly that something is happening. But looks like Talon are also prepared to just give up this positioning. This game has been a game of smoke dodge, movement dodge, movement dodge. Everybody reading the map so well, but Makoto might have stuck around too long. But Fast Fingers gets off the BKB, evades the avalanche, and forces them to reveal the Blink Dagger. So now they'll be playing much more carefully on the map, knowing that this kind of aggression is coming.
Yeah, I thought Talon were going to get punished there of 23 Savage TPing top to try and clear out this creep wave, but they're able to just keep the spacing, keep it going. They had a beautiful ward up on this high ground to try and bait any of the aggression that came in from Entity, but they wanted to try and change that up. They wanted to see if they could get a little bit more of this gold on the map. KP is in the back lines here, looking to see if he can catch out Stormstormer. Another one of these wards goes in. He still has BKB though.
Global Silence will cover him at the moment. BKB activated by KP, and Stormstormer gets off his own BKB. Lasso back into the waiting hands of Pure, who just right-clicks him down. Oswald on the high ground of the fight. Hyde drops down the tombstone to try and buy time, but unfortunately that time will quickly end. As they kill him, they take down the tombstone. They manage to bring down the Rubik as well. All of these heroes just got in the blink of an eye here. It's yet again Entity under the coverage of this Global Silence, dominating the side of Talon in the midst of these team fights.
Yeah, Entity have a very reactive kind of draft, right? Like, they've got the Global Silence, they've got the Guardian Angel, 2 spells that are great at just reacting at any aggression, and this is where it starts to get really, really hard for Talon. They did a good job in their lanes to be able to come out on top, get the kills they needed, but they just haven't been able to find the right heroes. They've left Toby to his own devices such a long time, same with Pure, and now the Shadow Fiend's getting to the point where he's getting scary. He's got a Chrysalis now, he has his own BKB, Mask of Madness, Dragonlance as well. And it's going to be very, very hard for KP, very, very hard for 23 Savage to even get anywhere close to them because of the amount of damage that Pure's going to be able to do. And this is where we've seen this Omni Knight start to come to prominence a little bit more, because if you're not playing proactive, you can play reactive here if you're the Omni Knight, right? You're more than happy to sit back, just get the Heavenly Grace out onto your course, throw out a guy in Angela, people start to over-aggress, and this Silencer pick is starting to look good so far when you're not having to respond directly towards a black hole and you're being able to kind of stop any initiation that comes in. So Talon, once again, they smoke up. They need to get this kill here on a Pure.
Looks like they might be able to find it, but they need to find the stun immediately. Pure does have access to the BKB. TPs could come in with the GA, but there's no global silence to cover this. And Pure is TPing out. It's yet another rotation, yet another smoke from Talon that winds up not being able to find the mark. And this is so frustrating, right? You were mentioning earlier that they always need to try and either catch out Toby or Fishman. But not only are these heroes sitting so far back half the time, Entity's just reading the map so well. Every single time Talon tries to make these moves, they're completely on the wrong end of where you'd want to be if you were going to succeed in these fights. And now all of this time has been wasted. Global Silence is back online. So the window for them to try and find an easy fight has kind of been shut.
Yeah, Talon are really starting to get picked apart here in this game. And this is where, coming into this tournament, a lot of people put a lot of praise onto this Entity roster. Oh, 23 Savage.
Oh no, 23 Savage! He BKBs though, but they don't care about the BKB because Pure has a double damage rune. Just right-clicks right through 23 Savage. They also get the catch-out onto Q. He's been brought back into an awkward position. One more right-click from Pure will finish him off. That is a double kill for the Shadow Fiend. And as is the way of Dota 2, they want to go into the Roshan pit utilizing the DD. But for once, Gaben is a little bit kind. 30 seconds until the Roshan is online. But nonetheless, Talon will probably have lost the tier 1 tower by the time the big man is back up.
Yeah, and now it's getting to the point where their cores just kind of get blown up by the Shadow Fiend. They've got so many different spells, so many different items to be able to keep the Shadow Fiend in a good spot. 23 Savage at least gets his BKB off, but just look at the damage that Pure does. Wow. That's a DD Shadow Fiend standing on top of your head and blowing you up. And this is where Entity's draft is really able to come out and show its prowess, right? Like, obviously, I'm probably one of the biggest haters of this Silencer pick, but Toby, I mean, I think he's playing it perfectly. I think he's doing a really, really good job at just constantly being able to get the right use of the Global Silence whenever they get a big initiation with the Flaming Lasso on something like 23 Savage or Makoto. The Global Silence on top, and at that point, Talon, how are they supposed to respond? They want to try and respond with KP, with his BKB, but then he has a pre-BKB, runs out a bit of that time just rebounding in, so they're doing a really, really good job right now, playing around their massive team fight oldies and not getting punished for when they're off cooldown as well. I think that's the biggest thing here for Entity. They're going to try and fight without Global, though.
They're trying to steal this Roshan. Big flaming...
so much damage.
Yeah, right? Almost dead right now. They need to do something very quickly. They get the jump onto Fishman. That is the best possible target, and he doesn't have buyback. So you can't immediately come back into the fray. Stormstormer, will he try go for the steal here? Indeed he does, but he doesn't get it. BKB active though as Kataomi gets himself hooked out of the Roshan pit. He's already been brought down with the right clicks on Makoto. Stormstormer, as his BKB ends, they're running onto him, but Pure Requiem's onto the high ground. Fears 3 heroes and ends up blowing up KP. So although they end up losing the Aegis, nonetheless, Entity gets something out of that fray. But still, Talon, in that small little moment, they get the kill onto Fishman and they finally find some degree of success by picking off the Roshan objective.
Yeah, I think that was a very nice play there from Talon. They had a good ward here up on the high ground as well to be able to understand where the rest of Entity were coming from. They did so much damage to the Roche. They got in there, almost got stolen there by Stormstormer as well as Kataomi, but they did a good job at utilizing their BKBs and punishing the fact that Global Silence was on cooldown. This is one of the drawbacks of this here. It's a very, very long cooldown on Global Silence. It's 105 seconds at level 1 that it is right now, and that's where Talon were able to have that very, very small window. It was a tiny window. They had the walkthrough. It was 30 seconds that they had. And they utilized it perfectly. They got in towards the Roche, and now they're in a position where feeling pretty good with how they are in this game state. They haven't killed Pure, though. I think that's the biggest thing for me. The Shadow Fiend has gone untouched ever since the abysmal landing stage he's had. He's 5-3-2 right now. He's got a Silver Edge up. He's going to get towards a Butterfly. And it's going to be all about who's going to deal that much damage. Who's going to have the most damage in this team fight? Is it going to be the Shadow Fiend, or is it going to be the Lina? These are the two questions that I've got with these two range kind of cores. And Entity, they want to use and abuse this global silence. They've got the GA as well. Shadow Fiend doesn't have Requiem for another 10 seconds, but that's perfectly okay.
The main issue, though, for me is that they don't really have vision, so they're going sort of blind into the Talon side of the map, not really aware of where these heroes are packed up. Talon very happy to occupy this dire jungle and wait with this high ground advantage. They know that Entity are the ones that want to try and make a play right now, but provided that they can keep control of this map, I think Talon will be okay with utilizing this Aegis just to try and squeeze Entity further and further. They don't necessarily need to force fights at this point. DD Rune available for Makoto, and it's been bottled up. They can decide how they want to use it a little bit later. If they want to use it for a push or try and force a fight. I mean, they must be frustrated not finding fights after so long, so they'll probably just be like, let's get a tier 2 tower, boys.
Yeah, they can definitely play around this Aegis. They've got 2.5 minutes. Daedalus is up now as well on to Makoto. He's getting closer and closer towards that Lincoln Sphere. He's going to be able to play with impunity, I think, throughout the rest of these team fights with this Lincoln Sphere. All he really has to worry about is kind of getting caught out without his BKB. But Makoto's been playing really, really well this game. Been utilizing his BKB in the most opportune times and getting to a point where this game is starting to get very even. I think even with the win probability, the win probability, it was literally 50-50 a minute ago. Now it's 51% towards Entities, so this is a very tight game here between Talon, and as the panel already said, this is an all-important game here for Talon. They've got Team Secret a little bit later this afternoon. This is their winnable series. They still can take a game off of Team Secret, but if they can get the 2-0 here, we're going to have some good little tiebreakers in Group B. And oh, Entity. I thought Stormstormer was going to go then.
I think what Hokori has shown us yesterday especially is every series is a winnable series, no matter who the opponent is. So for Talon, if you're a fan of Talon, even if they drop the board here, there's still some hope later on in the day. Wait for the tier 2 tower now, though. Stormstormer has access to the Blink Dagger, but knows that blinking onto a target that has Aegis, Lincoln's, BKB, probably not a good idea. DD will be activated now for Makoto. They'd love to find a hook. They'd love to find a way into this fight. But so would Entity. Entity looking like they're going for a small wrap on the map, but Talon running out of patience. They're going to force them away from this area so that they can take this tier 2 tower safely. And indeed, they've done so successfully. Tier 2 should fall. Not really much that Stormstormer can do about it.
Yeah, both teams are playing really, really well around their vision. They've got a gem now on Stormstormer, so he's able to at least continue to move into some of these areas and get rid of some of this vision. But you can see just both teams understand how important it is for them to have the advantage in these fights, to be able to find these key targets. They want to try and catch out this Omni Knight. They want to try and catch out Toby. If they can catch Pure in a bad position, it really is a good fight there for Talon. And conversely for Entity, if they can catch, you know, this Marcy in a bad spot, if they can force Makoto to use his BKB at a bad time, they've still got that window to try and get this fight going. So with 20 seconds left here on the Aegis, I think Talon's done a good job to accrue a bit more of this map control back. They're now at a 6,000 gold lead. I want to see them try and defend a bit of their vision as well. They would understand that Stormstormer has his own gem, and they would really want to try and aggress around their own vision here and see if they can catch some people out. But Toby's pretty good. He's going to put some trees and be okay.
Speaking of Toby, actually, let's talk about the Silencer for a young second. He's building into his Witchblade at the moment. We've seen most of the time that the build has been Refresher, basically, right? Just to try and make sure that you have as much silence as possible. We'll talk about it in a moment. The Stormstormer has found a target, dragging KP back, will find himself probably dead here, tries to TP out. What? All right.
Okay.
Listen, man. This guy's been in the TI Grand Finals. Easy. It's fine. No problem.
I don't know how he got away with that. He got away with murder just then. KP should have been in the grave. He was well out of position. He was in the dire jungle by himself. They global silence for him. He had to pop his BKB. I think he had like 10 HP. And let's watch this again. Look at the amount of damage. Silencer comes in. How much HP does he have left? He had 20 HP!
Wow.
20!
Hashtag calculated, boy. You know exactly what he's doing.
God. All right, KP, you got away with murder there, brother. That is, we're just gonna say Gaben smiled down on Talon Esports today. I think Gaben definitely wants some tiebreakers. That's what he's wanting right now.
Yep. I mean, we saw the Centaur Conquerors getting involved.
True.
Right now, the HP damage, not going to be enough onto KP. It's TI-11 here. Every moment is a tense one. Even when you think that you've got yourself an easy kill, nothing comes easy at this tournament. As Talon trying to force a push here on this low ground into the tier 2 tower. They've got coverage on the high ground as well, so they can't really make some weird smoke play through the triangle for the side of Entity. But they're still being patient about this. But back to the silencer for a second. Should we be angling towards the refresher orb or Octarine core rather than getting Witchblade at this moment in time, given how important the global is for their team fight?
Well, I think the thing is, to me, when he gets his level 15 talent, he gets negative 25 second cooldown on Global Silence. So it actually turns into a pretty decent cooldown. I think it goes down to 50 seconds at level 3. So at that point, like it feels pretty okay for him to be able to play around 50 seconds because they've shown how strong it is just having one of these Global Silences. I don't think they need two because they've got a lot of overwhelming damage, right? Like they can take down this Pudge. He hasn't got to the point where he's basically unkillable. The Lena's going to have some issues if she doesn't BKB at the right time. And I think that's the biggest thing for me is utilizing these BKBs as soon as the sight get shorter and shorter. 6 seconds for the Global Silence. That's the entirety of your BKB. So I think it's going to start getting to a point where one Global Silence is going to be enough. I like that he's going now in towards a Hex. I think Hex has been kind of a standout item for a lot of these heroes. We've seen Leshrax really abuse Blink Hex in these games, just because if you can outplay a BKB, then it just means you get the insta-kill. And we've seen how important it is just getting one kill in these fights are.
Speaking of insta-kills, they try to jump onto KP, but they're going to go back onto Stormstormer. Global Silence does get popped for the fight, but look at the damage coming in from Makoto. Pure, unable to stand his ground, has to back off as this Daedalus is a little bit too strong, as their BKBs have now expired for Entity and they have no more Global. They need to be very careful. Stolen Purification as they bring down Q in the river. It's now 4 versus 5. Entity looking like they're thinking about chasing, but it's kind of difficult without the lasso being available. Pure just going to post on the high ground. And I think this little skirmish is going to be over here, Fluke. One hero dead in the Undying, but that's about it. Unfortunately, though, for Entity, no Roshan to try and claim off the back of this.
Yeah, I think the scary thing for me here for Talon is they've got multiple ways of dealing with the Global Silence. So it's kind of like this domino effect now, right? They're going to pre-BKB on 23 Savage. He's got the Lotus Orb to be able to get rid of the Silence. He's going to be able to bite onto the Shadow Feed. But Fishman, Heavenly Grace. So it's going to be very, very hard for them to actually lock down this Shadow Fiend, especially once he pops BKB. So these team fights are going to be all about abusing those small little advantages that you get, right? Abusing a little bit of this positioning. How much damage can you do? Can you get rid of the GA? That's why we've seen KP go for this Nullifier early on. Like, all of these fights are going to be about how and when you use your items and your abilities. We've got lots of BKBs, we've got lots of Lincolns, we've got things like the Mechanism and the GA. And these players, I think, are going to have to just try and get those 1% plays, right? Like, do you try and go in and preempt a Global Silence by having, the Lotus Orb at the ready? Or do you try and preempt it with, like, the BKB and all this kind of stuff? And, man, these team fights, they're going to be won or lost by very minute details, I think, here now.
Big detail here is going to be the massive lasso drag out onto the Undying without buyback, especially. 44 seconds, and they didn't have to commit the Global for that one as well. But Talon, this time around, they smoke up instantly. They're not going to give away the advantage around the Roshan pit. Pure has shown middle, but as you've mentioned, he has the backup of both Fishman and Toby, so jumping him first, pretty much a no-go. Going for this regen rune dragon with the hook. Makoto's going to bottle that one up. Or not. He sold the bottle, so it doesn't really matter. And they can't find anything off the back of the smoke, but at the very least, Entity don't feel safe yet going into the Roshan pit. It feels like we're going to have one of those games again, Fluke, where everybody postures around Roche for like 10 minutes before somebody goes into the Roshan pit itself.
Yep, Roche is going to be oh so important. It's an Aghanim Scepter this time around, so maybe you'd probably want to try and aim for that here onto Makoto. The Flame Cloak, unobstructed movement, and increases her spell damage, so the Flying Lena could potentially be what they need here. There's a lot of BKBs, though, on Entity, so maybe not. Oh, the Vision Game is so strong.
Kataomi! 2 heroes caught inside the Avalanche. You will end up dying to the right-click damage, but unfortunately, for the side of Entity, they've already lost one. Toby popped the Global Silence already, so it's down. Pure coming in onto KP. Flame Break pushes him back as he rebounds away as well. Stormstormer can't catch him, and the Soul Rip will keep him alive. Makoto, they popped his Lincolns, but he does still have the BKB if he wants to turn around with this. Entity can't find more. It's 1-1 on both sides, but both of those heroes have brought back. And now Talon, they feel like they have the positioning in the pit. They've got this tombstone on the high ground for another few seconds. They've destroyed the vision here. And now, in the window without global silence, they feel a little bit stronger. And they want to try and go into the pit, but it's still so scary. They haven't popped the Requiem just yet from Entity. And with these BKBs having such low duration, you don't want to take the risk of popping them too early and then Pure just comes in to clean up house. So Kata only found the initiation. They get one kill, they kill him, they both buy back, and the status quo immediately reset. We are going nowhere. We're chilling, man.
Yeah. You can just see how tentative each one of these fights are, how important it is to have vision on the high ground, how important it is to be able to fight around some of these big cooldowns and these big spells. I think Talon did a really good job at not forcing Makoto to BKB. He kind of just stood there and just auto-attacked. So he now has his BKB still at the ready. It's a 6-second duration as well. 23 Savage is turning into a bit of a menace. They're just going to drop the tombstone and say, come fight us here, Entity. Oh no, they got hide.
Another lasso drag onto this Undying. He buys back into this one. Kataomi won't be able to find the jump just yet. Toby did drop the global silence. The Tiny looking for a way in as the BKB was popped on the Pudge. But at the same time, BKB was also utilized on the Batrider. So 1 for 1. Makoto still has access to his. Pops it now. And there's Kataomi getting demolished by this turret leader.
Oh, they're on the Shadow
23 Savage can now jump onto Pure, finding the Dismember. But Shadow Fiend activates the Satanic. He starts right-clicking back to health. He's gonna be all right. They have killed Toby though. And now Fishman getting himself dragged back into the fray. Dying to the right clicks of Makoto, who's already found himself a triple kill. And although Pure feels very strong, there's only so much he can do by himself. Toby goes in to try and delay this Roshan siege. They're going to be able to at least kill the Roche. Hyde does die to the right-click damage of Pure, but Pure needs to watch himself. Hook back in.
Yes, the Aegis.
Savage, but 23 has the Aegis. He'll die, but he'll happily sacrifice himself if it means taking Pure down with him. And Stormstormer gets jumped onto by 23 Savage. With the refresh on the Dismember, it's enough to grab the kill on the Batrider. And the Entity have been broken around the Roshan pit. Talon Esports finally getting the advantage. This game was so close for so long, Fluke, but now it's a sudden 17k gold lead for Talon Esports and a massive 65% win probability for them as well.
Makoto, God, he held on to his BKB for so long. He was so patient with how he was using this BKB. He didn't want to use it for any of these weak little spells. He was coming into this fight. You can see here, they come in with Kataomi. He pops his BKB. They blow up the Tiny. Requiem does nothing. As soon as 23 Savage goes in, they've got this small little window where they can take down these heroes, and Makoto is just sitting in the back line, turreting away on this Lina. There's just so much damage. The hooks are so strong. The stolen avalanche as well coming in from Q. And oh man, the way that Talon played that team fight was immaculate. Those guys, the positioning, the way that Makoto was able to get his target prioritization, the way they were able to utilize their spells, and the constant going in and back and forth and back and forth, and Talon coming out on top. It was 15,000 damage in a single team fight by Makoto, by the way. Now let's go back to live.
Go back live, we see them taking a lane of racks through this mid lane. We've all had games where you deal less than 15k damage in total, let alone in a solitary team fight. Makoto has protection on the high ground. The Lincoln Sphere prevents the lasso. And now they brought down the Batrider. Stormstormer does have buyback. Pure, will he find the Requiem? Indeed he does. Feels back KP, but can't kill him. 23 Savage trying to track down Pure. Has access to the Dismember in a couple of seconds. Will they be able to eat him? Kataomi has tossed back Hyde, but that's not one of the primary targets. Silence has been out. Fishman is dead. And Q jumps forward, drags back Pure. Pure gets eaten alive with his own Requiem as it gets stolen away by this Rubik. He dies, he's gone. And that's going to be another lane of racks taken as well by Talon Esports. This game is feeling like it's about to end here, Fluke. Entity were balanced on the knife edge for so long, but Talon happened to push them off a cliff near the Roshan pit, and now they're going to push them out of this game. Stormstormer getting the lasso, dragging back the Pudge. They've already killed Toby, who is dead without buyback right now. Tossed back from Kataomi into the fountain, but 23 Savage keeps himself alive. There is going to be the right-click damage from Makoto. They're not actually going to go for it, because GG has already been called. Entity throw in the tower. They realize that Talon are too strong. And the only third win of this Lina pick in the entire damn tournament. Talon Esports make it happen. They grab game one. They keep TI hopes alive. But more importantly, they make sure that tiebreakers are all the more likely.
Oh my god, what a game from Talon. The way that they played that Roshan fight was insane. Entity played extremely well as well. I don't want to take anything away from these guys. I think their draft was definitely something that I wouldn't subscribe to, but the way they played it was perfect. You know, they were always constantly being reactive to everything that was coming in. They had the global silence at almost perfect times. They were utilizing the Guardian Angel Force KP to go towards this early nullifier on the Marcy. They had to try and determine which one of these heroes was much more important in these team fights to get the nullifier going. And I think the biggest thing for me was the way that Makoto spaced himself in those fights. He was perfectly understanding about when he needed to use his BKB, when he needed to go on the front foot, at what timings he needed to go in, and when they could abuse those very small windows when Heavenly Grace was on cooldown, when Global Silence was on cooldown. I think it all came off the back of the good early start that Talon had. There was that awkward moment in towards the mid game there where they weren't able to get any of these fights, and Entity were playing really well around their Guardian Angel and around their Batrider, and then it just got to a point where that one team fight, they knew how important Roche was going to be. Having an Aegis on any of these heroes, having an Aegis on the Shadow Fiend, having an Aegis on the Pudge, just meant that either one of these two teams was able to play so well around the Roche pit. And Talon, I mean, you got to be breathing a sigh of relief if you're Talon right now. Their draft was good, their play was good. It was a bit spicy, to be perfectly fair. It was definitely a spicy game there, and Talon fought their way back into that. And I mean, what a good day! You know, what a good game for us to start here, Snare. That was sick. That was sick.
What a way to start it out, right? 23-22 is this final kill score at the very end, and it will remain close up until the very last team fight, right? This is the fight that really broke the camel's back because, like you mentioned, the spacing on Makoto, the fact that this hero is allowed to just sit back throwing out right clicks, this cannot happen. This can't be allowed to keep taking place. At this point in time, he had MKB, Daedalus with the BKB, way too much damage output, and unfortunately for Entity, they realized that if we can't close down Makoto, he can just destroy the entire lineup. Pure was supposed to be able to do this for the side of Talon, but they just weren't able to kill all the heroes in front of Makoto in time. And 23 Savage, a bit of an unsung hero it feels like in this game. He was willing to put his body on the line, try and drag back these heroes. He spent the entire game just, where is the Shadow Fiend? I just want to jump him and dismember him. That's all I want to do. Wasn't allowed to do it for the most part, but when he finally was, it just felt game-breaking because then Makoto can do whatever the hell he wants. I just want to quickly talk to you about the silencer pick, right? We did see it unfortunately lose yet another game here at TI11. However, it looked a lot better. We did see that one of the issues with the silencer pick in general as well has been the windows of opportunity, like you mentioned, during the global silences. However, when you play him as core, you get to that 15 talent so much faster. Does this maybe try lend some credence towards more core silencers rather than the support variants?
Maybe, but we also saw some of the downfalls of that hero, right? He really just doesn't provide that much damage in a team fight. Like, he had to go for this kind of supporting build. He went for a Hurricane Pike and a Blink Dagger on Toby, so he wasn't really able to do much. I wouldn't have hated to see if maybe he got, like, a Wraith Pact in the middle of those fights as well, but I don't know. I feel like that was kind of what they did in the draft there is they really want to try and protect themselves against an Enigma, and Talon just went, okay, you want to protect us against a big team fight? Oh, how about we just don't have any of those? How about we just play these heroes that can play fast, they can play tempo, and they can just kind of get in your face? And Talon did a really, really good job at playing around the silencer. They did get abused by the global silence a few times, and I think Entity showed how strong this silencer hero can be, but I would just love to see Toby on a team fighter. Just give him something along the lines of like a Tide Hunter, give him a Mars, give him a Centaur, just give him an Axe, just give him something that allows him to have agency in these games because, you know, 23 Savage, Makoto just was untouched. Yeah, you global silence, but the Lena's gone for this right clicker build. As soon as she has these Fiery Soul stacks up, she doesn't really care. And she just throws out a lot of this damage, and it felt like it was a little bit too hard for Entity to try and deal the damage in this game. But, I mean, they played really well. I think Talon played really well as well, and I mean, these guys are fighting for their TI life, and you can really see it.
TI is on the line. Losing this game for Talon Esports would be heartbreaking. The entire tournament dream, the entire journey throughout the year to get to this point in time. Losing out on it in a solitary game, that's not what you want to see. But they've managed to take the Game 1 victory at this point. Going into Game 2, if they do manage to win, then we have a very interesting day on our hands. Entity, though, still have an opportunity to try and recover in Game number 2. Let's see if they can come back to a hero that enables Toby a little bit more. Maybe they'll try to snag up that Enigma, which somehow went completely ignored in that draft. We'll be finding out together, though, in Game number 2 with myself, Snare, and Fluke. We'll be back for Game 2 here in this matchup.
and our swords. We pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome one and all back here to TI11. The final day of the group stages is upon us, and we are witnessing Talon Esports taking on the side of Entity. Talon right now are 1 game up, 1 game away from being able to take a 2-0 over Entity and force a tie here at the very bottom of group number B. If that does happen, Fluke, if there's a tie, high chance of tiebreakers, heartbreaking situation for Entity, because at that point their fate no longer really in their hands and they have to really be hoping and praying that Talon falls against Team Secret later. But this particular game, tell me what's up, what's the lay of the land, what's the read that you have of Entity? Do they have what it takes to come back in game number 2?
I definitely think they do. I think they kind of got baited a little bit by the Enigma potential, and they decided to go for this silencer. They had to put it in the off lane, and they were like, nah, it probably doesn't feel all the best for them. I really liked this Shadow Fiend Omni Knight combination. I think it was really, really good. It enabled this Shadow Fiend to have a good time. To be fair, the lane's pretty weak. You know, we saw that Pure got abused pretty early on by the Marcy and the Undying lane, which is one of these very, very strong lanes that we've seen coming out of a lot of these teams. So maybe just try and alleviate a bit of that pressure by not having such a weak lane for the Shadow Fiend. I like it when you get in towards the mid game. Maybe if you just have this Omni Knight as a position 4, you get a position 5 that's able to control the lane a little bit more for you, maybe along the lines of like a Crystal Maiden or something like that for the Shadow Fiend. Might be able to alleviate a bit of the pressure, but I liked what Entity were doing. Stormstormer obviously playing one of his signature heroes in the Batrider. He looks relatively good, and you know, Katsuomi playing the Tiny as well. I think Talon just had easier ways of making this game theirs, being able to abuse the Global Silence cooldown, the GA, all that kind of stuff, just get their BKBs and play the game they wanted to. So Entity, they've definitely got what it takes. They've been able to show to us in the past they are a very, very good team. So I just want to see them have stronger lanes and just have a little bit more agency in the game, because it felt like that Toby was pretty much just running around and being scared most of the time. It couldn't really do much damage, but you know, they were still abusing the Global Silence, which was nice to see.
Yeah, Global Silence, really good spell. And at some point in time, it really did feel like as soon as Global Silence is down, that's when Talents are like, go, 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 which is one of the drawbacks of the hero. But generally, Toby is the one that's able to get forward, help back up Stormstormer when he's making his jumps. So I certainly would like to see a hero that enables that a little bit more as well. I'm still somewhat surprised that Primal Beast and Enigma were completely ignored in that game. There were several opportunities that I saw, several instances in the fights where it's like, if Entity had one of those heroes, things could have looked a little bit different. It's not just Stormstormer jumping forward and it's like, well, Lasso's down, what can we do? We have no more initiation. If they had more of that, maybe if Toby was playing one of these heroes, it could have been different. But going into game 2, is it still going to happen that these 2 heroes are ignored entirely in the draft?
I think that Entity this time around probably would prefer to try and have a Primal Beast early on here. The priority did go towards Talon this time around, and they chose first pick as well. So Entity, they get Dire again, and Talon, they get first pick again. So things along the lines of like the Marcy, the Primal Beast, Enigma. We've seen a lot of teams start to first phase Nyx Assassin. Tiny is definitely not a bad shout either. So I think for this game, Entity probably want to try and ban out maybe the Marcy plus the Shadow Fiend. And then try and just give Talon the idea about, okay, do you guys want the Primal Beast? Do you guys want the Enigma here? Do you guys want to play around, you know, some of these other different heroes? Or, you know, maybe Entity come into this and they say, hey, let's just have, you know, some fun time. Let's just ban a lot of this random stuff and let's see who comes out on top. I like this this hero pool comparison between KP and Toby. Stylistically, both these two players are relatively the same player to me. I think they really do enjoy their Enigmas as well as their Visages, but they're also really, really good when it comes to their team fighters as well. Toby in the past has been one of those players that was very, very good at things like the Slayer or the Tide Hunter and all that kind of stuff, but some around, we really haven't seen all too much out of either of these two offlaners when it comes to these team fighting heroes. So I want to see Toby on something with a little bit more agency. I want to see him something with a stun. I want to see him with a little bit more team fight going around, and maybe Entity should be able to play fast pace, because they played relatively fast pace, even though they were the ones that were relying on the cooldown.
It just so happened that they couldn't keep that kind of pace up forever with the kind of drop that they had for themselves. I mean, we saw the importance of Toby in the last game being expressed by Talon, literally banning 6 heroes. That's just Toby. They're like, "Aight, dog, you don't get to play Dota. We're sorry. If you're gonna get to play Dota, you have to play Silencer, I suppose, because you don't have any other option." We might actually see Entity deciding to prioritize the Toby hero earlier in the draft, just to ensure that situation doesn't happen again. But now we're into it here, Fluke. Game number 2 between Talon Esports and Entity. Talon, if they win, they force a 3-way tie at the very bottom of the group, which means that their last game against Team Secret and Entity's last game against Tundra, very, very important and very difficult games as it stands. But here we go. We had Visage banned, we've had Broodmother banned, Marcy's gone, Doom is gone, and Talon, they really want to win because they first pick the Nyx Assassin. Are they going Nyx Lesh?
Yeah, I mean, I think it wouldn't be a bad shot. I think Leshrac is relatively okay into the Shadow Fiend. You got a little bit of damage that goes through his BKB. You can play extremely fast pace. It's a good lane a lot of the time for the Leshrac. This Undying Shadow Fiend combination is a nice little audible, as what I said when we were coming into this game, right? It just enables the Shadow Fiend to have a lane. He has a very strong lane partner in the Undying. They've got a good team fight with the Tombstone. It's going to go with the Lina. So Makoto, he's feeling himself today. I really like this this Lina. It's a good matchup into the Shadow Fiend. You know, it's very similar in the way that you're a long-ranged ranged hero that wants to deal a lot of auto attack damage, but your spells are also really, really good as well. Wins most of the lanes, puts Makoto in a good position. We saw what happened. He just went BKB, Daedalus, MKB, and he did so much damage in these team fights, and now the onus is back on Entity to try and have a hero that gets on top of this Lina. That's why they decided to go for the Tiny in the previous game. They need heroes that are able to get on top of her, things like the Bat Rider as well, to just kind of force Makoto to use his BKB. But he showed in that last game, he's here to party, and I think Makoto, this is the day for him to turn up, and this is the day that Talon really need him to stand tall, and the way that he played in game number 1, give him the Lina again. Say, all right, brother, off you go. You did really, really well. Let's see if you can do it again. Yeah.
Everybody at home who's an aspiring Dota 2 professional player, this is the lesson. If you do a good enough job, you can tell your captain what you want to play, and he'll be like, all right, I got you, fam. We'll pick your Lina for you again. And I love the Nyx Assassin, just the information gathering that this hero is able to accomplish on the map. And we saw last game that information was pretty much the determining factor between Talon and Entity when it came to how they approach their team fights. So it becomes a little bit easier for the side of Talon because of the Nyx, but Entity can try to respond to this, and they've already made their laning phase a little bit better. You were saying after seeing the Omni Knight last game, you want to see stronger lanes out of Entity. You get that certainly from the Undying. Not going to be as weak as before. And I imagine that they're going to be pairing the Undying with the Shadow Fiend. They want to ensure that Pure gets off to a much better start than he did in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what happens when Pure, you know, is given that amount of time to be able to play the Shadow Fiend and the amount of time to get a lot of that gold. And he did a really good job at just coming back into that game. And if he didn't start 0-3, I think that game could be a lot easier for Entity. And, you know, we've seen in the past, Entity sometimes they have struggles with their Shadow Fiend. And Talon are definitely going to be looking towards that. So I wouldn't hate to see if they decided to pick another hero for KP that can kind of just get in his face and win that lane super hard. I think right now I definitely would like to see Talon try and pick up something along the lines of like a Snapfire. I think it does really, really well with the Undying Tombstone, the team fight with the Globs once again into the Shadow Fiend. We've seen how potent it is. You throw it on top of the SF, he has to BKB at an awkward time, and he can't really fight. So on the side of Entity though, I want stuns. I'm with my boy Basecamp here. I think pick stuns, make the game as easy as humanly possible. You walk in, you stun a guy, you kill a guy. You go into the next team fight, you do the exact same thing. So I think that's what I want to see from Entity. They've got good lanes so far, good scalability. The carry-to-carry matchup is good right now with the Shadow Fiend in towards Lina. Just want to see them have some simple stuns. Just pick a stun. Just go in, win a team fight, off you go.
Let's see, what options do they have for stuns? They can still play the Crystal Maiden with that Frostbite, which we've seen have just massive success at the tournament. They could, I guess, go for the Snapfire as well, but kind of complicated into the Nyx Assassin. But I'm fully with you. Get as many stuns as humanly possible. They don't have any right now, but we need to see some combos with the Shadow Fiend Requiem. We didn't actually get to see the airlines on the Tiny being thrown back into Requiem plays all that much in game number 1, which is a little disappointing. But if it can happen in game number 2, I'd be very happy for it. And Talon, sticking to their principle of game 1 of not allowing Toby to play Dota, 5 of his heroes. They're like, gone, dog, sorry. Just, you're not going to first phase your hero away, bro. But we're also deep into the draft where his Primal Beast is available if needed on the side of Entity. But I really feel that they should get his hero at the second phase. I don't want to see them yet again relying on a scenario of lost picking a silencer just to try and get something for Toby to play.
Yeah, I think Entity right now, they are definitely just trying to figure out what is going to be the next Toby hero. I like this strategy coming in from Talon. We compared both offlaners coming in towards this game and going in towards this series as well. You know, even the panel talked about it. They want KP to have a bit more agency and they want Toby to have a bit more agency in these games as well. So Entity, what are they going to fall back on here? In past, they have fallen back on things like their Arc Warden to try and pull out some of their victories for them. They have paired that up mainly with the Lone Druid though. Wouldn't hate to see a Primal Beast ban here for Entity as well. I think KP is probably eyeing that one off. You can just go, you know, Snapfire into the Primal Beast here for Talon, and you're probably going to be pretty okay with how this game's going. You want to have a hero that gets on top of the Shadow Fiend. You want to have a hero that has a very, very strong lane. Nyx Assassin, Primal Beast, very hard to deal with. You know, lots of stuns, lots of damage, and lots of scalability as well. And we saw what happened as soon as KP gets a BKB on one of these offlaners. It kind of just goes. They can play really fast. They can play around Makoto. They can play around this Nyx Assassin as well. And this is where Entity are just trying to figure out what they can go for here. Like, what's their next ban? What's their next kind of initiation? Probably another 23 Savage hero. Do they just ban like a Terrorblade here or something like that?
What did they ban last time in this spot? They banned Slog, Blast Phase. They actually take out the Silencer, so they're going for Enigma.
Enigma? Okay. Yeah.
There we go. Enigma. Toby can now play Dota, thank God. For Talon Esports, I wonder what the response from them is going to be. I really like this Enigma pick. I really think Toby needed to be able to play Dota. This actually might set them up for the Stormstormer Invoker as well, because we've seen that when Shadow Fiend is very successful, he can play with these mass amount of auras and buffs. Enigma obviously going to be one of your aura builders, and then you can get the buff ups from the Stormstormer Invoker with the Alacrity. And it would give them a little bit more team fight as well, so they're not over-reliant on the Enigma at all points of the game. Either way, though, I like the fact that they do have some team fight. It's another stun. It's a laning prowess hero that he's not going to get ran over in the early portion of the game like he was sort of being with the Silencer. Either way, Entity have set themselves up for success here. Not sure they needed to ban the Silencer, but, you know, cover your bases, I suppose, if you're playing in a game where it could really determine your TI future. So I can understand, because winning this one game, given that it's unlikely that Talon beat Secret, it's unlikely that Entity beat Tundra, this could be the difference between staying in the lower bracket or actually going home right now for Entity.
Especially with how some of the results have gone. I had a quick peek at Liquipedia just before, and I'm not going to spoil for anybody in chat, but there's been some spicy things that have happened. Some interesting stuff has occurred on those other streams. So if you do want to go check them out, go check them out as well. I'm sure everybody's watching in squad mode right now. Really would like to see Talon just go Rubik +1. I think Rubik has been the underused hero so far. So this is the KP hero in the Dawnbreaker. I was tossing up whether or not he wanted to play a hero that can kind of enable Makoto a little bit more, or whether or not they just wanted to have this this lane dominator that can kind of initiate for them. Dawnbreaker is one of those heroes that has been a good combination with the Nyx Assassin. Obviously, you just have the Solar Guardian in combination with the Nyx, so they can go and look for Toby in the jungle. They can find him out. They get the Impale, and off they go. So they're just going to go with the Vengeful Spirit. So another hero that can help with the Enigma. Very simple stun. They've got a lot of damage with the Starbreaker. Does a lot of work with the Wave of Terror, and it also enables Makoto as well. So if he ever gets into a bad position, if maybe they go for like a Katomi Tiny right now, they can always swap out, they can always save Makoto, and they can try and get these fights going. So I'm liking the draft coming in here from Talon. They make it super simple. They've got some ideas for the Enigma, and now the question is here for Entity. Do they go for something along the lines of like a Sven? Do they try and pick up the Katomi Sven here? They just play with Fishman on the Undying to make sure that Pure's lane's good. They've got a lot of physical damage that comes in here from Talon. Maybe that might mean that Makoto's going to go for more of the magic build to try and deal with the Warcry. I wouldn't hate it.
Do you maybe go Raptor? Maybe? For Raptor? Okay. They pick up the Drow Ranger. Okay, pure Drow. Alright, Drow has been one of the more successful safe lane heroes at the tournament at the first day, but as time has gone on, which was like 100% or 80% at the end of day number 1, but all the way into today, it's dropped down to like 36 or 35 or something like that. It's just not looking great, but that tends to happen in these tournaments, right? When these flavor of the month heroes start being picked initially, they look super strong, everybody starts playing them, and not every team has the full understanding of exactly how to play it. In this game, though, it's an overwhelming amount of physical damage that's coming in from Entity. Lots of push potential between the Shadow Fiend and Enigma Drow right now. So Talon, I'm sure actually at the moment they're like, thank God we picked Dawnbreaker. We need some kind of heals, man. We can get blown up in a hurry against the draw that Entity has right now. Do you like this draw in the situation? I guess you get Gust for the lane. The early kind of movements from the Dawnbreaker can be a bit complicated. And these aren't the biggest and most tough heroes in terms of tankability in the world on Talon. How do you feel about the draw, Ranger?
Yeah, I like the Drow. It gives them a good lane as well. You've got the melee position 5 that's able to just get in front of the Drow. You can play around the Tombstone. You don't really have to worry all too much. I guess if they go for like a swap play, that you might be in a few of these issues. The Nyx Assassin can get into the backline. But I think the Lina versus Drow matchup is relatively kind of player specific. It's all about, you know, how the positioning kind of works, who gets caught out by who. There's a lot of damage that the Drow Ranger can feed back in towards the Lina. So I like this pick. It means that KP just doesn't have a free time. I think going into the Shadowfin, I think Pure would have struggled in that lane, even though that he does have the Undying. I think this Nyx Assassin plus Dawnbreaker lane would have been very, very hard for the SF to deal with. But that's why I like this this Drow Ranger pick here. So what's the 23 Savage hero? Slark is still in the pool. What's another hero that can get on top of the Drow? I love this Sniper band as well, by the way. I think Sniper would have been perfect for Talon. They've got heroes that are able to help the Sniper. They've got heroes to be able to reposition the Sniper, and they've got a lot of go coming in from Talon. They've got the Nyx Assassin, they've got the Vengeful Spirit that are able to enable the Sniper. So what's usually been the Drow hero?
Yatoro played Spectre into Drow the other day. They didn't end up winning that game, but it was an option that they pursued, and that's often over the years been a specific Drow counter. I'm not sure if 23 Savage feels comfortable with that because that hero is a little bit slower than the rest of his lineup, and I think they want maximum pace. I wouldn't be too upset at seeing a Pudge again, if I'm completely honest, for the side of Talon. And they get the Pangolier. Okay, so 23 Savage plays Dawnbreaker, and then you put KP on the Pango. That feels like that's going to be the option here, unless they want to put like Dawn mid, but that feels a bit iffy. I feel a bit more comfortable with safe playing Dawn.
They have played 23 Savage playing the Lina before. So
that's true, yeah. So it could be KP Dawn.
Yeah, KP Dawn, and you're gonna have Mikoto playing the Pangolier. We've seen a lot more success out of the mid Pangolier, so they're just gonna go for the Katomi Tiny. I like this from Entity. A lot of their heroes are kind of comfort for them. The question mark for me is how does this Lina go? So it's gonna be KP Dawnbreaker, 23 Savage Pango.
Hey,
what?
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay,
come on.
Let's think about this, right? The reason why they wanted to go for the 23 Savage Pango, it deals with the Eidolons. You've got Shield Crash, you've got the Swashbuckle, you're able to kind of kill these Eidolons early, you've got a lot of kill threat up against the Enigma. You don't have to worry all too much about the Tiny either. Once you get that level 6, the Rolling Thunder is going to be really good for you. They can play really, really, really fast here for Talon. The question is, though, do they have the damage to be able to take down these Entity heroes? You know, KP, we've seen Desolator, you know, and the Ag Shard to be able to do a whole lot of work in these fights. Pangolier can get to a nice early start. He's not going to be playing in the mid lane, though, so he's not going to have those early levels that you like to see.
Yeah.
I like this audible that comes in from Talon. This is their kind of do or die. They needed to try and find something that was outside of the box. They needed to try and find a hero that could get on top of the Drow Ranger. And the Pangolier kind of has no issues this time around. They have no way of dealing with the Rolling Thunder. As soon as he gets that off, he's going to be able to get on top of Entity. And I don't know, man. Tiebreaker hype. I think that's all I'm going to say here. Talon got this 2-0.
I have a feeling that they're probably going to win this game out as well. They banned out yet again all the Toby heroes, and they felt like, well, since we're going to be banning Beastmaster anyway, he's probably not going to play Bloodseeker. Let's go in for this Pango. I've been liking the switch up when Mikoto is actually the win condition on Talon Esports, and 23 Savage is allowed to just play Dota, get aggressive, get in people's faces, and force them into uncomfortable positions. When that happens, I think Talon look pretty damn good. They look good last game. Will they look good here in game number 2? If they do, then they are going to be putting themselves in a position to still keep the TI-11 dream alive. So let's get into the game, Fluke, and see if 23 Savage on the Pangolier safe lane is yet again going to show us something new. Man, these last 2 days, we've seen so many interesting picks. Safe lane Pango, off lane Ember, off lane Silencer. It's been wonderful. Where else but TI will you see this kind of stuff, man?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the beauty of having these 4 days of group stages, right? The fact that it is 2 groups of 10. There is so much Dota that these guys have to play. They have to play 18 games of Dota. They have to play a lot of Dota, and that means you're able to make a lot of these iterations. And the thing about TI, and the thing about TI champions, it's all about who can either set the tempo first or who can make these adaptations throughout the entirety of the tournament. It's a very, very long tournament. There's a lot of Dota that gets being played. There's a lot of adaptations that need to be made as well. And that's why I like when we see these changes up from a lot of these teams about, you know, we're throwing the Shadow Fiend in the safe lane. No, we're throwing the Shadow Fiend in the mid lane. We're seeing Enigmas being played as 4-3. We're seeing a lot of these different offlaners, a lot of these different carries. And I like this from Talon. It's kind of do or die, you know. At this point, them playing standard straight up Dota hasn't gotten them to the point where they're secured in these group stages. So they're going to have to play something that's a little bit different. And I like this audible. Is it going to work out, though? That's the real question for me. Is it going to actually work out? Is Pure just going to have one of those free games on the Drow and do a lot of work? I think Mikoto has definitely instilled a lot of hope for me for this Talon roster with how he played in that previous game on the Lina. So let's see if it works out.
At the same time, though, Entity playing, you know, you're saying that Talon, they needed to switch things up. Talon has switched things up, but Entity have gone back to more standard style for them. This is a kind of fare that brought them into the tournament in such hot steam to begin with. Stormstormer playing one of these carry heroes from the mid lane. We've got this uber stacked Drow Ranger for Pure, and Toby actually playing a team fighter, whilst Kataomi is allowed to be aggressive on the map. I think that no matter what, this one is going to be a good one. Yesterday, we saw against Betboom and OG that you can win a game 1 in a do or die scenario and then falter in game 2. So let's hope that Talon doesn't find themselves in a similar position. Mid lane, we haven't seen this matchup in a while, but top, we'll almost have Fishman taking quite a bit of damage, but he's fine. He's okay. He's fine. He's okay.
Yeah, getting a 2-man decay always feels pretty nice for Fishman. So this is the biggest thing for me is this lane's going to be relatively strong for Entity. Fishman's going to be able to just be in the face of the Dawnbreaker. The Drow Ranger can always try and keep her space with the Frost Arrows. So as long as they don't overstep their bounds and overplay their hand a little bit, they should be relatively okay. They've got a lot of kill threat, though, coming in from the Vengeful Spirit as well as the Dawnbreaker. So I'm really looking towards Entity to try and have a good lane here for Pure, because we've seen a lot of their games go well when Pure has a good time. So they can get that game going off to a hot start here for Mr. Pure. It should be A-okay. Mid lane, though, this is going to be a pretty straightforward kind of farm fest. The Shadow Fiend can do a really good job into the Lina. I don't think the Lina nor the Shadow Fiend really loses this lane all too much, and I think it's going to be about the rotations. They've got a lot of good rotators for both these teams. Atani and the Nyx Assassin, very, very good rotators. Same with the Vengeful Spirit, right? So there's going to be a lot of rotations early. There's going to be a lot of uses of these power runes. So I'm really looking towards Talon or Entity to make that first move and try and enable either Stormstormer or Mikoto. I think they're going to be the key factors for both these two teams.
Oh, absolutely. These are the actual carriers of both of their games from the mid lane. It is a bit unfortunate that they're laning up against each other, because over the last several days, we've had very exciting mid lane matchups. This is going to be boring as hell. Just a farm fest. Nobody dies here. Unless supports move around, nothing actually happens. So you need to pay attention to the parts of the map where the supports are. And two of these heroes that you've outlined, Tiny as well as the Nyx Assassin, playing into each other right now to try and create space. 23 Savage, we've already seen that with this Swashbuckle, you mentioned it earlier, he can clear out these Eidolons. I'm sure some of the CS that he's been able to pick up right now comes from that, but him just having access to Swashbuckle means that Kataomi and Toby can't really threaten him, so it just has a pretty free time. But top lane, the threat is actually coming into the Drow Ranger. You mentioned that this lane has aggressive kill potential, and they managed to find it in the top lane, bringing down the Drow Ranger super early on, and Fishman, some deja vu for him, having to watch his carry die in front of his face yet again.
Yeah, I think KP and Hyde were doing a really good job of just getting a lot of these efficient HP trades, and then as soon as they saw any of this momentum to go forward, just went in with the Celestial Hammer and the Starbreaker, and that was all she wrote there for the Drow Ranger. This is kind of the issues that he's going to have throughout the entirety of this game. The Celestial Hammer is going to be very, very hard for him to try and play around with. It does a lot of damage, does a lot of slows as well. And once this game starts getting later on as well, he's going to have to worry about an Invis Nyx Assassin.
Yep. Invis Nyx Assassin set up from the Dawnbreaker from the heavens. This game does not get much easier for Pure, so he needs to try and make sure that he gets off to as raucous a start as humanly possible. For 23 Savage, what do you want to see being built up from him from the safe lane here on this Pangolier?
I think just like Diffusal into Blink will be really nice here for 23 Savage. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage. Diffusal is a really good item this game. And then if he just gets like something along the lines of like a Basher, even an Aghanim Scepter, I wouldn't hate to see that. We haven't seen all too many Pangos go for the Aghanim Scepter, but just I would like to see him try and go down this damage route for the Pangolier. Yeah, he's going to be the space creator for Makoto, but the fact that you have this position 1 Pangolier, he's still going to get a lot of resources being thrown in towards his pocket. So I want to see him go for things along the lines of like the Diffusal Blade, the Blink Dagger, the Aghanim Scepter, the Basher, and just kind of be one of those Pangos that just do a whole lot of damage in these team fights.
You were asking for rotations earlier. Right now, Hyde just making sure to secure some water runes for the Lina to make life difficult for the Shadow Fiend here. Stormstormer gonna actually be in a bit of trouble. Makoto's got the high ground positioning. He's got LSA available as well. Just gonna try and bounce him out of the lane. All these right clicks. He actually might die here. Very, very close. 150 HP. He didn't want to commit the Dragon Slave level 3 in the event that it missed, and he was underneath the tower as well, but nonetheless, Makoto has now earned himself a free lane in middle for the next little while.
Yeah, he had raindrops as well on Stormstormer, so even if the Dragon Slave did connect, he wouldn't have been able to kill him. So Makoto understood that as long as he just kicks him out of the lane, then he's going to be perfectly happy with how this game is going. I think these lanes are just going really, really well here for Talon. Doing a good job. KP0 is a little bit behind on the CS, but his lane was not supposed to go immaculately. He's playing up against an Undying, he's playing up against a Drow Ranger. They did well enough to be able to get the first blood, and you know, once he gets level 6 here on the Dawnbreaker, once they get level 6 on Q, oh, this might be a kill though. Oh my god.
Well, a lot easier to get close to level 6 when you're just killing heroes for fun and they bring down Fishman in the top lane. That's every single time I'm always surprised by how much damage comes out of Starbreaker. I'm like, oh wow, okay. That's a lot.
Especially early levels in the Luminosity as well. Just that free crit damage is pretty strong. Are they going to kill Drow as well?
Gonna try to. Gus gets pushed back onto the 2 heroes. Pure stays alive. Could have been a really awkward position, but does manage to not die. Q in the meantime down bottom, being chased around by Kataomi on this tiny. One more right click should be able to attain the kill. Kataomi with the boots, very happy to be able to catch up to the Nyx Assassin who lacked them at this point.
Yeah, that was a trade that just kind of went for a little bit of regen. I think Toby and Kataomi are doing a good job at you know, just giving Toby a good time. He's 27 and 12 right now. A lot of those eyes have just been the fact that he spawns the Eidolons, but he's doing a really, really good job right now. They're going to have a bit of agency in this game. Toby's going to have a pretty fast Wraith pack. They're going to be okay with how he's going. Going to go for an Urn early on, though. Okay, I like this. They need the Spirit Vessel, right? Because they're playing up against the Dawnbreaker. Oh, 23 Savage. He's dead.
Nice toss back into Toby. Toby doesn't die because Q comes out of nowhere with the Impale to bring down the Enigma. 23 Savage does eventually get brought down by Kataomi. But Toby died first, so he gives up the experience to the Pangolier. That was not in the script for the side of Entity. Things were going so well in this bottom lane before they got that kill loss. Well, it happens. These things do occur. But take a quick look at middle. Yeah, I was about to say that. Hyde gets the stun out, but Makoto not in position to drop the LSA. Stormstormer had some awareness that something might have been awry, so he was positioned in a very safe place so he doesn't end up losing his life.
Yeah, it was a little bit awkward for Makoto as well. He couldn't push past the tier 1 tower because he didn't have the creeps getting the aggro of the tower. Did a lot of damage on the Stormstormer, but they would have liked to have been able to convert that into a kill. Makoto's still going to stick around here, though. Okay, I thought he was going to go for like an LSA Dragon Slave play. He's got a lot of damage at level 7 here on the Lina. I like the vision that comes in from Talon as well. You can see that Kataomi kind of understands that this bench has been here for a long time, and might try to get the kill here on a Fishman top, though.
It's not a try, my friend. It's a successful kill, as they'll be able to pick him up. The Tombstone being dropped down, though, might enable Pure to find some revenge, but doesn't have enough damage just yet. They take out the Tombstone. Hyde will drop the Magic Missile. Can he get away from the Drow Rangers? In the trees right now. Cannot afford to get hit by another instance of the Frost Arrows. And using the vision, will be able to dodge it. Yeah, Makoto's coming as well. Makoto making this a turnaround onto Pure and compounding the misery of the Drow as he gets a kill with this Lina. Great rotation. You always feel so nice being able to come top without even needing to use the power rune. And that's going to be Talon Esports yet again, making the early game much more favorable for themselves.
Yeah, the way Talon are rotating around the map, it's also hard for Entity to try and deal with this. They put a lot of pressure on the Pure. They've killed him, what, 2-3 times now? At this point, twice. And it's starting to get really hard for this Drow Ranger to play this game. And Makoto's off to a rip-roaring start once again. 4.2k net worth on this Lina. He's going to have an early BKB. I wouldn't hate to see if he just goes for like Boots of Travel early on and just plays really, really fast around his Pangolier. Plays really, really fast around his Nyx Assassin. Gonna go for
Asking you wait
bottom.
for the BKB bots. Yeah, they come in for the Solar Guardian. Toby being looked at. No Black Hole available for a counterplay as he's only level 5. One more hit on the Rolling Thunder should be good enough to put him to rest, but they miss it. Swashbuckle is instead the option. Does cost literally all the mana that 23 Savage has, but it's all okay. Mid lane though, they might find Pure as well. Will the LSA connect? It will not. So you will be able to escape away from this. And the question is, will the same be true for Hyde? And the answer is no. One more right click from Stormstormer should be able to kill him. They give the kill towards Pure as the Magic Stick bought additional time. And Erstwhile in the top lane, as they recognize that there's no heroes up on the side of the map except for Fishman, Talon punish him quickly and get that kill. The thing I wanted to talk to you about though, Fluke, look at this network for Stormstormer. He got demolished by Makoto, and Makoto is keeping the hurt on him. Not only is he beating him in the network department, he's now beating him into submission, throws him into the fountain with some right clicks. That's not in the script. 23 is gonna die though. One more right click. They don't even need it. Fishman gets it. Dude, so much is happening on this map right now, actually.
Oh, okay. I was going to say Makoto might potentially kill Pure again. So Raindrops OP. They did save him from that Dragon Slave as well as the Laguna Blade combination. But Talon are playing at breakneck speed. They understand that their heroes, once again, don't really have to rely on too many cooldowns. They've got Rolling Thunder, they've got Solar Guardian, and Laguna Blade. They're all roughly around about the same time. So it's not all too hard for Talon to come into this series here or into this game and just continue the breakneck pace. You can see here once again the invisibility rune comes in from Makoto. 23 Savage makes the rotation. Don't even have the Laguna Blade. Doesn't even matter because they just take down Stormstormer and Makoto, man. Every single time that I see this guy play Dota, every single time that I see this guy smile, and you know that he's having a good time. And he is one of those players that comes from Southeast Asia that when he starts to feel himself, he can do a whole lot of work. And it's going to be exciting. It's going to be very, very exciting to see if this Lina goes untouched once again, and maybe that's what Talon rides for the rest of the day. I think if you're Secret right now, you say, man, do we have to first ban Alina? Like, Poppy's sitting there thinking to himself, like, is this really what I'm about to do in my final game of group stages, first ban Alina?
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. If it results in the W, then it's an acceptable maneuver. Right now, though, Entity need to find some way to come back into the game for themselves, especially for Stormstormer. The Shadow Fiend still trying to angle towards getting a Dragon Lance, but it's going to be a long road before he feels like a viable threat in this game, as Makoto, right now, the strongest hero on the map, just beating down onto the tier 1 tower top. They should be able to take it. Doesn't look like the trade is coming just yet for Entity. They are rotating heroes down, though, as we look on the minimap and see them stacking up. It's only 23 Savage here, but he does have Rolling Thunder. Most of his squad does have access to TP, so I wonder if they'll come down and try to mount a defense, and that's indeed what they're going to do. They're going for this. They also go in with the Vendetta, but they have the Sentry Rune, but unfortunately, they have the Rolling Thunder first. Black Hole will be there, cancelled out immediately by the Nyx Assassin by Carapace, as Makoto comes in on the back end of the fight, already eliminated on the Toby Enigma. Savage is going to go deeper into the fray, bringing down the Shadow Fiend and chasing away Kataomi. Pure showed up, but Pure is getting chased down. They have the Selly Hammer in a moment from KP. No more Gust available for Pure. They don't even need the Selly Hammer as they just go headlong into the Drow, kill him off. Kataomi tried to delay proceedings with the Avalanche on the back end, but that's not going to help as Entity get full 5-man wiped in the bottom lane by the massive team fight of Talon Esports.
What a good defense that came in there from Talon. They walked in, Q just goes, oh yeah, it's pretty cool that I hit Splat Carapace and you don't have Black Hole anymore, right? Who needs Silencer? Nobody needs it. I think the combinations they've got here from Talon Esports, Solar Guardian, KP can play wherever he wants. As soon as they have Solar Guardian, they can make these team fights going. They've got the Nyx Assassin, who's able to get into these team fights. They can Solar Guardian on top of the Rolling Thunder. They just have beautiful team fight that comes in from Talon, and they understand that they're so far ahead here, and if they send this many members into Entity need to commit that many members to take this tower, right? Because they're so far behind. They need to commit so many of these members to get into it, and they just don't have anything to respond to these spells that come in from Talon. And I mean, I think Talon are playing really, really good right now. They get the full 5-man wipe. They're starting to get to a point now where Makoto is almost untouchable. He's going to have BKB very, very soon after soaking up that massive creep wave. KP's at a point now where he's going to have an early Sanj. Would have liked to have seen him go for a bit of the damage route. KP is one of those players that likes to be for the team rather than for himself. But either way, he still does a lot of damage already. And Entity, they're behind the 8 ball right now. They're going to see if they can get something done here with the smoke. If they can kill 23 Savage, this is going to be big for them. They can get a T1 tower off of it as well.
He just popped the swashbuckle, so he was a little bit vulnerable. Unfortunately for them, he also has a Tumbler's Toy. Man, these items that manipulate movements, if it doesn't cost gold, it should be removed from the game. It's kind of ridiculous. But it'll allow him to just chill in the trees. He swashbuckles now to absolute safety. Kataomi does not have a blink dagger, so there's literally no way that they can catch him right now. He's going to chill up, wasting a lot of their time as well. And as long as they don't get a quick kill onto him, they don't feel safe going for the tower push. Unlike Black Hole, all of the cooldowns on the side of Talon Esports are much, much lower, so they can do the exact same team fight again down bottom. So it's not a safe place to be for the side of Entity. Swashbuckle will come out. And here we go. They're going to start off that same team fight yet again. Solar Guardian does come in, goes onto the Shadow Feed. They want the Stormstormer kill, and they are going to find it. Rolling Thunder still able to connect onto the Undying on the back end of the fight. Fishman will buy time with the Flesh Golem. He comes in, 23 Savage, needs the Shield Crash to stay alive. The swap from Hyde will ensure that he lives. And the Swashbuckle ends up getting the kill onto Fishman. Further north, here's KP chasing down Makoto. And Makoto comes in to finish off Toby. And Kataomi, well, he's a real team player, man. Doesn't want to see his homies dying without him, so he says, I'll join y'all in the fountain. Let's go to the sauna together as they bring down 4 in the bottom lane for the second time around.
Yeah, Talon are just playing really, really well around their spells. They are abusing Solar Guardian, they're abusing the Nyx Assassin. 23 Savage is on a knife edge 90% of the time. And this draft coming in from Talon, it's so fast-paced, they've got save, they've got great team fight. You can just see it here. As soon as the Rolling Thunder comes through, the Solar Guardian comes down, and these heroes like the Shadow Fiend and the Drow, they really don't like people being in their face. And that's why this Pangolier pick was so good that came in here from Talon Esports. They combined it up with the Dawnbreaker, and they have a Nyx Assassin as well, so they have 3 heroes that can instantly get into this fight. Speaking of getting in a fight, Fishman, unfortunately that's a fight that he's going to lose 9 times out of 10, and just the way that Talon are playing, this gives me a lot of hope for them here. They really do not want to be going out of TI, and this is exactly how you need to be playing. Question is, where has been this Talon Esports for the last couple of days, but these guys are playing really, really well right now when it counts. And if they can force tiebreakers, then, hey, they can argue.
And haven't you seen Rocky? There are some competitors need to have their back against the ropes before they pull out their maximum strength, so maybe Talon needed to be in this position where they're close to being eliminated to bring this level of Dota out. And down bottom, we've seen this happen before here, Fluke. Stormstormer was getting close in the lane, has to try and immediately back off, because if he shows, he knows exactly what's going to happen. Solar Guardian just came back off cooldown. Q would have found the stun onto him, and then anything could happen. But for now, it's still going to be Entity. They still have a shot in this game. It's an 8k net worth deficit for them, but Pure is still farming. And it's not just Pure, it's this dual core of Pure as well as the Shadow Fiend with the backup of the Toby Enigma. If there are ever conditions for a comeback from this situation, it's going to be with these style of heroes. The only problem is they still have so much reach on the side of Talon, and more importantly, they're getting so much damage out of Makoto. He has the bot BKB, so now it's time for him to start building the damage. Daedalus is probably going to be coming soon, and not much they can do about it. And Stormstormer, he got caught by the Impale, but he is too close to the tier 2 tower for them to realistically kill him off here. The reinforcements were coming in with the TPs. They get cancelled though, so he won't end up dying, and everybody can still keep farming.
Yeah, they did just force out a few TPs there from Entity, and they're playing nice and fast-paced. This is one of the reasons why that Nyx Assassin is such a strong hero. Not only are his spells amazing, but the fact that you need to put so much more vision on the map. You need to try and have these sentry and obs wards combinations so you can understand where the Nyx Assassin is coming from. You need to constantly have sentries on the ground just so you can see where this Nyx is coming from, and you have to try and think about the angles that he's coming from rather than playing your own kind of game. We've seen how important vision has been throughout this series so far and throughout the entirety of TI. So if you just force them to have to play this different kind of style, it's very, very hard for them to make this work. And Talon are going to try and sneak themselves into Roche. They have a nice little ward here up on the high ground.
Yeah, but look at this. Kataomi also just has Blink Dagger. So if there's ever a time to take a fight, it would be now. He goes in, Avalanche onto 2, tosses back the Lina. There's the combo we wanted. Toss into Requiem, but he doesn't die because the save is there from KP with the Solar Guardian. And now suddenly it's Stormstormer who's isolated, Stormstormer who's left behind, and Stormstormer who's killed. The fight isn't over though, because 23 Savage, he finds the Drow Ranger on the high ground. There is going to be help though from Entity. Kataomi jumps in, bails out the Drow by killing off the 23 Savage Pango. It's a 1-1 trade. But they still have positioning around the Roshan pit. Makoto, though, is very, very low. And Toby still has Black Hole. So Entity technically have the advantage around this Roshan pit. But this fight is definitely not over just yet.
Oh, they're so scared to try and pick up that haste rune. You could tell that Makoto didn't want to throw away his life there. But Zeb was so close to being able to blow up that Lina. I think if that was the combination that Entity were able to pull off, take down Makoto before he gets his BKB off, that would have been a team fight 100 days of the week there for Entity. It would have been a very, very easy team fight for them to win, and they would have been able to probably get the Roche off the back of it as well. So Entity, they've got the combinations, but they're just behind in net worth, man. Like you can see here, they're able to scout out with the Lina illusions. They come in, Kataomi, they get the toss back onto the Lina. The Requiem goes down, and just the save that comes in from the Solar Guardian. If this was going to be a double LSA into a Dragon save and he wasn't getting attacked by the zombies, that probably would have been a kill onto Pure as well as Stormstormer, and they would have been able to run this fight over the top. And then Talon, most likely with an Aegis in pocket, probably about 10k ahead, would have been much more scary for them to try and fight into right now. So no Solar Guardian for them just yet. It's going to be up in another 8 seconds though. Going to try and find something here with Q.
Part 2 of this fight is probably going to start soon, as the posturing around the Roshan pit has not ended. They actually get Kataomi with a little bit of damage. Gets caught with the Impale. Man, what range are these spells? Long range Impale, long range Magic Missile. Kataomi is dead now without buyback. Roshan starting to regen up, but Makoto really wants to go back into this. Toby has dropped down the Midnight Pots and the Malefice. Here comes Salvation, thanks to the Solar Guardian. They swap Toby back into the middle of several heroes. Pure not going to be able to help out from afar, even though Stormstormer did drop the Requiem. Makoto has activated BKB as Pure now chasing down KP. They're trying to get these slows out of the Frost Arrows, but they know that all of these heroes are so mobile. You can't catch up to any of them right now, Fluke. 2 heroes gone. But still, Talon spent enough resources that they don't feel confident going into the pit unless they get a DD rune, which Gaben says, nope, we're still going to have a bit more entertainment around the pit.
Yeah, and Monster Tiny as well as the Enigma are gone. That's all the catch that is out the window there for Entity. And, you know, obviously Talon understand that they've got highly mobile cores. They're going to be okay with how they've been playing. And Talon, they're just getting further and further ahead right now. 9,000 gold lead for them so far here, 20 minutes into this game. They haven't been able to blow the game out just yet, but they are definitely showing that the way that these heroes combine with each other, the Solar Guardian in combination with the Nyx Assassin, how strong the Venge has been as well. Hyde's been playing an immaculate game so far. The swaps in towards the Magic Missiles. Oh, Hyde, he's found Toby.
They found Toby, and they've... Wow! Okay, well, 23 Savage just quickly gets the assassination onto this Enigma. Man, Toby has just not been allowed to play Dota. They get back in. Kataomi tries to go for the Avalanche, but he gets caught in immediately with the Spike Carapace. Hyde gets some additional stars out as well, but the real damage dealer is Makoto, who shows up with their newfangled Chrysalis, and they're able to bring down 2. This time around, they might feel confident enough to go into the pit. And indeed, that is the case. They're going headlong into it. Hyde has maxed out Vengeance Aura, maxed out Wave of Terror. So even though they don't have a DD, they should be able to get Roche very close to dying. But they're not going to do it that quickly. So Entity still have a chance to try and teamfight around this. Toby still has a chance for a Blink Black Hole. The question is, do they take it, Fluke? With these teamfight spells, do they try to go for another interrupt, or do they just let the Aegis go?
It's so hard for them to use Blink Black Hole. They've got a Venge to deal with. They've got a Nyx Assassin. They've got the KP Dawnbreaker who can always Solar Guardian on top of it. Like, there's just so many issues that this Enigma is going to have pre-BKB that I think it's just going to be very hard for them to teamfight back into this game. They're doing a good job at least trying to get pickoffs where they can, but Talon is starting to hit that critical mass, right? You saw how much damage that Makoto is able to do with this max out Vengeance, or extra 32% base damage, by the way. So as soon as these stats start coming in here for Makoto, he's going to start doing a whole boatload more damage in these team fights. Same thing with KP as well, right? Like, I said that I would have liked to have seen him go for the more greedy kind of Deso BKB build with the Aghanim Shard, but you know, the amount of damage he's going to be able to do with Avenge around him is just going to be ridiculous. Like, I don't think any of these heroes are really going to be able to stand up against the massive amount of physical damage they're going to be doing here for the side of for Talon. And looking across the board for a lot of the items that they've got right now, you know, 23 Savage, he's hit that critical mass of him having Blinken as well as the Diffusal Blade. They've got BKB Chrysalis now on Makoto. He has the Daedalus flying out to him right now. And the fact that KP has just gone for this Heaven's Halberd in towards the BKB just goes to show that they understand that Makoto's a damage dealer. They just need to make sure that he's enabled in these team fights and making sure that they're getting the kills. Oh, blink in from Q.
My God, what a player.
They
Q
stopped the
finds a
Requiem.
2-hero impale.
Oh my
They stop
God.
the Requiem, get a 2-hero LSA to stop both Requiem and Black Hole. And now Makoto in full turret mode, demolishing these heroes. Fishman barely escapes before he gets stunned up out of the TP. That's 3 heroes dead in a heartbeat. Yet again, the initiation coming in from this Nyx Assassin. Yeah, sure, Q dies, but hashtag worth when you enable the fight so perfectly for Makoto.
Nyx Assassin, baby. What a hero. What an absolute
Good hero.
hero. This hero is going to be so hotly contested for the entirety of TI. If these main stage teams are not got their Nyx Assassin ideas in order, and this should be able to go to show why this hero is so strong. He blinked in and just popped Spike Carapace. He went into 4 heroes and he didn't care. Like, that's ridiculous to me that this hero has been able to do so much, sets up everything. To be fair, we won't talk about KP Soul Guardian in the background. Didn't hit anything, but it doesn't matter. Because the rest of the team fight was so easy for them. Like, you can just see how enjoyable this is for Talon. They're doing so much work right now. 23 Savage is having the time of his life playing Pengler. He's like, I don't have to hit creeps and carry. Hell yeah, Makoto, baby, you got that down on lock. I'm just going to roll around and just do what I can in these team fights. And Talon, they definitely came in today with an idea. They came into today with a lot of confidence in themselves. They knew that their backs are against the wall. They have to win a lot of their series for today. And if they get the 2-0 here against Entity, then all they need to do is win one game up against Secret. And, I mean, if they play like this, then it looks like it's definitely possible.
And if they play like this and they get access to the Makoto Lina or the Q Nyx Assassin, then suddenly anything seems possible right now for Talon Esports.
Yep.
They're going for this tier 2 tower in the top lane. Still have this Aegis for another 2 minutes. And they still have tier 1s. They haven't lost a single tier 1 tower, Fluke, all across the map. Every single time that Entity have tried, they've been rebuffed in pretty extreme fashion. They tried a few times down bottom, lost out grandiosely. Can't really make a play middle. And they're grouping up as 5 again on the side of Entity because they realize just how much their map is shrinking. But at the same time, look at this hesitation because they're also like, well, we can go bottom as a 5-man ball, but do we have BKB on Enigma? No, we do not. Yep. Do we have BKB on Jaw Ranger? No, we do not. Well, without these spells, we actually can't do anything. And unfortunately, it seems like Talon Esports have the exact same read. They're like, wait a second, we have BKB on Lina, we have BKB on Dawnbreaker. We should go exploit the fact that we have these items and they don't. And they're going to smoke up to try and force a fight on this bottom side of the map.
Okay, Makoto. Okay, Q's going to walk in. Spike Carapace. The impale misses.
There's not going to be the impale. Wait,
this
what?
is awkward.
Multi-shot doesn't connect, so he's allowed to blink back on the Nyx Assassin. 23 Savage was a bit too far forward, but Q has bought some vision on the high ground, and High just swaps him back on this Vengeful Spirit, so they can't bring down this Pango. Nonetheless, though, Entity do not get caught out. They made the correct map read as to what was about to happen. And thank God that they did, because they had very high likelihood of being wiped if they got caught out.
Yeah, that was some fast fingers there from Q. He saw the animation that came in there from Toby, and so he just popped the Spike Carapace, walked in. There was a lot of good vision that came in from Entity, but you can just see how strong Talon are, right? They just brute forced their way into that. It was getting pretty awkward. I thought maybe if that was going to be a weird team fight they wanted to take, it might not have worked out all too well for them, but you can just tell with the amount of confidence they have, with the amount of net worth they have right now, that they can kind of walk around and do whatever they want. So they've taken control of this triangle right now. Entity, they know that they have to walk around as 5 heroes just to take some of this space back. Like, there's so much space that's just being taken by Talon. They have to play around their own vision here. Storm, like, literally has to get his hand held by Fishman, because if any of these heroes go out on the map and they don't have a sentry ward anywhere, they know that they're just going to get Nyx Assassin and Dawnbreaker, and they're just going to die and they're going to lose all these towers. And you can see how scared they are because they haven't had any vision control. The amount of sentries they have to get out, the amount of vision they've had to get out and get denied, it's just so hard for Entity to play on the map when it's so dark against the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, Nyx has Gem right now. You can see the reflection of what this Nyx has been doing to them economically and psychologically. Psychologically by their group up, but economically by the net worth of Fishman. Not been able to do anything in the game. Has Arcane Boots and a Chainmail 28 minutes into the game, despite having access to a Philly Stone, because all the gold that's coming from the Philly Stone going right back into the investment of wards, at least gets a mech right now, so that is something, some degree of additional heal to help out Pure or Stormstormer. But at the same time, Pure and Stormstormer need to be able to outlay damage here, and you can't do that without farm, and they're being denied farm all across the map. Sure, they have access to these BKBs, and Pure has access to BKB, Hurricane Pike, and the Aghanim Shard, but he's not really survivable even with this BKB. Game feels pretty hard here, Fluke. If you're in their position on Entity, once they get BKBs, do they try and smoke up and force a fight with this Enigma? but they don't have a Lotus Orb or a Linken's Sphere or anything to block the swap, so it's so hard if you don't have vision of the Vengeful Spirit about what to do. And now, Nyx Assassin sets up yet again. Q comes in with the Blink Stun.
No black
and
hole!
Toby, no black hole, cancelled almost immediately. Makoto just throwing in the right clicks from the low ground, earning himself a double kill. Swap back onto Stormstormer. He's in the midst of all these heroes. Pure's now on the high ground, able to get out some right click damage onto 23 Savage. So there's some positivity in this fight, as Hyde also going to get caught out and right click down. They forced a retreat from KP. So finally a successful fight happening from Entity. It does require them to buy back on Toby. And they're not done just yet. They keep the chase going. Kataomi found KP. Starbreaker will buy a little bit of time. Does have access to that Aghanim shard. If not for the shard, it would have been tossed back into Toby's waiting hands. But it is there. So time is bought for KP to properly escape.
Okay.
Entity finally get a small little punch back there. They almost lost Pure. They keep Pure alive. They get a kill on 23 Savage, and they don't lose a fight, and therefore will not be in danger of losing their base. I say that, but top lane, Makoto. Oh no. Him and Q refuse to stop. The rest of the team has backed either through retreating on KP or being in the fountain, but they just will not stop the train of pain.
Watch this right click that comes in from Makoto. He gets the right click onto the Enigma, silences him, and the black hole gets cancelled. I don't think I have seen a rougher time for an Enigma than what I've seen from Toby today. He gets it cancelled by a Mindbreaker. He gets it cancelled by the Spike Carapace of a Nyx Assassin. This is why BKB is so important for this hero. You need to be able to enable yourself to get this black hole. He was in a great position. If they black hole Makoto there, they're able to take him down, do a lot of damage with Pure. They had Stormstormer in the right position as well. If they take this Lina down, then they start to wrangle this game back in. But Toby, man, it's just a series of unfortunate events for this Enigma, and maybe that's why we're seeing this hero fall out of priority again. There's a whole lot of different, wide variety of heroes that we've been seeing throughout the entirety of the group stages, and I don't know, man. It's very boom or bust, this hero. This hero can look absolutely unstoppable, or this hero can just have the roughest go around, and this black hole feels almost next to useless. That's why I probably would have liked to have seen him go for something along the lines of like this Wraith Pact. He's got this urn now, but he has to go for this BKB. He wants to play the Blink Plate, wants to play around the black hole, but he just hasn't been able to connect one just yet.
Yep. Speaking of Wraith Pacts, the Vengeful Spirit of Hyde has managed to pick one up, and they're also managing to entirely evade the smoke. And with Wraith Pact, that is pretty huge because they're already struggling with damage output on the side of Entity. Now it's going to become even worse, even more difficult to accomplish. And the smoke from Entity doesn't connect, and they wanted to be able to get the kill so that they have positioning for this Roshan respawn. Regrettably, they're not going to be able to find the space, so still stays very favorable for the side of Talon Esports. 18k gold lead. The experience lead is pretty significant as well, but the big thing is the positioning on the map and a 90% win probability. Woo! Okay. We've seen steeper comebacks in this tournament so far. It's not impossible, but it's very, very difficult. That being said, though, if there's ever going to be a lineup, like we've said, that has the tools to come back, it will probably involve a black hole. BKB will eventually emerge. If Talon don't finish this game in the next, like, what, 10, 15 minutes, eventually he'll get Linken's Sphere as well. And then suddenly he can actually channel the full black hole onto these heroes. And then what do Talon do at that point in the game? The challenge, though, for Entity is getting there in one piece somehow.
Yeah, I think that's the scary thing, is trying to get towards these items. They do have the Basher that's coming out now, or that's been out for a while on 23 Savage, so it's not like the BKB Linken's is going to be the end-all and be-all for them. He will have to try and pray to Gaben that he doesn't get bashed this time around. Entity is going to go in Q. Okay.
Okay. It's a nice little start to the fight to try and bring down Hyde, but there is going to be the initiation from the ultimate from Solar Guardian. Unfortunately, they've already brought down Toby as well. The right-click damage from Makoto, a bit too extreme. The Rolling Thunder from 23 Savage, looking for Stormstormer. Stormstormer doesn't have BKB anymore, so has to worry about this. Nice little bash coming in from the 23 Savage, Swashbuckle. But they don't really want to take this fight. Kataomi buys space with the Avalanche.
No way
and man, Makoto's right-click damage literally just kills these heroes in seconds. And without Black Hole available, no one dying either. Path to Roshan, very wide open. They're going to be able to bring this down quite quickly.
Yep, Roshan's up. Makoto has the Satanic now, so he just heals up nice and freely. You're going to have a lot of stuff to try and deal with here in these next couple of team fights. Aghanim Shard's going to be up now as well for Talon. Makoto's just trying to figure out his item slots here so we can actually pick up everything from the Roshan. So he's got his Ag Shard. I think they actually sent it back. Yeah, they're going to give it to Hyde. So I like this Ag Shard that comes in from the Vengeful Spirit, the Magic Missile bounces. It means that you have to kind of think about these Magic Missiles because they're very, very low cooldown. They do a lot of damage. They bounce around a lot. You know, every 8 seconds, that's at least 2 or 3 in some of these team fights if Hyde stays alive. So it's going to be very, very hard now for Entity to play around this. They need to pop their BKBs early. They need to try and get these initiations going in. They did a lot of damage to Mikoto, so there was a lot of right-click damage that came in from Pure and Stormstormer, but there's no Enigma, so there's no Black Hole for them to play around. There's none of this extra initiation to go in, so Entity very, very far behind the 8 ball. I would like to see KP, after he gets this AC, to go in towards the Aghanim Scepter. I think you have Ags. Oh, okay, they found Stormstormer.
Yet again, they've got him out. Swashbuckle will be there with the bash. 23 Savage going in right now, trying to get this kill. Kataomi's the one started up, bashed up onto the high ground. Will be forced off down to the low ground, but doesn't really matter. They still find the right place. Mikoto now trying to eliminate the Undying, and they go forward with the Solar Guardian. They've already caught out Toby. Stormstormer caught yet again. Does still have BKB. They forced a buyback from Fishman. Stormstormer patient enough to not panic and pop his BKB. Able to get back into the base, but now with all these heroes dead and an Aegis still in tow, they might as well try going for this mid lane push. But a fairly large wave coming in. They're demolishing these creeps. What can they do on the side of Entity to stop this from happening?
I really don't know. Mikoto is kind of untouchable now. He's got a Wraith Pack behind him. He's always got Hyde behind him. Q is playing really, really good Dota. Just constantly getting in the face of Entity, and it's so hard for them because Toby is playing this Enigma, and he kind of just gets caught out. Oh no, they found the Drought.
Oh god, Pure found himself bashed up by the Swashbuckle again, and Mikoto just blinks on him with the BKB. Finishes him off high, finds the swap back onto Stormstormer. He gets himself bashed by 23 Savage. Both the cores are dead of Entity, and their double letters will emerge. GG, well played as core. Talon Esports have done it, taken the 2-0, made this a very interesting day of Dota, and created a multi-team tie at the bottom of Group B. This is Talon Esports keeping the TI-11 dream alive here, Fluke. They will not go gently into the sweet night. They're going to make it competitive until the very last second.
Ooh, it's looking spicy. This is a very, very spicy kind of group stage that we've got going forward here. Talon obliterate Entity in Game 1 and Game 2. Mikoto 18-0-6 on this Lina. First phase Lina, by the way. They just went Nyx Lina, and Mikoto looked absolutely untouchable on this Lina. The way they played around the heroes they had, Nyx Assassin just setting up everything, the amount of vision that Q was able to give, and the fact that he would blink into 4 heroes on Entity, pops by Carapace and say, hey guys, what are you guys doing? And then he hits an Impale, and they follow that back up with a Solar Guardian, and then 23 Savage is able to follow up with his Blink roll. Talon just played a really, really good draft. They had it was well-rounded. The amount of times here that they just walked in with Q and he wouldn't even die. They follow up with a Solar Guardian. They're able to just get on top of these heroes like the Shadow Fiend and the Drow Ranger, who did not want to have these people in her face. And then I feel bad for Toby. He was picked the Enigma this time around. Talon were perfectly ready for it. I don't think he got a single channel of the Black Hole off. That was the longest channel we saw in that replay just said of the Black Hole. Every other one was almost instantly cancelled, or he would die before he could even use the button. So Talon, they played insane. Their backs were against the wall. They needed a 2-0. They got it. And Entity, I don't know, man. It feels really bad for them at the end of here if they have to play tiebreakers with that kind of crushing defeat they copped there from Talon.
Yeah, that's the kind of defeat that starts off your day in a pretty rough fashion. It puts you in a bad mentality, right? Because now they're going into their next series, a difficult series against a team at the top of the group. And if they find themselves faltering there, then suddenly the conversation is not, well, we're starting in the lower bracket, but hey, we need a game to just avoid elimination. At this point in time, Talon, though, this kind of performance is going to be helping their confidence as well up into their next series, especially Q. And it's going to be complicating the draw for Team Secret. You mentioned it earlier. I have to deal with the Lina, but I really have to deal with Nyx Assassin now. I feel like this hero needs to be first ban material. Which team did we see yesterday banning it first phase? We did see it sometime yesterday. I forget which team it was. I think it was OG in Game 2. Yeah, Game 2 OG up against the side of Bedboom. They realized that, you know what, if we just first ban Nyx Assassin, our game becomes way easier to play. And I would love to see that happening later on today as well. But Talon, showing us that if they give confidence heroes to their confident players, they're going to end up with a W here. I do want to say as well, one thing that impressed me a lot about Talon Esports in this game was their movement on the map. There were so many times where Entity were going out of their way to try catch them out, and they just dodge. They just know exactly where to be, when to be there, laying out correct vision to allow themselves to play aggressively as well. And it also just felt like Entity, with this draft, not as many options for starting fights as we have available from the side of Talon Esports. And it's like you keep saying here, Fluke, initiative and initiation is what ends up winning these games after time.
Yeah, I think Talon played really, really well around their vision, and I think that's one of the main reasons why this Nyx Assassin is so strong in TI right now. Is he demands a lot of vision, and he demands a lot of vision control as well. And if you start off with a very, very hot start, much like Talon did, they had control of the map for the most of the time. You saw towards the end of the game, Entity have a single observer ward, and they have a single sentry ward, and they have to play 5 heroes around it, because they know that if Q ever gets the space that he's able to walk freely without any vision on him, he's going to walk in, he's going to spike carapace, he's going to impale 2 heroes, and then the fight just kicks off. And at that point, we've seen it time and time again with a lot of these games. If you're the ones that has to play reactive, unless you've got something along the lines of like an Omni Knight and a Silencer, it is very, very hard for you to react to these team fights. And Mikoto, he had free reign of this game, 18-0-6. He dominated Stormstormer in the mid lane. They were able to enable him throughout the entirety of this draft. A first pick Lina, by the way, first 2, Nyx Assassin, Lina, and he looked insane on it. 30,000 damage as well. This is exactly what you want if you're Talon. You want to have your star mid player having this much confidence going into a series that he dominates Stormstormer, who's been one of the European mid laners who has done a lot of work throughout the entirety of the season, and just pick a comfort hero like Lina. I think this is probably what Talon are going to try and utilize for the remainder of this tournament, is going to be, Mikoto on these comfort heroes. And I mean, Talon, what a way to start the day here, Sal. I'm so happy that now we have, tiebreakers on the cards.
I mean, this Lina went 1 death across both games, dealt 30,000 plus damage across both games, and was just one of the sickest performances. Won both games in the mid lane, had a phenomenal performance in the mid game. I just can't wait to see more of Talon Esports, but I also can't wait to hear what our panel thought of the performance that came in from Talon as we have a 2-0 sweep, the advent of tiebreakers. Nat and the gang, what do y'all have to say about this game?
Talon's double victory over Entity means they tie each other for that spot right on the cusp of elimination and lower bracket. It was an important series for both sides. Talon coming out and making sure that they're keeping the dream for themselves and their fans to stay here at TI11. So let's have a rundown. Let's talk about this game 1. Some of the heroes we saw come out for Talon in this do or die. The KP, Marcy, and Makoto Lina really standing out for me.
Yeah, so KP played one of the, I would say, maybe not so traditional heroes for himself with the Marcy. But I have to really talk about the heroes that can get on top of these Drow Rangers, Snipers, Shadow Fiends. Marcy is one of them. It's very strong, but overall I would say Makoto on this Lina. Spoiler alert, in game 2 something similar happens. This guy actually just out of control. I really like how they played around it. Marcy, again, you have the sidekick, you have people going in for you, you have team fight. And Makoto overall, he just played so well with the supporting cast. And I really feel like Entity, they're struggling a bit, looking a little shaky in these games.
At the draft stage or while they're playing them out as well, T-Panda?
Well, at least one thing that I'm spying out is, at least in several engagements, Stormstormer on this Batrider hero, he's having a lot of hard times repositioning and trying to find an opening. It feels like there's no opportunity for him to actually go in. This Batrider hero hasn't got a really good win rate either lately, but that is for different reasons as well. But at least in this game, I think maybe the confidence of being bold and being very aggressive with some specific moves is kind of taken away.
I think he had to do so much in this game on Batrider, and honestly, this is not the position I want to be in. This is not the position you want to put your player into either. He was ganking safe lane, ganking off lane, making things happen. Like, he has a... Sorry that I have to say it again, but he has an offlane silencer. I don't know why this is the case. I really feel like, sure, you need to respect teams that do different things, but when it's not working for you game after game, stick to what's good, what's comfort, and what helps enable your team. Because this silencer offlane, these Naga offlanes, they're not enabling pure, they're not enabling your mid, so you gotta stop.
I agree, like, on the theory crafting that if you have a hero and it doesn't work in one game, they might try it again and see if it works, but like I said, it's not worked.
Yeah.
Doesn't work, and it didn't really work out for them either here in Game 2. Entity's draft not really connecting on the win that they needed. Talon, though, really shaking it up. 23 Savage having Pangolier and KP Dawnbreaker.
Honestly, both drafts have a lot of good things going for them. You have the SF, Enigma, like Drow Ranger combination, but I feel like Talon's draft, they address everything that Entity want to do with them. They have Venge against the swap. Once again, you have an offlaner that can get on top of Drow Ranger in the lane. With the Dawnbreaker, you have the Lina mid against Shadow Fiend. Everyone is popping off. You have Lina once again with backup, teamfight saves, and again, Mikoto, Q on the Nyx Assassin, I think, also owning great team fighting, great spell usage, and yeah, I feel like Talon, they're back.
Yeah, Talon is fighting for their lives and in a good way, but for Entity, man, that hurts so much because that also kind of waters their opportunities of escaping that elimination threat.
Yeah.
Talon are going to have to be facing up against Secret soon, and we just saw Secret play on the B stream. They ended up going 2-0 over Asta, so even though Talon pick up this 2-0 that was needed for them here, there's still a little bit of a way. They're not fully done yet. They're not guaranteed tiebreakers, and they're not guaranteed safe from elimination. So Secret doing well over on B stream. They've wrapped up that first series. C stream having Thunder versus TSM. They're going 1 apiece. T-Panda, TSM, it's a bit of a roughie.
It's a bit of a roughie, yeah, especially in this first game. You look at their lineup, this is very single target oriented with the Slardars, the Maranas, the Shadow Fiends. Basically what happens in this game from the start, Sacred has come a long way from that offlane Omni Knight we saw at the start of the group stages to now being more bold with heroes. The Snapfires worked out nicely. I've also played it on in game 2, we'll get back to that later. But this really watered down Tomato's SF in the safe lane. He gets heavily focused in team fights. There's a lack of saves on TSM's draft, which is very notable. And the big issue for this game as well, you're playing the Shadow Fiend carry. He's getting targeted every time by Bakaz on this pod. You pop your BKB, you're going to get ulted. That's 3 seconds gone from your duration. And they're building into very, very tanky heroes. And I actually wanted to ask you about the lack of saves there on the side of TSM. Is there any workaround to that?
I think ideally you do better early on, because I feel like, so I didn't see this game as much, but from the laning stage what it looks like, so the discrepancy between SF and Podge it's too high. Come on, what is this, 9,000 gold? You have the Snapfire, who most likely did very well, as I touched on earlier. That is what SF hates. SF wants to play aggressive in the lane, triple Razor. He doesn't want to get cookied on and scatterblasted and all this stuff. They picked Slardar to counter the Podge, which seems like it didn't quite work out. You know, I can see what TSM were going for, but this looks more like an outplay to me.
It does. And itemization-wise as well, really important for Thunder. You see Pakaz going for E-Blade, going for Shivas, and Dark Magoo also going for the AC. That's a lot of armor. That really counters the Slardar. But here, in game number 2, spicy thing to notice, the Marcy carry. We have Tomato on a completely different type of hero, has much more capability, has a lot more mobility, a lot of damage to work around. You have some good protection from your lineup as well. It looks squishy from the start, and it was a tough early few minutes. You're going up against Kunkas and Monkey Kings that are really going to bully you and be a big nuisance in the game. But they made a pretty strong entry after that. And TSM, when they got that Roshan up for the first time, they followed up with a second, and things got a lot harder when Marcy hits her time.
Yeah, I kind of like their synergy in the draft. They have the Marcy SF. They do decide to put a carry, but I would say that TSM had really nice matchups for them, and I just feel like, I would prefer to beat them, at least in this game. So this, I would give it a draft victory.
Yeah, well, the victory went towards TSM, so they got the draft victory in your eyes. They got the game victory on paper, and between Talon and TSM showing that Marcy can still be in that off lane, she can still be in that carry if the game allows it to.
If you get Marcy,
If you get Marcy. There's still a couple more streams, though, that we want to talk about. D-Stream, it's currently going on with their game number 2. Game 1 went the way of Beast Coast. Now, this is a pretty important series because Beast Coast were below Spirit on the ladder. With the win, it ties it up. So if Spirit lose game 2, then they could actually be sitting below Beast Coast on the group rankings there. But their draft having something very eye-catching coming out, Kazu.
Yeah, what is that? Wraith King? Haven't seen that guy before. So K1 obviously is known for this hero. He's one of the few players who actually like to play this one. I just would like to point out that it does make sense. Again, SF is your win condition. He has Marcy to help him out. You want more people that go in for you. Wraith King does it well, and he's also good against the Doom.
Yep. Good matchup. K1 Hector Wraith King. Nothing can go wrong, right?
Yeah.
Well, they didn't get it in Game 2, from my understanding, and Spirit took Game 2. I just got it in my ear then. Spirit take it, so that's a little bit of a silver lining for the Spirit fans out there. BSCO still looking really good, putting up some competition there in that best of 2. We must move on to E-Stream, though. We have so many games to cover, and that one was between Fnatic and Tundra. Tundra taking it 2-0, and Game 1 here, their draft, Kezu.
Yeah, so we have Broodmother again. Tundra very known for this. So just looking at the draft, Fnatic need to play at a super high-paced tempo. They have Huskar, they have Death Prophet. They want to like run down your lanes, take the objective. So one thing I want to note already is the lane swap early on in the game. They made sure that the Brood does not lane against the Pudge, because later on Pudge can protect that lane. Also, Nyx against Pudge is, you know, like a very good matchup. And now, I mentioned that Fnatic, they want to play on very high tempo. So I want to focus on Saxa here, who's playing the Hoodwink, who in the next couple of things we're going to look at, he's basically just going to make time, make space, not just to help Tundra with their gameplay, but more so shut down what Fnatic want to do. So if we look here, Fnatic, you know, they're chilling, they have their EXO running. He was like delaying the tower. Now, 1.5 minutes later, he's still here. This pesky little Hoodwink, you know, he's chilling. Now his team is coming. The only reason his team can come here in the first place is because he's in the area, he's protecting. Now look at this clockwork, he's like, oh shit, I want to run it. I want to run into this Hoodwink. I want to kill him. No, his team is here. They kill him. Now they come as well with their Primal Beast. And now you may think, oh, but Fnatic got to take the tower. No, it doesn't really matter, because when you need to play on high tempo, you need to take the tower and the area. Now they stop Fnatic from running into their jungle to take it over. Not only that, look ahead now. This is all from a Hoodwink 3 minutes back, getting to play in the top area and kind of, you know, protecting the whole jungle part. Now, they go aggressive. Because they defended the tower and their jungle, they now get to go aggressive, place a high ground ward, and kill Huskar. So all these small things kind of help you to, you know, not only play your game better, but just slow down the timings of your enemies.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra being one of those teams across those 3 cores, with that draft, that they needed as much map control as possible, and they were able to do it. A lot of rotations, great movements from all 5 of them, enabling that Game 1 win. They were able to do something very similar in Game 2, pick up another win for themselves. Now that we have our results across 5 streams, let's take a look at the standings and keep a close eye on this Group B, because if my maths is correct, Tundra, Team Secret, locked in for upper bracket. Congratulations to them. They still have some games to play, but you can play it a little bit more carefree, knowing that you are going to be in that upper bracket. And the other thing sticking out to my eye is Entity and Talon tied on that elimination lower bracket. That could be a tiebreaker later in the day. But first, we have to move on to Group A. They get to play out their last series, their last 2 games, and we're going to see just how that group is going to fall. Who's going to be eliminated? That's what's going to happen after, maybe, potentially. We could have some tiebreakers, but potentially going to happen after these 2 games. There's 5 streams, guys. They're all happening at once, A, B, C, D, and E. But here in A, it's OG up against RNG. RNG didn't have a great day yesterday. I'm going to say it's straight out there. They went 0-6. They didn't pick up a single win, Kezu.
Well, I hope that they feel better today, because this team is amazing. Their first was 2 days. They did great. They went 9-1. You know, yesterday some changes to them. Unfortunate. Yeah, I just hope that they got some rest in and give themselves the best chance possible to win at least one of these 2 games.
It's almost the opposite. Fear is always like preparation. It's like, I really hope RNG are resting up. Side of OG, they also didn't have the most fantastic outcomes from yesterday, T-Panda. So what are you hoping they change up coming into this RNG matchup?
Well, they went 2-4 yesterday, and I think that bedroom loss really cost them a lot, because that would have been the ticket for upper bracket for OG if they took that 2-0. So I'm pretty sure that what they experienced yesterday, hopefully nobody drops out of the server this time.
Please no.
As I believe OG would be coming with a very invigorated attitude for this one. This is just one series, a well-slept night, hopefully, and focus only on 2 games of Dota, so you give it your everything.
Yeah, they're a team that are able to bounce back very well. We're going to see how they do bounce back from that day 3 here in day 4. We're going to jump into the game. It's with our favorite casters, Snare and Fluke.
Thank you very much, Nat and the gang. Hear that, Fluke, with the favorites. Shout out to them on the panel just there. One more game, fam. OG versus RNG. Right now, both of these squads are in very precarious positions. Neither of them are locked on for the upper bracket. If you take a 2-0 here for the side of OG, that's the bare minimum. 1-1 might not actually cut it. We don't know what the other results are going to look like if it's just a 1-1. So they need a 2-0. If RNG get a 2-0 though, they are confirmed for the upper bracket. it cannot get more tense than this, right? Yesterday, as
Yeah.
Nets was mentioning, RNG had a very rough day. What's your read of the competition coming into this one? Because we ended our night watching OG go 1-1 against a squad that we should have beaten, and RNG is much tougher competition than Betboom.
Yeah, RNG, unfortunately, a few circumstances are really not going their way. I agree with T-Panda. I really hope that these guys have gotten some rest and be able to come back into today and really be able to give it their all, because they looked so strong in the first 2 days of competition. Yesterday going 0-6 is not what you want at all, but you know, today this is their final series up against OG. If they get to 2-0 here, they should be able to then get themselves in towards the upper bracket. Hokori are sitting on 9-7 as well, so if Hokori get a 2-0 up against Team Liquid, then I imagine there might be some tiebreakers going that way, whether or not it's head-to-head or whatever. But they are definitely needing the 2-0 here, and OG, they have to get a 2-0. If they lose a single game here, they're not going to be in the upper bracket, because Hokori is going to be able to be too high up on them. Same with RNG, are going to be a little bit too high for them to ever overcome. So OG, they need a 2-0 here. If anything's going in their favor, the fact that RNG went 0-6 yesterday. So they know that they are beatable right now, this RNG squad. And yesterday, they kind of learned a little bit about themselves, right? And I think in that series up against Betboom, it goes to show that sometimes they can, you know, pick some of this weird and wacky stuff and not really be able to play their own style of Dota, but they also found some unique stuff that works really well for them. They've got this Oracle in their back pocket they always look really nice with. They've got Amar being able to pick his heroes like his Timbersaw and his Sliders and all that kind of stuff. So I think OG come into this with a unique little advantage, the fact that they have this kind of differing hero pool than what everybody else does, and the fact that they should be coming in with this feeling a little bit more confident than what RNG have been over the last couple of days.
RNG certainly are up against it. They're not just playing the game itself. They're fighting up against external circumstances. But oftentimes, we've seen at TIs that kind of pressure can turn into a run, give you that internal belief. The world is against us, then you rise up against the entire world. But let's get into it, Fluke. Game 1. RNG and OG. The most interesting part of this game is going to be starting, of course, with these ban phases. The Lich removed very early on. I mean, this is probably one of the first times we've seen a first phase Lich banned out, but it's not the first time we've seen Lich banned against RNG, but now it suddenly makes sense. They're going for the Shadow Fiend pickup. We've already seen what Xnova can do on his Lich to deny the Shadow Fiend being able to play aggressively on the map, take down these towers, force out the game win. So it seems to suggest that OG don't want to be spending too much time here in game number 1.
Yeah, OG definitely want to try and play that kind of fast-paced tempo here up against RNG. A lot of RNG's games have been going relatively later, though. They did have a pretty short series up against EG to end the day, but their series up against Hokori was a very, very long one, 63 minutes into 43 minutes. And then their first game up against PSG yesterday was a bit of a rollover. To be fair, that was a big old zoo strat, and they really couldn't come out on top on that one. So I think RNG, they're looking to try and have some of these heroes that can enable them to kind of play the games the way they want to. They've shown a lot of prowess with their ball strats. We've seen Ghost be able to pick up things like the Lone Druid, and they're able to play like a lot of these heroes that can kind of snowball together. I wouldn't hate to see them just go straight into like a Nyx Assassin +1 core here for RNG. It's going to be very, very hard for them to try and utilize that core because they can't protect it. Just going to go for the Disruptor +1 here. Maybe take a leaf out of Talon's book. Maybe this Lina is the hero that could be the SF counter.
Yeah. We saw earlier on in the tournament that teams were utilizing the Morphling in that role, but as this Lina has demonstrated earlier on, can be so oppressive into the SF. And it's across multiple lanes, right? The thing about this SF hero is his versatility in safe lane and in mid. But Lina seems to be able to dominate him at all phases of the game, no matter what he was able to do at the beginning. So good shout if they are going to go for the Lina. I am glad, though, that RNG have made sure to pick up one of Xnova's best heroes as well. He has been phenomenal on this Disruptor hero, but they get this Undying, and we already know that Chalice does play some of these off-kilter, off-lane heroes, so this is not a guarantee that this is going to be a support pairing already from RNG. This could be the off-lane situation for Chalice here on the Undying.
Yeah, it definitely could. I like it. A little bit of a deny pick as well. Usually you don't see these support 1-2s for the second pick, but being able to take it away from the Shadow Fiend. The Shadow Fiend Undying has been one of those really, really strong lanes. It also enables you in the mid game to be able to kind of just abuse the Tombstone, but they're just going to go with the Snapfire, which has been the safe response to this Undying. Snapfire has been a very, very good hero across these last couple of days, and Tiger has also been one of those players that has played it really well. To be fair, Misha can also pick it up here for OG, and they can try and go for some of these other aggressive heroes that Tiger likes to play with a lot of this kill threat. You know, things like Dark Willow, Hoodwink has been things that he has played in the past before. So we'll see what OG want to do with this Snapfire and how they're going to cover it here. Wouldn't hate to see something along the lines of like a Drow Sniper ban for OG, maybe even the Morphling as well. We've seen how strong Ghost has been on that hero so far. Don't really have to, cover any more of the other heroes except for this Shadow Fiend. We've seen what SF has been able to do when he has a free game. So OG, after what they've seen this morning from how hard this Shadow Fiend has had to play these last couple of games, I'm sure they're definitely thinking about these heroes that can get on top of his head, that can make it so he can't play these team fights properly, and really looking to try and keep him safe.
We should probably be looking at Pangolier in that regard as well for the side of RNG. Somnus, really amazing on that hero. A way to be able to close down the Shadow Fiend. You also can get on top of the Snapfire and just bother this hero a lot, stun him up, prevent him from using the Mortimer's Kisses. So RNG, I think they just need to find some dynamism from the mid lane for Somnus. But deeper into the draft, we know that OG have the capability of making this draft about the Shadow Fiend, but by and large, their drafts are often revolving around Amar. He played Slaughter yesterday. Game 1, he played his Timbersaw. Neither of those heroes feel particularly good just yet. Just any of these heroes playing into Disruptor just always feels sedge and bad. Until you get the BKB at the very least. I could still see the Slaughter, depending on if the lane is favorable, but I think Pangolier is probably going to be contested between both of these squads, because RNG won it for Somnus, and OG won it for either BZM or Amar in the off lane.
Yeah, I think Pangolier's a pretty fair shout as well. I feel like OG definitely could even fall back on something along the lines of like their Razor. That put him in really good stead. I feel like they're the only real team that's been playing Razor. I think EG played it a little bit for Nightfall as well, but I think that was more so in response to EG themselves. In response to OG themselves. So wouldn't hate to see it coming out from Amar. I think he's been one of those players that can really abuse the Razor, and it also gives them just a lot of these good lanes. Just being able to take out a lot of the melee heroes. It means that the Shadow Fiend's going to be the one that's going to have a good lane, with the Snapfire. Can even go towards the mid lane and be okay. So I feel like RNG need to try and target Amar a little bit here. Just try and make him play a little bit of these off-kilter heroes. We've seen things like the Timbersaw, seen things like the Slaughter as well. So I feel like maybe this is probably going to be Timber or either Razor ban that comes out here from RNG, and then probably the Naga Siren will be their final ban to come out here for RNG.
Fun hero Naga is. By the way, I'm very glad that we haven't gotten a Naga game together, honestly. I hate watching that hero. OG, they gladly ban out the Morphling, prevent it from being in the hands of Ghost, who's also been on a tear when it comes to playing that Morph hero. And we've just seen how good it can be into SF. I think one of the first games we saw from RNG was them beating SF with Morphling. So OG, done their research, know what's up. And surprisingly enough, RNG actually banned out this Ember Spirit. I thought that they might decide to leave this in the pool and then just pick it out of phase right now for the 16th, but they decided that nah, we do not actually want to deal with this. We don't want to give OG the potential 1-2 punch. And what are they going to go for in the mid lane here for Somnus is the real question. As Faceless Void gets banned, looks like OG are just trying to provide as much protection for the Shadow Fiend to be able to hyper carry this game as humanly possible.
Yeah, and I think Somnus has been playing a lot of these kind of straight up mid heroes as well. He had a really strong Ember Spirit game. He had a few strong performances on the Tiny and stuff like that as well. So just going to get rid of the Bloodseeker here. This is probably leading into Pangolier. Yep. So RNG are the first ones to be able to snag that up. They can play that on Somnus as well. He's played a bit of the Pangolier. It is one of those heroes that is starting to look really, really good in the meta. Just enables you to play so fast. Rolling Thunder is a very, very good very good spell to be able to play around here. OG, knowing that they like to play a lot of these weird kind of heroes, I wouldn't hate to see if they just pick something like a Bane. If they just went for like the Fiend script to say, no, like you're not going to Rolling Thunder anymore. We're just going to Bane group you. It allows you to have a relatively strong lane. Okay, they just go for the Oracle. I was thinking about whether or not they wanted to have this Oracle and play the way they did in the previous game that we saw them against Bet Boom. Tiger played this Oracle as a position 4, and they just played really fast. I think the biggest thing for me was like they just secured a Mars lane super easily with the Fortune's End and the Purifying Flame spam. Is this the first Sand King we've seen in this tournament as well? I feel like this hero's been dead for a long time.
It is not the first Sand King, it is the second one. It's only been played once so far the entire tournament, and the last game it was played was also by OG, so this buttress the point that you were making earlier about how OG just simply pick what they want. They're like, who cares? We play our Dota. Amar did play the Sand King. This feels like a very oppressive lane. You can channel this Fortune's End to follow the Sand King after he leads in with the Barrow Strike, create a lot of zone of control around him. So OG, I like this little combination that they've set up for themselves here. And I suppose they did need either a Blink Hero or some degree of reach because they didn't ban the Sniper or the Drow. RNG will definitely just go ahead and pick up the Drow right now. If they didn't have Sand King and they'd gone for like a more fighty style hero that doesn't buy Blink, then suddenly Drow was very happy to just sit far back, peppering in the damage. Now it's a little bit more complicated for her in this game.
Yeah, I think I like this Drow pick. Wouldn't have hated either the Sniper or the Drow. I think the biggest thing for me is the Drow can hit her timing a little bit earlier than what the Sniper can. Multi-shot has been proven to be a very, very strong spell, and you also have a little bit more lane prowess with the Frost House. Also, I don't think I've seen Ghost play Sniper, so I think Drow is probably just a little bit more comfortable for him to be able to pick up here. So I like what OG are doing. OG tend to try and play this fast kind of Dota. They have a lot of stuns most of the time. They have a lot of ways of getting these objectives and getting these team fights going their way. They're going to ban the Arc Warden here. So the one hero that is kind of left in the pool that just dominates a lot of these ranged hyper carries has been the Arc Warden. So OG have, you know, picked it in the past, so they shouldn't be too afraid of that. What is going to be the Chalice hero here, though, that OG are really getting scared of? I would like to see them pick a stun, a hero that can get on top of the Shadow Fiend, maybe something along the lines of like a Dawnbreaker. Wouldn't be too bad for them. We've seen the combination of the Pangolier roll. If you hit a Static Storm Kinetic Field combo and you get the Solar Guardian on top, that's just a lot of magic damage that's able to connect on a lot of these heroes. You're relatively tanky. You can get on top of the Shadow Fiend. You don't really care all too much about the SK, and if they ever do catch your Drow Ranger, you've got the response with the Solar Guardian. So wouldn't hate to see that.
I would love that, actually.
From Chalice.
I mean, we also just saw what impact Dawnbreaker can have in the lane, right? That plus Undying feels like a stupidly strong lane. It can apply pressure to the Shadow Fiend. There's kill threat on that lane as well. Yeah, I would love Dawnbreaker if that's an option. I'm not sure if Chalice has played it at this tournament yet, but if he hasn't, now would be a pretty great time to be able to bust this one out. What is left in the pool? So Primal Beast was already banned out. They definitely need some control, like you mentioned. There's no Slark in this game, so there's no point picking Axe. I don't think you want to go for Centaur, really. But any kind of stun. Has he played Tidehunter yet in this game or in this tournament just yet?
I think he has. They can also cover it with like a Slark ban if they wanted to go for the Tidehunter here for RNG. So I wouldn't hate to see it. I just want to see Chalice on a hero that can kind of get the fights going for them. I think they really need a little bit more of these stuns. Okay, the Beastmaster is going to be the final ban here. So this kind of just leads me towards that OG are going to be picking a hero that still can't deal with a lot of these summons and a lot of these zoo just yet. So they've kind of really only got the Sand King and the Scatterblast that can deal with that. Yeah, the Shadow Fiend races can work, but you still want to be making sure that you're not putting yourself in a position where you kind of get run over. So this last ban is going to tell us for RNG about what they want to pick as their Chalice hero. Whether or not they want to go for along the lines of like a Tidehunter. Legion Commander has been played before in the past, feels pretty bad because you're playing in towards an Oracle. I think you need something that can get on top of the Oracle and get on top of the Shadow Fiend. So I think Tidehunter or either the Dawnbreaker are the two heroes that I'm looking towards here for RNG.
So that could be coming out. Dawnbreaker, Tide. I think my options are those two, plus maybe Brewmaster, Darkseer potentially. I think Darkseer could actually be fairly decent in this game as well. Put the Iron Shell on the Pango, big Vac Walls combos into Static Storms. But anything that gives them some team fight and a potential aura builder. They ban out the Storm Spirit and OG go for the Nature's Prophet. This is a very intriguing Nature's Prophet pick at the very end of the draft. So this will put the Shadow Fiend mid, I assume. And then that allows Uragi to play the NP. All right. So this is more push potential across the map. And I think the main thing about this, you were talking earlier about how fast they play when they have this Oracle. Now suddenly you're not just playing fast with the Oracle Sand King, but at any given point in the early game, Nature's Prophet shows up, adds a little bit of additional damage, and makes sure they have the numerical overload at pretty much all sectors of the map.
Yeah, I think RNG leads them away. Yeah, I was going to say the Dawnbreaker. I think this leads them away from the Tidehunter because if they're relying on this Ravage spell to be their kind of team fight, they can get punished really hard by Nature's Prophet. And as we said, we know how fast OG can play, so they're going to have to go with the Dawnbreaker here for Chalice. I like the combination. They've got a lot of good responses. They've got their own global presence in the Solar Guardian. So I'm liking both drafts from RNG and OG. I think OG, they have a lot of easy stuns and they can play really, really fast here up against OG, but I mean, if RNG are back to the form that we saw them in day number 1 and day number 2, I think they should be able to take this one down. I just really hope they've been able to rest, been able to relax, been able to get back in towards that peak TI form, because I think it would be pretty heartbreaking for me seeing this RNG roster go 9-1 in the first 2 days, and then their day 3 and day 4 is where they fall down and they go to the lower bracket. So they only need 1 win though, Snare. That's the big thing. They need 1 win in this series here, and this is a pretty good shout here from RNG. But I think OG, they can play really fast, and when they play their own tempo, OG looks really, really good.
Indeed, they look amazing when they can play that tempo, and they have all the heroes necessary to be able to make it happen. I love the fact that in this game here, Fluke, none of these heroes have long cooldowns. I think the longest cooldown might be Requiem, actually, or maybe it's the Solo Guardian. Either way, you play with extremely high tempo, you're always on the map, you're always trying to make something happen. RNG, very fast-paced draft. OG matching them at that tempo. OG generally better at playing this style of draft, so let's see if they can make it happen. They cannot afford to lose. Any loss for them will kill their hopes of the upper bracket. But if RNG wins a single game, that keeps their hopes alive. So let's see which of these squads will take their destiny into their own hands in game number 1 of this BO2 set. Day 4 of the TI group stages. Fluke, I'm not sure how you feel about this, but I feel like this is, in terms of the quality of Dota, this has probably been the best TI we've ever had.
Yeah, I think the quality of games that we've had has been really, really high. I think there's only been a handful of games where, you know, a lot of people come out of it and said, okay, that probably could have been a little bit better. But a lot of the matchups have been really, really close. The fact that we're getting towards, you know, the final set of games. This is our second series out of 3 for today here. And the fact that we're getting towards this point and we're still talking about teams being able to fall out of the upper bracket and going into the lower bracket, still being able to talk about teams that are looking at the tiebreakers, still looking at teams that don't know if they're going to be eliminated or whether or not they're still going to be able to play on in TI. I think that's a really good shout here, and I really have enjoyed the big groups and the massive amount of Dota these guys have had to be able to play and stand up for a consistent amount of time.
Shout out to Misha, getting himself a tip from his mid player BZM, because he already got down the adequate vision in the river on the top side, so they'll be able to find a D ward soon on the RNG ward that's been plopped down. We'll see what this contestation will be like over this bounty rune, and this all-important game number 1. Who's gonna get the better start of things? Looks like we actually have a small little fight happening on the other side though, because X-Nova held in place by the Fortune's End, and I think his Fortune is about to end itself, unless he gets off a huge decay. All right, nice. 12 bonus strength. He's A-okay. Gets the bonus armor as well from the tier 1 tower. Doesn't end up dying somehow.
Did he end up with the rune? Okay, I was gonna say if X-Nova ended up with the bounty rune as well and walks away with his life, that is definitely worth it for the side of RNG. But it's not how it does pan out. And now Somnus, this is kind of the issue with this Pangoli in towards the Shadow Fiend combination, is the fact that these triple razors do so much damage. Yes, BZM is completely out of mana now, but this is how the Shadow Fiend really kind of abuses a lot of these melee heroes, and fortunately for Somnus, it's not going to stop. So as soon as this bottle comes up here for BZM, he's going to have the full creep wave to himself, and then he's just going to constantly cop this Shadow Raze spam, and if Somnus isn't careful, he can definitely go down early, and that's why I'm really looking towards these side lanes here for RNG. That's where I think they need to make a lot of their pressure, because if they can, you know, transition and rotate towards Somnus's lane once he hits that level 6 and maybe around the power rune, they can kill BZM, and then that's when they're able to really start to pull this game back here. Well, not pull the game back, but at least start off to a good start here for RNG.
For RNG, you look at their top lane, they're Disruptor with the Dawnbreaker, playing into Nature's Prophet with the Snapfire. If it was a different hero, potentially they might have a bit more kill potential, but nonetheless, they should still be able to find adequate farm for the Chalice Dawnbreaker. For Yuragi in this game, that's one of the things about safe lane Nature's Prophet, is that it can be a bit finicky when it comes to itemization. Which direction do you want to see him go? Because he should have a pretty free time in the laning phase. I don't think he dies really, and Misha, once he gets Fire Snap Cook, he can bail him out of most trouble he could get into. So what do you want to see being built up by the NP down the line?
I think from what we saw from Jabs in that game where he really popped off, I think he just went like Witchblade BKB into like a Desolator. So I wouldn't hate to see him just go for like the raw right clicks, right? Like he definitely needs a BKB this game. He definitely needs a whole lot of that damage, because if he can stand and deliver on the Rolling Thunder, then Somnus is going to have a rough time. You know, Pangoli. Ooh, okay.
Amar.
Got the kill. It's big.
Okay. X-Nova is out here, starting the game off in a very good state for himself, and being able to bring down the Sand King. This is going to be a bother for Amar for the most part, having this not just the Tombstone availability down the line, but having Soul Rip at some point will dissuade him from ever trying to get forward and aggress into Ghost, because he knows that immediately the heal will come out and there will be potential turnaround. So, rough start, but should still be fine, I guess. If he's careful, he shouldn't really die again.
Yeah. He should be relatively okay with how this is going, but this is the reason why that we've seen Undying being the hero that he is. So many of these traditional strength offlaners, they just can't deal with Dirge, and the fact that he just constantly spams it going, and now he's just going to stand and get in their face. Oh, that's a little bit unfortunate. The multi-shot only hits on Tiger for a little bit, but that's the reason why we saw Tiger go for this double wave stack up. What he did is he pulled one of the creep waves from the tier 1 tower, walked all the way back to the tier 2, and then TP'd back to the tier 1, so it doubled up the creep waves so then that they can eventually push this wave out. But RNG have just done a fantastic job at making it so that this creep wave has not even gone past their first set of trees. And RNG are doing a really, really good job of just making this lane very, very hard for Amar to play around with. And we talked about the fact that they can play very aggressive, but if they're the ones that are getting run at by a Dirge, like, how are you supposed to kill a guy who's got almost 2,000 HP at level 2?
Seems fair and balanced to me. Top lane, Misha. He gets gone on and you will end up dying. It's one thing if you have Fire Snap Cookie to bail out Yuragi, but not necessarily there to bail out himself. He ends up dying as bottom. They're also going to be going onto Tiger. One more right click coming in from Ghost will enable them to get kills on opposite sides of the map. It does cost the life of this Kaka Disruptor, but who the hell cares? The advantage they've been given will help out a lot. RNG feeling so good in this laning phase. Even this mid lane, it's not a dominating fest for BZM. Somnus is hanging in there in the CS department, not being outstripped massively. Has a wave coming in as well, so it should get CS out of this. And the entirety of RNG is starting to feel good in this early game.
Yeah, RNG are definitely feeling A-okay with how this lane is going. I think the biggest thing for me with this Dawnbreaker pick in towards the Nature's Prophet is you actually have a relatively free time against the Natures. You can deal well with these Treants, you can deal well with these auto attacks and get on top of him as well. So OG, they've decided they want to try and make the rotations here. Somnus is dead.
Somnus is gonna die here for sure. Dude, level 2 Purifying Flames. We saw this yesterday as well in their game against Bedboom when Tiger was playing this hero. And it just always shocks me how much damage the spell does in the early game. Good rotation coming in from him. Enables them to get something. And maybe even X-Nova might be in a bit of danger, but nice one. I keep forgetting that level 2 Decay is also pretty damn strong, so he's okay. In fact, they might put pressure onto Amar. He's forced to Burrow Strike himself to safety because he knows that Tombstone is soon coming back off cooldown. But Tiger might not be as lucky in the bottom lane. But he should be okay. It doesn't seem like Ghost is interested in chasing him. Has greater interest in the CS in the lane.
Yeah, they didn't have access to the Tombstone either, so X-Nova's going to lose his career bottom side. I did like that rotation there from OG. They understand that Shadow Fiend is going to be their best way into this game. Their side lanes really aren't doing all too well, and now they're aggressing once again. Somnus is in trouble.
He is indeed. Fortune's end to hold him in position. BCM finds the Razors, and Misha's here as well. They don't even need to throw in that much additional right-click damage because they have it after the Fire Snap Cookie stun. Second kill for Somnus, or onto Somnus rather, in this mid lane. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't go the way of BZM, so he's only gotten himself 2 assists rather than a kill so far. But being able to shut down this Pangolier is going to be a massive source of fighting for them. And in fact, they're turning onto X-Nova as well. BZM gets his first kill, picked up the Illusion Rune at the same time. They're not going to be able to clean up the Tombstone, but very good way to start this game for the Shadow Fiend now.
Yeah, BZM is off to a really, really good start. He's doing well in the lane. They've put a lot of resources into his lane as well. Kaka, oh no, you might be in the wrong place, wrong time, brother.
Well, I feel like this mid lane is just a place you cannot play right now, Fluke. Everybody who shows up here just gets their cheeks clapped in. They almost brought down BZM. Huge swashbuckle emerging from Somnus, but he didn't have the level 6 just yet, so couldn't try to roll onto him to finish off the kill. As BZM continues to get acceleration from his squad, now involved in 4 kills in this early game. Man, all of a sudden, look at the net worth of the Shadow Fiend at the top of the charts, outstripping the Drow just a little bit, but considering how good a game Drow has had, complete and utter free farm down bottom, this is good stuff coming in from the mid SF.
Yeah, BZM is definitely loving life right now, but same with RNG. They're doing really, really well to have Ghost in a good spot. Charles is having a really good game. I think the only thing for me is just Somnus is starting to fall behind a little bit. And we've seen what happens with these mid-Pangoliers. If you do start to fall behind, it feels like it is a very kind of intricate balance between making sure that your Pangolier is able to kind of be this chaos creator for you and making it so that you still actually have damage behind him. So RNG, they're definitely, not happy with how Somnus's game is going right now, but at the end of the day, he is playing a Pangolier and can make some rotations if he starts getting some of these power runes, and will always be one of those heroes that's going to make the Shadow Fiend's life a little bit annoying, and as long as the Drow Ranger's having a good time. They have Dust on him up.
He's super dead. Gets glimpsed back. You were talking about rotations. We do see the supports of RNG showing up bottom. And it's like you were mentioning, right? Chalice has a pretty much free time against Nature's Prophet top. So these supports free to move around as they please. They come to assist Ghost, who continues to just accelerate in this game. Getting closer and closer to just forcing this wave out in its entirety. They will get a quick revenge kill potentially onto X-Nova. They have the stun out with the Fire Snap Cookie, and they do find the kill. But at the same time, Somnus gets access to the Solar Guardian. It comes in. Oh no! He bounces Tiger to the high ground. They still find the kill. Now on the rolling blunder, Misha taking quite a bit of damage. Here comes Yuragi though with the teleport, but Ghost has also shown up with the multi-shots from the low ground. Going on to BZM. The Shadow Fiend's gonna die first. Yuragi managing to get quick revenge though on the Dawnbreaker as Misha trying to deny himself right now to the Ancients, and yes, he will succeed at getting it. However, it's still a lost team fight at the end of the day, so I'm just swashbuckling outside of the sprouts of Yuragi. They do have a Burrow Strike, but I don't think Amar wants to take the risk of going to the low ground right now. They're potentially coming back for this one. Man, all these heroes, every hero in the map has been around this dire triangle at the pre-10-minute mark of this game. I think this is a harbinger of things to come, Fluke. It's going to be an action-packed series between these two.
Yeah, OG really want to defend their stacks, and now that RNG understand where these stacks are and how big they actually are, I think they're probably going to make a concerted effort to walk themselves in their chalices at the top side of the map, so they don't really want to push him out. But Drow, oh no, Ghost. It's too bad if he goes down.
Needs assistance, needs help, but will not be getting it. That's the first death onto the Drow. This is such a good read on the map by OG. They recognize that, wait a second, Chalice showed up with the Solar Guardian to try and aggress onto BZM, so that means they don't have it available to come save the Drow. Let's just all in onto Ghost. They cannot save him, and then we push into the tier 1 tower. Phenomenal read of what the situation is, and now they found Somnus as well in the jungle. They might be able to get this kill. He's on so low HP, and Somnus will end up dying. The Wrath of Nature from Yuragi bounces around the map and gets the kill.
Yeah, OG, they're just putting the pedal to the metal right now. They understand that their heroes are really strong with their spells, and they want to try and get this fight going. Okay, so they take down Misha. Amar and BZM are here as well, and this is what I expected from them in the draft. I didn't expect the Shadow Fiend to be the one that's kind of just taking space from them. I thought it was going to be Amar on the Sand King, but yeah, they're just understanding that without this Solar Guardian, it's hard for RNG to have multiple members here. They've already taken down Ghost once. He doesn't have insane amounts of gold just yet on the Drow Ranger, so they understand that there's a small little window for them to try and get this fight going.
Mid lane, gonna quickly try and bring down Tiger. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do, but Yuragi is shown up. Sprout has been dropped down. There will be a Solar Guardian to protect Somnus, and now they potentially try and go onto BZM. Rolling Thunder will be there. The Requiem does come out, but it's not gonna be enough to get any counter kills. At the same time, though, Yuragi, with the help of BZM's final Requiem, was able to clean up Ghost. So it is a 2-for-1 in this mid lane. Neither of these squads giving any quarter here, Fluke. But at the end of the day, it is RNG that come ahead slightly from that exchange in this mid lane.
Yeah, I think you're probably pretty okay with how this is going. If you're RNG, they're the ones that got a little bit more gold. But I think the thing for me is, OG, they have, there's Nature's Prophet and the Shadow Fiend. And every single one of these fights, they either get one of the two. They don't get two. I think the thing for me is, Chalice is having a good game here on the Dawnbreaker, but he's going to be playing much more of a facilitator role. Whereas on the other side of things with the Shadow Fiend and the Nature's Prophet, they're both going to be damage dealers. And if Ghost is the one that's going down in these fights, Somnus and Chalice, yeah, they can do a lot of work in these team fights and they can create a lot of chaos. But if Ghost is not surviving and doing the damage for them, then it's going to be really hard for them to try and win these team fights once these BKBs come out, once this extra bit of survivability comes out from Tiger as well. Chalice.
Misha. Okay, Misha's gonna end up dead here. Yuragi went onto the high ground trying to hunt down Somnus, but the first static storm of the game gets committed onto the Nature's Prophet. He's being multi-shotted down, and Somnus, who was the target of his aggression, cleans him up with the shield crash. They drag back BZM as well with the glimpse. Kaka doesn't die either to the Death Requiem. So although they lose the tier 1 tower middle, they will end up finding 3. And you were saying right now that they need Ghost for the damage. Well, Ghost comes good in that fight and gets a double kill for his efforts.
Yeah, we were talking about the Nature's Prophet build a little bit earlier on, and he did just pick up the Orchid, so that was the reveal of the Orchid there from Yuragi. He wanted to go up onto the high ground, he wanted to take down Somnus, and unfortunately, the entirety of RNG was standing up there, and they were ready and waiting. We see here in the replay, they went on a Chalice. Chalice is going to be one of the harder heroes to kill. Almost 2,000 HP here on the Dawnbreaker. They blow up Misha, and then they just go, all right, let's try and go on the high ground here with Yuragi. But nobody else can aggress because of this beautiful tombstone that came in from X-Nova. This is the reason I was seeing a lot of these Undyings. It's so hard for you to take space back against Tombstone because you walk in, you don't instantly kill some of these zombies, then you've got 3 or 4 that are punching into you, you're permanently being slowed, and it's just impossible for you to aggress back onto this space. And now OG... a little bit behind the 8 ball here. They're 2 kills behind, but it's not the worst. But the reveal of the Orchid, they wanted that to be a little bit cleaner here from Yuragi. But OG, never fear. The aggression is always here. Let's see if they can take down Ghost.
They want to reveal this Blink Dagger they've just picked up for the Sand King, and they're going to come around. Perfect angle to find Drow, and she is dead too, right? Morty's kisses will drop down onto her face. No option for her to escape away from this. And X-Nova couldn't really do anything as this Undying a bit too far away. Amar might decide to blink after him once the blink comes back online, but I think he's a little bit too far away. Down bottom though, looking like Yuragi might be the one that they try aggress upon because they shield crash him. Somnus outside with the Rolling Thunder. Won't be able to channel it just yet though. Static Storm directly onto Tiger as Amar has shown up. Gets the Burrow Strike. He will get glimpsed back, but it's a little bit too late. They've already found the kill onto Somnus, and now BZM recognizes that Chalice is a little bit out of position. They get the silence out with the Orchid, they get the roots out with the Fortune's End, and they get the damage out with BZM. Tiger will end up claiming the kill, but that's 2 cores brought down on this bottom side of the map for OG. And they're punching back in a very big way here. Despite losing that little skirmish in the mid lane, they make sure to still win out on the map.
Yeah, that was really, really awkward there coming in from RNG. I thought they were just going to commit the Rolling Thunder there from Somnus, but him just not utilizing it means that there was a whole lot of damage that came through from OG, a whole lot of magic damage, and getting that kill there on a Somnus meant the Chalice came in with the Solar Guardian, and then once the Solar Guardian was done, Chalice was stuck here without a TP, and then it was just all bad to worse there for RNG, but... OG, they're doing a really good job at just constantly getting this aggression. You can see the vision that they've got down now. Misha really wants to try and control this bottom side of the map. If they take out this tier 2 tower here, we've seen when it has happened in multiple games, right? You take this tier 2 tower, you constantly push in this bottom lane with something like an Aegis Prophet or even a Sand King, and then that means you've got so much more space to play with on top side of the map. Ghost, so he's in trouble.
He's in trouble again. We've seen this movie.
No.
Last time around, it ended quite poorly for Ghost, and Amar with the Sandstorm might actually be able to kill Ghost. Fire Snap Cookie enables him to pick it up. Misha with the Scatter Blast brings down the Undying and takes the Tombstone away. Even if they get the kill onto Misha, it's definitely worth it, and they're not even going to find that Tiger on hand with the Fate's Edict to ensure his escape. And OG, this 2-hero gang squad of the Sand King with the young Snapfire has just been so strong across the map, especially with the damage flying overhead from the Wrath of Nature of Yuragi.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, right, is they've got a lot of global gank threat all the time, and that's why you see that Amar just kind of rushed this Blink Dagger. He didn't really have a good time in the lane, but the Blink Dagger rush just means that they've always got kill threat wherever they are. Blink Burrow Strike is going to do a lot of damage. They've got a lot of follow-up with the Oracle as well as the Sapphire, and this is what I talked about, right? You just pick stunts. You just pick like low cooldown stunts that do a lot of damage and they can catch people out. At least Kaka has now found Tiger, so should be able to get this kill. It's going to go Scepter though.
I'm not sure they actually get this kill. He doesn't have it. He has a magic wand to pop. He can get off the false promise. And his team is coming. They are going to be able to kill him, but the question is, will they be able to escape with their lives? Amar leading the charge with the Blink Dagger. He will get blown up at the very end, but here comes Amar on the back end with BZM. They're looking for a target. They come across X-Nova and Kaka. Bringing down Kaka first. Somnus goes in with his own Rolling Thunder, trying to make this a counterplay. Solar Guardian flying in, but it gets cancelled immediately somewhere on the map. BZM able to then blow up the Undying. Fire Snap Cookie stuns up Somnus after the Rolling Thunder, and he's going to end up losing his life as well. It's a triple kill for BZM. He's zooming from the mid lane, this best zoomer mid, making this game look easy for OG right now as they now attain a 5k gold lead and win yet another fight in the early game.
Yeah, it was a nice play there from Yuragi. He was sitting on the side of the fight. He was able to just orchid up Chalice. That meant that the Solar Guardian didn't come through, and Somnus was kind of stuck on an island. You can see the initiation that comes in from RNG is good. They caught out Kaka instantaneously. There's no disruptor, there's no static zone they have to play around with. It was a good placing of the Tombstone, and they did a good job to be able to get in the back there. But as soon as Yuragi was able to get that orchid off on towards Chalice, this team fight got really awkward. You can see here on the mini-map as well that Ghost is slowly running up the river, but when you don't have the damage of the Drow around, it's oh so hard for them to play around, and BZM definitely super happy with how that game has been going so far. Oh my god.
initiation.
Super happy with that, and incredibly happy with the initiation they found through this mid lane. As Amar finds the perfect angle for the Burrow Strike. They follow that up with the Morty's Kisses. And, well, that's another massive win for OG. This is certainly going to be a Roshan take for them. Because Yuragi, you were mentioning that he's going to go for this Desolator. Didn't buy the Witchblade, went straight in for the Orchid. But now that the Deso arrives... Oh, it's a BKB. Okay, playing more defensively, but I like it. Orchid BKB with an Aegis in tow for BZM. How do they fight this from RNG? They're going to try right now. Somnus looking for the Rolling Thunder, but he doesn't have a way into this. Shield crash through. Finally gets into the pit, but OG have now read this movement quite well. They know there's no more Rolling Thunder. Chalice isn't nearby, so you can't Solar Guardian in. And there's nothing they can do. At the very least, Ghost is able to kill off the Roshan with the multi-shot. So that they get something out of it, a bit of gold. But nonetheless, they cannot stop them just getting this Aegis into the hands of Yuragi.
Yep. Nice little snatch there from Mr. Yuragi. It was very hard fought that time around. But OG, they're doing a good job. They understood that once they killed the Dawnbreaker, they don't have to worry about the Solar Guardian. And then Somnus was a little bit awkward for him in that initiation. He went down the ramp and he clipped onto the side. So he actually bounced back up the ramp the first time around, and he had to basically do like a very slow 180 to get himself back in towards the pit. And by the time he actually got in the pit, the Rolling Thunder was over, and OG just kind of went, okay, dude, and they walked out. So wasn't really much that RNG could do here. Somnus is slowly starting to get back into this game, but you know, being at the net worth he is right now, the fact that BZM as well as Yuragi are topping those charts is going to be hard for them. I think the biggest thing for me is they need to try and link up with Ghost here. He doesn't want to have to go into these team fights unless he has these safe items, right? He wants these defensive items. He's going to go for an early Lincoln Sphere here, then he's going to go for a BKB later on. So Lincolns will be able to save him from Fortune's End, save him from the Orchid, save him from the Blink Burrow Strike. So it's going to be a good shout for him to at least be able to react to what's going to be coming in here from OG.
Speaking of reactions, X-Nova went in for a D-Ward. Well, OG are like, how dare you touch our vision? I'm glad it's Misha that got that kill. It's like, hey, you take my wards, I kill you. It's like, okay, sorry, mate. And they can just group up with BZM right now. Yuragi is solo pushing down the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. They can link up back in the tier 2 in middle and just slowly but surely start to choke out this map. In RNG, there aren't many counterplay options available for them. They do have access to all their ultis again, but man, playing through the double BKBs of BZM and Yuragi is a pretty tough ask for them right now, especially because Amar thinking about going in. He's channeling it. He's just waiting for the right moment. Let's see when he goes in. This is such a tense moment, Fluke. What do you do as RNG? Because you also know that the Sand King is probably doing this, right? That's probably why they're clearing out these trees with Chalice, using the Selly Hammer so they have enough space to scout out the forward momentum jump of the Sand King.
They have BKBs now on their Dawnbreaker as well, so they at least have the tools that they need, but they need to try and get a good initiation. They need to try and get a nice little static storm. They need to try and get a nice use of the Solid Guardian and make sure that there's this good front to back so Ghost can do the damage. Look how much damage they do to BZM early on though, so get this fight going. Orchid's already been used by Yuragi.
Oh, dual Burrow Strike onto Kaka and Chalice. Kaka is gone. He got off the static storm before he goes down. It stuns up and silences Tiger on the back end of the fight. In the meantime, Yuragi gets rolled back into as well. Loses out on his first life, but they get immediate revenge by bursting down the Undying. The Tombstone is close to the tier 2 tower instead of close to the fight, so they don't have to worry about the zombies all that much. As OG clean up both supports and now considering going up the high ground, even without the Aegis being online. They saw that the Rolling Thunder is gone, Static Storm is gone, Tombstone is gone. What else does RNG have left to try and dissuade OG from doing this?
Not really much. They at least got the Aegis here, so this tier 3 fight might not be too bad. Another BKB here on BZM, and Charles is going in.
Still got False Promise though, glimpsing him back into position. They want to get this damage out. Chalice, can he escape away with the Solar Guardian? Indeed he can. And they have enough damage ultimately to burst down the SF. Multi-shot, almost kills Amar heads up. He's forced into a Yule, and they don't catch him with the gust. Oh no. Amar allowed to escape. Somnus at the very least able to track down Misha thanks to the swashbuckle. Burnt all his mana away as well, so he can't fire snap quickly to the low ground. And Ghost finds a double kill off the back of this. And although OG are excellent at playing this extremely high-tempo game, we've seen time and time again here, Fluke, that RNG are excellent at high-ground defense, even in difficult games. They demonstrated once more, they keep the tier 3 tower alive even, and they punch OG in the mouth and take a team fight at long last.
Yeah, they did lose a lot of HP on their tier 3 tower though, and I think that was just a little bit of an overstay that came in from OG. I think they felt relatively strong without having the Aegis. They really made RNG work for this fight. You can see here how much damage that goes in onto BZM. They've got a lot of kite ability with the Fire Snap Cookie. They've got a lot of 4-stars as well. Amar still just constantly pump faking this epicenter. The fact that Chalice lives here is pretty massive for RNG. The fact that the Solar Guardian is so hard to deal with for a lot of these players. They would have loved to have killed Amar here, but Ghost just slightly mistiming the Gust, and they didn't really have a good way of stopping his TP either. So RNG did a good job to be able to defend this this push, but I imagine OG definitely not going to take their strength for granted this time around. They didn't have the BKB on the SF, they didn't have their BKB on Uragi either, they didn't have the Aegis, so I think they were kind of just testing the waters, and they almost got away with it scot-free, to be perfectly honest. They only really lost, what, 1 hero, and it really wasn't the worst for them.
Yep. Would have gotten away with the 2 if it wasn't for these meddling heroes. They're going to smoke up again. Heading into the Radiant Triangle. Oh no, it's Ghost. Ghost. He has a BKB, but he can't get it off. He's been stunned up. Forced off will be there. BKB will emerge. Static Storm dropped down, but it's only onto Uragi. He already has the BKB active for himself. But now Ghost turning around after Chalice came in with the Solar Guardian. Somnus rolling in with the Rolling Thunder. BZM though, chase Ghost and kills him by himself. They are going to be able to get the control back onto Uragi though and bring him down as well. So 1-1 traded, but now Chalice's BKB has expired. So Amar able to stun him up and ensure that they bring him down as well. 2-for-1 exchange inside the Radiant Triangle. Great catch from OG though to aggress into Ghost. That was the primary target and they managed to pick him up.
Yeah, beautiful bit of, just smoke play there as well. Just be able to walk around. BZM understands that taking down this Drought here is exactly what they need to do if he keeps getting on top of Ghost. They don't have that much mobility for him, so 4-star Hurricane Pike moved around the fight, and this is what happens when you have to pop your BKB when you're at like 50% HP. Yeah, you had a DD rune, but you could just see that Ghost wasn't able to move back up the ramp, wasn't able to get back into this team fight, and OG, they just perfectly understand that they have very, very low cooldown stuff for them to just kind of walk in. Like, they've got a lot of cooldowns, low cooldown spells. You know, their BKBs decided to get lower cooldown as well, so they don't really care about the way that they're walking around. You know, 90 seconds isn't too bad for a BKB cooldown, so whenever they have any of this stuff up, they're just going to walk in and they're going to try and take as much space as they possibly can from OG.
OG ahead right now, 11k on the net worth. What's our boy Uragi building out here? So he did get that Witchblade that you were talking about earlier, and he's going in for this Nullifier thereafter. Okay. Nullifier. This is going to be the second game that we see this today. That's just X-Nova, it's fine. Whatever. How do you feel about this Nullifier? Oh, it's changed his mind. Never mind. He's going back for the Desolator. He changed his mind again. Uragi. Okay, let's click on another hero. But what do you think would be the best option coming in from him, though, at this stage of the game?
I like the Nullifier. The issues that they're having right now is they're getting carded around by 4-staffs, and Nullifies a 4-staff, right? Because it's constant purge as long as you're getting the auto attacks in, so you can't get the full distance of the 4-staff. So I don't hate it. I definitely feel like, you know, X-Nova as well as Karka are probably going to try and move themselves towards like a Ghost Scepter as well. So they have this Nullifier. Not only is it a massive amount of slow, but it also gives them a perk so they can try and play around these 4-stars. Karka though. Karka.
Probably. Is he fine? Is he fine? Yeah.
Oh
no, he didn't TP the fountain. Oh, so he burns to the Orchid. Oh no. Feels bad, man. That's a rough situation. If he was able to live, then maybe they have like some weird counterplay in the top lane, going in with the glimpse, but regrettably he dies. Man, he actually died to the final tick as well, coming in from the soul burn. So shout out to Uragi for getting that kill, making life more difficult. And his team in the meantime were taking a tier 2 tower. So this map continues to shrink for RNG. What are their options here, Fluke, to counterplay this situation that they're in? I mean, Somnus does now have a Basher as well, and Ghost has BKB, Hurricane Pike. Is it time to smoke yet, or do they need to wait for one more item, the completion of the Desolator on Chalice, before they can feel confident in moving on the map?
I think, how close is he to Dessa? He's still a while, so he's like 600 gold away. Okay, I guess now he's going to have it in 50 gold, so they can play around their Desolator now. They just need to be on the front foot. Honestly, I think this is going to be the tale for RNG, is if they can not be the ones that get Blink Burrow struck, but Amar, they understand, they know what's going on, they found Ghost.
Oh, the one target that cannot be caught out first, but his team bailed him out of trouble yet again. He has the BKB trying to run away. Nice little swashbuckle from Somnus, stuns out BZM. and they will be able to bail out Ghost. It does cost the life of Kaka, but Kaka are happy to die for the cause. That was so close, and that's the worst case scenario for RNG. But we are starting to get to the point where Ghost is no longer imminently burstable. So that does give some degree of counterplay option for RNG down the line. Not right now, but once he gets the Lincoln Sphere as well, things do get a little bit better for RNG.
Yeah, they get a little bit better that they actually have to try and outplay his Lincolns rather than them just big Burrow striking. But you can just see the amount of vision that OG have. It is so simple for them to be able to play around the map, and albeit there might be some smokes that go forward, but as soon as they see this Drow Ranger, they go in, and once again, Amar double stun.
This is why he's the only one allowed to play Sand King. Gets the double stun. Will get punished super hard for it though. Straight up killed, and they're gonna smoke. Roshan is coming up soon. Amar realizes this. He knows that he can't give up this positioning, so he buys back. They want to keep themselves on the front foot on the side of OG. And they actually smoke up for RNG. 2 heroes hoping to try find something here. Pango has also picked up his Blink Dagger as well. So finally Somnus has an additional degree of initiation. As it arrives, they might go for another smoke, and indeed they do. This is going to be a big reveal here, Fluke, if they can catch them off guard. BKB for BZM is still on cooldown for another 3 seconds, but they don't get there in time. Instead, Amar's the one to initiate. He finds the X-Nova Undying, and they've already gotten the 1 kill. Kaka getting himself far away. They'll drop the Static Storm down. Amar's inside it, but False Promise bails him out. Rolling Thunder from Somnus, doing quite a bit of disable work here in the midst of this fight. But the only hero to have died so far is this Undying of X-Nova. Amar, though, chasing. Don't find the Burrow Strike, and they glimpse back BZM so they don't have additional damage. Roshan does respawn though, and OG feel like they have this positioning. They know there's no more Static Storm, they know there's no more Rolling Thunder, and now they've killed the Courier, so there's no ultimate orb for Ghost. They're certainly going to be able to claim the Roshan and get the Aegis as a result of this.
Yeah, there was a massive creep wave that was pushing in bottom, but OG just had the dominant amount of vision. They had a high ground ward here on the Radiant Triangle. They had a high ground ward here in the river. They even had a high ground ward behind the Roach Pit. There was even a ward that was going in towards this Radiant mid lane as well. So OG had perfect vision about how this was going. You can just see it in the way that the team fight went out. They got an initiation onto Amar, but as soon as they know exactly where Ghost is, as soon as Ghost shows his face, BZM blinks on top of him, Yuragi TP's behind him. And you can just see that it's like, as soon as he gets one multi-shot off, they go directly onto the Drow Ranger. Ghost has to BKB, and now he has to run away. And this is where this fight for RNG goes really, really bad, because a lot of their damage purely comes from Ghost. And this is where I talked about these like kind of multi-cores and these single cores. Drow Ranger has a really good matchup in towards the Shadow Fiend as a 1v1, but now that they've got Yuragi on this Nature's Prophet, it's very, very hard for her to play these team fights because she has 2 heroes that go, I found you, I'm going to get on top of you, I'm going to try and kill you. So Ghost is going to have to try and put himself in such a good position to try and outplay BZM as well as Yuragi, but you can just see that OG understand what the target prioritization is going to be. Kill Ghost, or at least get Ghost out of a fight, and you're going to win it 9 times out of 10.
Yep. You mentioned it earlier that if Ghost is not involved in an engagement, then RNG are bereft of damage. And we saw it in that fight as well. Kaka got an okay Static Storm. There was a decent Rolling Thunder, but none of it mattered. And speaking of Rolling Thunder, the hero that has it is going to be bursted down as Somnus gets caught inside the triangle and gets himself killed. They will be able to at least take down the Tombstone as well, in addition to his life. Kaka doesn't die just yet, but Ghost might be in danger. Yuragi jumps on top of him, forces him to pop the BKB. And now that's another BKB charge. Ghost already down to 6 seconds. Dude, we're down to a 6-second BKB, and we haven't seen Ghost use it in an offensive manner. Not even a single time. OG ascendant right now, and they're going to try again for this mid-push. There's no Rolling Thunder. They still have an Aegis. Might as well try to get the tier 3 tower at long last.
Yep, this is a tier 3 tower that they almost got through in the previous time. Now we've got the Reign of Destiny, which is something we saw from Thompson in the LCQ, but this time around there's actually been enough gold for Tiger to have his own Ags now. It's very, very hard to try and fight in some of these areas. It enables you to kind of just stand your ground, because you've got like a Sand King who wants to stand inside of his Sandstorm. You've got a Shadow Fiend who wants to stand and fight as well. So you got a full Anorax here. There's not much that RNG can do. They're 24k behind here at 31 minutes into the game. There's an Aegis on BZM. Yuragi's starting to come up with his next set of items. He's got an own Hurricane Pike. He's going to have a Daedalus very, very soon. I think the fact that Tiger just has so much gold, and same with Misha as well, right? That it's just hard for them to team fight when everybody is so fat on the side of OG.
RNG, they have one last opportunity here. They only need the one game to get into the upper bracket, and they're going in. Somnus, they've isolated Amar, but Amar gets hit with the false promise, so he's going to stay alive in this fight. The Reign of Destiny making things so difficult for them. They've already brought down X-Nova. Now they jump Ghost. BKB is down, and Ghost's life is forfeit. No buyback available for him. A dieback for X-Nova, and there's going to be a GG called by RNG. Despite Somnus getting a pretty sick swashbuckle at the very end of the game, it matters for Nords. They don't have the damage, they don't have the survivability, and they do not have the game. OG victorious in this first game of this 2-game set. Upper bracket is still alive here, Fluke. They can still make it provided they get the 2-0. But with a win like this, they're well on the path to being able to do so.
Yeah, they definitely are. They're getting to a point now where we're looking at this for RNG, where they are unfortunately behind the 8 ball. That was a really good game that came in there from OG. I don't feel for Chalice having to draft against this OG squad. I think the way that these guys are drafting is very, very hard to play against, because you play, 16 games against teams who have been picking relatively the same stuff, and then you play up against OG, and they're the only team that picks Sand King, and you're like, I haven't played against the Sand King in like 3 months. Like, how are you supposed to play against this hero that does what he does? And a little bit unfortunate there for RNG. I think their draft was really, really good, but they simply just got outpaced. I think once OG realized that it was all Ghost or nothing here for RNG, that they played these team fights perfectly. Yuragi was constantly dipping it towards the backline. BZM had a untouched game. I think there was a few hiccups that he had here throughout this game, but he had a really, really good game here for OG. And the fact that they need to win the remainder of their games to try and keep these upper bracket hopes alive is exactly what you want from your star mid laner, right? You want BZM to be able to pop off like he has, and OG, I think they kind of just out-team fought them in a lot of these fights. I don't think they really got out-drafted all too hard, but it was just the laning phase went really well for BZM, and then the team fights just get, kind of a little bit too far to kind of outplay OG.
Unfortunately, the drafting style between the two squads here was very high tempo from both of them, but something that I mentioned at the end of the draft, OG, this is their wheelhouse. You're playing right into their hands with this kind of game style, and unfortunately, this is what they want. They want to be constantly fighting. They know that they probably have better positioning and understanding of who to target first in the fight, how to get to that target first in the fight, and they demonstrated here in game number 1. This has been unfortunate for RNG as well, because there were some moments where it felt like they might be able to make some comebacks, but the relative lack of damage, playing into this dual core lineup with only Ghost being able to dish out any degree of damage, really ended up hurting them at the end of the day. Now I'm like looking back at the draft and saying, they went for the Pangolier in the 3rd pick for themselves, 15th in the draft, but maybe they go for Ember Spirit. Would that have been a little bit better to at least give them some addition of damage, so that it's not just control that Somnus is offering to these team fights?
Yeah, I think that would have been nice, but OG, I believe it was either OG or RNG banned the Ember Spirit. I think it was RNG banned it, yeah. So I feel like going forward here, when you're playing up against OG, I don't want to say you can almost guarantee that they're going to be playing multi-core, but a lot of the time they have been playing a lot of multi-core, right? They've been playing a lot of heroes for Yuragi that can deal damage, a lot of heroes for BZM that can do damage, and even if they don't have those two playing carries, then Amar is, able to whip out things like his Husker or even his Razor and all that kind of stuff. So I think drafting against OG is a little bit difficult. I think some teams have been able to get over the top of OG by just kind of out-drafting them. I think into a position here for OG, when they have like a relatively even kind of draft and they play the style that they want and they play the tempo that they want, they're very, very hard to beat. So it's unfortunate now for RNG that they have to win this next game or, face themselves in the elimination bracket after such a hot start for them. It's very, very heartbreaking, but hey, that's the kind of nature of TI sometimes, and that's where the cookie crumbles. And OG, they're fighting back, and they're getting to a point now where they're fighting for their own upper bracket lives.
OG 1 game away right now from being able to get close. Still not a guarantee. We still have to wait on other results. Simply getting yourself into that position that they want might not be enough, but they're well on their way right now. They have tied up the entire score in the group between themselves and RNG. Both squads are now sitting on 9 and 8. Tiger, outstanding play on this Oracle. And you were mentioning it yesterday when we were doing the Bet Boom series. Him being able to perform this well on heroes like this, now you have to start thinking about banning Oracle. It's never going to be fun to have to ban Oracle. It feels like OG then get a free slot in the drafting phase. And with performances like this, it really makes a strong shot for it. I mean, the damage mitigation we've already seen throughout the last couple of months, and especially with this iteration of the patch, how strong items like Wraith Pack can be. Just damage mitigation in general is so good. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more Oracle, given how well it's looked from Tiger. But right now, Tiger and the boys one game ahead. If they win game 2, they make a strong shot for the upper bracket. But if RNG wins, they can pretty much secure the upper bracket at that point. We'll be figuring out what happens in this all-important must-win game for both of these squads once we return from a small break. This is Snare and Fluke. This is the last day of the group stages at TI11, and we'll be right back.
shields and our swords. We pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, one and all, to day number 4, the final day of group stages at TI11. We're deep into this Group A matchup between OG and RNG, and let's just set the stage for all of you. Right now, it's 1-0 in favor of OG. Right now, OG, RNG, and Hokori are all tied on 9 games, and right now, only one upper bracket slot remains in this group. Whoever wins this game is in the best position to claim it. Hokori could still force a tiebreaker, but if you lose, you don't have an option. You don't have an ability to play those tiebreakers, and you're guaranteed not involved in the upper bracket. This is where it comes down to the wire. This is where big game temperament has to come out. You can see the conversation, you can see the nerves, Fluke. They know exactly what's at stake. Starting in the lower bracket gauntlet versus starting in the upper bracket, the difference is night and day. And we still to this day have never seen a team win TI from starting in the lower bracket best of ones. Who are you favoring going into this game number 2? Tell me what the story is going to be.
It's a very, very rough story, right? Because OG, they're the ones that have the momentum right now. They're the ones that are feeling like they are on top of RNG. And as we've said, you win this game. So no matter out of RNG and OG, they're going to be playing for an upper bracket slot. So the winner out of this game is going to be in that upper bracket. And it's on Hokori to try and force this tiebreaker if they're able to get a game victory up against Team Liquid. So the way it works right now, this game is your destiny is in your hands, right? Out of RNG and OG. What you have to do is you have to win this game. And I think this is where it's all about comfort for both these two teams. OG have shown us how strong they have been when they have their comfort heroes, when they have their Amar heroes, when they have BZM who's having a really, really good lane, when Yuragi's playing fast tempo, when Tiger's playing this weird kind of position 4 stuff. And I think the same thing is true for RNG. They got so many wins off the back of just picking like Leshrac plus a Lone Druid plus a Visage, and they just balled together and they finished the game in 20 minutes. So I think for me, RNG, go back to some of that death ball kind of style. Force OG to try and crack this death ball and see if they can get it done in 20 minutes or less, or see if they can just kind of force OG to fight them when they don't want to fight. Because what OG has been able to do in these past couple of series as well is really kind of identify when they're strong, whether or not they've got their BKBs, whether or not they've got their blink daggers, whether or not they've got a few extra levels on some of their heroes. So now coming into this, I think it's all about comfort. This is the final game for both these two squads, so they don't have to play best of ones. And that's a scary thing for both these two teams. Neither of these teams want to be playing best of ones. Nobody wants to be playing best of one snare, but I mean, you got to put everything on the table.
You really do have to put everything on the table, and this performance that you bring for this game has to necessarily has to be your best one. Like, we've seen both of these squads faltering, especially RNG yesterday. To be fair, circumstances not necessarily conducive to them performing at their absolute best, but if they are unable, if they falter even for one step here, they just need to have one more good game. Like you said, day 1 and day 2, they look like the best team in the tournament. Day 3, of course, circumstances beyond their control have led to them to a position where they're down now to this last game. They've lost 7 games in a row. That also has to weigh heavily on their mentality, right? It's one thing if you're in a situation where it's like, well, we need one more game, but we've won our last 3 games up until it. So we have that momentum built up for us. RNG have to dig deep, deep, deep in this particular situation. So speaking about draft, you were saying that they need to make sure that they can get themselves into a position where they can play fast, have that death ball going. If they do that, what heroes are we anticipating them starting the draft with in order to enable that style of play?
I think you really want to try and have some of these heroes that just enable you to play a little bit faster and have some good lanes. So I wouldn't hate to see them pick up something along the lines of like maybe they go for their Undying, maybe they play along the lines of like their Nyx Assassin. We've seen what X-Nova's been able to do with the Snapfire as well. So I think one of those 3 heroes for your opening support, and then I want to see them try and go for maybe something along the lines of like an early Drow Ranger, or maybe they want to go for like an early, you know, kind of Luna pickup. Maybe Luna might not be one of the good heroes that they want to try and go early on here, or whether or not they want to try and have some of these other heroes that can kind of just enable them to kind of walk forward. I think the thing is for me is seeing these first couple of bans, because OG in the past have been more than A-okay with just allowing some of these very, very strong heroes to come out on top. So I think for me it's just all about these opening kind of bans here, and I just want to see RNG go back for some comfort. Play around like your Leshracs, play around like your Nyx Assassins, and play around this death ball that has looked so strong for them in the past.
Well, that's if they're allowed to have the Leshrac. OG have also caught on to the fact that this squad looks amazing when they have that hero. They first banned it in the previous game. Very much an understanding of the strengths of RNG. We didn't see them get back to the Nyx Assassin on RNG, so maybe that's a way that they can try to get themselves back into this. I would prefer to see Kaka play a decisive game on Nyx Assassin rather than Disruptor, but overall, here we go. We don't know what the first ban's going to be. Looks like RNG are thinking about Primal Beast as they remove the Clockwork first, and OG leaving the Leshrac in the pool. OG do have the 1-2 punch, so they're kind of going to force RNG into a situation of, are you going to pick Leshrac or are you going to pick Nyx Assassin? And I wouldn't be too surprised to see OG just leave both in the pool just to put RNG into an awkward decision for their first overall pick.
I think also you got to be thinking about this Shadow Fiend as well. It's definitely been something that OG have liked to first pick in the past. Clockwork is relatively good against the SF. You just shot on top of him, and he forced him to kind of play. Oh my god, they actually first phase Oracle. This is what I talked about, man. This is what happens. You pick this weird stuff, and it looks good, and then it gets in teams' heads, and they go, can we actually beat Oracle? I don't know. I've played against like a grand total of like 10 Oracles in my lifetime. All right, let's just ban it. And now we're looking at a scenario where Primal Beast is open, Nyx Assassin is open, Leshrac is open, Shadow Fiend is open. So you have these 4 very, very strong openers that both these teams like to use. So I think looking at this right now, it's all about what does OG want to try and give up and then hope they get in return. So it's like if they leave the Shadow Fiend, do they want to try and get themselves the Primal Beast? They're going to get rid of the Undying here. So SF, Leshrac, Nyx Assassin still alive, and the Primal Beast. So
all right,
probably SF +1. Nyx Lesh?
Do OG play Lesh? I haven't seen them play. I think Nyx SF probably better, right? Because then the Nyx Assassin can have some kind of impact into the Primal Beast as well, similar to what the Clockwork would be doing for them. We did cotton on to the fact that they're going to pick this after. And then if you get access to Nyx, it's good. Lesh, I don't know if BZM actually plays Leshrac. I'm not sure if they have run that hero, but he definitely plays SF, and no reason not to pick that up once more. They can try and protect it in the second phase. I don't know what RNG is going to go for here, unless they go for like Primal Beast Morphling. This does seem to feel like they're going for a dual core setup at the very beginning of their draft from RNG. That's usually been the case when we've seen these Primal Beasts as a first overall pick in the draft.
Yeah, Primal Beasts have done a really good job at just kind of enabling a lot of these hard carries to be able to play fast tempo. So wouldn't hate to see something along those lines, whether it's going to be Chalice that picks up this Primal Beast, whether or not Somnus is going to be able to pick it up. I would love to see Somnus play one of his signature heroes, play like his Ember Spirits. Maybe he plays something along the lines of like a Lena. Just play one of these heroes that can play really fast. You just give Chalice his Primal Beast, most of the lanes are going to be relatively okay, unless OG want to go for like an early Faceless forward or maybe like an early Nakes that we've seen as a response to some of these Primal Beast lanes. But it's really on OG. Like OG have a giant plethora of heroes that they like to play. And they're just going to open it up here with the Pangolier. Most likely, I mean, they have BZM as well as Amar who have been able to both play this Pangolier. So as long as it doesn't get kind of blood-seeked, I think you should be okay. But we saw what happened last night when Bet Boom instantly responded with the Bloodseeker to the Pangolier. They kind of got rolled over because they had to send that Bloodseeker in towards the into the off lane. So OG are definitely privy to this information, and they just say, hey, we got a Pangolier, how are you going to deal with it?
To be fair, on the bright side, they do have a situation where yesterday we also saw a Pangolier getting crushed in the 1v1 matchups versus Primal Beast. So maybe RNG are trying to bait them into playing these heroes versus mid. So mid Pango versus mid Primal, Primal Beast wins that matchup every time. They stole away the Lich pick from X-Nova. We saw earlier on in the infographic that this is his most played hero and very successful at that. But one of the reasons I think they also picked it up is they cottoned onto the same thing that we did. They're probably going to go for that dual core at the beginning of their draft of RNG. And if it is SF, we just saw so many games from RNG, Lich stopping SF from being able to come off the mark and have a really, really good game. And now you also have a carrier for the Frost Shield deep into the team fight with this Pangolier. I like this from OG, but I'll be honest, Primal Beast Shadow Fiend is still terrifying as an opener from RNG, and this sets them up quite well. Ghost has looked amazing on this hero. We still don't know who's playing the Primal Beast between Chalice and Somnus, but either way, it does seem like this feels more comfortable for RNG than what the Game 1 draft did.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. You know, obviously they've got a lot of damage right now. They've got some good lanes. Nice response that comes in from OG here. The real question is, what do they want to try and go for their next pick here for OG? They have to respond with only one hero pick, and then there's going to be a 1-2 for RNG. So they at least get the counter pick at the end of their second phase. So that will give them a nice little start to their second phase drafting here as well. So what is still left in? I wouldn't hate to see maybe like a Drow Ranger or a Sniper ban for RNG. I don't think OG have played all too much Sniper. I know they've played a little bit of Drow, but you know, for RNG playing the Sniper into these kind of heroes, they've got heroes that can protect it. The Lich is always good at just constantly, you know, keeping the Sniper out of harm's way. They've got the Rolling Thunder to stop any of that secondary initiation that comes through as well. So RNG, they want to get rid of the Tiger Shadow Demon. So his two niche heroes that he's picked so far has been the Shadow Demon and the Oracle. So he's still got the standard stuff that he can fall back on, which is the best part about watching Tiger.
5 seconds remaining.
You love the impact that Tiger's already having in the draft. The fact that they have to ban out 2 of these off-kilter heroes just to deal with him. I mean, Tiger, this is his second TI. His first TI was in 2019, and he experienced that best of 1 gauntlet, where ironically enough, he got knocked out by RNG. A very different RNG roster at the time, but he knows full well that going into that particular situation is not good for your chances at TI. As we see OG batting out the Enigma. This hero was more or less ignored last draft. These two teams do play it, but OG tend to play it on Tiger, and RNG this tournament have tended to rely on your Beastmasters, your Broodmothers, your Visages, more so than the Enigma for Chalice, but he still has played the hero and has looked fairly decent on it. His Beastmaster, I think, is the really good band coming in from OG. And what are they going to go for here? So, all right. Tiny, this is going to be the Tiger hero, I imagine.
It's one of the other heroes that Tiger's really had a standout performance on has been the Tiny. We've seen what these guys have been able to do when they just have these low cooldown instant initiation. Has been them just kind of coming in with the Avalanche toss. They're going to go for the Omni Knight here from RNG. So they liked what they saw there with the Omni Knight being able to just keep the Shadow Fiend alive from these initiations. It's a little bit harder though in regards to Avalanche toss, just because of the way that toss works, throws you up into the air like off most people's screens, and it's very hard to actually hit the Heavenly Grace onto the Shadow Fiend. And the Lion. So more stuns are always better. I talked about this last time that we saw the Omni Knight, that he's a hero that is very, very reactive, and there's no stuns that come in from an Omni Knight. So it's very, very hard for him to play around, and they just fall back for a Razor on OG.
All right. Ooh. So this is the second Lion pick of the entire tournament, but it's not just now. A lot of y'all might be confused about why I'm excited about seeing a Lion. It's not just any Lion. Fluke, it's Kaka Lion.
Yeah.
This is simply a treat. We're also going to be treated, though, to the Amar Razor coming into this game. So they want to try and get this leash out on the Shadow Fiend, some way to also have anchorage in the midst of these team fights. Regrettably, the hero hasn't been uber successful. It's been alright, even for the side of OG when they have picked it. It hasn't looked as dominant as we've seen it look in prior situations for the team. But still, though, I think they are 3-2 with it, or 2-3 actually with it right now. But nonetheless, it is one of their most played heroes for Amar. They always feel very comfortable when they have it available. And it's another hero that is high tempo. You don't have to spend much time farming for your next item. You buy BKB, Halberd, whatever, then you just go. And you just never stop, pretty much. You farm heroes rather than farming creeps, bring down these buildings, and force RNG to play at your speed rather than the other way around.
Yeah, the question for me now is, what is the hierarchy here that they're going to pick? I think a lot of times when I see this Razor, have they coupled it up with the Naga Siren? Lion does give you that little bit of safety against the Naga, just because of once you get that Aghanim Shard, you literally just deal with all of her illusions, so you don't ever have to worry about her. So has OG coupled it up? So last time they played the Razor, they played Magnus and Arc Warden with it. So that was up against Team Liquid. They got ran over pretty fast in that game as well. So yeah. I don't know if you want to go for Arc Warden this time.
The Naga's a good shot because they played it once with Naga, they have it twice with the Terrorblade, so some kind of illusion carry, and then once with Alchemist and Faceless Void. So just some kind of uber hard carry at the end of the game here. With Morphling and Faceless Void being gone, the other I don't want to see Arc Warden, but I could still see a Sniper emerging from them. RNG don't actually have that much back reach at the moment. They have Lion Blink eventually and Primal Beast Onslaught, but besides that, what do they really have for reaching all the way to the back end of the fight? I don't know. I think this is a good time to be banning Sniper. I'm glad they banned the Monkey King because we've seen the impact that hero can have into the Shadow Fiend lane. But I think now you have to remove ways for OG to beat the Shadow Fiend in the mid game as well.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing for me as well when you see this Omni Knight is you generally kind of reactive a lot of the time, right? Like, yeah, you can be on the front foot and have like an aggressive Guardian Angel, but like you're not using these heroes to get on top of a Sniper. So, you know, who is the one? So RNG are the first ones to be able to pick out of this phase, so I think they might be looking towards the sniper themselves. I think it's a pretty good sniper game this time around. You can kite around the Razor. You don't really have to worry about you know, the Lich's damage, because most of the time you should be kind of away from the team fight, so he can't just get in Sinister Gaze, Ice Spire, and Chain Frost you. So I wouldn't hate to see the sniper come out here from RNG. They've got, you know, at least the Primal Beast that can play in the front line. They've always got the save that can come in from the Omni Knight, and they're being able to link up with the Lion as well. They've got a lot of magical bursts, so if they ever catch anybody out with like a Blink Impale, they should be able to burst them down relatively quickly. But they will have the response for OG though.
Yeah. This is a stressful point to be drafting here for OG. This last ban can determine this game in its entirety. Gotta make sure that you put yourself in the best position to win from this space. I'm wondering now, you mentioned the sniper, you mentioned the Ember Spirit for Somnus. It's gonna be the Batrider banned away from him. So Somnus can also play the Shadow Fiend, and then they get a different core to go into the safe lane. Some Terrorblade or something, which we've seen as an option against Razors in the past. And they don't really have that much overall burst. Like OG, not that great at dealing with illusions themselves. So Ghost could play some Illu carry, and then Somnus occupies the mid with this SF. I mean, they just lost to a mid SF, so it wouldn't be the worst shot in the world. Not much reserve time left here.
Maybe if RNG go for the Naga themselves, right? Like, obviously the Link is going to persist through the mirror image. So that's going to be a little bit annoying for you. They do have good ways at least clearing the illusion, so it's not like she's going to have a free time. But Accepted this game, being able to stop the Pangolier roll, being able to just get on top of the Tiny, the Avalanche toss combo is never going to kill you as a Naga Siren. The Lich is going to have issues with you as well. Yes, the Frost Shield is a little bit annoying to play around with, but I think it wouldn't be too bad of a shout. We've seen what a lot of these duo cores can do. You also get the reset as well against like the Razor. If he comes in with like a BKB Link, you can just pop the song and walk back. For Weaver.
Ooh, what? Okay.
Okay.
Did not see this one coming, if I'm going to be completely honest. All right, the game that could determine you going into the upper bracket. I'll be honest, I would not want to rely on Weaver under these circumstances, but if I'm looking at the burst damage of OG, right, it's only really like a super farmed Tiny. If I'm looking at the mass amounts of control, it only comes from like Tiny Pango. Maybe if you get yourself caught with the disable of the Lich, with the Sinister Gaze. Overall, Weaver, if he gets farmed enough in the lane, should be able to get off time-lapse pretty much every fight. If he ever gets BKB, doesn't really die anymore. Doesn't get caught by this Razor Leash as he just runs away from it very, very easily. So I don't like Weaver right now in the meta, but I can understand why Weaver would emerge in this situation, especially when Somnus is the one that's going to be playing the Shadow Fiend, the actual carry from the mid lane.
So they go for a Nakes here as well, so they just want to have a good lane, and they just want to have the Rage to be able to try and play up against the Lion. So Ghost is going to be picking up the Weaver. So there's a few things here with the Weaver, right? As you said, the lane is really, really good. And it's not like they needed a lot of extra damage because you already have the Shadow Fiend. Like when you play these kind of dual cores, you need to have one hero that kind of just gives you a good little mid game. And I think that's what the Weaver is going to be able to provide. Also amps up the Shadow Fiend's damage with the Swarm. They don't have good heroes at killing the Swarm, which is kind of really, really annoying. That's going to be here for OG. Am I willing to put all my faith in a Weaver? I feel like I'm probably going to put a lot of stock in this Somnus Shadow Fiend because I've seen what he's been able to do in the past. This Omni Knight pick I think is really, really good. They have literally no way of dealing with the Guardian Angel. They've got 3 cores that deal physical damage and they don't have any damage outside of that. It's going to really be on Misha to get a lot of work done with his Chain Frost. So I think RNG, they can keep X-Nova in a good spot with these Guardian Angels. If Ghost is able to get a Lincoln Sphere, get +1 damage item, and they can just focus on keeping Somnus alive in these fights, then it's really good here for RNG. Is it enough for them to force the tiebreakers? I think so. I think RNG can get this one done. But you know, I've doubted OG in the past, and they've proved me wrong. So who really knows?
OG have proved many of us wrong in the past. Fluke, don't feel bad about that. However, Somnus on Shadow Fiend and Kaka Lion have buoyed the China hopes many, many, many times in the past as well. So I think RNG is going to be making this one a very entertaining game number 2. I think they're going to be able to edge this one out. However, I'm a bit scared about giving them a Costa's Curse, so I'll be lenient about hyping them up too much. So let's go. OG versus RNG, game number 2, their final game of the group stages. Winner of this gets to proceed potentially into the upper bracket. The loser, well, lower bracket run has never been done before. Might have to be the first team to try and make it happen. So let's see what's going to happen. This time around, RNG, look what happens in this mid lane. The smoke movement is good. X-Nova goes all the way around and gets off a ward without being scouted. Shout out to X-Nova. That's some primo support play we see from the Omni Knight.
Yeah, we've seen what happens with these first couple of wards as well, how important they have been, and how important they will be for this lane as well. So we just saw what happened between Somnus and BZM with Shadowfiend versus Pangolier. The question is, can Somnus do the same thing to BZM? There was obviously a lot of rotations that came in from the entirety of OG. This time around, RNG, they have a much more active support. They've got a line who can make these rotations, who can always make a TP support play as well. Omni Knight can always just TP in to save the Shadowfiend. He's never going to be able to be aggressive, though. Whereas on the side of OG, they only have the Tiny. So there is going to be a lot of rotations between Tiger and Kaka towards this mid lane to try and get either Somnus or BZM off to the starts they had in the previous game. And now it's going to be an interesting tale. RNG have this defensive support in the Omni Knights. Have got some really good lanes with the Primal Beast. The the Omni Knight versus the Weaver lane should never die, but I don't think they're going to actually be able to ever kill the Razor. They're pretty lacking on the damage in some of those regards. But I think bottom lane, that's where it's going to be spicy, right? Kaka, if he ever gets an Earth Spike and then they just trample on top of this Lich, like he's going to die a lot. So if Misha's able to keep himself safe, then they should be good here for OG.
Let's see this mid lane matchup that we just saw in game number 1. Somnus was able to find some pockets of space, but by and large, Shadowfiend was having a much better time. So we'll see if Somnus is going to be able to recreate that story. And obviously in the top lane, we are going to be having the Razor versus Weaver matchup. Primarily picked in order to be able to deal with this Razor. Ghost, I think he should be able to come good in this one. I really can't wait to see the first big rotations in this particular game because like you mentioned, both squads have the ability to make them. It's only really Tiny on the one side, but eventually the Tiny's going to get a Blink Dagger and then start making much more action happen on the map in tandem with the Pangolier from mid.
Yep. They've been able to make those rotations in the past, so these first couple of minutes are going to be oh so important for both these two teams. BZM is doing a really good job right now on the Pangolier, being able to beat out Somnus. 8-1 up against the 5-0 now. So Somnus having a bit of a rough one today and really looking towards Kaka to make one of those rotations. Maybe once he hits that level 4, level 5 mark, power rune time, and get in towards that mid lane to see if they can kill the BZM Pangolier, because if he has a free game, it's going to be hard for them to deal with him, especially until Kaka gets like a Blink Dagger.
Speaking of Kaka, he's down bottom, gets a Hex out onto the Lich. You mentioned it now, the combination. There's going to be the Earth Spike into the Trample. Do they have enough damage to get this kill? Indeed they do, as they draw first blood. Chalice on this Primal Beast. Last game on the Dawnbreaker wasn't allowed to really have that much influence on the game, but now not only does he get the kill, you'd be surprised that Primal Beast can dance as well as he does, given his size, but he gets away from this Lifestealer. Erstwhile, X-Nova dies in the top lane. That's going to put Ghost under pressure. Ghost, 2 seconds until he has the way to get out, and unfortunately, those 2 seconds are way too long as Tiger tosses him up into the air, gets a kill onto Weaver, and unfortunately, all across the map right now, it seems like OG putting a bit more pressure in the laning phase than what RNG can handle.
Right, how does that ever happen? Kind of interesting tell. Maybe it was a little bit of an outplay that came in there from Tiger, but yeah, that's the reason why you picked this Weaver here, because you should almost never die in this lane. But either way, OG proving us wrong once again. Amar showing the reason why that you picked this Razor hero. I think he's the only offlaner in this current tournament of TI that wants to pick Razor. Everybody else will begrudgingly take it if it's a good game for it, but you know, OG
maybe Zai might play it happily with a smile on his face.
Yeah, maybe, but obviously Amar has been one of those kind of offlaners that has been kind of picking his own stuff. Oh, no way.
Trying to go onto Ghost again. Obviously the heal this time will be available from X-Nova as he's not brought down. But they're putting pressure onto Ghost in this top lane. The positioning from Tiger and Amar has just been phenomenal up on top. And it's reflecting in the CS numbers. Ghost really, really struggling to come off the mark here on the Weaver. And unfortunately, Omni Knights, although he can save you, not the kind of hero that applies pressure back in the same way to a hero like the Razor. So Ghost gonna be struggling for a little bit. He shouldn't really die again, especially once he hits level 3 with the second point into Sakuchi with the lowered cooldown, but it's enabled the Razor so much that Tiger can just leave the lane. In fact, Tiger just denies himself after killing a courier, but that leaves the Razor all alone, and Ghost has Sakuchi up in 7 seconds. It's a little bit too long, and Amar Can put pressure back. Amar, be careful, fam.
No way.
If it was level 2 on the Sakuchi, dude, Amar's actually so smart. He knows that Ghost is not level 3 just yet. If he was level 3, that would have been a very dangerous play, but the way he played it, he knows it's 100% safe.
Yeah, and now he's got the raindrops as well. He had a big wand, so he's A-okay. This lane is going exactly how you want to do it. I'm not quite sure if you just saw that that update there. I don't want to spoil any of these results because Ghost is going to go down again. Okay.
Well, but we'll get some revenge off the back of this. Tiger's already gone, dies with the shared gold, and X-Nova able to clean up Razor as a result, so... Alright, I'm fine with this. Oh, these are some update us. Put us on, fam. These are entertaining results that we see happening now.
Dude, I tweeted about it today. Man, I love Dota. The way this TI is going, yeah, we're seeing more kills going the way of Yuragi, but the way that this TI group stage has been panning out, like the fact that we're getting to a point right now where who even knows what is going to happen? I know everybody else in the back room is excited about more Dota. This is supposed to be our short day here on the group stages, but these results are leading us towards tiebreakers. I'm so hyped. This is going to be sick. But we have to start talking about this game here, though, Snare. We have to can't get ahead of ourselves. That's going to be later for today. We have to start talking about this game. This game's going really, really well for OG. The fact that Amar is at this point now where he's level 4, he's getting closer towards his first set of items with this with these treads coming in. X-Nova really hasn't been able to help this lane out all too much, and Weaver is another one of those heroes that, as a carry, I think the way that Weaver's been playing these lanes is he tries to dominate them early, but just really hasn't been able to here on Ghost. So I think maybe RNG need to make an early rotation here with Chalice and Kaka, send their heroes up towards top. If they can kill Amar, they can give a bit of space to Ghost, and then they can transition that in towards the mid lane where power runes are spawning.
Yep. 6 minutes into the game, power runes. Somnus actually might be in a bit of danger here. Top lane. We do see that they have some bugs onto Tiger. We have a rotation towards middle though as they go on to BZM. Kaka showed up and the rotations come from the bottom lane. Both Chalice and Kaka emerge to engage the kills and give Somnus a double kill. Remember that as much as Ghost is struggling, the actual carry of this game is Somnus. And he is starting to have a really good time in this mid lane. He started dominating as he gained levels. Now has some kills as well in his back pocket. And the acceleration. The game makes it a lot easier for this Shadow Fiend to play, and they might actually try to set up for BZM here. They're bringing back Kaka. BZM's already committed the Swashbuckle. He doesn't have it online here. This is actually really dangerous. Onslaught coming in from Chalice. Great dodge from BZM with the shield crash. Chalice stuck around, not able to ensure the kill. But nonetheless, they're showing intent about making sure that they give Somnus a better start. Somnus will be able to get a kill onto BZM after the Hex. Do they find him? No. BZM finds the Magic Stick and comes back online with the Swashbuckle into Kaka and secures the kill with the shield crash. That came so close, but Somnus just barely ran out of damage at the very end there.
Amar is literally running this top lane, by the way. I feel like this is Amar's playground, and he's playing really, really well here on the Raze, so that rotation was almost huge. It came in there from RNG. If they were able to get that second kill there onto BZM, that puts Somnus at a level now where he's level 7, and BZM's still sitting on level 5. Now he has access to the Rolling Thunder, so a lot of those fights might not be as easy. But this is what I talked about, right? Kaka wants to make these rotations on the line, and they bring Chalice in because he's a very, very scary hero. And the fact that he can't just stick down there and bully the Nakes is the reason why that he made that rotation earlier. But BZM, he's going to get a freebie here on Kaka.
Yep. Going to be able to bring him down with the Swashbuckle. They might get a freebie onto Somnus as well. Misha dragged him back with the Sinister Gaze. Here's an avalanche from Tiger. Where is the assistance? It's coming, but it's too late. X-Nova's TP took too long. Cannot find the range for the purification. They bring down Somnus, granting the kill towards Tiger, so that accelerates the timing towards the Blink Dagger. And OG starting to do OG things here in this early game, Fluke, and accelerate the tempo of this game. And RNG, yet again, struggling to deal with it.
Yep, RNG, unfortunately, just this is the weakness of Shadow Fiend, right? Like, you have no escape from any of these heroes, so if they just walk up, they get the Sinister Gaze, and unfortunately for X-Nova, he's donating damage to the Amar bank account right now.
He's an investor right now, so...
Invest in Amar coin now.
The ATF coin. Buy it now. Get some ATF NFTs as well while we're at it. This game's starting to go a lot better for OG And like you mentioned, they're taking over the top side of the map. They have 3 heroes in the area because they're keeping BZM nearby just in case somebody shows themselves. Ghost is doing a decent enough job, but Somnus is the one that's really starting to accelerate his farm down bottom, trying to get as big as humanly possible. He's the big hope for RNG. And do you think he should try and link up with Chalice? Because Chalice has access to the Pulverize now, so they could try and make a big play. But it looks like the idea is coming from the opposite direction. He's coming in, Somnus, but so is BZM. And Pulverize is out onto the Lich. It's going to be a very big fight. The Razor is not going to come out because Misha gets off the Sinister Gaze onto Somnus. Will still end up dead though. And the Rolling Thunder not going to connect onto the Shadow Fiend just yet. Hits him now, but X-Nova going to try and save him. Unfortunately, as the Requiem comes out, Ragi gets off the Rage, so dodges all the damage. But now RNG bring in reinforcements as Ghost shows up as well to drop down the Swarm to enable his team to get an additional kill. Yuragi trying to run himself away. Onslaught will be there. Can they catch up with Kaka for the Earth Spike?
6 seconds.
Doesn't seem like they'll be able to. And Rage back online soon, but the Pulverize comes back faster, and the follow-up with the Chain Disable and the burst damage of Somnus, they're able to bring down the lifestealer of Yuragi. This fight started at the Tier 1 tower bottom. It ends near the Tier 1 tower middle, but RNG finally able to take a fight for themselves.
Yeah, I thought that fight was going to get a little bit spicy there. It's very hard for them to try and play around like the Rage and the Rolling Thunder because they just don't have the damage outside of you know, their spells right now. But I think RNG did a really good job. They kept Somnus alive. They transitioned in with the Pulverize. They're doing a good job at abusing Primal Beast. I think that's the biggest thing for me. Primal Beast is one of those heroes that is going to be constantly going forward and constantly using their low cooldown spells to just keep going and trying to get this advantage early on. And Chalice is just proving right now why this Primal Beast hero is a hero in International 11 that has so much priority on it. And at least the thing is for OG is on marksman farming, so he's completely taken over top. He's getting himself towards a very early BKB. He already has the Falcon Blade here. And I think the thing is, for me, is they're perfectly happy with this in OG because they've got this like kind of duo core with the Razor as well as the Lifestealer. So they can also do what RNG have been doing. But look at the damage that Chalice does.
Oh my god. That's one Onslaught going in. He catches BZM with the Pulverize, and BZM's actually going to drop. Here's Somnus on the back end of the fight as well. They don't have access to the Requiem, but they do have the Razors. But unfortunately, Tiger tosses Somnus towards the Razor as they end up dragging away all of his damage with the Static Link. But unfortunately for the side of OG, they are out of damage themselves. And they need to try and think about leaving this fight. Tiger has done what he could to salvage things.
A lot of damage.
Drops down an Avalanche, but here comes Ghost as well. Drop down the Swarm Bugs to connect onto 2. Tiger chased behind the Tier 1 tower. The right click's not going to be enough to kill him, but they are enough to zone him back so he cannot assist Amar. As Amar dies,
so low.
was a huge Rolling Thunder. Could kill everybody here. They've already brought down Ghost as BZM trying to chase Chalice as well. The Requiem being channeled by Somnus, but it's not going to matter. Yuragi chomps down onto him as Somnus loses his life. 3 heroes have fallen. Kaka trying to escape with the TP out. Will not be able to catch him on the side of OG because Tiger not there with the Avalanche in time. It's still on cooldown. RNG lose 3 in the top lane. OG lose 3 in the top lane. And the skirmishing and the fighting in the early game just will not stop here between OG and RNG in game 2.
Dude, there's 23 kills at 12 minutes into the game. Like, these guys just need to take a chill pill for a second. Or actually, don't take a chill pill because I like watching all this fighting. I like the way that they've been playing around it. And you can just see the amount of damage that comes out of a lot of these heroes. Oh no, Chalice, you are in a rock and a hard place, brother. Ooh.
It's fine.
Okay.
He's fine.
He's A-okay. Once these BKBs come up though, Snare, that's when it's going to start getting interesting for both these teams. Obviously, Amar getting closer to his Somnus. Once he builds up his, he doesn't have to worry about the Rolling Thunder. Ghost is actually starting to deal damage now. He's got this Maelstrom. This is a very good game for him just to build BKB, even if he wants to go for the Lincoln Sphere. But yeah, once these BKBs start coming out, it's going to get scary for both these teams. BKB on the Primal Beast is on the way. BKB onto Amar is on the way. You know, BKB on the Shadow Fiend as well. So a lot of these items are starting to get closer and closer for a lot of these heroes. And that's when these team fights, I think, aren't going to be so scrappy, right? Because a lot of these team fights have been going back and forth just, you know, the way of RNG because they have such low cooldown spells and they have to play around things like Rage and all that kind of stuff. So once these items start coming out for OG, I feel like the aggression is going to kick up the gear once again, and it's going to be a lot of 5-on-5 clashes this game. I think both these teams are more than happy to set 5 heroes at each other and see who comes out on top.
I think RNG learned from the previous game that OG will always respond with numbers and force when they can.
Yep.
and that you have to be ready to do so in kind. Sticking back and thinking, well, they might have only brought 3 heroes here. That's a fool's arrogance. Speaking of heroes going in, Chalice abusing his cooldown, wanting to find Misha here. They've already been able to get one, but the Chain Frost with the Rolling Thunder coming in from OG. This is demolishing RNG right now. Chalice will die to the last bounce of the Chain Frost. That's such a good shout, and X-Nova in danger as well. We do see Kaka finding the Earth Spike, but that put him a little bit forward. He already used his Tumbler's toy, so now OG ready to try and chase him. They're not going to catch him just yet. Somnus, can he get out? Yes, he can. TP's out in front of Yuragi, who has no way to cancel it. And RNG, they started that fight. OG finished it, and now OG will come and steal the stack that Somnus was supposed to farm later as well.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate that they lose this. What was it, like a 4 stack of Ancients? So it's a lot of gold that goes their way. You can see Kaka getting himself 5 creep stacks. So it was a lot of gold that just went there in towards OG's favor. And the worst part about that, Somnus popped an illusion rune, and he didn't move his illusions away from the ramp. That's why Chalice died to the Chain Frost. I feel like he probably still would have died as well, as you see here in the replay. They walk up onto the high ground, they get the Sinister's Gaze because he doesn't have the Pulverize going in, and that allows the Chain Frost to go off. Pops the illusion rune in the back, and it bounces from that illusion onto X-Nova, back to the illusion, kills Chalice. So sometimes your mid heroes, tell them to not pop their runes in a team fight. So it's a little bit unfortunate there for RNG, but they ain't going to stop the aggression. Oh,
nope, they are not. They smoke up as 4, and they find Amar. Zap. Very satisfying from Kaka. Zaps him down with the Finger of Death, adding an additional charge there. And this is a Shadow Fiend lineup, so if a DD rune spawns, suddenly there's possibility of them going into the Roshan pit. But Tiger quickly catches out the Lion in the meantime. Chalice can't really do too much to stop this, and X-Nova, he's in danger as well. Doesn't want to have to commit the GA just to escape this situation. So they end up losing both supports in exchange for Amar. But given that the Amar Razor is one of the centerpieces of the OG draft, RNG will certainly take it. That is if they can defend the tier 1 tower. If they lose the tier 1, suddenly it doesn't become as worth as it was beforehand.
We've only got a couple seconds left on the respawns of these supports, so they can definitely try and defend this tower. But it looks like RNG, they don't want to have a bar of it. They don't want to be playing around with it just yet. They still don't have the Finger of Death, so that's going to be the thing for me in these fights, is they might be lacking a little bit of that extra burst damage, because the beautiful thing about playing around with like Lion as well as the Primal Beast is the fact that you can kind of walk in and you get the Pulverize going, and sometimes that you don't want to press like your defensive spells just for a Pulverize, and then the Finger of Death comes over the top and you're like, wow, I've actually just taken 2,000 damage in the space of 2 seconds. So
yeah.
He means BZM.
He's got some very precious cargo inside of him. He rolls in right now. They want to try and bring down Somnus. Somnus did get access to the Guardian Angel, as well as a Purification now to keep him alive. They brought down the Lich and wasted out the Chain Frost. Guardian Angel, decent spell when the entire enemy team has physical damage. Protects Somnus from dying. And they get to go back to farming. They actually might try to play aggressively here. They're already drawing the line towards bottom. They have some vision in this jungle, and they scout out Tiger. Killing him before he finishes his Blink Dagger would be huge here, Fluke. That's if they can catch him. Let's see if Chalice has the read. He's looking for the angle on the onslaught. They see him. Tiger does manage to hide in the trees, though, so he's not going to end up dying.
It looks like they want to try and vacate the area here. They don't want to over-aggressive towards OG as well, as you said, right? Like they constantly will respond with numbers, especially when it comes to defending some of their tier 2 towers. So we will have Tiger up on his own Blink Dagger. They're more than happy to get their own farm out now as well on Ghost. He has Dragonlance. He's getting towards the BKB, so he's starting to become a tanky little boy here on the Weaver. Doesn't do a crazy amount of damage just yet. So you're going to need to see things like the Daedalus as well as the Deso or X-Nova. He's been caught out.
He's fine.
Okay, all right. He's fine.
Has the Heavenly Grace. Slow is gone. He's cool.
I think in the next couple of team fights, we might have to see Yuragi go for a Nullifier here. Well, Avalanche pass on to Ghost. He should be okay. Yeah.
Oof.
I really need to see Yuragi go in towards that Nullifier. I think that is what they're going to need here. We've seen how strong Guardian Angel has been. They're going to try and play against it with the Heaven's Halberd, so they can't get aggressed on themselves when they're playing around the Guardian Angel. But we saw what Talon were able to do today when they have a Nullifier against Guardian Angel.
Both teams have these Blink Daggers available on their Pass 4 supports. Ghost revealed the Blink onto Tiger, but I'm not sure if they've scouted that Kaka has a Blink as well, so they could try and make a big smoke play from the side of RNG. Running headlong through the top lane. Ghost gets caught, Sinister Gaze to start things off. Kaka tries to bail him out, but he's just going to eat most of the damage instead. Kaka, will he die here as the Rolling Thunder chases after Ghost and they catch him with BZM, bringing him down with the swashbuckle. 2 heroes already gone. X-Nova, he's getting brought down as well. There will be a pretty big Requiem coming in from Somnus, but it's a defensive Requiem here, Fluke. He just TPs out, utilizing the 9-second BKB charge to escape as Chalice forced to onslaught into the trees. And OG, they bait RNG into an awkward position. It felt like RNG were really antsy to use that Blink Dagger, but unfortunately it ends up biting them in the backside.
Yep, just a good use of vision there as well from OG. They had this Sentry Ward as well as the Observer Ward combination. They just walk in straight away, Sinister Gaze. The biggest thing for me as well here is Kaka hexed up onto the Tiny, so there was still a full duration Sinister's Gaze that went onto Ghost. And because they knew that there was no time lapse from the previous fight where he time lapsed up against the Blink Dagger reveal on Tiger, it was a pretty straightforward fight for them. The Requiem was good from Somnus, but it's just a Requiem to run away, right? And that's never what you want to see for RNG. If you're an RNG fan, you want to see them get Requiem to get a Rampage. So it's on how it worked so far, and OG did a really good job to kind of pull this game from, I felt was a pretty even game state, and now they get themselves a little bit of this extra advantage. Yuragi, once again, continuing to farm up. He's got a Basher up now as well, getting towards that Heaven's Halberd, and OG is starting to get to the point now where their heroes are going to be very, very hard to deal with, and I think this Lifestealer is going to be a bit of an issue for RNG to try and deal with.
You were mentioning earlier that they need the BKB as well on Ghost. They went into that fight without any defensive items available for the Weaver, nor having the defensive spell, so it made it a lot easier to kill him. Hope they don't end up in that situation again, but OG gonna try force it as they smoke up, heading into the jungle. They come across Chalice. Oh, this is just before he finishes off the BKB as well. They also found Kaka, Tiger, finding the Lion in the trees, bringing him back to the squad, and they pick up both of these heroes right in front of the Roshan pit. 2 for nothing. Yuragi and the gang are like, well, no one's gonna stop us. The 2 heroes who are most afraid of stopping us are dead, so there's nothing to stop us from having a small little date with the big man and say what's up to Roshan.
Yeah, there's going to be a free rotation now for the side of OG. It was a good rotation. They made their way towards the top side of the map. They saw that Kaka was dealing with their vision. And they know that they have basically full control of the Dire Star jungle. So OG are just doing a really, really good job of just macro moving around the map, right? Like they've got really good heroes that constantly being able to fight as long as they're able to force out, you know, some of these big ultimates that come in from the side of RNG. And it should be a good way for them to start to win these team fights. They've got a lot of low cooldown stuff. They only really have to rely on their BKBs in these team fights. But when they're catching out heroes like Chalice and Kaka together, it makes it pretty simple for them. Now RNG.
Ghost. Oh, okay. X-Nova's there. Tiger. Didn't even bother with the tossback. I think if Yuragi or Amar were closer by, he might have tried. But he's also like, this guy probably has time lapse. It's fine. Lets him go. And that'll allow Ghost to get closer to finishing off his BKB while Somnus keeping the pressure down bottom. This is still the carry player for RNG in this situation, still the win condition. So let's talk about him, right? There are double halberds available now for Yuragi and Amar. He only has 1 BKB. There's no 4-stars on his lineup. How do they get Somnus strong enough to contest against both of these carries on the enemy team?
I think they need to try and just get a little bit of counter initiation, right? I think they need to wait until OG aggress onto him, and they're doing it right now.
The aggression did come. Somnus, can he get out of here is the question. BKB TP out with the GA to help. It will be allowed. They do manage to burst down X-Nova, but Kaka does escape. That was also the committal of the Guardian Angel in that situation. So they put pressure on the tier 2. They almost killed it down bottom. I suppose losing X-Nova in exchange for dragging the entire OG lineup down to the bottom lane instead of playing in the top side of the map where they were in danger of sieging the tier 2. I suppose it's acceptable. It's not great. You have to pop a BKB. You don't have GA anymore, so you have to be very careful. And OG just come at you. Okay, never mind. It's not great anymore. This kind of sucks. OG way too good at reading the timings that they're strong. And Tiger blinking forward, going on to Chalice. But Chalice has BKB now, so they might be able to bring down Tiger. But unfortunately, Kaka cannot find the full spell of the ultimate of the finger. Ends up dead instead. So support for support, traded out. BZM now getting involved in the fray. Drops down the shield crash onto Chalice as they drag back this Primal Beast with the Sinister Gaze. Not enough to kill just yet. Ghost also unleashes his BKB. He showed up, but wasn't able to dish out enough damage to actually kill anybody. So it's just a 1-1 here behind the tier 2 tower. What do we make of this here, Fluke? Who walks away with their head held high?
I definitely feel like RNG are pretty happy that they got themselves at least one kill with the fact that they don't have Guardian Angel, but it's really not boding well when they have to pop all those BKBs, Requiem, as well as Guardian Angel just so they can keep you away from people. There is the Aegis that's still on Yuragi though, so that's the reason why they don't want to try and get one of these team fights going. I think in the next 2 minutes, once this Aegis does disappear and they've got Guardian Angel once again, they might try and go for the same play. They park Somnus down in this bottom side of the map. He's going to have BKB Requiem to play around with. And if OG tries to aggress on towards the Shadow Fiend, they can turn around with the Guardian Angel if he pops his BKB. Maybe they can get this fight going in their favor. They can kill 1 to 2 of these heroes. But OG, they've got a lot of spells and they've got a lot of stuff to play around with. It's very hard to play into this Lich hero, I think is the scariest part. Like, trying to walk forward into a Chain Frost when he's got an Ice Spire down. Not only is the Ice Spire great in and of itself, like if few of these bounces just goes onto like Kaka, like he's gonna take half HP just from like 2 bounces of the Chain Frost. It's gonna be hard for him to play the game.
Since the gaze from Misha, they're going out onto this Weaver. Ghost, can he time-lapse back? Yes, he can. Chalice in the meantime goes forward with his BKB and is able to bring down Misha, but unfortunately for him, he's right next to Amar, who gets him killed with the Eye of the Storm damage, and X-Nova can't save Weaver. Ghost didn't have any way to survive that one, and now they catch up to X-Nova and kill him off as well. Oh no, this is not supposed to be how it goes. They've lost out on 3 heroes, and yeah, Somnus was able to push out the tier 2 tower down bottom, but OG is still gonna get a tier 2 middle, and they claim some bonus kills on top of it. And all they got was a Misha kill. Man, it's becoming so difficult. It's not just the Chain Frost, but the damage mitigation that comes out of this Lich really proving to be problematic for RNG to deal with right now.
Yeah, I think this Lich hero is proving its worth right now. He's definitely looking good, especially being one of these first responses to a lot of these heroes. The same thing with the Shadow Fiend, right? You talked about the reason why that it is so good. It's that damage mitigation. The Frost Shield is very strong. They initially come in, they just get the Sinister Gaze. Yeah, they don't instantly kill Ghost, but he has to pop the time lapse here. He does not have the BKB until now, and as soon as that BKB comes down, they've got plenty of vision and plenty of damage coming in from Amar because he sapped it all from Chalice. And it's just very hard for RNG to try and get these fights going, and you can see that Misha's having a good time here to be able to just catch out Ghost, and this is the reason why, you know, when we saw this Weaver coming out for RNG, we weren't ecstatic about it, right? Like, it feels like this hero doesn't have that much damage, and it's very easy to try and catch it out, right? Like, I think maybe Ghost needs to go back for a Lincoln Sphere, but then that still feels kind of bad if he has like Lincoln Sphere, Maelstrom, and BKB as these like 3 items. It really doesn't mean that he can do all too much. And you can see there with the damage done that he's still well behind a lot of his counterparts across the entire map. So OG, they're in a good spot here, and I think if they can get a pretty convincing fight, if they can take down Ghost one more time, take Chalice down as well, don't really see much hope here left for RNG.
Unfortunately for Ghost, he is suffering one more item syndrome, which often happens with these carries that aren't that strong. But Tiger, him and the crew are smoked up. Come into the jungle and find Kaka, who gives up his life for the sake of vision and allows OG to just reclaim this outpost on that side of the map. But Ghost very far off the mark before he's going to be able to have an influence in this game. Needs Lincolns, needs Daedalus, needs Mjolnir. Erstwhile, if you're playing a hero like Razor, you buy BKB Halb and you're like, right, let's go, boys. I can kill enemy carriers right now. The difference in effectiveness is just really stark as OG slowly but surely choking out this game. They might wait for the next Aegis to come online. The big man might respawn in about 2 minutes. We don't know the exact timer just yet, but they just need one more look before they can really close out this game. They have to be kind of careful in the bottom. I think they've read that Ghost is here and they see him. They saw the courier. Ghost? Will he be able to get out of here? No, he won't. Sinister Gaze is honestly his biggest enemy. Yet again, Misha showing up. Can X-Nova get out? No, he can. He can. Just barely able to escape, but once more, Misha drops down the Sentry Ward, gets off the Sinister Gaze. There's no Lincoln Sphere to block it, and he doesn't get the BKB off in time neither. So that's Ghost dead again. A tier 1 tower about to be brought down, and OG once more in complete control of game number 2.
Yeah, they're just outplaying RNG across the map, right? They're just understanding the movements that Ghost wants to make here on the Weaver, and he's just not able to play the game, right? Like, it's all they do is they walk in with a Sinister Gaze. They just need a little bit of damage coming in from BZM. Yuragi's there as well. Crash, bit of bang, boom, and off you go. So OG in complete control of this game number 2. They're 12k ahead so far. All 3 of their cores are above all 3 of the cores for RNG. To be fair, though, Shadow Fiend still is one of those heroes. So if they're able to have a good fight with the Guardian Angel and able to have a good fight with the Heavenly Grace, okay, this is good now. There's no Chain Frost and there's no Ice Spire. So RNG, they want to fight.
Yeah. They're gonna go for this. Coming up onto the high ground, but Tiger coming in, tosses Kaka back into the fight. They've already brought down this Lion. The Requiem will be triggered out, but they haven't brought down a real target. The illusion gets pulverized, and now Uragi is onto the Somnus with the Rolling Thunder to back him up as well. They at the very least are able to clean up the Tiny on the top side of the fight. But Somnus somehow still alive. X-Nova with the GA, kept them alive for so long. Ghost on the edge of the fight, trying to run away from BZM and Amar. And they haven't been able to kill them. They've gotten 2 nice time lapse in from Ghost, but he goes right back into the waiting arms of Uragi, who bashes him up, right-clicks him down, and kills him off. So they are able to clean out this Weaver. It was looking decent for the side of RNG, but unfortunately all they get are supports. And Chalice couldn't go home. Chalice is out of mana. Chalice is out of life. And Chalice, well, join your buddies in the sauna, my friend. Go to the fountain and hang out, because he gets brought down as well, giving a wicked 6 streak to BZM. Man, RNG really struggling. Even in moments where it's supposed to be a potential window of opportunity, Fluke, they just still can't make it happen, unfortunately.
Yep. Still can't make it happen. Unfortunately, I think they're just a little bit too far behind the 8 ball. You can see the issues this Shadow Fiend has in this game, right? Like, it's hard for him to play into these Heaven's Halberds. It's hard for him to play in towards the Frost Shield. It's hard for him to get these Requiems off because he's playing in towards a Pango as well as a Life Stealer, right? They've got Rage and they've got the roll-up, so whenever they get those abilities off, the Requiem really doesn't do all too much, and you kind of just standing there as Somnus where you're like, I really want to hit people and I really want to deal damage, but you just can't. There's just too much damage mitigation, there's too much evasion, there's too much like armor that's floating around as well, and that fight, surprisingly enough, Snare, that was all without Amar. Amar came in towards the end of that team fight and was able to finish it up. So, and imagine what it's going to be like when Amar, being the third most farmed hero on the game, is there as well.
Speaking of Amar, they're trying to gank him. There's a big squad trying to chase, but they don't actually end up finding him. Oh my god, look at this. The big man's online. Oh, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, no! Oh, heartbreak. The Roshan just respawned as they left the pit. They could potentially have gone in for a steal. They've just picked up an MKB for Somnus, and they still have access to the Sakuchi Swarm Bugs. They could have put that on the Roshan, maybe had a quick little play, steal away the Aegis and the Shard before OG can kind of backtrack into it. But now with this pause, I'm pretty sure OG can start thinking, where are they right now? We don't see anybody on the inside this high ground on the triangle. Nobody's defending the tier 2 bottom. I wonder where they could be at.
Yeah, well, I think they might get an idea. Okay, so they're going to lose their vision here, so at least get a little bit of an idea. The biggest thing here for Amar as well is he has a Lincoln Sphere, so if they're able to spot out the Roche, maybe they could have gotten a fight, but now the smoke up comes in here from OG. RNG, abort, get out!
Oh, they blow up Ghost first and foremost. They catch him on the north side, and now deeper into the dire jungle, they've also found Somnus. Somnus not allowed to TP out because the Sinister Gaze ensures that he's held in position. Kaka's already been brought down too, as Chalice attempting to run with X-Nova. Neither of them will be afforded the opportunity, as we have lost now Chalice and turned it into a 4-5 hero wipe. OG, they are doing it. OG has done it. They have sent RNG packing into the lower bracket and given themselves an upper bracket berth somehow with the last possible game. OG makes it happen. Get the W, get the 2-0. Hokori went 1-1, so OG is officially in the upper bracket.
What a good series here coming out from OG. That was a nice little start there from them getting the 2-0. So they're going to be in a situation now where they are playing in a situation where they have the upper bracket as well. So OG definitely feeling good with how this one has gone. Unfortunately for them, that it is going to be a upper bracket berth and a lower bracket berth for Royal Never Give Up. It is quite depressing considering the start that these guys had here. But all props to OG being able to fight back from the kind of struggle that they had across some of these days. They went in towards their series against PSG LGD as well as EG. They kind of got crushed in those series as well. So playing up against some of the higher tier teams in Group A here was a bit of a struggle for OG, but they were able to come out on top on some of the series that mattered. And this was a big series that mattered for them. And were able to get the 2-0 up against RNG. Still haven't been sold on this Weaver hero. Maybe there could have been a different hero they wanted to play. And, I mean, OG, they just play their own kind of Dota, right? They come in, they play aggressive. They get out on top of RNG. And I do feel bad for Somnus. It was pretty farmed throughout the entirety of that game. But Lich, what a hero, man. What a hero.
Lich, what a hero. We see why OG was very happy to snag it away from RNG. Not just a denied pick, but a good pick in its own right. Having the damage mitigation. I mean, one of the things with OG has always been make the game as cheesy as possible. Minus the team's damage, armor, their ability to move around the map, and just do these cheesy kind of things. And Lich helps you in that regard. Denies RNG any opportunity of fighting effectively. And the Sinister Gaze, you know when your 5 position is hard countering the opponent's team's 1 position, that's when you know that life is pretty damn difficult. And RNG just didn't really have a look in this game. There was a point where it did start to feel a little bit good. Their early game rotations felt okay. They were able to find a couple of fights, but ultimately it's OG just too good at this early tempo setting, this early all across the map madness. And as a result, they get themselves this upper bracket situation. For RNG though, let's talk about them for a second. This Ghost pick obviously didn't work out in the Weaver, but just in general, circumstances have made it that they're not on the same level as they were in the group stage day 1 and day 2. We do have a couple of days until the playoffs do eventually kick off. They'll be starting in the lower bracket. We know for a fact that they are an incredibly skilled team. For the first 2 days, they were the best team in the tournament. Is there enough time for them to rest up before the playoffs? Do you still see the squad having a decent shot of progressing deep into the playoff bracket?
I feel like they can. If they can get back to their winning ways at the start of the group stages, they definitely have some of that best of 1 prowess. And to be fair, it's only 1 best of 1 as well. So if you win that first best of 1, then you get yourself in towards the best of 3s, and that's when it really starts to kick off for you. So, I mean, at this point, we're looking towards OG in the upper bracket. I think they've been able to capitalize really well on the lacking form coming in from RNG. Unfortunately, they weren't able to end their group stage like they started it, but this OG roster is going from strength to strength, and I think that's a good sign for OG going forward in towards their own playoffs, right, is the fact that they're starting to find their own style. BZM's really starting to get back to that form where he's dominating a lot of these matchups. Uragi's playing a lot of these different heroes and these enablers, and Amar has his own kind of hero pool that he likes to play around with as well. So if OG are able to continue this kind of style and to continue this kind of hero pool that they want to play around with, I think they can do a lot of work. But going into best of 3s, that's when you can kind of fall into a trap where some of these teams are able to kind of outdraft you and figure out kind of the best ways to play around you and all that kind of stuff. So OG, they can definitely go pretty far here in this TI, but I think they just definitely need to be a team that sticks to their own kind of guns and have faith that they're going to be able to get the win.
Faith and OG, these are things that are synonymous with each other when at TI. And of course, OG, the only organization that has gotten the double win. We'll be seeing if they can try and make that a treble here at TI 11. Right now, though, they are just going to be preparing for their upper bracket BO3 matchups, whilst RNG prepares for the BO1s. But honestly, I think the thing that they need most is rest. Sleep, get some medication in yourselves, eat some food, relax for a while, and try to get back to the winning form that we saw in the first couple of days. With that, though, Fluke, that not only ends the group stage matchups for RNG and OG and ends their journeys, solidifies their placement in the playoffs, that also is going to be determining the top 4 squads from Group A. We now exactly know who's going through to the upper bracket. We're not exactly sure who's going to be eliminated just yet from this group, nor do we know who all the teams are in Group B who stay in the upper bracket. However, before we close this one out, this is our final TI game, fam. It has been genuinely an honor, Fluke. Thanks for holding me down over the last couple of days. Do you want to say anything to close it out before we end the phenomenal run here in our group stage matchups?
I'd just like to say thank you, everyone, for the kind words over the last couple of days. Being thrown into the analyst spot was a little bit spooky for me, but obviously, shout out to you, Snare, who's been such a pleasure to work with. And we've had some sick games, man, and oh boy, I can't wait to get on the main stage, man. I can't wait to see those main stage games.
Oof, cannot wait to see the main stage games. Let us hear how Nat and the gang have enjoyed this OG versus RNG matchup. Thank you all for joining me as well over the last few days. Shout out to Fluke for making it so simple for me. Shout out to Kiz on the panel as well. I haven't forgotten you, pretty boy, for also helping to have this TI debut be a successful one. Over to you, Nat and the gang, and goodbye until next year from us, Snare and Fluke at TI 11.
OG, a 2-0 over RNG is what they needed to secure the upper bracket. A massive congratulations to them. That was the last game they had to play in groups. They can look forward to playoffs, but let's see what sort of form they're in, Kezu, going into this playoffs. That game one, there was a Sand King in the game, Fia.
Wow.
They're actually holy. So the one thing to note is that, was it the first Sand King Fear?
Nope.
It was not, so that's good to know. It was the second one. Amar actually, so he had a pretty good performance on that hero. It's not something we see, well, all too often. I think it's like the second or maybe third time that we've seen the hero now. Sand King.
Oh, okay.
But like overall, I don't think that there's really too much to touch on. There's something nice I think that RNG tried with the Dawnbreaker to like lane into the Nature's Prophet and so on. But Amar had very nice tempo on the SK. They had a lot of, you know, heroes to play around with the Snapfire, Oracle to save and also dish out more damage. But I feel like RNG, you know, they're just heavily affected with, you know, what's going on right now. And it's, well, it is showing in their performance.
Yep, I'm sorry. I don't know why I was so still caught up in the Sand King joke, and I was just seeing it replaying there. Yeah, sorry. But game two also looking good for OG. Obviously, they won that one. Was that one also down to pretty much draft in your eyes, Kezu?
Well, I wouldn't say it's only draft. It has a lot to do with the gameplay as well.
RNG just not really playing at their top form, right, for obvious reasons. So it feels like I want to be able to say a lot is riding on that draft to try and create a very easy to execute for RNG.
Like whether this draft was easy for them to execute?
Yes.
Like, I feel like it was not, and at the same time, OG also just simply played better than they did. And then I feel like they just couldn't really ever answer the plays because OG was always one step ahead.
And what about game two, Fia? How did you enjoy seeing that one play out for OG?
For OG? I mean, I'd have to see the draft. I wasn't following it.
You know what? At least you're brutally honest.
I got some analysis on other games.
Yeah,
Don't
I was gonna say.
worry.
I know you had your eyes on other games though. There are 5 streams going on, so you can't blame you. I can't blame you too much for not keeping a close eye on that one. Yeah,
that's fine. I'll take it.
B stream having BetBim and LGD. They're currently in their game number 2. LGD took game number 1. Gonna quickly just go through the results of the other streams. Liquid and Hokori. Liquid 2-0 that one. Kezu, you were also watching this one with Liquid's draft in game 1.
Yeah, so I will just say that overall Liquid got their hands on some of their better heroes with, you know, the Matu Lone Druid. They bust out a little bit of the Zai Broodmother here. Hokori, they do have some good heroes here. They have a Bloodseeker, you know, some of their Puck. Brewmaster is an answer I've seen every now and then to the Lone Druid, but I don't think it is as good anymore as it used to be, because when you have the Shard, you can actually take your bear out of the Cyclone.
Yeah, you can.
And overall, like, with some of the counter picks going on, I think this game just straight up goes to Liquid when I see this draft play out.
It's also, they did the Matu Lone Druid mid yet again, and that was devastating versus the Puck. Yeah.
Yeah, so here this is the second game. It goes a little bit with the fact of showing what it looks like when people play very freely. And I just want to show Boxy here in a couple of these clips, because I feel like maybe there's a little bit of the Jarek's influence here on, you know, how Boxy moves around the map. So we're just going to let this clip run. You know, he's just very free, making a lot of space. He's like going here. He's like, yeah, what you going to do? He's going to keep chasing the Disruptor. They keep following him with the Tiny. You know, like even here, you have like 3 heroes. The Pango top, he doesn't really want to go here yet. There's a Brood bottom who doesn't really want to come. And now let's just watch the chase over and over.
Yeah, I'm watching this chase.
This is space.
He's
an astronaut.
He's drawing so much attention to himself.
He is literally in outer space right now.
Even now, he's still not dead. So yeah, this clip will end very shortly. Don't worry, bear with me. So now we have another one here. I want you to pay attention once again to the yellow dot and the mini-map and what Boxy is going to draw as well. So oftentimes when you do have your carry in this situation, the enemy team will try to smoke on him. But Boxy, he draws the arrow. he scans the area. And now he's going to run top. So once again, we're going to have to wait just a few seconds.
Waiting.
Bam. So here comes Boxy. So instead of Matu taking the first hit, it's going to be on Boxy because he has high amounts of HP and he allows the Drow to come over. They kind of get a turnaround. Here comes Primal Beast. You know, Matu stays alive. They get one. At the end of the time, they're going to get both kills. And overall, instead of the Drow dying, they get to have a turnaround. And here, this is going to be the very last clip. And this, overall, I would say, is the best example of a player who feels free and can play very fast because he has the freedom to make his own decisions. He's up here, he stops the Pango roll, he instantly looks mid, he TPs, and now when we go to mid in a moment, which hopefully we will catch it, there's a static storm, he snowballs through, he saves Mickey. Mickey will barely get out with the onslaught, he saves him, and once again, Boxy runs around for half a minute, makes space, and easy game.
Boxy kind of playing out of his mind. Yesterday, he was also a player that you highlighted for just all these small plays, the ability to be able to read the map, rotate in the right ways, but also just knowing the limits of himself, where he can be pushing into their enemy map and enemy side of the jungle. So very impressive for him. A reason why Liquid have secured themselves in that upper bracket. Massive congratulations to them. A nice clean 2-0 to close out the group stage for themselves. Over on D-Stream, it's Boom and EG. I haven't gotten an update on Game 2, but Boom took Game 1. Remember, Boom have to win both games to tie for an elimination tiebreaker.
Yes.
Too many ties. If Sonics don't win either of their games. So Boom have to win both of them. They have to come in, win that second game as well. In fact, we can have a look at some of the Game 1 highlights, Phil.
I mean, yeah, luckily, if you're a Boom fan, they did take Game 1.
You're a Boom fan. I can see it in your face. I can hear it in your voice.
But this clip here is all EG, baby. Like, RTZ with the hook to the high ground. FBC, he gets a good black hole here. Don't get me wrong, it was good, but they only get Nightfall out. But RTZ starts with the hook, but he's not done. He's going to lurk around a bit more. They're staying on the high ground. Boom is really just playing in the wrong spot versus a Pudge and Ventures. You'll see another one from RTZ. But they're not done yet. They're still going to play around this high ground. Guess who's still there? Crit is here with the swap. And now the whole team of Boom have just been moved to the EG high ground. And that is just the best fight EG had this entire game. But don't worry, if you are a Boom fan, good things do happen shortly thereafter. As we'll see FBZ get into prime position throughout this game. There it is, with the stun, FBZ setting it up. They're going to end up killing the Primal Beast here. I believe they get the Venge too, but FBC was really impressive for me in this series on his Enigma. He's in Enigma Game 2 as well, which if you're a Boom fan, that's good, because he's going off a lot of momentum here on this Enigma, setting up with not only the Malefice, but he will also be getting several clutch black holes in this game. Whereas I believe, hopefully soon, we will see the clutch black hole plays. And here it is. This is a little bit of a mistake here. The Sunstrike. Onslaught knocks him out of the Sunstrike. And just barely, that Sunstrike would have killed him. It allows him to get the time to get the black hole off here. And this is the big turning point of the game, where he blinks out after doing the black hole. EG dies on the Primal Beast and the Vengeful Spirit here. And this is kind of like the beginning of the end for EG. But if you are a Boom fan, yet again,
I'm still a Boom fan.
This is the big play right there. FBZ, another black hole onto 3 heroes. They hit the Chen, they hit the Invoker, they hit the Pudge. 2 cores in it, and FBC basically played out of his mind and carried this game. That's the moral of the story here. Okay. And he's on Enigma in game number 2 here, so you have to be hopeful for that.
I mean, and let me tell you, it's good news if you're a Boom fan.
Yes, no matter which one.
If you're a Boom fan.
I mean, all the Boom fans are watching this right now. They're just high anticipation.
You don't think they're over on the D stream watching that? They're watching this panel instead?
2 monitors.
Or the other. There's 3. They need 3 Boom screens.
Yeah, because, well, actually not anymore. Not anymore, because the Boom game is going, but what they were depending on was the Sonics game and how that series was going to be playing out. I got an update in my ear. No, they're up against Gaming Gladiators, yeah. Yes. Oh, right, I see. Too many Booms. Sonics got 2-0 though, so the GG.Boom beat Sonics for Boom.
All the Booms are winning. That Boom will win too.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll get that update soon. We're going to skip over talking about the intricacies of that, because there is a chance that we will be seeing Sonics playing again later today, pending on the result of Boom. So instead, let's just have a look at the scoreboard. Let's see how everything's shaping up, knowing that we do have 2 more games that we need to see the end of before Group A is fully solidified. What we do know is EG, Liquid, LGD, and OG are in that upper bracket. There is nothing changing for them. A big feat for Liquid, who came through last chance qualifiers. These guys came third in the Western European regional qualifiers, came through last chance qualifiers, now securing upper bracket.
And that's not all, to be honest with you. Team Secret on the other side, right?
That is not all.
Okay, well, all right. Yeah, you want to take my job?
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
I'm going to take over
go
right
on.
now. Team Secret, also from the last chance qualifiers, in the same spot as Liquid. We talked about in the LCQ, like, if you have success in the LCQ,
The momentum.
you're going to do well, most likely. You
Straight
tried
to
the
the top,
curse
baby.
puppy, but you failed.
I didn't try. Why would you throw me under the bus like this? You know what, Fear? I want T-Panda back on. That's,
Whoa.
All right, I'll leave you now.
I'm only joking. I was going to bring up the fact that Hikari, GG, and RNG are locked in for lower bracket. Hikari just missing out on being the first SA team to start in the upper bracket here at TI, but still an amazing feat, no doubt, for themselves there. Group B, I didn't look at it because we do still have a whole nother best of 2 to happen. That's why I didn't outline it, but I appreciate you for doing it,
I think
Fear.
it's going to happen.
What?
I'm an oracle. It's going to happen.
What's going to happen?
Team Secret.
Team
Upper bracket.
Secret is going to happen,
It's gonna
yes.
happen.
Yes.
Pretty sure that one's already locked in, but you know what? I really like your attitude. We're going to be seeing Spirit and Asta, though normally I would have the time to ask you guys about it, but we messed around a little bit too much.
That's
Our
okay.
casters are ready, so we're just going to jump straight on over to Aries and Danog.
Thank you very much, Nat and the panel. What an exciting series we have here. Asta taking on Team Spirit. And well, if you're a Team Spirit fan, you have to be pretty happy with the matchup that you have at the moment. If you go back to the PGL Arlington Major, we saw that Spirit versus Asta in twice, the upper bracket and the lower bracket, and they were both able to get those series wins over there. So this is at least recent success against them. Spirit have a pretty good matchup, but of course it's a different event, a different tournament in a whole. Then it's TI time. Do they have what it takes to win another series?
Do see Team Spirit have what it takes to win at TI? I think we all know the answer to that, and the formula for them is very simple. They win one game, and I believe they're... Actually, they need to 2-0. Asta just need the 1-0, 1-1 rather, to be able to secure that upper bracket for themselves. I'm so excited, I can't even talk straight. But we can see all the Team Spirit boys coming through here. They are playing a little bit more of that passive style, aren't they? And it really does get exploited if they're not able to fully connect through. And we've even seen some dual core lineups look to punish them a little bit too if they look to make a lot of these movements to create space for Yatoro to be able to farm. Then if the enemy team's looking to do the exact same, and they actually get 2 heroes farming out of it, then you cannot sometimes get overtaken. But lots of discussions going into this. It's a real group effort every single time we see Team Spirit.
Yep. And their opponents, of course, Asta, led by Mr. Baboka. What an incredible start they've been able to have as well, but still, just like you said, needing that one more map victory. And they want some revenge as well, considering Spirit knocked them out in the lower bracket final and then went on to win the Arlington Major. So we'll see if they can get the revenge that they're hoping for and set themselves up with an upper bracket berth here for TI-11.
I mean, look at. That's pretty sure that's Lanham sitting in Siamese cat spot. The big decisions, Lanham with the papers, with plenty of ways to be able
decisions.
to. Yeah, well, this is a PG stream, Lockie. We got to keep it clean there. But we all know the memes coming through from him. I am really feeling his influence, and I'm feeling Monet's influence as well. I just want to highlight some of how well he's been playing. Pretty damn good KDA so far this tournament. I believe it's like 232 kills for just the 33 deaths, kills and assists, that is. But still, very, very solid. And they're one of these teams that were, towards the start of the tournament, putting much higher emphasis onto the Drow Ranger, particularly if you were able to combine it together with heroes like the Visage, like the Sven, like the Marcy. They really just look to enable that style of draft. So let's see if they try and bring it out here.
What a perfect segue in, because we do have our draft getting underway. Spirit on the Radiant side, the boys from Asta will be playing on the Dire side, so we'll see what the priority is going to shape up here in our first phase in particular.
Yeah, I wonder what it's going to be like. I mean, I think I saw second pick was the choice for Team Spirit in the priorities. Maybe I'm mistaken, but You just got to make sure that you're taking away all of these micro heroes from XXS. He's so talented. Whenever you give him all of those opportunities to be able to make the Enigma work, the Visage, we've seen Brewmaster start to come a little bit more into the meta as well. And of course, he plays a great Broodmother too.
Always scary to go up against the Broodmother when you don't have a lineup that is able to deal with the Spiderlings. So that's always, you see that here picked up and you start to shaking your boots a little bit. We've probably got a little bit of PTSD over in Australia with some of the nasty spiders we got.
Just a little. Just a little. You had one on your wall the other day, but we're going to have the Visage being banned out. I think this is good drafting done by Team Spirit, and they pick up the Marcy themselves. So, again, you don't necessarily need to have the Marcy paired together with the Drow Ranger, but it does, of course, take away a bunch of different avenues that you could look to draft, and it leaves a good amount of flexibility too, because, of course, it can be flexed between multiple position support roles, and, of course, XXS, super capable, super versatile. He could play it in the off lane if needed too.
So earlier in the day, we saw Spirit up against Beast Coast, and in both those games, there was a lot of emphasis on Collapse's Doom. I think game 1, they picked it in the second phase, and then, in fact, game 2, they even first phased it. So I wonder if this is something that Spirit want to consider again to pair maybe with the Primal Beast, or just going for a support. If they show Doom, I mean, that is a lot of cores early on.
I think it is a lot of cores shown, yeah. I mean, could this finally be the Collapse Primal Beast that we've been waiting to see? He hasn't had too many chances to be able to play it so far in the group stages, and you just have to remember that period leading up to it in those high-ranked pubs, 90+% win rate on the Primal Beast. That's a pretty good way to deal with it, though. All of this magic damage, of course, you do get a lot of armor through the Uproar, but the Diabolic Edict, now it's pure, and you hit these really early timings around the Bloodstone so that you're just so survivable, even enabling the Leshrac a little bit as well with the Marcy, just for that extra bit of movement speed.
It's nice because they've already banned out the Nyx Assassin in the first phase, so you don't have to worry about that heading into the second. You can use some other bans now to look to protect the Disco Pony.
Can indeed. CM, though, it does enable you to play very active. You know, we've seen Tundra probably be the team to play this with the highest amount of success. Just, you pick this draft that hits the timing around, second or third item, whatever you want to choose, and then you just stay out on the map because the Crystal Maiden, you actually put a fair amount of emphasis towards protecting her, because she's the one that if you're staying nearby, you get that amplified arcane aura. You make sure that you're able to just not have to expend so much into the mana regen department, and then you just group up as 5 with something that's able to push pretty easily, but it can't be illusion heroes. You don't really want to pick something like a Terrorblade super early into the Leshrac. Leshrac hits that earlier power spike and does kind of nullify the effect of having this CM.
I think also the nice thing about this CM and then Primal Beast pairing is just that, like, these are two very, very strong laners. And Spirit having the 18th and 24th pick as the game goes on, naturally you're going to have some counter picks, which can also really help out with your lane. So there's already a strong emphasis from them to try and have that advantage in the back of the lanes and then look to have a really good early game.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, they even have the potential to flex this Primal Beast to be a position 4. We've seen a couple of teams do it, specifically with the Chinese region as well, and it does, again, create space for that CM to have a little bit of the higher impact, but it's a rough game already for CM, right? Just if you look at it in isolation, you're always going to have a Leshrac running at you. You're always going to have a Marcy trying to jump and burst you down to begin the team fight, because with the Lesh these days, you do want to be rushing that Bloodstone, right? It means that you're going to have a slower BKB, and even if you might die for it, a Frostbite can hold a Lesh in place for quite some time and allow you to make the retreat.
So, do we feel like it's going to be the Mirror hero picked up at the 15th? I know you just mentioned that Primal Beast has the potential to be flex, but do you feel like that is more than likely? Like, is this hero best suited as a 2 or a 3? Or 2 and 3, I should say, over a 4?
I would say probably 2, 3, 4 in that order, just because of what is necessarily able to counter it in the mid lane versus what it's able to do in the off lane. And then the impact, of course, as a support, it's just significantly less if you're playing it as that support. So I want to see this Primal Beast that gets into, the early BKB, that can just jump in and look to take out a hero from the team fight entirely, especially one that if you can get some slows in onto it because of the lack of the BKBs, then it just becomes even more effective. But, I mean, we're seeing a ton of these meta heroes being banned out right now.
Yeah.
The Morphling as well, something that Spirit has shown pretty good effectiveness onto, and it really means that you have to respect it. Although I'm not sure how confident I would have been with the Morphling CM lane. Really isn't something that Mira looks to prioritize unless they went for that lane swap.
It's even on the other side as well. Spirit, Shadow Fiend, and then even the Sniper as well from Asta. So yeah, at the moment, second phase, just a lot of importance put on some of the cores to be banned out. Really one of a couple of the strong ones at the moment. Then we're going to go down the list of some others.
That right at 2. I mean, now it's just about securing this solid mid lane for Ori here on his Leshrac. I mean, you've already done that, of course, banning out the Nyx Assassin, the Pango with the Diffusal Blade, Batrider as well. Can be a little bit challenging at times, turns it into more of a skill-based matchup. So I wonder if you now try and outrange it. You know, you've already banned out the Shadow Fiend, who doesn't have the greatest range, but you can at least shove the lane away. Do you look to go into the Lina, or are you a little bit worried about the Marcy jumping in on top of you? Same sort of thing, just to enable the Leshrac to run at you. I mean, there is the lore aspect. You could pick the sisters together, the CM and the Lina.
Okay, does that, what, do you get double the effectiveness out of them? Do you get a percentage buff or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, you got the ice, you'll have the fire, you've even got the dragon. It becomes like Game of Thrones for Team Spirit Strong.
Alright.
Instead, more likely to be Mira's hero here with the Tiny coming through. He's shown pretty good effectiveness on it. Not so much Toronto Tokyo, right? Whenever he's played it, of course, he has a really good start to the game. He's been able to get solo kills as well in his lane, but just after that, we really haven't seen that mid-Tiny look to have the same level of effectiveness that it used to once it gets to the mid-game. You don't want to be reduced to like a blink toss bot, right? You need to be doing that damage, otherwise, why not just play it as a position 4?
Yeah, as a 2, it has some difficulties. Like, sure, you can get kills and have a great time, but it's just a question of, like, there's this awkward period where if you die a couple, then you can't scale into the late game, and then, like you said, all of a sudden you just become this blink-initiating bot, and at the moment, if you get to that later stages, you need as many people to be able to scale as possible.
Team Asta's turn to Spirit.
Okay.
We go. Ooh, okay.
And the Broodmother. Okay, so we got some pretty good ability for XXS to exploit the micro power. You, of course, are going to have a bunch of webs situated around the map, so the spiders can look to play around that. And you're really looking to go for these setup plays with the Marcy, with the Leshrac, making a lot of those rotations early. So expect to see this mid laner and support duo look to make a bunch of moves to enable a lot of these gank attempts, right? All you really need is the rebound into the dispose, into the split earth, and basically anyone's going to die. You might want to wait until you get the unleash on the Marcy just to truly enable it, but even I'm not 100% how I feel about the Troll Warlord here. Just because I feel like the Shadow Demon's going to have a pretty decent time. Maybe they just wanted something to deal with the Broodmother a little bit easier in lane. Very hard for a melee hero to be able to do that. And, you know, of course, Troll can switch between being both melee and ranged. I wonder, is this a great game for the Shadow Demon to look to go into that Aghanim Shard? You're going to be able to purge off the slow from the Primal Beast. You'll be able to purge off the slow from the CM, the Frostbite, the Root. I think it's pretty damn good if they're able to afford it on Asta.
Yeah, I think, like, picking 2 of the Shadow Demon is a little bit awkward, but I feel like for Team Spirit, they're just going to look to body this Broodmother lane. Troll Crystal Maiden pairing sounds like a real difficult time for XXS, and if you can shut him down and make it so that his lane is completely abysmal, then it could be difficult for him to do those Broodmother things like you're hoping for early on. And also, I do want to mention just the fact that Yutura has looked pretty good on the Troll throughout the group stages so far. They picked it up multiple times, and every time I see him playing it, he does look quite comfortable on it, which is surprising because this hero is very hit or miss. You do have some big issues and can be very easy to kite, and that's where the Shadow Demon can come into play.
They are pretty slippery, aren't they, though, on Asta, right? Leshrac, pretty fast. Marcy, of course, the rebound. Brood, just get into the trees with the webs, so it does make it a little challenging. And, of course, that BKB piercing slow coming through from the Demonic Purge as well, so you should be expecting to see... we're assuming it's going to be Siamese Cat playing the Shadow Demon, just going into the Aether Lens perhaps, in addition to that Aghanim Shard for the Demonic Cleanse. But now what are they going to look to enable? Like, what can stay afar? Because you don't have that jump coming through from the Troll, you don't have it from the CM at all, and Tiny, I wonder if this is being switched to being more of that position 4. At least they've got that flexibility on Spirit to be able to change it up with the last overall pick. And they have the last pick of the overall draft, but I don't know, it seems like they're still a little bit undecided here.
Are you convinced that we're looking for a Monate hero last? Or do you think they can flex the Lesh? Because he does play a very good Lesh, and Lesh Shadow Demon as a lane can be scary. Disruption into Split Earth.
It can, but I feel like what good mid heroes are left that can fulfill a little bit more of that carry role, you know? Like they're banning out the Lone Druid, which would have that flexibility to go towards the mid. SF's gone, Morphling's gone, Sniper's gone, so I don't think they want to reveal their entire hand just yet. Could they Razor? There we go. All right. Against the Troll Warlord, it's going to be very effective. Against the Primal Beast even, wanting to dive into the middle of the team fights. That's actually going to be really important. You know that Yatoro is going to be sitting back and looking to pick up the farm on the Troll Warlord, but if you're able to get the static link onto the Primal Beast, a big part of his trample damage comes from his attack damage that he's able to do. So if you're able to steal that away with a static link, maybe you could just feel comfortable even without that BKB to stand in the middle of these team fights and just brawl back into a primal.
Select your heroes.
Oh, it's a pretty goddamn good puck game, though. And we've seen what Toronto Tokyo is able to do on this hero, and they do not have a lot of answers at all. And at the moment, kind of the build from the Broodmother isn't really that single target lockdown. We've seen the Wraith Pack.
We've seen the position ones in pubs. They do run the Orchid build into like a Bloodthorn, which wouldn't be the worst, but I agree with you. You know, it's not the way that we've seen XXS do it so far, right? It's more around the Aura build.
I think this puck also just really helps out the Troll Warlord a lot, because sure, like Primal Beast, Crystal Maiden, Tiny, they've got a lot of control, but now you add the coil on top of that as well, because this hero for Yatoro is very vulnerable to getting kited. So now you have the extra little bit of control through the team fights, the slipperiness from Spirit, to be able to also help out dealing with the side lanes, because they didn't particularly have that. Like Tiny and Crystal Maiden could have had issues. You would have had a lot of pressure on Collapse to be playing in the Broodmother lane, so now Toronto Tokyo can fulfill that role as well. I think this is a really, really nice last pick here for Spirit.
It is, and it's why they wanted to maintain that flexibility for as long as possible, right? It's not always just about what's good in this draft in particular. You have to understand how teams are going to be drafting around you in the tournament, and if we've shown the capability of playing this Primal Beast mid and off lane, they're going to have to respect that. So you could see with all the bans that Asta did towards the end of the draft, it was all around that those things that would be able to fulfill both roles. They weren't 100% convinced. So it's a good last overall pick, but I think it's still a pretty damn good Razor game as well for Monet.
Yeah, and that's the question. If the Razor BKB timing is going to be enough for them to get a really big net worth lead, because this is a lineup still that I feel like is a question how you can scale into the late game. I feel like Brood's going to fall off in effectiveness a little bit, and with the matchup as well. Sure, Razor against the Troll is nice, but then you're going to have to deal with this late game puck being able to kite you through BKB. So I think this is a very, very big opening for Asta to take this game throughout the mid game, but I do also think Spirit have a really big advantage off the back of the lanes. I really like their lane setups.
Yeah, I like their lanes too, and just so everyone remembers the context and the stakes here, Asta win one game, they're into the upper bracket, and Team Spirit, they need the 2-0 to guarantee their spot for themselves as well. So very tense, you want to be able to get that win on the board, especially if you're Asta, just to breathe easy, breathe that sigh of relief, not needing to rely on that game too.
Yep. No team has ever won a TI starting in the lower bracket. And you mentioned earlier, records are meant to be broken. So we'll see if this could be a different look at the TI. But, I mean, you've had 10 different iterations of it, and that's not a good track record to go off, at least.
XXS just looking to scout out a lot of this early movement. He's going to see the Illusory Orb, trying to play around that web as much as he can. My eyes are going to be on XXS with how he chooses to build his items specifically this game, because the skill, the laning, it's always there. The vision that the Spiderlings provide, but I really do want to see if they're going to look to try and address this puck a little bit more. Honestly, even the Troll Warlord, right? If you're able to get the silence in on top of him from the Orchid that you might need for that extra control, could they look to take him down without popping that Battle Trance?
Collapse just charges on through. They're going to get 4 bounties to start on Spirit. Just let it be known, because I haven't picked up the 4th just yet. I do like Spirit's lineup. I think I really like the lane setups, and I think XXS is going to have a very difficult time into the Troll and the Crystal Maiden. And I think he's kind of the tempo setter that they need. Another really key hero is Siamese Cat on the Shadow Demon. he, like we mentioned, is a great way to be able to counter the troll. Like, is naturally a really tricky matchup for the troll to play into. Yatoro feels it's going to be okay, and probably largely because of that is you have the Puck, Tiny, and Primal Beast that can get onto Siamese Cat. And one thing he prides himself on, one thing that he has said time and time again, that his positioning is always on point. He just loves being able to be that nuisance against the enemy team, and he wants to hear them kind of praise. He gets pleasure out of how they think his positioning is just despicable in like a filthy good way. So
all right, let's not go overboard with the filth coming through here. Get PG
that's literally what he said. That's what he said in the interview. Okay. He said in a despicable way. Let's do this. He gets pleasure from how his opponents feel in a despicable way in regards to his positioning, warding, and saving teammates.
And this is turning into a 50 Shades of Grey cast right now.
What do you mean? Despicable filth? No, like it's a...
No, maybe it's a Minions cast instead. Despicable Me.
Bro, you're always taking it overboard. My God.
No, we're all good. I mean, he also has said that he's actually been a little bit vocal. There were a bunch of interviews that Asta did. Always a great chance to be able to hear from the Chinese teams. And he feels like their biggest strength is that they play as a collective. They have a positive winning attitude. Not just a positive mental attitude, but better. Better on top of that. They're already assuming that the win is going to come. And as for what they needed to address, their weakness being that they tend to be a little bit impatient, not waiting for item timings, rushing onto high ground without that suitable information. Well, you're going to have that information this game with the Brood Mother being able to scout out with the Spiders once you get into the mid game. So we'll see. He's been able to show his prominence on these saving style supports, of course, with the Dazzle at multiple events. As to being able to take that clean 3-0 sweep against OG at ESL 1 Malaysia to be able to get the W there. And they're looking to continue it at TI.
All right, well, once again, we see kind of a difference in the lane setup. The position 5 from Master Siamese Cat is going to go down to the bottom lane, and they have Baboka playing with Monet on the Razor. Do we feel like this is just you want the Marcy to be paired with the Razor instead of the Shadow Demon? Is that solely the reason why?
I mean, it's a bit of both, right? We mentioned before how scary this CM troll lane is, and for good reason. Look what's happening to XXS.
He should not get a lot of farm at all. Like, I feel like if somehow XXS has 20 last hits and at a decent stage in this lane, then there's something has gone wrong bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Siamese Cat, he bought out 2 sets of tangos to be able to begin with, so he wants to get aggressive in this lane. He wants to be hitting him instead.
This is something
That's
going
enormous.
wrong. Yatoro, this is what I mean. Like, something going wrong like that, like dying first and giving over first blood to Siamese Cat is definitely not a good recipe for success.
Especially giving him over farm. Of course, it's important for XXS to get the farm, but if you could just get into that boots to make yourself a little bit harder to be able to get those easy pickoffs on the backline, you get into the early Aether Lens, the early Aghanim Shard, that's going to enable Asta's draft so much.
Yeah, now Miposhka, he hasn't been able to block up the hard camp. So Siamese Cat should be able to find the pull. He can also protect it as well with the disruption if required. So this is now going to free up the equilibrium, which is, again, this bottom lane continuing to not be a good start.
Is he going to get a solo kill here? He's going to consider it.
Right, indeed. 4 stacks in the last right clicks.
Siamese Cat. And he's dragging Yatoro out of the lane, so he can't even get any last hits. The man is doing everything right now.
Oh, God.
How much pleasure do you think you got out of that one?
A lot of pleasure. I think the pleasure meters are through the roof.
Got to be careful, though. CM, of course, ends up dying. Not the greatest, but you come back with full mana. And you're going to be able to get those rains of spells off. Of course, the Crystal Nova, the Frostbite. Big combination for the laning stage. But it's got to be in a good spot for you actually to confirm that kill. Upside. A little bit of aggression onto Collapse. Shouldn't be in too much danger of dying right now. And what this also means with the lane pushing all the way back towards the Asta Tower is that you're going to be able to get off some of these stacks. The Ancient Camp is, yep, there we go, going to be claimed. Previously, the team that did this the best was the old iteration of Liquid, when Tiger was back playing on them. Well, even the best players screw up. He ends up TPing accidentally to the tower about 2 steps away. Wonder if they saw that. Might mean that they look to make a bit more of an aggressive rotation up top, perhaps.
XXS?
He'll be fine.
Okay. Yeah. Thought Miposhka was going to step in for the Frostbite as well, but not the case. So, yeah, a lot of spamming being done, but 10 last hits the moment. Let's see how the other side lane's going. Collapse many last hits? 15 last hits compared to the 15 as well from Monet. We saw prior, just whenever Static Link is used, that's when Mira is going to cover the retreat with the Avalanche as well. So it's just holding off the spells and try and just wait when asked to get aggressive.
Yeah, I think maybe the play is to poke onto Mira a little bit more, just because, again, it's an early game Tiny. You've got 0 armor. He's going to get the stun, nicely timed as well, to enable the escape. And, of course, now with the dive deep.
Even glyphing as well to try and enable the dive.
Yeah. But Monet, of course, with the sidekick, is able to stand his ground, be able to smack him right back. This is the thing, like, he's got 3 mangoes available on Mira, so he knows that he always just needs to have this avalanche capability there. Poker was considering going for a dispose back underneath the tower. I think you don't need to full-on commit. I think you want to wait, not use the rebound, and just use the static link onto the Tiny, right? Because then you can get him to use his mana, and then you can look to actually converge with the secondary form of initiation coming through once the damage has already been stolen. Of course, so close along all of the groups. There's been some interesting results coming out today. Talon able to get that 2-0 against Entity, meaning it's going to come all the way down to the final series of the day, and some interesting results coming up from Group A. Oh, bottom lane.
Siamese Cat. Banishment's going to be able to hold Yutoro back. This might be able to free up XXS to get some right clicks out, but as soon as the whirling axis is used from Yutoro, instant disengage. So again, I mean, this is expected. You see, 26-7 to pen, actually 20-1, so XXS was a little bit behind just before, but looks like he had a nice couple of previous waves.
I mean, you didn't expect to do well out of this lane, though, right? But the fact that he's almost a full level ahead of Yatoro is a big benefit towards him. I wonder if even just with this lane pulling back a little bit more towards the tower, it's approaching that 6-minute mark, and we haven't really talked that much about mid. Toronto Tokyo is doing a great job so far against Ori. It's always about those little bit of skill things, constantly cancelling out the split earth, but he's going to be able to get a little bit of pressure into him before he's level 6. And pushing him away from the lane, meaning that this potential rotation to come from Siamese Cat towards mid could be even more impactful if they catch them out without the spells available and look to win out on the health and mana trade. Then maybe Ori's enabled to go for a few kills elsewhere.
This is really going to come down to Toronto Tokyo if the orb's on cooldown, if they can kill him for this rune.
And is the luck there as well? Who's Gabe in favor? Looks like it's Asta. Instantly. Oh, they give him the chat wheel as well.
If they do scout this out, they have the Observer Ward, and yep, Siamese Cat's going to deal with it. So I wonder if he'll continue here from Ori. Do you get the confirmation that at least Spirit know this is occurring? There's a sentry dropped as well from Baposhka. Do they TP an extra member down? Just a face check, nothing crazy.
I was considering if Toronto Tokyo would make a move up top, considering he just has the Dream Coil. Anytime you're playing into a tiny lane, very easy damage just with that toss back. But I think he realized that he needs to address this mid lane. Siamese Cat is going to be looking to push it out as much as possible, make sure that there's not some free damage, and more importantly, experience and net worth going underneath the tower. Even going to be able to get another stack off, I would assume, on his way back. Never mind. Feels like he might be a little bit too late. Sentry's just expired inside of the dire triangle, so he's going to be able to back off, and well, at least he'll get the stacks built up now at the 7-minute mark. XXS.
There we go, beautifully done. Team Spirit finally able to bring down the Broodmother. They've had some difficulties killing him, but haven't really had difficulties slowing down the net worth gain from the Brood. There's almost 1,000 difference between Yutoro and XXS, so yeah, this lane for Spirit definitely going how we're expecting.
Yeah, we were expecting it to go even better though, weren't we? Like just the crush, the potential first blood kill to give them even more of a lead. So it's going to even out a little bit, right? XXS is going to have that capability to be his level 6 shortly. He's got these double range creeps to play with. And then really does open up the map a fair amount. So it's looking good for Spirit, but XXS will still be relatively satisfied.
I wonder when we're going to start to see the rotations from the position 2s. We've already seen one move from Ori. Potentially this power rune could be a big reason why you could start to make a play. See if they get lucky again.
Illusory Orb's being used already, and it's at nighttime. So if Toronto Tokyo gets caught out here, he's actually going to be closer and pick up the regen.
Coil laid down, the post easy kill for them to find. Let's see if Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to get back. He needs to respect the edict damage.
They would have seen the regen, so they're not going to keep chasing in onto it. Just happy enough to be able to claim that kill for now. Mira was looking to try and claim someone as he's looking to be a little bit greedy, but even Siamese Cat with his positioning has to be a little bit careful, right? Because he's taken the wrong long way around. making sure that he's able to get to that lane without the risk of dying. They might see that Mira placed that ward there. There's no real reason for a Tiny to be in that region if not. But still, Shadow Demon, one of those position 4s, position 5s, whatever you want to call it, is able to get a lot out of that early farm. And they're going to make a movement here. Refill the bottle, move up top, use that Great Disruption setup to be able to net a kill onto Collapse.
Simultaneously, bottom lane, they might be a little bit faster. Success, they got the Frostbite out, but Toronto Tokyo was too far away, and now it's top where the aggression's going to be. As Collapse, well, Monet's just baiting. It's just a juicy razor, just hoping that Collapse steps a bit too far for, then all of a sudden, 3 members of Asta popped out of the tree line and find an easy kill onto the Primal Beast.
No reactions coming through from Team Spirit, and that's a good thing for them. You know, you're able to sit Mira in this mid lane. He gets more of that experience that he vitally needs. He's going to get into the earlier Blink Dagger. So, nice little bit of gold injection going to be coming Team Spirit's way regardless. You just see there the Spiders just able to roam around, see the positioning of everyone. Might mean that he doesn't die quite so easily, but not if you pop an ultimate on Maposhka.
Oh, I looked over and I just see Maposhka freezing field and his health just evaporate. Like, great usage out of it. Put it on cooldown, get a kill, continue to free up the lane for your Toro. Already one, well, I should say 2 components completed. On the river.
There's that coil snap.
Beautifully done from Mira. Pops a coil, tossing back over towards Collapse. Siamese Cat is in a position to protect him for the moment, but Collapse is going to be able to set up for the charge, and Ori will go down. Team Spirit, can they get more out of this, though? They're going to be eyeing up Baboka. The combination's up shortly for Mira. Maybe they feel like they don't have the damage. Instead, they're going to go for Siamese Cat. Toronto Tokyo needs one more right click. And in fact, Maposhka will yoink it from afar. The Crystal Maiden easily done.
Easily claimed. What I really like about Maposhka as well, yeah, it was probably a bit more for the laning stage, but the fact that he's gone into the Frostbite, more maxing that one out. Again, addressing the fact that Leshraks these days don't like to go that early BKB. It's all about the Bloodstone. So if you can get that one maxed out, yes, you're going to be the prime target a lot of the time, but if you could just get that Frostbite in onto the Lesh when he's trying to run at you, then you take away a lot of that aggressive potential. So it's really all about playing around Monet a little bit more once he gets into that BKB. If they can get a few free kills here and there on Asta, they're going to be happy about it, and that's why they're going for these frequent smokes with Ori. But as for now, they haven't been able to claim anything too influential.
XXS. They're starting to rotate. This is huge. If they can open up bottom for Asta to enable XXS, and this is where the smoke can help out there. Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to scout this out with the puck's positioning, but they just want to beeline straight towards Maposhka. With the jump in still, they don't have the damage required. Toronto Tokyo are doing an incredible job with the silence just to prevent the follow-up spell casting.
I wonder if they stay down here as well. They've got the Siege Creep Wave, they've got a Leshrac with 3 points in the Diabolic Edict. Of course, they've got all of those Spiderlings as well. They can scout around inside the trees, but the threat of the Dream Coil with a Tiny ready to come in, and even just speaking of the Tiny Mirror, he's pushed in the mid lane, so it forces some kind of movement to come out from Asta. Could this be the impatience we were talking about?
How are you going to defend this? Do you even want to stick around? Maposhka again. Pretty decent damage before the freezing field is going to be cancelled. Looks like finally they'll be able to get the squishy Crystal Maiden, and Toronto Tokyo will escape as well. So what's happening across the map for Team Spirit? Mid getting shoved out, Collapse is free farming and shoving out top as well simultaneously.
I'm going to try and catch Yatoro if he goes a little bit further into the lane. Might actually have revealed his position there.
Lane potentially baiting as well with Siamese Cat playing behind, but that's a coil expended, and 70 seconds without this potentially limits Team Spirit's capability to find kills across the map.
They've just made so much space for XXS now. This is his time to be able to recover some of that net worth. Nearly going into the Vlad, so going to enable him to just survive much easier in the lane. Spiderlings have a pretty good amount of magic resistance, so a single illusory ult probably not going to be enough to clean him up. Needs to be the full combination. They're smoked up here, but I really don't feel like they're going to be able to accomplish anything with no freezing field, no dream coil for the next 35 seconds. Ori.
Oh. Mira, they're able to stop the TP here for the Tiny. So Ori's even going to look to help out as well. Just extra little bit of damage from the Leshrac and buffing up his net worth as well. Oh. Now, for the opposite side of the map, Toronto Tokyo and Maposhka in combination together will run into XXS. So a great movement out of Team Spirit as well, and they're going to be well and truly happy with the trade, getting a call for the support in Mira's life.
I'm a little surprised that he went forward that aggressively. Miposhka was actually like mid-cast of the Frostbite to be able to lock Ori in before he was able to complete that TP to top, so could have gone even better for Team Spirit there with being able to get the call for support trade. So look, results in a Broodmother dying, and you're very happy with that on Team Spirit. That's the thing that's going to be scouting out this more passive style, right? You're still looking to farm on Collapse. He plays a more greedy style, but once he gets that BKB, he's ready to go.
Look at Miposhka's positioning. They see XXS farming. He's
Now
going to
they've
step
got
out of the
ultis.
tree line again with the freezing field. Team Spirit, what a statement they're putting onto XXS, really wanting to shut down this pivotal hero and player for Asta.
Takes away so much of that scaling potential, that issues with the map situations, and they've even given a double damage over to Yatoro. So he's not going to use it for anything aggressive, but just speeds up the pace that he's able to farm, especially considering he is farmed as hell. Wraith, Band, Phase Boots, Magic Stick, and the full Battle Fury already.
We see how they're set up on the map, Spirit, making sure that no lane is easy to sweep through from Asta to get towards the Troll's position.
Just making it so hard for Ori to do anything, right? This is why you pick the Leshrac. You want him to get active early. You want to be able to claim a bunch of these kills with the multiple setups that you've got. You've got the disruption, you've got the rebound, but every single time you've just got a support in place being able to stop you. So maybe now Ori resigns himself to that fact. He says, all right, they don't have coil for the next little bit. They don't have freezing field. Let's look to try and get my farm. Let's look to get into the Bloodstone so that at least I'm not going to fall too far behind.
Miposhka might be in some trouble here. Does have Mira to cover him if needed, and in fact, Asta are going to look to back up themselves, so T1 tower will go the way of Spirit. Their first Tier 1 tower of the game. This might give a little bit of extra gold into Mira as well. They'd love to complete the blink on the Tiny. Maybe the killers can help out, charging inside
they got the
the
vision,
jungle
though.
they go. 1-8, protected with Baboka. Then we're going to bring an extra member as well, just in case the team fight does break out. Reinforcement comes through Siamese Cap, but is not required.
It's just those little things like the movement speed, right? Miposhka just landing the Crystal Nova in addition to the Avalanche there, meaning that you don't have the movement speed to enable Baboka to get that jump. So there's some really good plays, team plays, coming through from Team Spirit here. They should know that they've got vision down
Arcane
the bottom.
Rune.
Oh, yeah.
They're trying to get there for Asta to try and pick it up for Lesh, but not going to be fast enough. You might smoke with it, and yeah, they're going to.
It's just a question of what do you get in exchange. Baboka going to continue playing around this vision. He might be able to back off in time. Oh,
they guess wrong.
Oh.
Okay, they'll get him now.
Does he have a jump? Maybe.
Maybe
Need to commit everything.
And that they will. Beautifully enough, Pulverize is such a short cooldown that it doesn't even feel like such a heavy investment.
Every little bit, though, just makes specs for XXS. Now, nearly finishing up that Wraith Pact. He's got the Spiders taking over the bottom side. And you can see the TP back, not needing to commit the Freezing Field or the Dream Coil to be able to claim that kill onto the Marcy means that, again, this roaming duo coming from Toronto, Tokyo, and Miposhka punishing the lack of BKBs. But you've got one now on Monet, so let's see if they look to be a little bit more aggressive on Asta.
You might be waiting for this Bloodstone, which you just need the recipe for the Lesh, and then the Wraith Pact is now coming out of the core as well. So these are 3 big individual items for the cores on Dire. Once they get these picked up, you are definitely ready to take a team fight. It's probably going to occur around mid. You'd love to get an objective off the back of a one skirmish.
Top side. Using the Pulverize up here, but again, he was able to get the static link off first on Monet, so the damage from the trample is going to be negligible. Looking to go for XXS again. That should surely reveal the fact that they've got the vision down here now, and they've got a movement coming through from 3 Asta members. Even picking up Miposhka would result in a lot of extra map control to be able to provide XXS the freedom to know that he can't be picked off just by 2 heroes.
And now it even opens up the supports kind of as well. Siamese Cat can potentially drop a ward nearby. Can do it fast enough under the cover of the smoke. They won't be able to scout it out, but with the wraparound, they will see XXS. And they're now going to see the Shadow Demon pop out of smoke as well. So that would have been a big ward to play with. We just mentioned before that Asta, they're ready to fight and they want to fight around mid. With that ward, it would have enabled it, but unfortunately, CM will respawn and instantly get rid of it.
And I don't know if they can fight now for another minute. Collapse went for a really aggressive dive up top, was having the pulverize about 2 seconds left on cooldown, and forced the BKB to be used by Monet. So he's already used the one. Means that they can't look to play as a full 5 unit with all of their timings. They might consider it though. Just playing around this mid lane, it is still pretty easy to take for Dire, especially a Leshrac, when you've got this control with the Observer Ward, giving all of the vision for anyone that's looking to try and make a flanking move from the right-hand side.
Are we concerned, though, with how much farm Yatori's getting? Because he's been uncontested this game. Top of the net worth, almost BKB completed.
Little concerned, to be fair. But again, you have been able to not die too many times on Siamese Cat, just the one death so far. And so he hasn't gone into the Aether Lens first. A lot of the time, you just get double value out of the Arcane Boots. Who've they found?
In the river, it's just Siamese Cat. Solo kill for Toronto Tokyo. Should be able to... Oh, he's not even going to be able to find it. All right, up to top now we go by the outpost. A jump in. Onto Collapse, but Mirror with the blink reveal as well. They're decent avalanche to be able to prevent the follow-up. But it looks like they'll just sacrifice Mirror's life. So a 1-for-1 in the end across the map. Finally does finish his food as Toronto Tokyo.
Man, they have pinged about 3 different times that they've got vision on this bottom side of the map, and just as they're going to be ready to de-ward it, it's about to expire. They actually would have seen that they've got the Demonic Cleanse now available on Asta. Means that the Frostbite was instantly dispelled, but the Caster Curse coming through. I just praise Siamese Cat for not getting caught, and instantly he gets jumped and coiled. But it's still really vital, right? Remember what it can get rid of. It can get rid of the slows. It can get rid of the roots. It means that you are scared of this Troll Warlord, but maybe not as much as you used to be.
Run, Mabushka! Not the spiders! Well, Mirror wants the gold. What is he buys? Oh no, the double stun! And they're going to be able to jump instantly to follow up. Great play from Baboka, and now Collapse in the tree line. That's a much more difficult kill.
Are they going to consider Roshia?
Looks like they might be.
Yeah, all these spiders, all these auras, and a sidekick as well.
I don't know if they can. Puck should be able to slow it down.
What's the vision look like right now for Asta? It's pretty lacking outside of those spiderlings.
They're going to go make this play. You got BKB on Collapse. I don't think you're too worried about this. They're starting to respawn as well from Spirit.
They're going to back off. Yep. This is good. Not falling under that impatience issue. Might look to go for that full wraparound, but with the vision given by the Illusory Orb, they'll know that they're not inside the pit, so how's your positioning? It's pretty good so far by Team Spirit.
Tries to time the stun, but Toronto Tokyo with a blink out to the left side. Mirror's in a position as well to try and jump in if he finds an opening, but Asta, they're going to back off of his team. Roche is still relatively low. Let's see if they want to try and clean this. It's a scary fight for Dire.
Yeah, but they have no vision right now on Spirit, so it's going to need to be a ballsy dive by Collapse.
They need to time it perfectly. Collapse going to attempt it, but it'll be too late. Mirror still gets an incredible avalanche with the follow-up as well. They're all grouped up on Asta, but they haven't died just yet. Monet turns with the BKB. He's going to be okay, along with Ori, thanks to the Bloodstone, but they want to kind of control the retreat, as Monet pushes TP out directly in their face, but unfortunately for Ori, he will not have the same fate. And now it's time for Spirit to clean up. They'll be able to chase down XXS to the south. Collapse will find a freebie. Under the back over to the left track they go, but Yatoro... Oh no, can they even kill Ori? They might not be able to. Mirror stuck on the higher ground. Now he's finally going to be able to jump down to help out as well, but the damage has been dealt. They don't have an answer to the left track, especially with the Shadow Demon playing behind Ori.
Oh, who's baiting who? That entire fight was just the position 4s wanting to be in the position to get that extra kill. Mirror playing on the back line as soon as the Marcy makes the jump, but yeah, Leshrac with 2 lives, it's very, very hard to be able to have the damage to go through that one, especially when you're committing the battle trance like Yotaro had to. So couldn't have asked for too much of a better initiation, if not for maybe 2 seconds earlier. That could have been a very different fight for Spirit if they were the ones that had the second life. Still though, all 3 cores at the top of the net worth are Team Spirit. And you do feel like there's going to be a little bit of an issue going into the super late game, even with the Troll Warlord going up against the Razor.
BKB still caught out for a couple of seconds here. Oh, beautifully done from Baboka. Just tosses Collapse out of range, so he wasn't able to play with the Pulverize.
Even just the little things like stepping forward a couple of seconds, making them think that maybe they have backup coming, causes the full-on retreat out of both Collapse and Mira. Just great plays again coming out from these Asta supports. You gotta find them. You gotta take them out. They do so much to enable the cause. It makes them feel like they've got a lot more net worth than they do. It feels like Ori has top net worth right now, even though he's sitting 5th just because of the Demonic Cleanse, because of the Disseminate now. Basically acting like a dispersion from Spectre that a Shadow Demon can just give to anyone.
It's going to be a lot easier to position as well for the Shadow Demon with just a Lesh, Marcy, Razor being in the middle of the fight, XXS creating chaos as well, and you potentially, depending on the micro, XXS can also scout out whenever Spirit are trying to wrap on the Shadow Demon, so it is not going to be easy to bring down Siamese Cat at all.
Nearly into the pipe as well, so that's going to provide a lot of additional help for all the Spiderlings against this magic damage. Again, once those BKBs start to come out, it's a really, really good situation for Asta, and they've got one completed on Leshrac. So maybe this is the time.
It kind of feels like at the moment Team Spirit are very off the back of just trying to blow someone up in a combo, and I don't know if they're going to be able to with how XXS is itemizing.
Oh, TP's coming up top here. Gonna use the glyph for it. With the haste, maybe they feel like they can catch. There's that reveal.
BKB instantly neglects the use of the coil, and Ori will have no trouble about catching up to Mira. We'll give enough time for the rest of Spirit to get out. Collapse will use his free time as well to shove out mid, and also bottom's getting addressed from Yatoro.
It's going to be a very nice Skadi pickup for Yatoro once he gets it against these... honestly, even the Broodmother, right? Just slowing down the pace that you're able to retreat back into the trees is going to be such a useful tool. But again, against the heal coming through from the Shadow Demon, the lifesteal from the sidekick, of course, 2 ranged cores in the Lesh and the Razor, they're going to suffer heavily from the effects.
That they are. They are indeed. Still having a lot of difficulties with dealing with Toronto Tokyo. Potentially that's where the item after the BKB can come out from XXS.
And Ori,
Imagine
he's going into the Scythe of
What's he
Ice.
got? Okay, beautiful, beautiful. That's a great item. Because I was going to say maybe XXS goes Hex after the BKB, but you're going to have it coming out even faster thanks to the Leshrac.
A lot of farm being prioritized over to him. XXS plays, of course.
Locked onto Yatoro. They need a way to separate the two.
Yeah, but
that's just
all the boys there. He's a little bit scared, playing on his own. No TP rotations given out by the rest of the team.
It's just a question of how can you continue to kite the Razor in these fights, because Monet is just going to go directly to wherever Yatoro is positioning, and this will now come down to kind of the support's itemization to protect him. His Collapse, he found the opening. He's onto the Shadow Demon. Wraith Pack will help mitigate a lot of the damage, but the rest of Team Spirit are nearby. A coil onto 3. Yatoro will look to enter as well. Play around with the Battle Trance.
Got the
Not a lot of
cleanse.
damage onto Ori at the moment. It looks like Astra are going to be okay to turn this one back around. Up to the northern side though, Yatoro finally able to deal with XXS, but the Splitter stops him in his tracks, and they don't have the damage. Look at him dance left, right, and center as XXS stays alive, and now he can get the finishing blow. As Toronto Tokyo just lives out to the right, a waning rift to separate himself from the Marcy. Such a messy fight, but it looks like at least 2 members of Spirit will live.
That was the demonic cleanse, man. He did it. He was able to get off the disruption save for himself, realizing how important it is on Siamese Cat just to get off those couple of spells. Uses them onto the Leshrac, even though he dies instantly after. He just has complete free reign to run around these team fights with 0 threat of dying on Ori.
And again, it's another fight where Spirit get like 3-man Avos, Silence, and Coil, and they just can't do enough with it.
But the Wraith Pack, the pipe, it's enough, and well, they found another pick-off here. It's just onto a support in Mira. Still a valuable kill. All of these, and I didn't mention as well, with good old Ice Frog, level 15 on the Razor. Extra damage bonus relative to what the talent actually says. Giving you a bonus 40 on top of that, so it is 10 static link damage still instead of the 5. Always great. Still though,
thank you, Ice
really
Frog.
in the balance, isn't it? 55 to 45 says the win probability, and well, I believe it. This really could go either way, and it's going to depend on can you get the right initiation on both teams. This time around, they got the good one on Team Spirit, but the auras were nearby, the pipe, the Wraith Pact, and just not enough damage yet coming through on Team Spirit.
Yeah, this is the mid-game timing we were speaking about though, Faster. Like, it just doesn't seem like Spirit can fight at the moment. The initiations, again, have been pretty solid, honestly, but They need items. You need a way to kite the Razor, and you need more items on your Toro for the damage, and it's going to take quite some time now. I think they need to avoid 5v5s.
I think they consider it very, very soon, though. Oh, Toronto Tokyo, he's going into 4. Again, though, they don't have that instant lockdown for him. That's the one issue that they've got right now, so they might actually have this small window on Team Spirit to be able to make a move in very short time. 450 gold away from the Skadi. They caught him. They know where he TP'd to. Yeah. But so what I was saying was they've almost got the Skadi on Toronto Tokyo, and what else was there? I saw a 4-star as well, I believe, just freshly picked up by Mira. So that's going to allow you to create some space away from the Pulse Nova, from the Razor, even just allow the Marcy not necessarily to be able to catch you. So it's going to be some big timings before the Scythe of Vice is available for Ori. Here's level 18 though. Even more damage coming through from the Pulse Nova. A lot of the time, people prior to this Bloodstone meta, you weren't able to get the 3 points just because your mana pool couldn't sustain it. You went a bit more into the stats beforehand, but now it's just such a key timing for you that you can afford to.
It's a nice item swap up as well for Monet. Even though he's kind of playing as the position 1, he's shied away from the Satanic and going into the Helbert instead. So really trying to put a lot of emphasis on slowing down your Toro's game.
Yeah, he's playing up top here. Gets the axes off though. They're looking to go for the backline.
Charging in.
Yeah, I mean, if you can climb the posture.
Oh, they cancelled the stun! Ori cancelled the stun on the troll! Oh, no, no, no! Yutori gets the battle chance off, but it'll be to no avail. Only delaying the inevitable. As what a big pick off for Asta.
Yeah, it's the fresh pickup of the Skadi, but it's not going to mean anything. Even the creep wave pushed all the way in, so that TP doesn't get off because of a great stun coming through from Asta.
And look at them even glyphing the wave as well. Mira cutting mid, Toronto Tokyo cutting bottom. Just wanting to try and stall out the shenanigans that a Spirit are up to. They might consider high ground.
I think they would. I mean, again, you've already given up your tier 2 bottom, so you couldn't afford to use that that glyph there. And even if they pop it now, you've got some Spiderlings to play around. So Toronto Tokyo making sure to put his life on the line to be able to deal with that creep wave. So nice preservation of their glyph coming through, even keeping a little bit more of the harassment through. But has to be careful soon. He's going to have a look at some of these items being picked up by Ori in particular. The Ultimate Orb, giving, of course, the extra stats to enable him in the team fights, but it might lead them to understand that that's what's coming. Got to be a little bit more careful on the puck, or really be on the money. Just quickly dealing with this mid lane. Looking to connect through with a smoke afterwards, one would assume. Didn't get the glimpse onto Collapse there as the full rotation comes back. 5-man from Spirit coming through. They're going to have everything available on Asta, but they might just see that Ori's a little bit separated.
Big pick off if they can find it, but Ori's going to back off to the tier 2. In fact, even TP closer to the team. Look at the read.
Yeah, the Spidey senses doesn't even necessarily need the spiders to be on Team Spirit. He's just able to get away, clump up around that high ground, realizing how important this next Roshan is. And they know it spawned as well because of the spiders. They see the Illusory Orb, who can get the jump onto. I think they'd be satisfied enough to just wait this one out on Asta. You just need, what, 1,000 gold until you've got that. Also level 20, just to provide a little bit of that extra pulse.
They got the ward advantage. They're going to see Toronto Tokyo. They're going to see Collapse as well. Not the easiest target to initiate.
Oh, yes,
but the chain control and the burst potential. Oh my, Ori and Baboka, no hesitation, just moving to the middle, getting rid of Collapse's life, and now they won't have the Primal Beast to hold this Roche.
Look at these spiders, just giving them everything that they need to know about Spirit's position, the power of information. They're happy to give up a little bit of gold just so that they can know that they're not going to be contested inside this pit. But Mira doesn't want to let that happen.
Force love out. So got to be cautious about the positioning. Monet's a little bit low for the moment. Again, look at Siamese Cat as well, always playing far away from his team, making sure there's no opportunity for him to be caught out.
Just poking though, 10 seconds left on Collapse being able to come back. So frequently able to use these illusory orbs with the Octarine Core.
Gonna be able to get the Aegis, and now Spirit, they have to get out. Mira, oh, just a couple of seconds shy of being able to find the blink, because Asta be able to bring down another member.
not too many targeting spells, so the Storm Surge isn't going to give amazing value out to Monet here, but there weren't too many better options, I would think. The Insatiable Hunger, that's not really XXS's job. You know, it's to be prowling around, providing vision, making sure that his auras are always going to be available. And it indicates that with the neutral item that he's holding onto, the Blast Rig, he just wants to make sure that he's not dropping down too early into these team fights. We do have some more timings coming out soon, though. I believe that's an AC nearly finished up for the Razor, just the plate mail short. And nearly level 20 as well. Actually, he just gets it. So all of that extra movement speed amplified even further by Baboka. And he's able to get into that rebound. Multiple cores being enabled by multiple supports. Yeah, they do.
Oh, it's going to catch Toronto Tokyo off guard. Ooh, daytime.
Senses, yeah. So, again, they're okay with it. They would have loved the kill, but you're really going to allow this this Scythe of Vice to come into effect once you get that Blink Dagger on Leshrac. That is the timing. If they don't make something happen with that, maybe I'm a little bit worried, but for Asta's sake, they can still rest easy knowing that they've got a good hold on this game right now.
At least in regards to Toronto Tokyo, he has his A on disc now completed. As Mapushka's just... No way he makes it. Okay, he made it. Very nice quick TP. But yeah, of course, the big reason you went for this Hex is to address the puck, and Toronto Tokyo now has a way also to be able to address that with his own A on disc, so this will continue to help out with the split push shenanigans that Spirit need to be on.
Honestly, anyone, right? Like, it doesn't even need to be the puck. Of course, you would love it to, but just as good on the Troll Warlord, right? Doesn't have any saving supports right now. The only thing that they're going to have to be able to stop that is the Lotus Orb coming through from Collapse.
Okay, this is very interesting. Troll, he's going into a Blink Dagger next item. So again, we have seen Spirit get some incredible initiations, but maybe with this Blink, it's going to make it a little bit easier for Yotoro to get into the middle and have that follow-up damage to capitalize on Collapse's jump or even Toronto Tokyo's jump.
He just wants that goddamn Shadow Demon, man. He is doing so much to be able to stop him, right? The Blink Dagger, and I'm sure after that's probably going to come. He's going the Basher. I wouldn't have hated the Lincolns.
Easy kill for Ori. Lane board scouting out Mira's position, so still have Toronto Tokyo to continue cutting top. If he gets his Kori, this is huge. That's the Blink Dagger now. So you were just mentioning how important it is for Ori.
I mean, it's pretty important for them to defend the base as well. Probably going to need to use the buyback here on Mira with all of these spiders to tank up a lot of the tower multi-hits. At least Toronto Tokyo is there to be able to protect it, and they actually use the aggressive clip as well, not wanting their siege creeps to go down for free.
It's all on Siamese Cat's positioning. Shadow Demon, ever so vital for them to be able to keep the cause alive.
Not just that, but also to stop the effectiveness of Toronto Tokyo. They have no ways to be able to stop the Demonic Purge from having an effect.
Wraithpack's about to expire. Let's see if they want to do something with this now. And Asta, they're going to try and back up.
That's the refreshed glyph, though, that they just ended up using. They've still got the Aegis for another minute 20. They're going to back off. They're going to respect it, realizing that they can hit their next timing. They can wait for the Blink Dagger to come up in about 2 minutes or so. And then with no glyphs left for the remainder of the game, if they were to continue up at this pace, they can look to close this one out with one more victorious team fight.
And keep in mind, Asta, all they need is one game victory here in this series, and they will secure upper bracket. Spirit need 2 wins. They need a 2-0 here.
To guarantee it. 1-1 is still possible. There's tiebreaker shenanigans that could happen.
The ward on the lane, it's Baboka's going to jump inside the base, trying to bring down some of the supports. Won't have the follow-up at the moment. And Mira, they might have an opening now. Oh, they don't get the toss to break the coil. Hex is on Toronto Tokyo, but the follow-up stuns are not going to be there. So Mira will be the only casualty. He does have a buyback if required, but the lanes are in an okay position.
Just hitting up onto that level 20 as well. Actually going into the agility, okay. Maybe just wanting that bit of an extra armor bonus. I was thinking maybe the AoE Silken Bowler just to enable both the Razor and the Leshrac in a lot of these fights. But again, no glyphs, so they're going to use the remnants of this Aegis. Just 10 seconds left to be able to go in. Backing off. Good composure coming through from Asta here. Not wanting to give up the lead. Not wanting to give them a chance with the tiny respawn to be able to potentially get that toss back into the base underneath the tier 4s without the supports there to be able to save.
Yeah, that kind of feels like the angle here, isn't it, for Spirit, in particular high ground defense, like a coil into a toss to snap it and then maybe making a play off the back of that.
And it's gotten into the stage where Baboka, he's nearly level 18. So he's got a good amount of damage in his own right on this Marcy. 10 seconds away
Very
from
fun.
his BKB. Level 15 as well for Siamese.
He's got a
Cat.
basher.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. The 200 demonic purge damage. Oh, there's the Hex.
And it's going to be forced out. There's a win in its own right, though. 70-second cooldown with the Aeon Disc, so this now leaves Toronto Tokyo very vulnerable.
It's not that bad, though. I mean, he's holding on to the Octarine Core and the Quickening Charm, right? And you had to use the BKB for that when he went for that aggressive... Actually, did they BKB? Oh, just on the Marcy. So not too bad. So yeah, maybe they do continue to go for the move. If it was used on Leshrac or Razor, it would have been a different story entirely.
I'm trying to see if there's any items here that can really turn this fight around for Spirit. Potentially the Lotus Orb onto Yatora could be really nice for the Static Link, just to at least mitigate it, because that's definitely the job from Monet. Just trying to lock onto the troll and zap away as much damage as possible.
Yeah, and Ori just got the Timeless Relic, so good luck trying to stop a lot of this damage coming through. It's just going to amp you up in every way. Mana Burn not going to be as effective because of that Bloodstone active, the amount of damage that you're just able to output. I don't want to say they're playing scared, but they're playing conservative right now on Asta. They're not wanting to give this one up again, just wanting to play off the back of a singular pickoff because Team Spirit, they need to leave the base at some point. And they're pretty healthy in the buyback department right now for Asta.
Are you chilling right now? Just continuing to slowly grow the net worth lead, maybe waiting for some power runes. Invis probably not going to help out too drastically, but you've even got some neutral items to try and farm up as well, and Spirit, they won't have this capability to get outside the map and potentially find a big tier 4 item to help out. Another Hex as well.
Yeah.
Ooh, XXS has it now.
My question is, can Toronto Tokyo carry this game? If he's able to dodge out the Hexes, use that overwhelming blink that he's nearly farmed up to get it onto the back lines, shut down the Shadow Demon, then I think they've got a chance. And, well, they're going to go for the kill onto him. He's back here. Just being able to buy that overwhelming blink, and Ori won't be able to catch him unless he shows on the lane one more time. Looks like he'll be able to get back to base. It's that close, man.
This is, okay, this is a decent spot now for Spirit. They've got a lane shoved out, and they see Ori away from the team. A Siamese Cat as well. That's priority number 1. They've got a sentry nearby as well. Glimmer Cape's not going to really help it out too much, but the banishment will hold them back for the moment. If they can control Yatora dealing with the Static Link, but look at the damage coming through for the battle treads. Yatora's going to try and stand toe-to-toe, but when
linked now.
Sorky up to right clicks, the Hex follow through, and they just rip apart the troll. As soon as Ori shows up, Spirit need to split away. They need to cut their losses.
There's that
in the
Hex.
river, they might not be so fortunate as Collapse will get some distance thanks to the Avalanche. Onslaught back up shortly as well, but the splitter timing from Ori is on point. No escape for the Dino. Collapse, a slow and painful death. He'll make him work for it in the end, but Ori beyond godlike on the Lesh.
Instantly, though, Team Spirit, they went for the lane shove. Still top lane in a really healthy spot right now. For Asta, they've got ways to be able to rejoin this as well. With the Boots of Travel on the Lashrack, can instantly go to this double siege creep wave and actually go for an aggressive jump too. Just able to get back in time there. But I think this might be it. They don't have ways to be able to stop the push. No buyback on the Troll or the Primal Beast. It's going to result in at least a couple of lanes of racks.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Even more Diabolic Edict explosions as well. Ori just hitting up onto his level 25 and still paying respect through to Team Spirit. This is a team that knows that they are just one game away from that upper bracket berth.
I'll keep saying it, no team has won TI starting in the lower bracket. It is so goddamn important to have that second life. Imagine starting lower bracket where you have to go through a best of 1 and then 6 other series afterwards.
My only question is, who do you give the Axe to from this? There are so many good players to be able to give it through to. Monet looks like he's going to be the main priority, just more of that passage damage coming through. Would have been great for Ori with the Nihilism, would have been great for Siamese Cat as well, just to be able to get 3 cleansers off.
Look at the read from either side. This is beautiful. Spirit have control, but Asta recognize this. They're going to smoke and look to invade.
They're in the middle.
Ori jumps. instant use of the BKB, but they're going to try and get the damage out. Yatoru doing a lot at the moment, but as soon as Monet soaks away with a static link, there's just nothing they can do as Team Spirit once again on full retreat, but they will not escape as Asta surround them and bring them down. The finishing blow as Spirit have to tap out and win this game loss for them. They will be moving down to the lower bracket, starting in the lower bracket, I should say, in Asta. They will now be up into the upper bracket. What a game one performance.
Man, Ori, the balls on this, man. They know as soon as the smoke pops, they're all there. I've got my boys behind me. We've got the net worth lead. We've got the Aegis advantage. And, I mean, for good reason, right? He got down so low there. I almost thought he was going to fall, but they had to expend so much just to try and get the singular kill out, and they weren't even able to claim that. So great performance coming through from Asta. Everything about the draft synergized together, right? Everyone had their distinct roles throughout the game. They had direct counters to Team Spirit's draft. This was the fight where they could have potentially made that big play happen, but just have a look there. The disruption, enabling Siamese Cat to get the save. He uses the demonic cleanse onto Ori so that he's never going to get locked down even once the BKB expires. So he's just able to keep running forward, not worry about the slows coming through. He's able to rip apart this Team Spirit team fight, and they just took control over the game from there.
Yeah, you just see this Razor pick was incredible. Like, Ori had a great game, but Monet as well, just recognizing his role, just running straight towards wherever Yatoru was positioning and making sure that he could never be right-clicking with the full damage.
This is the one as well.
Yeah,
I mean, they pop an
He's
early battle
like...
trance, right? And this is with the Lotus Orb, so they didn't get the full static link off. It's only after the BKB is gone that they start to get the static link off, but it's too late. He just doesn't have the damage to go into all of this armor. They had the AC, they had the heals, they had the supports that give the lifesteal so that you could still man fight into this Troll Warlord. It just wasn't enough damage.
I was very impressed with what Spirit were doing in the early game, with how they were looking to really shut down XXS, because again, he's been a big reason of why they're able to take games, why Astra have been so convincing in the Arlington Major and also ESL as well, and you saw the emphasis on trying to shut him down in the lane and throughout the game as well, dropping wards to try and kill him, but just the value of this Broodmother with the itemization, keeping the cores alive, keeping the supports alive was so huge to the early game.
Yeah, the team cohesion, that's where Asta came out on top in my eyes. Everything about the draft, everything about their gameplay, it was all on point. So very well deserved game one victory coming through to them. And yeah, upper bracket secured. I'm sure they're going to be feeling very happy about that. Big decisions, Lanham. He's made another great decision with this draft.
Yep, that he has indeed. Big decisions. Lanham and the rest of the boys as well helping out as well. And this has to be a bit of a sigh of relief as well, considering Asta, they have been known as an organization to really have some difficulties in some big events. And we've seen the previous showings as well, that their last iteration of their roster had some great showings in the DPC, but then when you get down to some of these big lands, big majors, and even TI, where we saw them knocked out very early on in TI 10 in particular. So this is exciting stuff to see, that this roster is performing, even though they have some inexperienced Siamese Cat coming through from Asta area, but he's still continuing to look incredible along with all the other 4 members as well.
Yeah, you just have to think back to those most recent LAN win, right? At ESL Malaysia, they were able to get that win. They were able to get a lot of confidence from that. You know, a 3-0 against OG. I would say one of the top 4 or 5 favorites for TI, just considering their path throughout this year. And to be able to get the nerves out from playing again on LAN, I think that was a big benefit for Asta, who were one of the only Chinese teams that actually put any value into playing at that one. But, I mean, clearly it's paying them in dividends with these results so far. Upper bracket secured.
It was the other way around. OG 3-0'd them.
Did they? Okay, well, my bad then.
But it's pretty much still the same thing. You make it to grand finals, the tournament beforehand, the Arlington Major, where Spirit knock you down from the upper bracket, then you verse them in the lower bracket finals, and they beat you as well. So recently, the past success or the past series, Spirit have really performed against Asta, and now they get some revenge. And the revenge is huge. They go upper bracket, Spirit now to lower bracket, at least starting again, and like you said, I mean, the recent at least at ESL 1 Malaysia, it is a lot of experience for a team that in particular their 5 didn't have as much experience. But some of the other players, I mean, Baboka along with XXS, they've been together for 4 years. One of the duos that have some, I believe they're top 4 in regards to paired games together. So these two have a lot of chemistry together, but it's exciting to see how Asta are performing. It's just game 1 though, just game 1. We'll see what exciting stuff we have in store for us for our second game after the break.
pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history with those who make the game a reality. We're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got game 2 shortly underway. Team Asta taking on Team Spirit. Daniel, there's a lot of teams here, 20 teams, and a lot of them with the team in front of the name. It gets a little bit confusing sometimes. Well, for the Asta boys, so for them, very happy with their game 1 performance. Very convincing as well for some stage. Early game was looking a little bit shaky, but then we saw just the momentum go into their favor. And really, they didn't give up map control. Very disciplined gameplay, which was exciting to watch as well, just knowing that this is a team that they're not going to give any opportunity at a lead being thrown.
Yeah, I wonder if they want to try and change things up a little bit on Team Spirit here, because it almost always seems like at like the 15-20 minute mark, they've got about a 5k net worth advantage, but they just don't have the cores to be able to close it out, if that makes sense. Like, you compare that to Liquid in the way that they've been playing. They're picking the Leshrac themselves, the Lone Druid, the Broodmother, these really aggressive styles that are actually able to convert on their effective laning and kills into more objectives. And it feels like Spirit, they're just lacking a little bit on that. You know, they're using the kills to farm more, and that is a close-up on Yatoro. But that's the man of the moment. Ori had a fantastic game number 1, and I'm sure he's going to look to do it again in game 2.
Someone that has been a stable position 2 in the Chinese scene for a very, very long time. Has also been on Vici Gaming for a long time as well. He had 3 TIs on Vici Gaming, and 2 of them placing 5th and 6th, which was TI9 and TI10. So for him in particular, has been someone that has really been a big addition to the Asta team, because of course previously it was White Album back in TI10. So Ori coming over, and we just see the difference it's been through the entire of this year.
Ooh. I might need to get myself an Asta face mask. They're looking pretty stylish coming through there. But yeah, another big addition to the lineup is, of course, Lanham coming through there. I mean, he just... The drafting coming out of Asta has been praised for, honestly, the past 3 months in all of the events that they've played in, whether it be the DPC, LANs, or these TI group stages. I think that's been their real strength so far, and I want to see if they're going to be able to get away with another Drow draft, because the one that I saw, like... I like to look at drafts and then guess who won without actually looking at the kill score. And I saw this one that had a Marcy, a Sven, a Drow, and a Visage, and I'm like, that draft won easily, and it stomped in about 24 minutes. So, like, that's the sort of thing that if you could just see it working in your head, most of the time it's going to work on paper. In reality. Kind of screwed that one up there. But the matter is, it's good. They're good at drafting. That's the point I was trying to make. Please say something, Aries.
Okay, I got you. It's very nice to see as well in the break that they're, I believe, going over those replays there. We just saw it was Siamese Cat and Lennon behind him going over some laning stuff, and I think that is Monate behind Ori as well, which is speeding through replays, and I imagine Toronto, Tokyo, and Yotoro are doing the same thing as well. So this is just a nice little insight into what some of the teams are doing on their break. Of course, you want to go get a little bit of breather, maybe some water, quickly go toilet, and come back and maybe discuss how the next draft is going to shape up, and quickly some of the issues as well. You can't really dive in depth into too many, but maybe some of the laning things that could have gone a bit differently, and then get your mind clear for game 2.
I mean, I'm sure that's what they're going to be talking about on the bottom side of the map, right? Like, why did we die? Why did we give up that first blood over to Asta to make this lane that should have been a win? You drafted for the one lane, and you still did, but you drafted to crush it rather than just beat it. And I would say for XXS, the main thing that he's going to be looking at is, man, how did I die so many times down around that bottom area of the map as well? Scouting out exactly when and where that observer ward was placed to maybe help him out for next time.
Yeah, I wonder actually even if the Brood gets banned out, because you just mentioned it. Like,
can't ban it all, man. It's kind of like Nightfall with the way he's playing.
Yeah. That's very true. So what do you do? Because they dressed the Brood pretty well with their gameplay. Like, I was very, very impressed. We saw Toronto Tokyo never left bottom. They always had a ward there. They picked him off multiple times, and it didn't matter. We see the comparison as well. Just a little bit of GPM here for XXS. Even support gold spent as well. Wow, that's when you know you're a true winner.
That was probably the sentry ward to try and get rid of that observer that expired at the time, right? So, yeah, I mean, it's important. I think they even saw, maybe even Yatoro bought a sentry ward just to unblock his own ancient camps at the early stage of that map. But I think the thing that needs to change is that when you're against these drafts, it's kind of like how a bunch of teams used to play around the Bristleback, right? Or used to play around the Superman Sven. They just target everyone that isn't that hero. Because that's there's the ring. Okay, you were wanting to see it the other day.
Yeah, but whose hand? Well, actually, not. Let me. That's a really nice ring, man.
Mm-hmm.
That is actually a really, really cool ring.
I'm gonna say it's Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, seems like a Coke man. Are you a Coke or Pepsi man?
Neither. So
yeah, okay.
I'm a water. I'm a hydro homie.
Good answer. Hydro homies for life. Let's go.
Gonna have a drink actually. Cheers to that.
What type of drink?
Water.
Drink? I'm just trying to make sure I'm trying to catch you out. Can never catch you out. You're always on the ball as well. We do have our game 2 draft underway again.
Sorry. Okay. Look at all those air conditioners and like humidifiers and stuff that they've got in the rooms as well. They've just bought out a whole store of them.
Yeah, gotta make sure you're comfortable, man. Come on, you gotta be living the life in there. There's a big reason why they're now in the upper bracket. Well, now why they're starting the upper bracket, because when you're feeling good, you're playing good.
It was Yato. Damn it. But actually, maybe it's a dehumidifier. It's Singapore after all. That's probably the most humid place I've ever been on Earth. Enjoy it, by the way, when you're going to be there in a couple of days.
Wait, what does that mean? The most humid place you've ever been? What does that mean?
Humid.
Oh, humid. I thought you said humid. I'm like, what are you saying right now?
I'm saying if you're going to Singapore and you normally put on moisturizer, don't, because you're just going to be sweating all day. The air, the weather is your moisturizer.
Okay, very fun, very fun. That's going to be exciting to be sweating 24/7 when I go over. My flight's tomorrow. Holy. My first TI. I'm very excited.
You should be. It's a great experience to be able to be there with all the fans, and I'm sure it's going to be a great experience coming through. So, well, we're into the draft, and, well, you can try and address XXS somewhat, but the Enigma on its own isn't going to be enough, and this time around, they still didn't look to ban out a lot of that stuff that they try and pair together with it. You know, the Marcy's available, the Visage is available, the Drow, the Sven, they're all there. I want to see it. I want to see it work again. Even the Luna, actually. They could do Luna instead. That's something else that they've used, had quite a good amount of success on. And, I mean, when you consider the Pango and the Nyx, they could also just be setting up for another Lesh.
It does also quickly need to be said that this game in particular doesn't have as much importance, considering that they're already seeded. Astra in upper bracket, Spirit in lower bracket. Do you want to see them try and experiment? Maybe, try and address some of the meta heroes at the moment, see if they can find a weakness or come up with some strategies leading into the playoffs?
I'm just seeing if it actually does change anything for them.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. It's going to come down to like 5 different tiebreaker rules to see if Thunder Away can take game 2 against Beast Coast.
Yeah, true. Okay, so Spirit win, potentially there's a tie with Thunder. I have Thunder 1...
No, so there's a potential for that 4-way tiebreaker for 1 upper bracket slot between Thunder Awaken, Team Spirit, Beast Coast, and Fnatic. If Beast Coast 2-0. So, and Fnatic 2-0. So, but there's also the potential if Thunder Awaken win game 2, I don't know what the tiebreaker rules are, that they actually leapfrog Asta into 3rd, and you probably don't want to be taking on Evil Geniuses in the form that they're in right now.
No, I can't imagine either. Although you do get 2-0 by Boom, but
that's just Boom being incredibly powerful, man.
Yeah, incredibly powerful. Love to see it, doing it at the right time, forcing some tiebreakers. All right, so with this draft, Spirit back into it. Primal Beast, Crystal Maiden, and Asa now have the response as well. They won't have the Leshrac at the 8th. Is there something else? Shadow Fiend's there, Morphling's there. What else could we potentially see? Visage is there.
I'm telling you, they got the Marcy. They
true,
could look
very
to
true.
do it. I think it's a distinct possibility. One of those heroes that could just have a pretty good time against the CM. If you're getting in range for the Frostbite, you're probably going to die, and that's really the only damage over time that you're going to have against this. You're incredibly squishy against a Marcy lane as well. There is a little bit of an issue with the Primal Beast if he just dives into the middle of you, but I still think you can make it work. They've picked... okay, Shadow Fiend, it's busted too, so why not? They've made it work with a Drow they picked into a Storm Spirit. I think this was against Talon, and they even followed that up with an Ember Spirit, position 1 on Talon, just to try and get more jump onto the Drow, and they still won the game very convincingly. So they know how to play around this backline draft, and honestly, they could still even make it happen. They actually ban out the Drow themselves, realizing the strength of this hero.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, we saw that in the previous game. Spirit went for the Mirror Tiny at the 15th. Is this a similar route you feel like they could be considering?
Possibly. I'm still trying to think where exactly this Primal Beast is going to go, right? Because that's the thing that needs to address the Shadow Fiend. I don't think they're going to... They're not going to Doom again, because kind of like what we saw earlier today with Spirit playing, you can Doom the Shadow Fiend, but as long as he's got the right-click damage to be able to just pair together with a Marcy sidekick, then you've got the lifesteal, you've got plenty of ways to just sustain through that and not really care all that much. So I think you probably still want to keep the flex on the Primal Beast. It's just, do you need extra jump? Do you need more burst damage? Do you need more lockdown for this SF? I don't know. It just seems like one of the strongest heroes of the tournament right now. Do you try and outrange it? That's been one of the traditional counters to it, right? The Sniper, the Drow, they've been removed. Could they even look to get rid of the Lina now?
It's so tricky because this hero has an incredible lane, farms fast, takes objectives, has a good mid game, and has a good late game as well. Great talent. So it's like, how do you look to have a timing advantage over him? Like, it's very, very difficult. I think really the one big thing is that he's very vulnerable to people rotating and having multiple people in his face early on. If you can slow him down and kill him a couple times in the lane and get some objectives and then make it very difficult for him to be able to catch up, he can still farm very fast, but if you're that far behind off a couple of kills, then I think that is a good place to start.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you just got to try and punish him. But you remember, you're coming up against Aster. This is a team where they really prioritize position 5 as that saving support. So who knows what could be coming out here. Maybe they can venture down the path of the Shadow Demon again. Never mind, it's been banned. You could look to Omni Knight. It's something that Siamese Cat loves to play. You could Dazzle, even though we haven't had as much of it being prevalent. But again, minus armor with a Shadow Fiend doesn't feel too bad. Even just against the Primal Beast as well. You know, you really need to commit with the Onslaught there to get in on top of the Dazzle. If not, you could just get those small little trades with the Poison Touch in lane.
Phoenix is a very interesting ban. I wonder if they're going to go for... I wonder if they do Tiny here. Or like another Strength hero.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm
trying to think why.
Yeah, I think it's protecting what they're going to pick up, maybe.
Sure.
I have to imagine that's a big reason why.
I quite like the Tusk. I think it's being undervalued right now, even just for the BKB piercing disable. I think that's going to be huge, especially when you go up against this Shadow Fiend, right? I wanted Burst. It provides you a bit of save, but it hasn't really been the tournament of the saving Tusk style. You know, it's been much more about that individual pickoff, right? Using the Blink Dagger to be a little bit more aggressive around the map. Find that instant stun to chain it together with the rest of the team.
I'm a big Tusk enjoyer, so...
They could Jakiro here. Jakiro into a Tusk feels really good. Jakiro against a Primal Beast feels not too bad. Of course, you've got pretty bad turn rate, and you're kind of slow, but if you're able to just land those stuns, again, CM, another one of those heroes that just needs to stand in place to use her ultimate, so Ice Path, Macro Pyre, really effective against that.
What are you looking to potentially pair the Jakiro with if you're going down that route? Probably looking for your XXS hero, I imagine?
Possibly, but I think you could still just run it as a position 5. Like, 2 ranged is normally a bit but okay, Oracle. Instead, the direct counter to the Primal Beast there. And, well, Wouldn't you know it? The old Broodmother coming through. All right, well, they've got the CM lane again. What do they feel is going to be able to deal with this Brood? And have they been able to use that time looking into the replays to discover what went wrong when they gave up that first blood?
10 seconds remaining.
You really could just go back into the troll if you want to here for Spirit. Oracle could be a bit of an issue, like saving supports are always annoying versus a troll who's very heavy committal, but
yeah.
I think regardless you need to shut the Brood down in the lane, so just having a strong laning carry is nice.
But you can't fight at all until you get the BKB, right? And even then, you could still use the false promise coming through. But if you fight beforehand, just the Fate's Edict's going to disarm you, and there's nothing that you can do about it. They're still going to go down that route. I understand why. They just want to dumpster the lane. But see if Asta look to change anything up to make sure that doesn't happen. It's almost definitely going to be this Broodmother paired together with the Marcy this time around. Just because the Oracle needs to be in the Primal Beast lane, that's why you've picked it. But I still think they're in an avenue to win the lane very handedly again on Team Spirit.
10 seconds remaining.
Respecting the puck as well. Toronto Tokyo played an amazing game in game number 1 and did do a good job of dealing with all those spiderlings. Still wasn't enough though, so they can make it even harder. Makes your life much easier, and yeah, it really did feel like the Razor hindered a lot of the impact coming through from Team Spirit. What is left?
So you need
Bloodseeker, maybe?
Yeah, that's a great call. I was just gonna say, I think you really need someone to kite the troll.
10 seconds remaining.
Your Shadow Fiend can like address your late game like win condition, but you need a way really to shut down the your Toro troll.
You think they're considering an OD here?
I didn't mention it because it's like, I guess you can play the Shadow Fiend 1.
I think Shadow Fiend 1 is fine when you've got an Oracle to play with, because the only thing you're really worried about is the trample.
I think you can even make an argument for OD being 1, just because there will be a lot of value with it in a game like this against the troll, and potentially the lane versus Primal Beast could be okay, just with the Astral. And if you're also pairing with the Oracle, like if you truly believe this is your lane counter versus the Primal Beast, then you can get a little bit greedy with the OD pick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, OD or Bloodseeker. That's my decision for Asta. Let's see which one or another that Team Spirit are potentially thinking of, and well, what are they looking to take away from them? Just these heroes that are able to A, push out lanes, B, be strong at team fight, and C, able to open up the map with some pushing potential. That is the one area that Team Spirit have really been lacking, hasn't it? Always with these collapse heroes, he might play exceptional on them, but not as capable of being able to play a lot of that pushing style that really does seem to dominate this meta from the offlane.
Yeah, I still really like the Bloodseeker. Oracle Blood's a pretty decent lane pairing as well.
Yep.
Just Fortune's End for the Blood Right, nothing too crazy. A lot of value with the Rupture. Again, you don't need a whole lot. They go tiny, so alright, we got Shadow Fiend 1. Looks like, let's say get crazy with it. Shadow Fiend 1, or he's got an incredible tiny. Is Conquer there? Can Conquer?
I still, you don't want to run this Primal into the Oracle lane. That's the issue. So I feel like they're picking up Collapse's hero right now.
Do you think there's a potential for them to aggro? Oh, we don't have long. I think they could aggro depending on what the pick's going to be. Okay, so we got a Zeus. So we see the mid lane. Now with your issue about the Primal Beast into the Oracle, do you think you can go Primal Beast into Brood lane and run aggro from Spirit?
They're going to need to do something creative. What I do like about this Zeus, though, is you're going to get vision. And you're going to get vision onto Siamese Cat. That is the most important part of all of these team fights, because that's just going to enable Collapse entirely. So he's going to need to be really active on his use of the Fate's Edict for himself to be able to withstand all of that damage coming in onto the backlines from Collapse, getting the charge in. But you really don't have anyone else that's going to be able to connect quite quickly. You know, Mira, of course, playing the Tusk, but it's a little bit slow, right? Maybe you just get turned around upon. And, you know, the gank attempt isn't all that effective. How many teams are there that it almost always seems like the position 5 is priority number 1? Like, Astra is absolutely one of them.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you always go for these supports where he has an incredible amount of impact, and can we mention in the previous game, but he likes being the slippery fire that he can never be caught. So you mentioned the value that the Zeus can provide in regards to the vision. I think also there were some damage issues in the previous game where Puck can kind of help out. Even you have a good game though, it can be very difficult to have that burst potential. Now Zeus definitely provides that. Do you think there is a concern though that Zeus compared to Puck doesn't particularly deal with the Broodmother as easily, whereas Puck can jump in, full combo, deals with the Spiderlings, and then it can get out, whereas for Zeus, you need a couple Arc Lightning, then all of a sudden maybe you bait the Spiderlings, and then Tiny jumps and Marcy jumps. Do you think there could be a bit more of a difference with how Spirit can address XXS in this game?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of an issue, isn't it? I mean, it does provide you a lot of ability to play around a spider that might be roaming around in the trees a bit more, just with the lightning bolt on the ground. I almost wonder if Team Spirit are wanting to take this one super late, right? Because they're not worried about a Razor scaling into them. They're not worried about the OD or the Bloodseeker that we were talking about. And if they could get the Tusk with a Blink Dagger, and even with the Aghanim Scepter, I feel like they can still make a pretty decent shot of this. You know, their high ground defense is pretty damn decent.
All right, well, we'll see if they're going to be able to get to that stage. The late game is enough for them to secure, because after they have a scary lineup to be able to push the tempo. A Tiny that's always roaming across the map, the Broodmother to be able to give their own vision as well to set up for the pickoffs. And also, we've seen what the Shadow Fiend can do so far throughout the Last Chance qualifiers and the group stages as well.
Got a lovely little Ori Storm Spirit spray in the mid lane.
You're one of the few players that was picking up at the Arlington Major. Have some incredible success on it, so it's only fitting. Of course, one of his favorite heroes and best heroes. So put Tiny very close to that as well. He's only gold tier Tiny, but don't let that fool you. This man plays a formidable rock, man.
Remember, Team Spirit need this win, even to potentially force tiebreakers. There's so many different permutations that could happen. They could be that four-way tiebreaker for a single upper bracket slot, and there's still elimination tiebreakers even going on right now, I believe, at least in this these next few minutes. So, one of the closest TIs we've ever had.
Only fitting, right, with the season that has been 2021 and 2022. All these 20 teams, and we've seen everyone can take a map off it. The fact that we have tiebreakers for elimination, this really goes to show how close this TI is.
Oh yeah, no winless teams anymore. It's all about how close all of the different regions are, and it comes down to those clutch moments, those TI moments, those moments that make players go from stars to superstars.
You a superstar?
Nah, not yet.
Not yet. What a loser.
Wow.
Dude, I'm a superstar.
All right, let's not get carried away with ourselves. You get one tweet referencing you and you think you're all that. Topside, Monet, he's going to be going into collapse. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I think it is important to make sure that the Broodmother gets out of the lane in a much better spot. So the Fortune's End to be able to cleanse off the Frostbite and the slows coming through from this Troll CM lane are important. But is it more important than being able to potentially survive against a Primal Beast just running on top? Positioning's going to need to be on point coming through from Asta.
We're still expecting this lane to be very troll favored, even though it's an Oracle now instead of the Shadow Demon.
Oh, of course. Almost every single lane is troll favored, right? So, just got to make sure that you get out of it in a decent spot. I think they were a little concerned about how the mid-game could shape up if that lane continued on for too much longer, but that early rotation enabling them to get the tier 1 tower just opened it up so much. So in a way, they're very fortunate, and they don't have the Leshrac this time around. You know, Shadow Fiend wants to be playing a little bit more defensively. Tiny, yeah, you can get kills, but you don't have that ability to convert that into another objective. So maybe just putting a little bit more emphasis onto the laning phase so you don't need to play around the towers quite as much.
Does seem like Ori's off to a very good start, even though Toronto Tokyo is getting plenty of last hits. I mean, this mid lane is going to be relatively even between the two. Often that's the case when you're against the Zeus matchup as well. Farm's just going to be traded back and forth. No really crazy shenanigans of the solo kill potential. Probably going to be looking towards... Yeah, Monate's in some trouble. Great toss back from Baboka, however. We'll get Monate out of danger.
Running a little low on the regen. coming through there, but Bobika with his healing salve will be just fine. He realizes that they're going to be in a position to go for these dives pretty consistently, especially with the creep wave coming underneath the tower, but Monet actually drags it under a little bit earlier than I'm sure Team Spirit would have been wanting, so it means that they're not set up to go for that next kill. You've got the level 2 now on the Marcy, might even pull it back underneath the tower.
Nice attempt.
Instead, just securing a couple of range creeps and the melee for Monet, so he's going to be happy enough about that.
This'll come in handy.
Level 3 now, so have to be a little bit careful with where exactly you're looking to extend
Look
to
at the
Collapse.
Miro. Cute play. I thought Collapse was going to follow up. Try and hold them down with the shards, but Collapse is a little bit weak at the moment. The threat of the razors stopping him from following up on that Tusk opening with the shards.
Yeah, even just cancelling the razors as well, right? Showing that I've got the threat. I can bring the damage onto you and really slow down the impacts of that trample. Not just the movement speed, but the turn rate as well. Constant tangos being given over to Monet, realizing that he just needs to be hitting these creeps with reckless abandon in the lane.
And I think the big victor is bottom lane on XXS. One last hit over Yutoro at the moment. They've done a really good job with the creep equilibrium. It's going to now start to favor Team Spirit again. Thanks to Miposhka. They shove the lane into Dire's towers. Will often reset and kind of bounce back. Yeah, plus Toronto Tokyo. Oh no, he doesn't get some distance. Fairy Fire should be okay. He's got some bottle and even a water rune now for good measure, but very close for Ori getting that kill.
Very close indeed, and they're going to be able to take away at least one of those water runes. Get another wave, and he's a little bit ahead on the experience as well on Ori. So have to be very careful now on Toronto Tokyo. Doesn't have too much of that safety.
Bottom lane, Miposhka's going to end up going down. First blood picked up again for Asta in this Broodmother lane. Utori should be able to hit back with a long range attack, so they'll get a 1-for-1. But again, this isn't a lane that should be very favorable for Team Spirit, and they will, for the second game in a row, give up first blood to Asta.
And this time it's over to XXS instead. So previously it was very important to give that Shadow Demon the gold to be able to pick up that Demonic Cleanse early. But this time around, you're an Oracle. You don't really have this huge item timing. It's just about those small little value items that are going to enable you to be playing safer. Experience, but you're very happy to give that kill over to XXS.
Without a doubt. So how much of an issue it was in game 1 when XXS completed the Wraith Pact, and the lane that he's having and even getting that bonus bounty as well is just going to come out that much faster.
Even if Miposhka goes a little bit too far forward, he's got plenty of one charges to play around and the raindrops, so it might be a little bit more challenging, but Siamese Cat with level 2 Purifying Flames, always a danger to start rallying out the damage if they feel they need to. Boka might be in
some trouble. Yeah, looked to jump in, but Monet wasn't ready to follow up. So Marcy will end up going down. Mira playing around with the snowball perfectly, but Monet finds 3 razors. He's going to be relying on the right clicks, and he said he'll turn to Mira afterwards, so they won't get the prime kill into Collapse's life, but at least Monet will find something out of this.
Did he need 2 tangos there to be able to get the kill? I think he did, just to be able to guarantee it and get back to lane that little bit faster.
I would like to see Spirit try and make something happen shortly. Toronto Tokyo has this Thunder God's Wrath. They want to use it as early as possible. Try and put it on cooldown, secure the kill.
It's not going to happen with Mira playing in this mid lane, though. He needs to rotate up top. At the moment, the haste rune was picked up by Ori, so he isn't actually even going to pop it in response to this kill attempt. So still having the avenue once he drags this wave back under the tower. I'm sure he wants the siege creep to join it so that he can look to make his own rotation. And the tanky hero like the Primal Beast can't be left solo up here for too long. Bobika looking to try and maybe even bring it back inside the creep wave, get them to do a lot of the right clicks.
Looks like unfortunate for him is will end up going down. Monet's going to start to try and pivot his attention over.
Long raise.
Long raise.
The sidestep by Collapse, yeah.
And bottom lane now, XXS is in some trouble. Trying to go into the ready if required. And there it comes out the last second. Now with the extra damage, they'll turn to deal with Siamese Cat as well. Azori, he's got the haste to play with. Would love a kill onto Yatoro, but won't be able to reposition, so he's going to go for the kill onto Miposhka instead. But he might be lacking the damage, in fact. The combo's not enough for the Crystal Maiden kill thanks to the raindrop, so that is a big rotation from Ori that does not pay off.
And he's got to get back to mid. He doesn't have a TP. So when they made that movement, they got the kill. Toronto Tokyo just spams out the mid wave, and you've got a siege creep here as well. So lots of free damage going to be going into this. They might even pop an aggressive glyph here if there aren't any movements. And yeah, there they do.
Great call. Mira's even going to rotate as well, maybe to try and protect Toronto Tokyo, or more likely actually set up for the 8-minute power rune if they can give this to the Zeus. Fortunately, the 50-50 is not going to pay out in their favor. Ori once again with a power rune to work with.
But I mean, look at that mid tower. It's already at less than a quarter HP just off the back of a Zeus. This is not what a Zeus lane does.
Not at all. Bottom lane, Miposhka might be in some trouble here.
So might XXS if they get a lucky root, but the disarm coming through.
They'll just wait until it expires. Beautiful kiting from Miposhka, making sure that he's just never in a compromised position. It's now top lane. Monet, they're going to be able to snowball on forward, closing the gap instantly. One little piggy run as Monet back towards the tier 2 tower, but collapse instantly. Just be able to close the distance onto Baboka with the long stretched arms, be able to slam into the ground.
Much better start to the game.
What as well? They're diving XXS, alright.
Yeah.
So this is what we're expecting out of this bottom lane. Finally, the troll has been able to get some distance in regards to their net worth. It's about a 700 advantage here for Yatoro over XXS's Broodmother.
They're able to get so much more out of this early game here on Team Spirit. It's kind of been the theme of this TI, right? When teams need the win to be able to stay alive, whether it be in the tournament or in the upper bracket contention, they just turn up. They turn that, that extra 10% coming through, and that clutch factor is so key. You're just going to get the, feel the nerves once you come into it. Astra, obviously, they're able to relax, but Team Spirit, certainly not the case.
Getting the tower in the end is just so ridiculous with the lineup that Spirit have. Honestly, should not happen. Collapse? They're going to be able to get the pounce. They do, but Boka stops the onslaught as well. Collapse knew exactly where Asta were playing with the ward on the higher ground, but still will be caught out without looking to retreat.
I think they're picking out the positioning here from the Primal Beast as well. Don't think the Observer Ward scouted it out, but with him moving towards the top side, they know that he's made a movement down towards the Ancients, so they'll be a little bit more cautious with Yatoro once he makes that rotation back towards the Ancients area, knowing that they're going to be playing underneath that.
It's a beautiful game, Dota is. Game of inches. Very close to, trying to maximize your potential to farm. You potentially find kills as well. I'll hold that thought as Ori should be okay. Ooh, Toronto Tokyo is actually going to make him work for it. Mira's going to be able to cut off the path. Shards, not the greatest positioning. The reason why I was starting on that thought is just with that kill up top on Collapse. Like, he knew exactly where Dire were playing, but you don't want to reveal the Observer Ward. You're trying to wait for the last second to escape, just so they don't think that there's a ward placed there, so we can continue to farm aggressively. And this is the beautiful thing that we have in Dota, a very complex game.
Normally, it's what you don't know can't hurt you, but very much the opposite case this time around. These Observer Wards are going to give them a ton of value on Team Spirit as they go for a smoke of their own. They know that they need to be playing around the fact that they might have this vision up here, and Mira's going to pop underneath it.
But look at the vision that Astra are playing with now. They see all of Spirit on the high ground. They're going to try and target down Siamese Cat. A lot of damage. Oh, Spirit! All the magic damage coming out in the end. It's the captain that's rewarded with the triple kill. What a freezing field as Miposhka just cleans up.
Maybe even thinking, I wonder if they even baited that smoke, right? I think they might have smoked underneath the vision, realizing that they might have that, and they felt a little bit more confident to be able to make that aggressive move come through as, yeah, again, what an onslaught coming through. And Miposhka, just press RXD, and then he's able to get a nice little triple kill.
Oh my. I mean, see, Toronto Tokyo would have loved that. He used Thunder Gods. You gotta wait a little bit. Miposhka's got the right idea to kill secure with the freezing field. Toronto Tokyo, come on, Zeus players, they need to... The R button, you gotta hold to the last second.
Yeah, but what about the Rampage? Have we seen a support Rampage at TI? I don't think we have.
I don't know. Bottom lane, Yatoro? he should be right. Oh, he doesn't have the battle trance leveled up at the moment.
It's bumped back
The
in.
rest of Spirit, look at the wraparound, because Mira might be able to get a +1. The shards will hold him through afterwards to enable the rest of the team. He's actually going to go for Baboka instead. Of course, XSS has that capability to always be able to fly on over. Nuisance of the Broodmother, but that's a big killer. Great reactions out of Radiant, and Collapse is looking for another one as well. They might put some pressure into the tower here. They've got multiple members nearby to protect in case there is a defense.
They know they lack the damage, and they're going to be able to find the Brood.
Success, slam into the ground, but Siamese Cat is going to be playing with at least the ultimate to protect the Brood for the moment. Very close to the tier 2 tower, so the rotation's going to come out from 1A. Toss back closer to the Shadow Fiend, but the Snowball will buy him some time. And Mira can step to the southern side, and again, push!
Let it go!
Just let it go, brother, let it go! Collapse can now go behind the tier 2 tower as well. Dancing into the tree line, and they will not catch up as Spirit. They've got all the answers here in this second game.
I mean, they know that they're just lacking damage on Asta right now. That's why they're feeling so confident in going underneath these tier 2 towers, because they know that the turnaround isn't on point. You know, as soon as Ori's not there, they just don't have that burst potential. They don't have the reposition. Even though what was amazing Dispose, as well as a rebound, perfect spellcasting coming through from Siamese Cat as well, it's just not enough. They don't have the heroes for it. This isn't the part of the game that your draft was playing for.
Alright. If you are in Miposhka's position, a 416 Crystal Maiden at 14 minutes in, what's the item? What do you do with this luxury that he has, with all the gold, all the net worth that he's playing with?
BKB, baby. I want to see it.
Oh, and then you just... Well, I guess you do get all that armor from the freezing fields, so Shadow Fiend won't be too much of an issue.
Deals with the spiders, more farm for yourself to get your next item.
Oh, yes.
And they have no interrupts until you get the Basher on the Marcy. He's going a Midas as well on Bobica.
Ooh.
Wanting to scale, maybe realizing that they are lacking that damage early on and needing to be that scaling core.
We'll see if Spirit can punish them here. 4,000 net worth lead, some really good wards across the map as well. Particularly around this mid lane. See if they're going to wrap on XXS. Mira's in a great position. Toronto, Tokyo as well, moving on over. Hippies are starting to come through. It's going to be Siamese Cat with the ultimate once again to try and buy enough time for XXS to survive the gank. And now Asta, the goons have shown up. It's going to be Ori and Baboka with the wraparound. They're going to try and target down Toronto, Tokyo. They should be able to secure the kill at the moment, but again, the freezing fill. Look at the damage from Miposhka. It's going to be soaked up for the moment, but it will not matter as Collapse swings into the neighborhood underneath the secret shot. Miposhka's going to have the finishing damage onto XXS, and Collapse will also slam down the Rockman as well. What's going on, man? Spirit, no casualties, and Miposhka just the main reason of why they've been able to do these fights.
I want to see some of these player cams while all of this is happening, because Miposhka, he must be having the time of his life. He's like, guys, no one's hitting me. I'm just able to get freezing fields off every single time.
For a second, I look over and it was the Fate's Edict blocking it, but it's like, nah, it's soon expired. Miposhka just, again, all the damage. Again, another fight, he did the most damage. Oh my lord.
It completely, it's around these choke points as well, right? You can't walk back into it. You're already swinging so slow on the Tiny. But once you use that Avalanche Toss combo, you feel almost entirely useless.
Oh, they seem 1-8 farming pretty far out up top, and Spirit in a position where they can look to try and close the distance. 1-8 instead, he's going to go under the T2 tower, but Spirit, that's not a deterrent at all. Collapse is well and truly happy. He will finally go down thanks to the trample. Miposhka wanted the kill. Not gonna happen. Collapse up to a dominating streak. 7-1-4 as well for the Primal Beast. Night and day difference it is here from Spirit. Incredible performance.
We really do see that dominance come out from the Primal, don't we? Especially in the first 20 or so minutes of the game, but it's not like they're the greatest BKB buyers, right? How often are you wanting to get it super early on this Tiny? Of course, the Shadow Fiend's going to get it, but we've seen XXS with his item built, and he's going in for the Wraith Pact again, which I believe he might have finished up, so at least there's a little bit of that damage reduction coming through now. But could be looking to go into the pipe because of all of this impact coming through from Miposhka, as well as, of course, being a good counter for Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, mid lane, Ori and Siamese Cat. Again with the vision. Ori's in trouble. They've got the Oracle at least playing off to the right side to try and buy him some time, and the shard's just off the mark, but that's where Collapse can come into play to help out with the sloppy mistake. Is now an easy kill onto the Oracle, and Ori will be chased down XXS is trying to find an angle into the team fight,
What
but
a
with
kill
5
the
members of
push,
Spirit, they'll be able to protect him and make sure that no one dies.
Oh, there were four. Oh, is it lightning bolt on the high ground? Ooh, just off. Wanted to use the haste instead. Not going to be able to get away, but still, they removed the observer ward freshly placed, and it really feels like Astra are playing in the dark right now. Just a couple of clever wards in areas that you wouldn't quite expect on the bottom and top side of the map, but that's not where Team Spirit are grouping up. They're going straight into that Roche pit, realizing that they've got the massive strength. Oh, just one more kill, Ares. That's all we need.
Okay. 2-2-3. 3-2-2. Great position from Mira. And with the observe ward. Trying to hope he can pop a smoke, because Ori's at the ready to be able to jump in with the blink, but they'll be too late. Beautifully done from Mira. If required, would have been able to block off the path. Had a pretty good game on the toss so far. 1-1-9. A lot of net worth to be playing with. Going to be closing on the blink as well, so he'll soon have this defensive snowball if required, or can even utilize it as a way to potentially start the fights and maybe block off one of the members.
Very disappointed in Maposhki. He went into the 4-staff instead, just being a good team player. I even saw him there putting his body on the line to be able to catch out any sort of smoke attempts, but my man, you got a mega kill streak. You can't be doing that.
Come on. Gotta get the godlike now. It's your one opportunity.
All right, what kill streak is he going to get up to?
Unstoppable? Is he I don't even know.
He's got a mega kill right now. I think he's going to get a monster
unstoppable,
kill.
is it?
Monster's 8, I think.
Smoke from Spirit. Astra grouped up at the moment around their high ground. XXS in a pretty good spot to pop the smoke. It's actually going to be Ori they run into first. And bye-bye Tiny. Not long for this world. And look at Collapse as well, just recognizing his role. Going straight towards the backline, trying to push the Oracle away from the defensive position. And off to the right side, FCFs have been caught out as well as Shotoro.
They already called it.
All right, Asta, they've had enough. And a 19-minute GG call as Spirit just blow them up in this second game.
Should have said mega kill streak from Aposhka, but very worthy. The 3-2-2 eventually did cover the scoreline, but it didn't come in the game, that's for sure. Asta not needing the other win to guarantee themselves a spot in the upper bracket. They already have that secured. And now Team Spirit, they've got a chance pending the result of some of these other games going on right now.
I believe if I saw correctly, Thunder had like a 95% chance to win the game 2. So if they win one game, then they are guaranteed upper bracket. So Spirit is hoping that they don't take that game, but it's not looking too good.
I mean, there's been a lot of hopium going around today. You know, the Boom fans were hoping that they would be able to win against EG. They were hoping that Gaming Gladiators would be able to 2-0 Sonics, and that happened. So crazier things have happened throughout. You know, top of the table, losing 2-0 to bottom. Anything can happen in Dota, and a 19-minute GG is just one of those things.
Yeah, 19-minute GG is just one of those things. Again, we see the lanes started. The first couple of minutes definitely started rough in that Troll lane, but as expected, the Troll and the Crystal Maiden really bodying XXS, and we saw kind of the influence as well from Collapse Primal Beast. It was a much better game from him as well. I think in the previous game he went like 3-5, and this game completely different. I was very impressed with what he was just doing, just charging straight to the backline. Doesn't matter if you don't kill the Oracle, it's just the fact that you're forcing him to run away instead of being in an area where you can maybe protect, you know, some of the core members with the Fate's Edict or with the False Promise.
I mean, even this was really solid spellcasting coming out, like the double stuns being landed, the damage coming through, but again, it's onto a Tusk. He even picks the right target that's not going to be running back underneath the tower. They get that kill. Perfect spellcasting from both sides, but again, it's just the power of the draft, the power of the early game. And, you know, you might be thinking, well, once they had BKBs, they had a way to come back into this, but it really wasn't anyone but the Shadow Fiend that was going to be in a position to have that BKB potential.
Doors with you once again. And this was another fight that it looked like it was decent for Asta to start. But just Baboka and Ori just not having enough damage to kill off Toronto Tokyo. Definitely one of the more vulnerable members if you get on top of him. And potentially a big reason why is because you just had this big issue of the freezing field in the middle. The rest of the team couldn't move over to try and help out with maybe some of the damage they were lacking.
Yeah, they realized how important it was in terms of Team Spirit's damage to be able to take out this Zeus. So much more emphasis being placed onto him that they just gave Maposhka a free game. I mean, most of the time when you see a Tiny go down like that, it's a position 4 Tiny that's trying to go for the toss back. But this was a mid Tiny that was almost less net worth than the CM by the end of it.
And I think this is also really important as well for just overall how teams are going to look to address the Broodmother, because we've seen Asta, of course, game 1, they had success on it, game 2, not as much, but we've also seen that EG, Nightfall, is really playing some incredible Broods, potentially other people as well. I haven't seen anyone else run it, but I'm sure they are. So this now could be the recipe for success. Again, here's a weak laner, and that's where you need to demolish him. Demolish him in the lane, and then have the rest of the team that can also start to rotate as well to continue to shut him down. So this is definitely going to be a hero that will continue to be picked up in the playoffs, and I wonder if we're going to see a similar recipe to try and beat him.
To be fair, I feel like the lane started to go really badly as soon as the Oracle left the lane, right? As soon as you didn't have that purge off for the Frostbite, when you could enable a lot of these kills. And maybe that was just a mistake coming through from Siamese Cat this time around. Needing to stick in the lane. Obviously, you have a Marcy that can look to roam around the map. Top lane wasn't going too badly for Asta. They were using the extra movement speed to be able to get away from Collapse, but just giving a few of those free kills over to the Troll Warlord, getting him into that early timing on the Battle Fury, meant that they just had too much of a net worth lead, and they were able to extend it. I mean, even just the smaller things, right? That decision to not have anyone TP to deal with the mid lane, to not have a TP on the Tiny when he made that rotation bot with the haste, and a Zeus nearly takes your tier 1 tower on his own. Really shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, exactly right. It's not expected. Zeus is a hero that shoves up the lane and maybe goes back and farms as well, but just the decision to use the aggressive glyph was really nice to see from Spirit, instead of using it maybe to protect one of their towers, and that opened up the map for them to continue to play aggressive.
Give it to Miposhka. Come on. Give him the MVP. You got to feel bad for Ori. Like, after what a great game 1 it was, and hey, let's go. Supports rise up, coming through for Miposhka. I mean, it was so well-deserved, right? He basically did everything perfect that game. Warding, understanding of when he could look to use his abilities in team fights, standing perfectly so that he baits out people without actually committing his life for it. Even with that mega kill streak, being in position to be able to break the smoke around the Roche timers. So, very well-deserved. Support gold spent. He is one of those heroes that, one of those players, rather, that does go quite heavily and appreciate that you are the 5. You are almost the position 6, but not this game. The true carrier of the game, Miposhka on his CM.
Love to see it. And like you said as well, the warding was pretty on point. I was a big fan of the wards that we saw at the Triangle. What are we all knowing at?
You don't think the CM's going to get nerfed now, do you? She's already got no movement speed.
She's starting to rise in popularity, man. The CM is yeah, we're seeing it a little bit more, and having some good games.
Please no, Ice Frog. That's all I ask. I love the CM. I don't want it to be suffering too much more than it has over the years. Let it have one moment in the sun. But that's us for us right now. We still don't know the situation entirely with tiebreakers, but the people that do know are the guys on the panel, as well as Nat, that are going to be able to take us through this next little bit. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you later.
It was a battle for the upper bracket between Spirit and Asta here. Spirit to be able to enter that upper bracket. There are some other results that are at play as to if they will make it or not, but we can break down the games. We can have a chat about what happened here, and then we can go on and have a bit of a chat about what happened on all of our other streams. This game 1 going the way of Asta though, T-Panda.
Yeah, Aster starting off with a good role. Monet unkilled in this game on the Razor as well. Some really solid performance. Their draft looked like they might be in big trouble at the early stage. The laning stage was a bit wonky, but they did hit their timings pretty well and rolled out from there. Team Spirit, if you look at their draft as a whole, you see a lot of control here. I'm still not a big fan of the Troll Warlord. I think that's a hero that is still a bit of a hit or a miss in my books. Fear, what do you think?
I mean, he's definitely a hit or miss, but when you're playing versus Razor, that's just the worst matchup for Troll in the game, as many people will say, amongst many professionals and myself. I'm like, Razor, very difficult. There's few heroes other than Razor that I think just completely shut down Troll. I don't know how they didn't get this banned, but in for a rough game for sure.
Considering you are the professional, you can keep going onwards and upwards to game number 2 drop. Yes, we will. And we'll see what they picked out there for Spirit to be able to take game number 2.
It's a completely different story here. They got the Troll, again, versus the Broodmother, but guess what we don't see? Razor on the enemy team.
Yep. Adapting and learning, you love to see it.
Adapting and learning indeed, and he had an outstanding laning stage here on Yatoro. He was dominating So 4 kills in the laning stage against the Broodmother. So he got off to a skyrocketing start. Collapse, he struggled a little bit in the laning stage against the Shadow Fiend, but they pick up really quickly after that. Mira's Tusk, Collapse's Primal Beast were roaming across the map, getting kills, making tons of space for Yatoro to farm it up, and they GG'd this out in 19 minutes.
One big impactor for that as well, Miposhka, Crystal Maiden, second highest hero damage as well in this game. So he's done a lot of heavy lifting for the team of that C. And we've talked about the hero quite a lot, and this is the kind of results where you see, damn, that hero's good.
Sometimes it feels like we talk about a hero, all the impact that it has, how good it is, and then we just see it fall off. People find answers for it, people stop picking it or increasing the bans. CM, though, we talked about it yesterday, her stocks are rising, and still today we continued that trend of how good she is looking. But let's move aside from that game. You guys have already seen it, and instead we're going to talk about what's happened over on the other streams. We can start with B Stream, having a chat about Fnatic and TSM. This was a match for TSM that they had to win. They need wins here because they are right now at the bottom of the ladder. Fnatic took this game number 1, though, T-Panda.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting draft from Fnatic. I have to say, the thought process with this drafting has been pretty interesting. You're going for a tri-core Monkey King TA sniper, and you've basically got 2 overlapping heroes, and you have a third as a variation to it. But it seemed to work out. I mean, Jabs on this Monkey King, heavy lifting. This guy did a ton of work this game to make it work for them. The TA-DS matchup looks like it's a bit favoring the TA in the safe lane, helps him get back into the game. The sniper with a small edge on the SF mid, but this Monkey King should have, in all terms, struggled against that, or struggle against this /CM. However, it went the other way around. Also, a highlight-worthy notion is the Saberlight Crimson Guard on Darkseer, which is the 7th pickup on this tournament.
Yeah, but that didn't really
help them here, did it?
I will say the draft here from Fnatic, it is a little weird, may look a little greedy, but it kind of works because TSM's running a similar style of the Darkseer, doesn't really make many plays, Leshrac and Shadow Fiend. Seemed like a very farm-heavy type of game, so it just neutralized, and they were able to make it work.
Yeah, and Game 2 seems to be still going on at this current moment, but see some perks and some strengths in this draft. A bit of countering here and there. Overall, you could see like TSM has a pretty good lineup to protect the Drow Ranger, Saberlight Dawnbreaker. That's always a nice one to see. But for Fnatic, coming out from a roll from game number 1, we'll see how that one rolls out, unless Nat has an update on the game yet.
I have not in my
not
ears.
An update.
So
all right.
instead, I'm going to play everyone's favorite game, Fear. Arbitrary numbers of TSM potentially winning that one.
TSM winning?
Yep.
Oh, that's probably...
Because they need it to avoid being eliminated.
That's a solid 50% then.
Oh, that's probably the most neutral I think I've ever heard you. Straight on 50%.
I mean, yeah, they got their comfort picks on Fnatic in the next game, so they're going off momentum with comfort picks. 50-50, I'll go.
50-50. And
arbitrary numbers.
Oh, yeah, they are arbitrary numbers, but you guys can check that one out. It's over on B Stream. C Stream has wrapped up their scheduled best of 2s. That was Tundra up against Entity, and Tundra took it 2-0. This was another important series for Entity to avoid being in that elimination tiebreaker to make sure that they could streak ahead and try and get that lower bracket, but unfortunately it didn't work out for them. The Game 2 Tundra draft, though, is something I want to talk about because we don't have Kezu with us. He is just upstairs. Something he talked about and enjoyed from Tundra was that their counter to Morphling, an idea that they have, is the OD pick. It worked out here in both ways. One, they got it, but they also got the win fear.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool things about Tundra's draft here. So first one is going to be the OD versus Morphling. That one is a classic. You have tons of armor on the Morphling here, low hero pool, so the orb goes through all of that armor you have, low HP hero pool. So, like, that just really hurts. On top of it, you add the ulti. On top of it, it's just big burst. But what else is really cool about this draft is Snaking's playing position 5 Luna.
That's right,
yeah,
opposed 5 Luna. I did not think I would see one of those. Definitely not in TI.
Well, yeah, the reason why it's super good, I wanted to touch up on it real quick, is like the Visage Luna is a classic combination for, there's like hero units and then there's like units. So the hero units can benefit from auras. So the birds actually get the Lunar Blessing from the Luna, which is pretty OP because they attack fast, get a bunch of damage. Bit of a cheese strat, one of the few cheese strats left in Dota nowadays.
The better type of pure damage than pure and Morphling, eh?
I'm not even going to acknowledge that one. Instead, I'm going to move straight on to D-Stream. It was Secret Talon. Yet again, another important series around that elimination. Talon looking there. I think they're currently tied with Entity because Entity didn't pick up a single game for their best of 2. Talon lost game 1 against Secret. Right now, Talon need this game to win. To my understanding, it's still ongoing.
This is game 1, actually.
I was going to say, this is game 1 that we're going to talk about, but game 2 is still going on.
Yeah, exactly. So game 1 here, I really like Secret's draft. I just want to highlight the fact that Nisha's playing Shadow Fiend here. He is the mid carry. Crystallis is going to be playing the carry Slardar, and Rezo playing the Marcy as a core, and they also have a Tusk. So one thing that this draft is really good at is you buff the Shadow Fiend, right? With the sidekick, you got the amplified damage, you got the tag team from Tusk. It's like all in Nisha to carry this game. And I think they did a beautiful job of setting up Nisha for success to carry this game, and they just balled up really quickly in this game. And if I recall, this was also like a 17-minute GG. It was a very fast game.
Okay, well, a bit of a rough blend then. We always talk about momentum. If you're an early GG, it goes one of 2 ways. You're either kind of done with it or you're ready to move on, reset, and jump into game 2, which is ongoing for you, and this is the draft.
Okay, so let's check this out. So we see...
Oh, you haven't seen this?
No, of course not.
The surprise.
Yeah,
the surprise.
This draft was going on when we were coming downstairs. So like this Broodmother, we're seeing a lot of it. The answer is going to be 23 Savage Lone Druid. But he also has a Lycan on his team, so that's a lot of Zoo here. I really think the tempo from Team Secret here might be too much for Talon to hold, as Lycan and Lone Druid might take too long to come online.
And you talked as well about the Lycan biting the Lone Druid bear as well, which is a very cool thing.
And if you get there, it is very, very, it's fun for sure.
Yeah,
but
it is fun for sure.
You do kind of need to get the Ags at some point on Lone Druid to make it work, or you out-leash your bear because it's so fast and your hero's so slow. But when you get to the point where you have Ags on the Lone Druid, it is a very devastating combo. But we saw in the last game, Secret did not let that game drag on for very long. And Nisha, he does play the magic damage Lina here. So this game, I'm going to have to check up on. It's always a treat to watch Nisha play this Lina.
To get a little bit of an update, it's on minute 19. Apparently it is somewhat even. I don't know how accurate, to what degree, or the state of that game, but that is the information I have been fed. That is the D-Stream, E-Stream going on as well. That is Thunder Awaken and Beast Coast being played out. Game 2 ongoing. Game 1 went the way of Beast Coast. I believe that this series is, if Thunder Awaken win a game, then they are upper bracket.
Absolutely correct. So Thunder Awaken, with just 1 point, will be the first SA team to be in the upper bracket. If this one ends up being a tie, well, or a loss situation, that's going to be tough. Well, tie, obviously, they get the point from it. Sorry, correction there. So if Beast goes 2-0s this, we might be looking at either tiebreakers or who knows what's still up in store. There's still a lot of surprises up in this one.
I mean, that was a little sad for game 1 because I was watching that one, and Thunder, I'm not going to say they threw it, but they were ahead by far, and it looked like they're going to take it, but ultimately lost it.
Yeah, they have this good control. Like, in a lot of drafts, Thunder Awaken can hold on to that lead very well, and it must be pretty awkward for them to, like, lose control of the game, like, let their opponents back in. Is it just a momentum shift that happens there, or is it just basic draft understanding where the whole situation changes? So, Thunder Awaken, they definitely got their strengths and need to hold on to those guns.
Hopefully it can happen in game 2 for them. Again, it's undergoing, so we can have a look at the scoreboard. It's not going to be fully completed. We have updated it to the extent that we can. Group 1, all done and dusted. We had that happen before. We didn't get to talk about it on the panel, though, so gosh, do I have an update and a half for you guys. There were, I believe, 100 different outcomes for Group A that we could have seen, and of all the timelines we live in the one where we have a 3-way tiebreak between Bet Boom, Boom, and Sonics for 1 spot left in the lower bracket for TI11. They are going to be playing over on C-Stream. They are all playing a best of 1 against each other. I have no idea how many times this could go around. It might happen once. It might happen twice.
Infinity.
I was going to say we could be here for the rest of the day. But that's happening on C-Stream. Again, out of those 3 teams, only 1 is going forward. The rest are going to have to be saying goodbye. That's going to be the end of their season for this year. And Fear, I don't know if you've ever been in that situation before, either as a player or a coach, where it's a 3-way tie for 1 spot.
For a TI playoff spot?
But anything. Anything
Not
at
that
all.
I can remember, but
He's always made it through.
So it must be very stressful for sure, especially because it is TI. you don't want to go home. Like, these are usually the games where people play most conservatively.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Not much to add to it, yeah.
It's really tough to see Boom, who are a team that have really shined in Southeast Asia, be in this position. BetBoom as well, they came through on the Eastern European qualifiers in first place. So a lot of expectations were placed on these teams, and they're sitting down there at the bottom. We're going to have a look at the C-Stream schedule so you guys know that it's going to be Sonics and Boom facing off first. Whoever wins that will go up against BetBoom. Depending on the outcome of that, we might not have a third game, because remember, it's only one spot. But if the winner of the first series doesn't win the second, winner of the first game doesn't win the second game, then we go to game number 3 and we see what occurs there. Do you want to do bold predictions?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course
Absolutely.
you do. Why do I?
Why else would I be here?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. Why else did we ask you here if it wasn't for bold predictions and arbitrary numbers?
Boom's going home. All
Oh,
of
I
them.
thought you were going to say who was going to win. Oh,
Yeah.
so you think BetBoom and Boom, so you think Sonics are winning?
Yeah, 2-0.
Okay.
I was thinking
We're
reverse
going to see
psychology.
2 games. Sonics, they're going through. BetBoom, Boom, they're going out.
All right. So, an NA point of view, I guess?
Just a logical
Just
point
a
of view.
logical one. Right. I mean, for both Boom and maybe Bet... Well, I wouldn't actually say Boom. I'm just going to say BetBoom maybe looks the weakest out of these 3 because they don't have the international experience against other teams. They've played against East European teams. They started off Division 2 at the start of the year. So that might be something where BetBoom either surprises, like they've been trying different drafts. They seem to work as well. So, they got to come up with something special for this one to keep themselves alive. And they're probably watching that Sonics Boom game pretty anxiously.
I think everyone was watching all the games anxiously. It was so hard to be able to keep eyes across all the games that were playing out, being like, this could happen, this could still happen. Some of the comebacks as well. I couldn't believe BetBoom in that game number 2. You guys should definitely go back and watch it if you have the time, or just head over to the C-Stream, see how those tiebreakers are going to play out. I'm going to ask production for a request to bring back up the scoreboard, because we talked about Group A, the tiebreakers that were there, but I actually didn't get to talk about Group B, even though they were the series that we were playing. So hopefully we can
use your magic,
please.
Magician fingers rolling, maybe now, maybe just in a moment.
Or we could just talk about the fact that Tundra, Secret, and Asta are locked in for the upper bracket. Yeah, there we go. We're looking for a total of 18 games over there in Group B. That means they're all done and dusted. They've played all the games they possibly can. Tundra, Secret, Asta locked in. The rest is still a little bit TBD on what is happening. And I want to have a chat about Tundra. Fear, you made your bold prediction that Tundra were probably not going to do so well. If anything, they were going to be in the lower bracket. They're a team that hasn't had the best history on LAN. In Arlington is where they really struggled, but Stockholm, they came 3rd. What sort of Tundra really showed up here? Is it because they had low expectations either on themselves personally or from the outside public perspective?
That may have been my day 1 prediction, so I'm not sure, but I remember on day 3.
I'm calling day 1 Fear out.
When they only had like 4 games played.
Yeah, we hadn't seen them play in like 60 days or something.
So the thing is, like, they showed up, right? And I can tell with this team, based off their first couple games, what we're going to see from them. We're going to see either the Tundra that's going to struggle and everyone's a little disappointed by because we know they can do better, or we're just going to see the Tundra that we want to see, and that's the one that just comes out strong and finishes strong.
Yeah, I mean, I agree on that. Like, European powerhouses for sure. Already a lot of spots for European teams into the upper bracket, which is kind of a surprising stat in a way, but at least for some people. But, like, Tundra, I think a lot of people were sleeping on them at the start. And they basically showed everybody why they are one of the top seeds in this group as well. I mean, looking at the rest of the squad, can they keep up with them? Are they the trailblazers for the playoff stage? Who sets the pace?
I feel like it might be Secret. I'm just going to answer your question.
Potentially.
Because, I mean, they were a last chance qualifier team, and here they are sitting 2nd on Group B. Liquid, last chance qualifier team, sitting 2nd in Group A. There's clearly something to be said about, again, momentum. I know it feels like beating a bit of a dead horse there because we keep bringing it up, but...
It's true.
Yes, it is true. But Secret have also been able to adapt Fear from last chance qualifiers to groups.
I mean, that's just Puppy. He's been adapting his whole career. Yeah, he's used to it. He's a veteran.
Yeah. For specific reasons, I would like to quote him as the Shakespeare of drafting. There is a reason why Puppy continues to impress and provide more for the team, for the players, come up with these talented stars in the roster, and overall, like that whole LCQ run from the upper bracket straight into here, now going again into the upper bracket of the playoffs. Like, this team is definitely a trendsetter.
Is there another team that's a trendsetter, even if it's not converting to results?
Maybe from Group A. Obviously, OG at the start of the year, a lot of people were watching how they were playing, what kind of heroes they do. Now, at the end of the year, I think things started to change a little bit. Teams started adapting to the different drafts. We talked about the Mars hero pool, for example, that he still sticks to his guns. You know, like he wants to go with his own heroes. They seem to work. Sometimes they don't. But maybe the China trend. Like, we've talked a lot about SEA teams, how they draft, what heroes they prioritize, how the China teams have come into this one. We've already got 2 of them in the upper bracket, potentially. Like, yeah, we see Aster's already confirmed and LGD. So these teams also have their own trend and own meta that they want to draft. And they didn't get to participate from the start of the year into the other tournaments as well, which was a bit of a bummer. But now we get to see what they're truly made of.
They're coming up against some of the best international teams. Gaming Gladiators, another team that we haven't had the chance to talk too much about. They've been locked in for the lower bracket over on Group A. They did really well at Stockholm Major. I'm just going to say it. Then it kind of really went downhill for them. They didn't qualify for Arlington Major. And because of their performance over at Stockholm Major, we didn't see them in regional qualifiers either. Do you think it took them a really long time, Fia, to get started here? Or are you actually really impressed with what they've been able to perform?
I think they're performing about as well as I thought they would. They have really big names here, but I think no matter how you look at it, they're kind of the underdogs going into this. They don't have a ton of experience as a team. The results have been a little lackluster. But I talked to Kezo. He knows the guys pretty well, and he's like, you know, they're the dark horse for the most part. Like, they have a lot of big names on here, and people are going to sleep on them. And, you know, I think many people thought they might be going out in the first round, but they proved everyone wrong there.
Yeah. They have some star power, but I think yet to prove.
Yeah, sorry, I had a producer in my ear. I think we're getting updates from the games that are currently going on.
From all of them?
Yeah, I'm going to say yes, and I'm going to put him on the spot. There we go. Fnatic TSM. This is what is happening at the moment. We can have a bit of a discussion about seeing the net worth, Fear, how you feel that the rest of the game could play out for TSM to maybe come back and get that win that they need so badly.
I mean, it's a 1K advantage at 24 minutes into this game. It looks very, very close.
It's very open.
Very open. The Lifestealer is on top net worth. Drow is on top net worth. So whose draft would I favor? This really just comes down to execution. But I think the Jab's Monkey King, and they have the Disruptor again. Is that DJ playing it yet again? Probably, right? Because Daniel's probably on that Enchantress. So yeah. I'm going to go ahead and I assume that Fnatic are in a good spot here because Disruptor eventually will get the Ags, and we've seen how much of a late game powerhouse that item can be on Disruptor.
Also, quick shout out, happy birthday, Jean-Well. I know it's his birthday right
happy
there over
birthday.
in Singapore. Hopefully you can get a win. I know you're not even going to watch this back, but that'd be nice for them. Get the win, sit pretty in the lower bracket. Did you have anything you wanted to add on, T-Pen, before I interrupted there?
No, not really. I mean, looked at both of the drafts. Basically, they're just about to hit their timing. So if you're sleeping on the game, go watch it now. I think that's the best time. Best time to go look at it.
We can also tune into eStream, I've heard, because it's that Thunder Awaken Beast Coast series that is still going live. I don't know how far into that one they are. So let's put production on the spot again and tune into it. There we go. No, this is Boom Sonics. Oh, this is the tiebreaker.
This is a tiebreaker.
Oh, I thought it was going to be easy. Okay, no, it's tiebreaker.
Right.
Even more interesting. 5.5 minutes in.
I'm pretty sure we have casters for this one as well, or are we just taking a quick glimpse on this one?
Just a quick glimpse.
Just a quick glimpse. All right, cool.
I mean, they have Broodmother with Spotlight it, counterpicked by the Bristleback. I think that's a great matchup in the mid lane here. We have DP versus Kunkka, a very old matchup here. DP favored for sure, and Quinn, I think, in all these matches, I'm just going to favor him as a laner. He's a very, very strong mid laner. And hopefully he can... what's their carry again? TA against Brewmaster. Very interesting. So anything could happen here. Both drafts look pretty good to me. It's going to come down to execution from the teams here. But I'm going Sonics all the way, as I mentioned before. Not going to back down on that.
Do you feel that there is a lane that can go in favor for Boom, then Fia?
This Brewmaster, as you can see right now.
Yeah, wow, great analysis.
I mean, he just got ganked by the Kunkka, so he's breaking down the laning stage already. That was a really good gank there from Yopaj. So, laning stage isn't just a product of 1v1s. Your mid laner can decide to show up if he wants to, as he just did there. But the result of him making that gank means his mid towers now get pressured as MSS has joined.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm looking at is Yopaj's CS on the Kunkka. That will ramp up, but it looks like he hasn't really been enjoying his lane too much.
Who do you think has the best snowball lineup? Let's say the lanes go somewhat even. Who do you think needs to start being more aggressive on that map and just really start to run over the enemy side?
Boom has been known for starting off very aggressive and continuing there no matter what their draft has looked like, but I feel like Sonics maybe has a bit of an advantage from the exit here.
I mean, Sonics for sure are going to be really scary in this draft because they have a TA, they've got the Broodmother, and then this Death Prophet looks like they made a rotation that mid lane. They're going to take that tower down, and now Quinn is going to be incredibly farmed and run to any lane, and I think they are going to be in control of this game.
Well, we can go over to C-Stream, check it out. You guys are going to have to do that yourselves, though. We're going to go on a break. We're going to wait for the rest of the series to play out, and then we'll see you guys soon.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
One final series stands in the way for Talon or Entity to move over and be playing in the TI-11 playoffs. Denog, we saw these two teams play early today. It's the rematch. Talon got the 2-0, but can Entity hit back in the tiebreakers?
That's the question on everyone's lips, isn't it? It's a big, stressful day coming through for all your Southeast Asian fans. Of course, Boom able to get that surprise 2-0 against EG. They're in the three-way tiebreakers, but this is a two-way, so no best of ones here. It's a full best of three between these two teams for what's probably going to be that last spot into the main event.
Yeah, crazy that we've had 4 days of best of twos, every team playing 9 series, and now we get a best of 3 treat. Of course, we're not even at the playoffs yet, where we get to have some extra series, some extra games to be able to determine. There will be no ties, nothing like that. It is settled here with this final series.
And it's so close, right? Like, yes, Talon took the 2-0 earlier this morning, but it wasn't 100% convincing, and it was on the back of, well, let's call it some unorthodox strategies, some different ones, and even just funneling themselves into the same draft for Makoto as well. He played the Lina twice. He really was putting in work those games. 23 Savage played the position 1 Pangolier, something that we haven't seen come out. We've seen Amar break it out in the offlane and have decent success. And then KP went away from a lot of what they'd been trying earlier on into the tournament. No more Visage, no more Enigma. He's prioritizing these more teamfight, pick-off-oriented heroes and really strong laners in the Dawn, the Marcy, the Beastmaster. And I wonder how much of that effect comes off the back of their coach, Always Wanna Fly, because he actually only landed in Singapore. Not sure the reasons why at the end of the second day. So their fortunes have turned around a little bit since then. And let's see if he's able to give a little bit more of that impact towards Talon's drafts, because I really feel like in the earlier stages of the event, it was losing the lanes pretty frequently that was putting them in such a rough spot, particularly the offlane. KP, he's a veteran player, second place at TI, all the way back at TI7, but he certainly wasn't performing. He's turned up in the past few days, though.
Yeah, that he has indeed. And of course, their opponents being Entity, a team who a lot of people coming into it had very high expectations. We saw in the Western Europe qualifiers, Entity didn't drop a single map, being able to demolish through every single team. Liquid didn't stand a chance, Secret didn't stand a chance, and what we see where those two teams are at the moment, both in the upper bracket for the playoffs. And again, we heard in the interview with Matumba Man after they won the last chance qualifiers, where he just said that Entity, their ideas were just far superior. No one was able to really compete with them in that area, but there's been a lot of issues with them. Just some things are not clicking, and against Talon, we saw early today, it wasn't clicking as well. So we'll see if they've potentially have been able to reset, sort out some of the issues that they had against their previous series against Talon, and we'll be able to adapt due to that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure, unless it's updated as of today, as of yesterday, they actually had the least amount of heroes played the entire tournament. So maybe that's a big reason as to why, they had a good strong start, but once teams and their coaches, as well as the rest of the support staff, were able to figure them out a little bit, you just know what areas you need to stop. I believe it was Armel at the ESL event that said, no, it was DJ actually, just ban the zoo and then you go a long way towards stopping Entity. And I feel like that's where Talon's going to put a lot of the emphasis on, especially considering KP, like we were saying, has gone away from a little bit more of that zoo for himself and has started picking up more of these lane dominators.
So for Talon in particular to have success, we'll start with them. I know, of course, they've had some difficulties here at TI, but when this team is clicking on all cylinders, how does it look like? Like, who is that one person, or maybe even a person, two people on top of that, is really the focal point that we need to keep our eye out on for Talon to have success in this series?
You got to enable Makoto, 100%. Like, all of these players come from the different regions, right? NA, SA, all the way from Europe to Southeast Asia, even China. And a lot of the C players, their ranks dropped off, but not Makoto. He is still sitting #1 on the MMR leaderboards. He's able to solo carry a lot of games if you give him the potential to. And I mean, those KP heroes that I was talking about earlier, you just have to have a look at that, right? The average kills that he's able to secure while still keeping up in the farm just goes to show why he's such a successful player so far. But yeah, you know, the Dawnbreaker, the Marcy, sure, they're strong enough offlaners and they're able to scale into the late game, but they also provide that assistance for Makoto, especially if he's going these leaner, these Leshrac, these Shadow Fiend style heroes, right? Where you just want to give him that extra little bit of lifesteal, that little bit of healing that they need to be able to truly feel their impact in the team fights. So all on the back of Makoto, and I feel like that's where Entity need to be looking to turn a lot of their influence as well.
And I think that all starts with Stormstormer and some of the supports and how they're able to rotate to help him out, because Stormstormer was a big reason of why they've had success for Entity in the recent LAN events. Of course, we got to see them at Arlington, where they placed 5th to 6th, and for ESL Malaysia, I should say, was the same placement as well. So they've had some good showings so far in the recent tournaments leading up to TI, and that was really Stormstormer was just playing some incredible Dota, but he has kind of struggled, and really in that previous graphic we kind of saw the comparison, and we saw that Makoto was, you know, a decent chunk ahead over him. And I think a big reason is that some of the heroes right now he's struggling in. Stormstorm has been known for his Invoker. He's played 3 games on it so far at TI, and he has not won a game. The Batrider as well is something that he has. Entity would always first phase, and he's been struggling on that. And we haven't even seen a whole lot of Batrider in general. Obviously, those nerfs heading into TI was enough for it to still be picked a little bit, but not enough for it to be this first phase hero, which was a big reason of why they were having success. So it's going to be really exciting to see. Also, another thing quickly to mention, they were like first phasing Visage, and from what I could see, Stormstormer hasn't touched the Visage in TI11, and that was a big hero for them because he could play it, and then you could also have Toby playing the Visage as well, and that flex would be so difficult to deal with in the draft.
You'd have to imagine that's exactly what Talon are going to be prioritizing, right? And you can just see Always Wanna Fly was laying down the law there. Basically, when 23 Savage was interviewed after day 1 of the group stage, Talon were 1 and 3 at the time, they spoke a little bit about Always Wanna Fly's influence, right? What he provides to the team, and it's just providing that confidence, providing that steady voice, I suppose you could call it, right? Where you're able to just have confidence in what you're good at. Like, what got Talon to this stage? When I think of KP, I don't really think of Visage. I don't think of Viper. I don't think of Enigma. I think of these, you know, aggressive style of heroes that can be a little bit beefier, that can tank up, that can jump right into the fray and still have the team back behind you. So, you know, back in the day, his Doom, his Legion Commander, his Brewmaster, even the offlane Omni Knight, which we've seen a couple of Chinese teams do, wouldn't surprise me to see them break it out in addition to the Dawn and the Marcy that he played earlier today.
Going to be exciting to see just the battle that we have out of the coaches as well. You mentioned Always Wanna Fly, but the Entity coach has also been another big factor for their success. I believe there was an interview where Stormstormer said he was just playing without a coach would be so difficult, and he, you know, pretty much does every role. You know, some people and Liquid have 3 coaches, and well, Metrum, I believe how you pronounce his name, he does all of them for Entity.
Yeah, he does. Like, he does the opposition analysis, he does the gameplay, he analyzes the replays, and then he does the drafting as well. So much put onto Metrum's back, and it's very clear that at the moment the main priority is just keeping a positive vibe in the room, because this is somewhere where Talon might be able to have a very slight edge coming out of this in terms of the nerves. You see a lot of first-timers here at TI on Entity's side, and so do you on Talon, right? But at least they've got KP there. He's got experience. Savage has experience, and you've got Always Wanna Fly, a true veteran as well.
That's so funny you say that, because I was just going to mention, like, I see Fishman doing his kind of little walk around, and honestly, to me, that's a nervous walk if I've ever seen
They're
one.
trying
like
to keep the mood good, but you could try all you want.
Savage is doing it as well. Like, look.
You might just be impatient. You might be ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely be looking at way too much, and I, without a doubt, probably am. But it's funny to see the back and forth and kind of how some of the other players are. You got the casual, just laying back in the chair, the feet up sometimes, and then the people are walking back, communicating. Sometimes people are just isolated in the other corner, just mode zen, just trying to get the head in the game.
And I have to wonder, maybe for Savage, I know you mentioned that he might look a little bit nervous, but also in that recent interview, he essentially came into this TI with zero expectations. He didn't expect to be here at the very beginning. I mean, you just have to think back. They were still in Division 2 in Season 2 of the DPC because he had that first iteration on Talon for Season 1 where it didn't work out, where they were playing with Gabby. Then they switched in 23 Savage. They're able to accommodate that a lot more, and they were able to qualify, move up to Div 1. Then they had a decent enough showing at the Arlington Major for the third season, and then coming through the regional qualifiers, Game 5, they've been in high-pressure situations before. How are they going to deal with this one, the ultimate high-pressure situation?
Yeah, and Entity really had a similar road as well. They also started in Division 2, where they came in first place, of course, a different roster as well, with Chrysalis there, then Pure joined them later on, and they said that, in the previous roster that Pure was in with VP, they just didn't enable him. They didn't believe in him, and that's what Entity did. They enabled Pure. We've seen what he's been able to do in the past, but can they enable him again in this Game 1 draft? Keep in mind, guys, it's a best of 3. One spot remains. Talon against Entity. Let's get underway.
Oh, look at these bans. It's all about respect, right? Ban the Zoo. That was the main priority coming out from DJ, the Sea Brethren of Talon, and they've done just that. Getting rid of the Visage first phase makes complete sense because they've got the flex for it as well. Getting rid of the Broodmother, more Zoo, and some individual respect bans coming through. We mentioned that KP, of course, has the capability for the Doom, but we've seen Q do it as well, and more importantly, Savage has been not shy at playing that Position 1 Doom. He was one of the first ones to do it in the world, so I'm keen to see what they're going to break out all throughout this series, but this is the sort of draft that I was talking about. Enable Makoto. If this is going to be a Shadow Fiend mid, you have a decent enough time against the Leshrac. Lesh needs to spam out spells because you're going to have that right-click advantage. You're going to buy just the magic stick, be able to Shadow Raise back, and then you've got this Marcy that it's not revealed yet where exactly it's going to be played. Is KP going to pick it up, or are they going to throw it onto a support role? So both drafts looking pretty good so far.
Scary that you now need to address the Shadow Fiend Marcy combo, though. Like, this is something that you can really go down with the draft to further enable. Just give everything to the Shadow Fiend. Maybe go for another hero that has a little bit of minus armor, someone else that can buff up the attack speed of the SF, and just have this as the ultimate damage source.
I wouldn't even hate them going into the Undying as well on Talon. They've played it pretty successfully. They've even gone Avenge as well to pair together with this style of draft, just to enable, like, with that little bit of save and a little bit of a damage boost as well, right? If you get on top of someone aggressively, Flesh Golem, damage amplification. You're very tanky to kill, and you have to choose to fight into a tombstone. And then similarly with Avenge, you've got the swap for the protection, you get the extra minus armor and the save as well. So both very viable options. Really wouldn't even hate to see, I mentioned before, the Position 1 Pango came out from Talon. That is one of the ways that we see the Leshrac potentially addressed. Not afraid of rolling up into the Leshrac's path, and if you get into the Diffusal Blade, then you can really start to limit the amount of damage that you're able to output in these team fights. Doesn't care about the Nyx as well either, so I would expect for Entity to be prioritizing that one with the next few bans.
And for Entity as well, with their next pick, more than likely going to be looking towards Fishman's hero. I mean, you've already got the 4 in the Nyx Assassin. So is there anything that's kind of standing out at the moment? Fishman's played the Silencer, Jakiro, Disruptor, and the Undying a lot of times. There's also an Omni and an Ancient Apparition, I believe.
Good question. They've done a good job of addressing the Zoo so far, right? But you've still got a Lesh, and you've still got the potential for them to go into this Ench Chen route. The issue is, Shadow Fiend deals pretty well with both of those, being able to, crit them down with just a couple of right clicks, or even just use your magic potential too. So, not sure if that's the avenue that I would be looking to go for if I was Entity. Maybe they go into the Undying for themselves as well, just to provide a little bit of that extra safety net for the Lesh. But then you might not deal well if they do get a roll on Talon. Nyx, Undying, not the greatest, being able to deal with a push and a full lineup running at you.
And also, let's see what this last band's going to be here for Talon, what they're going to try and prioritize. Like you said, Undying could be snagged first for Entity before Talon get their hands on it.
Good Pango ban.
5 seconds remaining.
What to address? What to address? I mean, this was the big thing. You and I were casting a fair amount of Entity back at the Arlington Major, and the big point for me was just Fishman's hero pool. It was tiny compared to all of the other position 5s out there. It was into the Chen, the Undying, the Bane, and I think the Shadow Shaman as well, but not much beyond that. So the fact that maybe he's not necessarily being targeted, but those heroes not quite as strong with the meta right now outside of the Undying, which I'm still kind of surprised has slipped through this far, but obviously Talon, they're just doubling down onto getting rid of this aggressive early game.
Get rid of Toby's hero pool. Naga's even banned out as well, which they can flex.
Enigma's still there, though.
Okay. We'll see the response. I mean, both sides really can fit the Enigma in. Marcy Enigma is great. Nyx Enigma as well, probably a little bit worse of a pairing, but still you're pretty happy going down that route. They haven't, both sides particularly haven't protected the Enigma though. Maybe Talon a little bit with like a BKB Pierce with the Beastmaster, but nothing crazy. This could reveal it though from Entity, how they want to try and set themselves up with the next pick, and maybe now with the Rubik.
Yeah, Q got a W earlier today when he played the Rubik against them. So again, it's just more respect coming through from Entity, basically banning out what they picked against them to beat them. And this could just come back down to confidence. They could just say, look, they just got the perfect draft for their situation. They picked all of their favorite heroes, even though these aren't all of their favorite heroes. But it's just to be able to say, don't worry, guys, we've got them this time around.
Let's see. Jakiro is going to provide them a nice laning 5, incredibly strong to be able to help Pure get out of the lane. Talon, you don't really have many 3s at the moment that have this Dispel. Legion's not really strong. Omni, we're not really seeing a whole lot. When we are, it's 5. You mentioned before it can be played as 3, but I don't particularly imagine that's going to be the case. So you will have some difficulties dealing with the Jakiro spam in the lane.
I'm just thinking, like, could this even be a pure Leshrac? Probably a little bit less likely, but it's something that he's shown the potential for being able to flex to. You know, those unorthodox position 1s really do feel like the ticket for pure a lot of the time, and well, he's even gone into things like the Slardar, the Sniper, still in the pool, Meepo. We've still yet to see it. I think there's 6 unpicked heroes so far this tournament. Off the top of my head, Clinks, Techies, and Necro as well as part of those. And they actually end up picking the Pudge for Savage, you would assume, as well. Don't hate it. I mean, again, you're very tanky, hard to get through, and they are a little low on damage right now on Entity's side. So I'm imagining that with the position 2 and position 1 now revealed, maybe they're going to feel confident enough to reveal their own position 1 on Entity's side.
We've seen this really start to be a strong pairing so far through the last chance qualifiers and the group stages. This Shadowfiend Pudge just cover each other incredibly well.
Yep. Early timings, early items that you're able to pick up. Not needing too much, strong in the lane. And both of them enabled quite heavily by the Marcy as well. Pudge more for the movement speed, Shadowfiend just able to stand there and right-click with all the control they provide.
What are you going to look to reveal? Probably going to hide KP's hero now.
Unless
just going for your
Marcy.
secondary support. That's true. So you continue with the flex with the Marcy.
Entities turn to pick.
Yeah, there we go.
Go down that Undying.
Solid early game. I like it. You know, this is still Talon. Previously against Secret, they tried to end the game in 20 minutes. They picked a Lycan, they picked a Lone Druid. I think they had a Leshrac on top of that. They just wanted to end the game and try and get a cheap one-game victory to avoid this tiebreaker situation altogether. This isn't necessarily that all-in style, but it's still an early game-oriented draft. Not to say that it can't go late, but the lanes are still looking pretty good across the board.
I wonder if the Pudge is of enough of a deterrent for the Enigma. It has a pretty nice time versus the Undying, even with being able to kind of put more levels into the Decay, but I'm trying to think of heroes that you can lane as a 3 to kind of address the Undying in the lane, because it does seem like Talon have a big advantage there, and I think if you don't pick Toby's hero here, then he's going to struggle to find another hero at the last phase.
They couldn't Venomancer, could they? You never know. Could work. Percent damage, not too bad, but it is slow ramping damage, which is not really what you want against a Marcy, providing that lifesteal against the Undying, and they're going to go the Morphling instead. All right, they're putting them on a timer right now, and they're saying, look, we don't feel like you've got enough out of this push, and we're going to be able to take away a lot of that Shadowfiend's agility once we get to our Aghanim Scepter timing, so can you push hard enough?
To me, it also feels like they believe that Toby has a little bit more options instead of Pure's hero pool. So I feel like even though if 2 extra offlaners are banned out, they're going to be able to find a hero for Toby to be able to play, whereas Pure, with those 2 extra bans, might have struggled to find that perfect carry for them in this game.
10 seconds.
I wonder what they're going to go down the route of. Is it something like a Death Prophet, perhaps? Something that's still able to fight alongside the Leshrac. Lots of AoE damage coming through. Maybe that's going to be enough to be able to deal with this lane as well, staying at range away from the Pudge and the Undying.
So what do we need to cover in regards to the weaknesses here for Talon? Because we are... there's the flex potential with the Marcy, but what do you feel like some of the issues they have with their lineup that this 23rd pick can kind of help out with?
I'd like to see some more reliable control, and I'd like to see some instant pick-off as well, so that you don't get that Nyx Assassin being able to just carapace and run away, or the Morphling to be able to get the waveform. So do they go down the route of something like the Shadow Shaman, or perhaps even the Lion? It's something that Q plays very well, and then you could still look to flex the Marcy to be offlane. It could even be an Undying offlane. You never know.
That's a great call. I like that a lot, because we see Hex is a really nice answer to the Nyx Assassin. Nothing you can do with the Spike Carapace. That instant jump versus the Morphling is going to be really nice as well. Yeah, burst damage as well. Helps a little bit with your sieging potential. So I wouldn't hate those responses from Talon.
I think it's a possibility. It's something that Q has done a long time, ever since his days back on Motivate Trust. The full Thai roster weren't able to be here, but he's got a Thai brethren in 23 Savage to be able to play with. They're feeling like they're lacking a little bit of that burst potential, so maybe Lion's the ticket here for them to come through with. Instant lockdown, burst damage, decent laner, together with the Marcy. Could even look to get some early pickoffs if you hit your level 2 before the Morphling does.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Wonder how much of this is pep talk coming through from Always Wanna Fly. Not necessarily talking about hero picks, but how exactly they're going to be looking to play the lanes and what you feel confident about. Gotta say, with Q as well, previously he didn't speak much English at all, and you could just see here not just his growth as a player, but also just being able to converse with their new coach and feel confident enough to go into this first game with an Ancient Apparition that slipped through against the Morphling, and well, they're feeling like even if it does get to the later stages, this will be able to address not just the Morphling, but even that Bloodstone coming through from the Lesh. Not a bad pick at all.
10 seconds remaining.
So, all right. Instant response as well. We're going to go down the Lycan route. So you can ban out as many heroes as you want for Toby, but one of them's still going to slip through, and they do get a little bit of pushing coming out of the Lycan as well. It's a great way to be able to address the Ancient Apparition.
I'm wondering who's going to be given the emphasis here. Are you looking to try and shut down Pure, or are you looking to try and shut down Toby more to be able to, keep those towers available, to allow Makoto to be able to farm so that he hits that timing that a Shadow Fiend does about 10 or so minutes, maybe not that much, 5 to 8 minutes before the Morphling, so that you are able to group up, use the power of that Ice Blast to be able to deal with the Morph. There is like a pseudo counter to this. Like you get into the Aghanim Scepter on the Morphling, and maybe you don't go into the Agility hero. Maybe instead you look to try and Strength Morph instead. And if you get a Sanjin Yasha with all of that status resistance that you're provided, the Icy Touch, I don't even know what it's called, Frost Blast, there we go, debuff only lasts on you for about 5 or 6 seconds. So you can actually look to turn around the team fight.
Okay, that could be interesting to see what route he wants to go down. But I think for me, this game, a lot of it's going to come down to if they can kill the Ancient Apparition to start. Because even though, like you're mentioning, we could see a different itemization, regardless, this is one of the better counters to the Morphling. We don't see it often because AA does have a lot of weaknesses, and it's going to be AA as a position 4 as well. So they're going to try and put the Undying into Toby's lane on the Lycan against the Strength hero to really try and minimize how early we get the Helm Dom and into the Helm of the Overlord as well. So I think overall, if you can get to the late game, if you can deal with the Ancient Apparition, then Pure is going to be a really scary threat because of his core-to-core matchup against the Shadow Fiend with that Scepter being able to steal the attack speed. But it's just a question of, can you deal with the Ancient Apparition and can you set up for the Ice Blast? I think we have an incredible game 1 in store for us.
Me too. I mean, if it gets late, I honestly still don't count Talon out. I mean, you just think about a Pudge and its capability to scale. A Marcy, it is going to be a KP Marcy like we were expecting, like they got the W with earlier today, that's going to be a huge amount of that burst damage potential, and we've seen what Shadow Fiend is able to do once it gets late as well. Free money.
Let's go. Thank you. How much experience? 5 experience. I think got split between
a
4
few.
people.
Yeah. Do it again. The wolf standing out there. 5 more seconds. Come on, Savage.
Let's get to the good stuff.
Come on.
Nah. You need the mana.
That's disappointing. You need the gold, not the mana. You can buy clarities. Like, what? You can gauntlet challenge your own teammate?
Looks like it. You could gauntlet from across the map, dude. I've seen those dueling gloves fly across from bottom lane to top in a few of these games.
Yeah, we got the balloon battle going on as well in the river. All right.
Which one's going to pop first, left or right?
I think right. I think the blue one. Probably because it was blown up first.
There's that glove. It's flying up top. He smacks onto KP. Let's go.
Battle begins.
No crazy shenanigans. Savage. A little bit of a crazy shenanigan. Going for the hook onto the rune. Yeah. So 3 bounty runes aside here for Talon.
They're actually switching up the lanes a little bit as well. So Q coming down bottom together with Savage. The slow is going to enable the rot damage coming through and allow for a little bit of the easier hooks. But of course, AA, one of the longest attack ranges in the game as well. So against this double melee lineup, you should be able to get a good amount of harass through as well. It's going to be not as much for the decay, but decay into a morphling doesn't feel too bad either.
Also, we'll see. Looks like both sides have some pretty strong lanes. Jakiro is a 5 to protect Pure, and already just the right-click battle is ensuing up top. Hyde taking a lot of damage. Fishman as well. Just going to be the back and forth early. Pure's in some trouble. Chill.
Level 1 for now. Again, KP, those lane dominators, that's what he needs to be playing if Talon are going to have any chance. They went away from their tried and true methods to be able to get to this stage, but once you get there, you got to stick with your identity. That's exactly what they've done. Nice little lane manipulation coming from Kataomi. Pulling it behind the tier 1 tower on this dire side means that you're able to get all of this experience, but Q, wisely enough, he's looking to join together, making sure that nothing's being given up for free.
Savage going to be able to do the same thing as well. Toby also trying to make sure no experience goes wasted here. It's going to be interesting as well if the Lycan can match up against the right-click battle that the Pudge has. It's always been a big advantage since we've seen the position 1 Pudge really come to meta. Might be a bit more difficult though because he can deal with the wolves thanks to the rot. So Toby's micro is going to have to be somewhat on point. And won't we see that often from this hero, from this player, I should say.
Yep. The big strengths. I mean, he as well, a first-timer, having that big COVID period with Viking GG. Of course, so many of those players have gone on to have success for various different rosters. Still trying to get aggressive up top here onto Pure. Still level 2, so you're thinking that they've got a little bit of this power spike. Ooh, just missing on the stun there while he was still fairly agimorphed. And Hyde's actually gone into the Tombstone as well, so not going the avenue that a lot of others have gone. If you need to stay fairly agimorphed, maybe the Soul Rip could have been the burst damage. And be careful. Doesn't have the waveform either. Adaptive Strike's leveled.
Should be chilling for the moment, KP. Gonna have the rebound up shortly. Let's see if he can close the distance as Hyde. Still charging on forward, but Pure just will be able to get back to the safety of the tower. Doesn't have too much region though for the Morph to play with.
Kataomi has just turned this into a 1v1 lane, realizing the strength of the Ancient Apparition to be able to, again, harass out this bottom side. So the next Assassin's got to get a decent amount here. Has to be a little bit careful, walk back underneath his own tower, and even the Wolves looking to help out, try and bully him out of the lane a little bit.
A lot of emphasis on the side lanes and not too much action mid with the Shadow Fiend into the Leshrac. Does look like Makoto's having a really good time though, 16 and 7 compared to the 11 and 4, so a slight advantage here for Makoto early.
Yep. There's been a few nice denies coming through from Stormstormer as well, but yeah, in terms of the overall score, of course, favoring Makoto for now. They've both got the bottle, of course, picked up, the magic stick as well. So again, it comes down to, well, maybe once you reach that level 5 timing, does Makoto consider going for a kill attempt? Because a solo pick-off, not just, of course, for your net worth, but for the team's morale, is going to bring you far.
Both these two teams love to get that first blood. Just build up the confidence. Get the comms flowing. Get the juices going. Talon going to be pretty happy with this matchup again. They did have that 2-0 victory against them earlier today.
Yep, Hyde doing a good job of, even if he's been sentry blocked up on this top side, to make sure that the small camp is available. Going to make sure to place himself there in the camp, although he actually gets it denied off, so a little bit of a misplay coming through there from Hyde, but he just needs to get back to the lane to try and lock down Pure again.
Starting to see that first rotation as well come out from Katomi. Thread, they're going to be cautious. 2 skill shot abilities.
I'm sure that's what the comms is all about. Nice sidestep coming through from Makoto. Didn't have the vision, they dropped the sentry. That's just a man that's...
Well, top lane, Fishman. Might be in a little bit of trouble here. Tombstone's going to be laid down. Pure's going to look to try and address this, and Fishman will TP out without a way to cancel it. I do deny the Tombstone, I suppose, so a lot of gold's going to be missed there for Pure, unfortunately.
Still doing a decent enough job. I mean, a Morphling is not a strong laner, so the fact that he's even been able to get up to level 4.5 up here, he's playing solo for the next little bit, so he's going to need to play a bit more defensively. Careful to back off, but the Tombstone being leveled
Bottom
up.
lane, Toby might be in trouble. Can they get the Cold Feet proc just out of range? Savage went for the early hook to try and drag him back, but they do have a big wave here to maybe continue to pressure and make it difficult for Toby to CS, and that's going to be the case. Can they close the distance? Katomi, right use to the Impale. We got our first rotation coming out. Storm is actually not going to complete the TP.
He's going to go for a surprise hook here on the backlines. Oh, he's pimping it. He wants it. Savage, he'll have to back off. Trying to get them on the way out through the tree line. Instead, maybe even trying to go for the body blocks.
Fishman might be in trouble. One more right click. Hyde should be able to bring him down. Gonna consider about going for Pure next as well with the Morphling. He's gonna be okay. They've used all their spells to try and secure first blood, and it will be Talon that hit first in our best of 3 tiebreaker.
All 3 lanes going well for Talon right now. Slight net worth lead, but this is what they needed to have happen. You can't let this entity line up, which takes a little bit of time to come online, have that great start. You're going to have the response as well to the Helm of the Dominator creep once Toby picks it up.
Oh, Makoto stepped a little bit too far forward. Even Fishman will TP in just to provide the extra spells if required to bring down the Shadow Fiend. A great rotation. Katomi was expecting that movement from Talon to attempt to dive the Leshrac, and he was already nearby.
They might even consider going for another. All the heroes grouped around here. Actually, they get a free D-ward as well in that mid lane. Something that probably shouldn't have happened, considering the way that Makoto was able to sidestep. Probably would have seen him drop down a sentry ward previously. Hyde trying to make sure that not too many creeps go underneath the tower, but still going to result in about half the wave going away. No stacks just yet. Stormstormer might start to build up some of his own inside of the triangle. I was saying before that Savage, with the hook, has this ability to be able to control the Helm of the Dominator creep once Toby gets to that stage. Instantly looking to destroy it. Might use it on the catapult instead. Never mind, it has a mind of its own, walking underneath the tower.
It's a nice advantage as well with the Pudge being relatively difficult to shove out of the lane. So even once you get this Helm of the Dominator, it's not going to be a free tower for Entity to bring down. They will need to probably bring some extra members in what you would prior if it was a natural liking game.
Yeah, they're soaking up a little bit of the experience here on Hyde, and I think that was some pings coming out from Entity as well. Stormstormer, the small things, like having a look at his experience bar, seeing how much of that levels he was getting from just taking that double stack small camp. So just the small things can give you a lot of information. That's what they're looking to play off right now.
And one of the big weaknesses here for the Shadow Fiend, having multiple heroes in your lane and trying to put yourself in a position behind him. That's what they're doing at the moment from Entity, trying to slow down Makoto's gain and also trying to pick up the power runes for the Leshrac. Not going to be the case. Actually, sorry, Stormstormer does get the double
oh
damage
no, they got the stun with the Centaur Conqueror. Oh, the neutral creeps.
So we're going to be able to chase them down. Katomi will hold back the Pudge for the moment, though.
Happy enough to take away this acceleration, though.
Ooh, gotta be cautious. Another stun coming out. Q's gonna now be able to step on over, but Pure is even rotated down as well, but the Ice Path from Fishman just keeps Toby alive, and now they can try and pursue on for another kill. waveform up in 3 seconds. They'll use the slow from Fishman instead to gap close onto the Ancient Apparition. A beautiful rotation from Pure as he gets involved in 2 kills.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of damage being pumped into this mid tower, but they're going to go for an instant smoke, trying to find the wraparound as Makoto makes his retreat, but he knows to rotate through to the left-hand side, maybe scout out what the situation is with these jungle creeps and take the bounty runes. So, good presence not to stay in the lane and not to run towards the right-hand side. Savage, down here on his own.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto Pure early on, but the boys are starting to rotate. Rated, they have a clear forward, so they are well aware that Entity are bringing all 5 members down to bottom. And Savage TP down, so he's stuck here. Talon, you need to take the fight. You've got to bring the boys to be able to defend the tower. As Savage is going to start. The hook onto Stormstormer. Tombstone dropped as well.
Stun.
A beautiful position. The Tombstone can Entity deal with it. They're going to try and go for the heroes instead.
KP's
Double
gone off.
kill for Makoto in the end. As a Shadow finishes freely setting up the razors, melting down the heroes of Entity. Just go into the meat grinder. Talon bring all the boys and they will successfully defend the tier 1.
Huge double stun by KP as well, right underneath the tower. That's where you want to be fighting on Talon. They had the safety of playing with the Tombstone. They had the additional armor as well, so even though there was plenty of right clicks coming through, the response was amazing. Again, the power of vision giving them the ability to set up for this.
A great position for the Tombstone as well, just made it very difficult for them to be able to address this. Katomi attempted, but this didn't matter. 2 minds of what Entity had to do under that deep dive.
Triple kill for Makoto, certainly recovering the fact of that that death early on the right, the dire side of the river.
Okay, Pit bottom lane might be in some trouble. Katomi, first use of the Vendetta on the game is going to be able to find the opening onto KP, but Savage gives him a rebound target, and now they can step in onto Stormstormer. Savage still going to be cautious with the Leshrax damage, but the Flesh Heap protects the Pudge perfectly.
And that little bit of damage coming through from KP as well. Use the sidekick onto the Pudge. No slouch when it comes to his own right click, but just that little bit extra that he might have needed to be able to take him down and survive with the lifesteal. Maxed out as well, just to enable KP to go down this core route, to get the farm early, and to make sure that he's able to run in without a care in the world once he gets that magic immunity. Don't worry about the Nyx, don't worry about the Chikiro or the Leshrac. Just be the frontliner.
And like we spoke about before, this is not going to be a free T1 tower for Entity to claim. You'd love to have that thanks to the Lycan, but it's just a completely different game with the heroes that Talon are playing with, and we see the playstyle for them as well. Protect every single tower as best as they can. So what do Entity need? Is there an item that we're going to see shortly, maybe even a level that can maybe help out to finally crack this tower?
I wouldn't say it necessarily, right? Like, you're going to need to play around the Lycan, and again, they've just got complete understanding of how Entity are looking to move, so maybe they're going to look to commit multiple heroes down here, but Savage has got 3 seconds left on his TP. They can retreat if they want to, or if they're feeling confident, they can make it another play. Yeah, Hyde's coming down.
He's got 6.
Yep,
this is scary, man. This is really scary. And Savage, he's on point with the hook. Sets up for the Ice Blast perfectly, and Stormstormer's gonna pop. Once again, Entity butting their heads against the wall, but they can't crack the code as Talon even bring KP down bottom as well to get another pick off for Savage. A double kill for the Pudge.
They're going to try and go for a little bit of a backline move here. He's underneath the sentry ward though. Makoto should be able to see it, and he'll back off in time. Next to the tower, they used a lot of TPs, but he'll still be able to get back to safety. Hyde though? A little bit of worry.
That is big. Shapeshift now expended, yeah. Entity, some difficult movements early on, but it does have to be said that Pure is free farming. This Morphling second in net worth, working on the Yasha, and he does have that Sergeant Yasha actually queued up like you were mentioning as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's so necessary against a lot of this chain lockdown. You think the Dismember, even the surprise rebound coming through, right? Pure's really quick on his fingers, but you need to cover the stuns as well as the Ice Blast.
So it's kind of, at least their backup plan for Entity, and this Morphling is just having an incredible time. Rated do have some really good wards. That has been a big, I think, factor of why we've seen this early game success. So 2 wards from them inside Dire's jungle could set up for some eventual rotations, but nothing just yet.
Gonna rotate top. Makoto's kind of on his own.
I'm gonna see him shortly. Ice Path, just the tip from Fishman, and that's all you need as Makoto will go down. And Ice Blast across the map. It'll be on the death of the Shadow Fiend as there's no response from Talon. A big kill for Entity to find, stemming some of the momentum that Radiant have been building.
Yeah, he just has the 1 point in the Soul Rip. I was thinking maybe Makoto would look to path back down towards Hyde, who made the movement up to be able to help out his buddy, but, well, just with that 1 point, probably wouldn't have changed too much of anything. Big kill to get. You know, you got to slow down the Shadow Fiend as much as possible. He, like KP, is really looking to get into that BKB.
Top lane, Katomi. They're going to be able to get another one. Beautifully done from Entity. This lane ward, scouting out the Undying being next to the tier 1 tower. And this is really what can enable Entity here. The Nyx Assassin, with every use of the Vendetta, can get a +1 to find some of these pickoffs. Can continue to slow down some of Talon's early game timings to put pressure onto Pure.
I wonder if they look to make a move towards mid now. KP, he TP'd up towards the top side, made sure it wasn't hitting onto the tower again. They don't want to give anything up for free, but he doesn't stay in the lane. He starts pathing towards mid lane just in case he needs to be the backup for the rest of the boys. With that not happening, we're just going to give a little bit more of that farm priority back over to Makoto. Still, that BKB timing very important for him, and it was Pure that actually got the last hit on both of those kills there, so it's going to accelerate that net worth. He's neck and neck right now with Makoto. Savage has been quietly farming all the while, though. One component towards that Aghanim Scepter going to be pretty nice, again, with the Ice Blast against the Leshrac and the Morphling in terms of what it's able to provide for regen.
That's probably what you... Oh, Talon actually going to try and set up a 4-man push underneath the tier 1 tower. Fisherman's near.
Tell me again.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Should be chilling, it looks like, for KB. A big objective for Talon to find without really much contest. Can open up the jungle, and with a pickoff, we can see Talon probably in the next couple of minutes be able to consider about Roche. They're probably waiting for the BKB. Once they get that BKB, be really strong to be able to take some of the fights.
Ooh, I like this from Pure as well. They're going to go for a little bit of a smoke attempt here onto Toby, having to be careful about where they reveal in the lane. Ooh, the jukes. Might even Tombstone.
They're still going to chase him? Hyde's considering it. He's going to be able to scout up the Lycan here. They'll force out the shapeshift and they'll be happy with that.
The boys are coming?
Yeah, the boys are coming from Entity, so great reactions. Hyde's like, all right, peace, I'm out of here.
They're trying to body block on the way out.
They're doing a pretty good job at it. Savage and Q continuing to be slowed down. Tier 2 tower might be a little bit too deep of an attempt here from Entity.
I think you're pretty satisfied with that on Talon. Again, shapeshift being used. Get a little bit closer to those timings. 600 gold away from the BKB on Makoto. Just the 400 for KP. And, well, look at Q. He's gone a little bit of the unorthodox build into the Rod of Atos on the Ancient Apparition, just to be able to provide that bit of extra lockdown, not just for, well, honestly, all 3 cores it's super value for. Even setting up for the hook as well.
What do you think Entity are trying to set up for? They gave the bottle over to Pure, and he's got a DD now. So obviously feel like they can get an objective in the next 2 minutes or potentially 5. You do have this Helm of the Overlord coming out as well. Could there be an angle for them to consider Roche?
I guess so. Maybe just hitting up onto the level 12, they feel like, well, we're not ready to fight right now, but if the option does become available for us to go in for this, we want you to be able to be ready to fight right then and there. With the Sanjin Yasha, gives him the opportunity to.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Talon, they're actually going to be the first ones to move into the pit, even before the BKB, like I was thinking, so Entity unable to do anything about it. Tombstone, Flesh Golem, the use of the Unleashed as well. First Roche is going to go to the weight of Talon.
Got some things to have some strong team fight right now on Entity. You know, the Helm of the Overlord's complete.
Savage? Pure's going to be nearby to pump in that physical damage once the Flesh Heap expires, and that's a freebie. Even used as a DD at the end, so they've been looking for some more out of this.
Pure got the last hit. You know, just every little bit, just that free money coming through, making him hit that potential Aghanim Scepter timing a little bit earlier than expected. He's looking to play quite aggressively as well. Now with the Sanjin Yasha, feeling not invincible, but close enough to it. Double BKB about to come out, though, for Talon.
Entity doing a really good job to be able to control the power runes. This is another one going their way, and an even better one to utilize in the Arcane Key for Stormstormer. He actually did TP top, though, so they're... Well, I wonder who they're going to give this to, unless they're going to protect it until he comes back down.
So he'll just be like, well, I guess I'll take it.
Alright, I suppose so, I suppose. Stormstorm's like, he's really... He would love it, but he's chilling, farming across the map. He too is going to be working into the BKB, but it feels like Talon need to force something soon. You've got the item timings with BKB coming up from KP. You want a team fight.
They're having all of this scouted out, though, by all of the vision. They're pinging out exactly where they're looking to group up on Talon. You wouldn't want to smoke underneath an observer ward. I can tell KP really wants that level 2 of his ultimate, just for the extra pulse damage coming through when he does make that gank attempt, because it's very important to be able to, with your minimal lockdown, find out and burst whoever core it is that you jump on. Just able to get away on Fishman. 200 gold away from the Rod of Atos for Q as well. Going to provide them with a little bit of that extra control. He might be able to see Stormstormer if he looks to start hitting the... Well, actually, TP's away towards mid. They're trying to ping. They're trying to push things out. Open up the map a little bit further.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Got the T1 tower. You've got bottom getting shoved out as well from Pure. So you might be able to think of... Okay, Pure's actually going to back off and not try and put some damage into the tier 2. So it'll just be a tier 1 trade, it looks like.
Not a fortify, doesn't help the bottom lane, but just provides that range creep with the ability to stay up top, even dropping the tombstone as well to provide Makoto that little bit extra, and I'm not sure what that ping's all about. Just saying, are you scared, buddy? You should be. I'm coming. I'm just a few minutes away. Only the point booster left for Pure, and he's going to hit it around that level 15 timing as well for the extra morph duration. If they can get the kill onto him while they've still got this Aegis, and he doesn't quite have that Aghanim Scepter completed, that would be huge for Talon, just slowing that game down a couple of minutes.
So the big issue for Talon is how can you set up for these ice blasts? Because you can't really rely on the Dismember, not into the Jakiro. Okay, so with the Atos, that's where you don't have to heavily commit. So we'll see if the position is going to be on point for Q, because the Lycan is just going to be chasing him down constantly through the fights. Toby knows his role, and he has to make sure that the Ancient Apparition can just not freely spellcast.
Playing it a little slow here on Talon though, right? Having the Aegis, it's all well and good to have a farming Aegis, but minute and a half left on it. Maybe just wanting this Hurricane Pike for a little bit of extra control in these team fights, maybe even for something as simple as protecting Q. Hit everything.
Yeah. A farming age is good and all, but the network's lead's supposed to go in your favor, not the enemy team's. Like, the enemy team's not supposed to be growing this lead.
No, indeed. And, well, Makoto probably just going to shove out this one last... Yeah, they did. And they don't have the damage to come through. KP's not enough right now. He's last on the cause, even though he had a fantastic laning stage. They're actually going to give him over the gem, really wanting to take back over the map, but this is a little bit too late. You already made your move without checking for the wards.
Kind of see the frustration coming out. Feels like NT have really just been able to scout them out constantly this game. Mainly off the back of the vision, thanks to the observers, but also the Nyx Assassin as well. So we'll see what they can utilize.
Makoto doesn't have a TP though, so they're going to need to play around him. You don't want to be making too many defensive movements on Talon right now. You just got to play around what's strong right now, and yeah, he's going to need to start running.
Yeah, they're tipping top, but they won't have Makoto. Let's see if NTD want to try and take the team fight. They're going to be in onto Stormstorm with the Ice Blast. That's enough to blow him up. And our KP's looking for the +1 as well, as Fishman's the target. Off to the other side of the map, Toby finds a free kill to hide. Now, but the rest of Entity is starting to connect. It's going to Pure that goes to the backline and now can target down with the punch. With the help of Katomi holding Savage into place. And without Makoto, Talon just can't succeed through the team fight. A beautiful read from Entity to still take the skirmish, even though they lost Stormstorm at the start.
They know where he is, and dropping their gem. I'm not sure if that's the best option, KP. They know the path that you're taking, and they know that he had to TP up here.
Gonna see the tree cut.
Oh, Kataomi.
Oh, they saw it. Yeah, they're pinging. Using the Cory as well. They should be able to fight.
One last spot.
No, wait, no, don't kill that tree. All the Corys are out for him. No way. Keep going. They'll find him.
Oh, they got him. Oh, one Courier down.
Oh, no. Look at that.
And
they
gem
brought
obtained.
every courier, man. Every single courier.
Even the Radiant were bringing it. Talon just not wanting to give that gem away. Not wanting to give away some of that map control. And, I mean, that is a big mistake. Something as simple as not having the TP available means Makoto is not there for the damage. Still able to take out a very important hero in Stormstormer's Leshrac, but you needed to do more. Pure's hit is timing.
The scary timing at that. Scary, scary timing for Talon to deal with. And again, Dire have just full control of this map in regards to the vision. Some incredible observer wards to play with now. They can set themselves up for the next team fight.
And they're going to need to push their lanes out as well on Talon's side. I mean, when they made for that aggressive movement, they didn't even de-ward their own side of the base. So they've got these wards up on the high ground. Hyde should be able to get rid of one of them, you would think. He's walking right underneath the cliff right now, but, well, not deeming it necessary. pick off onto him would be super valuable. What have we got picked up now? A Crystallis, okay, for the Shadow Fiend. Makoto's starting to become a little bit more of that right-clicking threat, and KP starting to build into the Basher as well. So once that's the case, you know, maybe you get the Lucky Bash onto the Like and take away even more of that maneuverability. They're going to go for the kill. Good force off.
Not going to be easy at all for them to deal with Pure. It's really going to have to come down to this blink on Savage and eventual BKB, but it's going to take quite some time for them to have that opening. Because again, this net worth lead, it's just growing. And NT, they know how strong they are. They're ready for a fight.
Don't want to get caught out on KP.
Cooldown for 35. Katomi's going to be the one leading forward. A beautiful double stun to set up for the Nyx Assassin, but Talon, they've got control of the area thanks to the Tombstone. Pure's going to try and turn to deal with it, but they get the Dismember before the accurate shift. The Talon
rebounds available.
Capitalize on their misplay. Now they can get more as well as Fishman, though. Great reactions with the TP out. So in the end, a 1-for-2 for Talon.
Even Stormstormer getting away. KP splits the middle with that rebound coming through. Just a little bit slower the usage as well. He had the teammates. He had it come off cooldown. But importantly, they kill the Morphling. They were able to get that key kill. Who's holding on to the gem right now? Were they able to reclaim it? I think they might have been. Yep, Pudge holding on to it right now. So incredibly vital that they were able to get that start. The net worth swinging back in their favor. Of course, with this Shadow Fiend, you can opt to go for the extra Shadow Rays damage, but Presence Aura affecting buildings much more relevant when you're trying to let this Morphling not get more out of control than he already is. Oh, deep attempt.
Savage again. Ice Blast's gonna fly on full.
It's a good one.
Up, but it might not matter. Savage is taking way too much damage. As now Entity, they're looking for more kills. Gonna try and chase down Talon, although both supports into the tree line. As the cleanup crew has arrived, no escape for Talon's members.
And they were able to get that because he went for that deep dive. It's the way that you like to play, but not against a Nyx. Just such an easy way to be able to set up for so many of those stuns. Luckily enough for Talon, Roshan not respawning yet. It's going to be up by the time that they're all available to team fight again, but really just emphasizes how much Savage needs this BKB for himself.
Oh, Makoto. They're cautious. They had the ward on the higher gun. They knew exactly where the Shadow Fiend was going to farm. Forced to use the defensive BKB. That's a win in the end for NT. Are they going to go up high ground? They're thinking about it. They're thinking about it. Makoto. Oh, dances into the tree line.
They use the glyph for it as well, though. So, not going to be able to protect this tier 2 tower more than they already have. Not that they want to play on the bottom side, but really makes playing around that next Roshan fight a lot more difficult. A little bit of a longer walk to be able to rejoin the fight. That Observer Ward placed by Kataomi still up on the Radiant Ancient Camp area. So they're just going to look to plant their flag right now on Entity. Maybe keep one Wolf inside of the Roche Pit, just to give that little bit of extra information. Talon at least know that they're not inside the pit as for right now.
Kataomi has to be the first one to go. We're just seeing how much he's providing them. Sure, if you can get the jump onto the Morphling, you'll take it, but it feels like this Nyx Assassin with the stuns, the Jakiro as well, really making it difficult for Talon.
Who's going to scout out who? They don't have the gem this time around on Talon's side, and they're going to look to go for an attempt, but that might just reveal their exact positioning. Seeing the creep wave go with absolutely no one right-clicking it. Might even look to do the same in this mid lane. I mean, I suppose it's still important for Savage to get into that BKB for himself, but unless the rest of the team veered off a little bit away from the rest of the team, well, that'll help. Just getting a Korea. Maybe even able to take that outpost back for a little bit of that Roshan control. So they're getting little things out of this movement. We'll put on cooldown though, and Entity, they're going to be the ones with the first bit of information about the Roche Pit. They actually see it scouted out though, with the creeps that were being dragged through.
You can just use the summons though to scout out. They're even going to be able to get the outpost back as well for Entity, so the Talon not playing with his potential buyback advantage. Know exactly where they're grouped up around this cliff. So Entity just, they could potentially think about shoving in the other lanes and forcing Talon to lose their formation. Are they going to, oh, they know the edge of the ward. No way.
Yep, that's the way that you have to path. That's pro gaming right there. Savage, he wants to find the hook angle.
Katomi with the jump again. Finds the opening. The hook's going to be able to buy him some time. And KP into the middle. Onto Stormstorm with the Ice Blast follow-up as well. It's perfect. As Talon just ripped them apart. Entity will try and buy back, but they're going to be quick. Roche is falling relatively low, but Talon going to try and reset back to their high ground.
They've still got that Tombstone up there, giving them a lot of vision and giving them a ton of understanding as well. Savage, just 3 seconds left on the Dismember. So if you're able to get that dieback on Pure, that would be enormous. And that's why Entity, they're hugging their Observer Ward. Does he go for this all-in play?
They might have to. They kill Pure though, this is huge. Even Katomi's gonna buy back as well. Hyde slowly being brought down.
Roche might kill him.
The Thunder Creep might be able to do it, and that's gonna be the case, but he's got to buy back to rejoin the boys. A 5-on-4. They saw Pure. Pure is isolated. Savage with a movement forward. Ice Path just buying enough time, and now Pure considering about playing with his food at the moment, but he's going to be cautious. The Ice Path gets the pass through. They're going to be able to break the Dismember, keeping Pure alive for the moment. Meanwhile, Savage, he just end up going down. This is a big opening now for Entities. Pure doesn't have to worry about too much. Protected with Katomi's positioning in the river. A toss to hold them back, but Pure will be able to get some separation.
Oh, so tense. Roche still on such low HP. Lane's not pushing in just yet. Makoto didn't have to use his buyback, so probably going to be looking to give this one over to Savage. Never mind, they're letting Makoto do it.
Toby, he stepped too far forward into the river. He entered and he won't make it back up the stairs as Talon see an opening and they'll take it.
Both teams playing with fear, but also unafraid. We just saw there, you were able to murph into the Pudge that time around, so the Strength Hero enabling
Savage is alone in this lane.
Oh no, he wasn't the one given over the Aegis. If they pick him off, he won't have the buyback.
And he brought back. Katomi's going to jump, but the rest of the team, they might be too far away. They're going to hook him further away from the base as well. Flesh Heat was there, but it doesn't matter. Pure is so goddamn farm as a right-click stack up to net them a big kill onto Savage.
Gem on the deck. They're going to try and pick it up, and KP even rebounds forward to be able to claim it. Kataomi, he's doing so much this game, even feeding more and more of this net worth and experience into Pure's Morphling. He's nearly level 20. He's going to start getting that waveform attacking targets as well once he's able to pick that one up. So with that previous team fight, like I was about to say before that pickoff happened, he morphed into the strength form.
KP used his BKB instead of Gem. No good. Very no good.
I'm just going to say it was at lowest duration anyway. So it's fine.
Sure.
I don't think you want to fight anymore without 23 Savage anyway.
Well, we are back pretty much dead even. 1,000 net worth lead for Entity at 31 minutes in. Who do you feel like is probably happy with the status quo of this game? Because it looks like we're going to make it towards the later stages. So who is more confident with their lineup?
It's going to come down to individual plays, right? It really feels like Talon probably should have lost that Roche fight before, if not for Savage being able to land that amazing saving hook. You know, blink forward, hook back to safety, and then the Ice Path follow-up coming through with the double stun. So, I mean, it's just going to be on the back of whoever gets the initiation. KP, his damage is going to ramp up again soon with the level 18 on the Marcy, and he's nearly got the Blink Dagger as well. So again, just that initial amount of lockdown that you can provide if you can, you know, move forward, get the Dispose back, and maybe use that to combo together with another ability.
It's very similar for... Oh, alright. They're going to deny the DD. Never mind. So we're not going to have any contest of this. Been lovely for Entity to pick that up, and even Talon as well, considering they are still holding this Aegis advantage for another 2 minutes 30.
Savage still doesn't have the BKB. He needs it so badly. So it feels to me like Talon are just babysitting him for now, just to be able to pick that one up. But what a timing to hit in the meantime. Skadi against a ranged hero like the Shadow Fiend, against the Pudge as well. It's going to go a long way towards reducing the survivability of both of these heroes and the damage output too.
Dude, he got lucky. He got Titan Sliver as well.
Oof, all that
big
status
item
resist,
here
man.
for Pure. Yeah. And even just the extra base attack damage as well. Really nice for someone like the Morphling. You'll take every single benefit that this Titan Sliver is going to give you.
Man, Savage legit has an escort while he's going on this farming journey. He's finally picked up the BKB. He's going to look to shove out this bottom lane. And then I feel like with the last little bit that they've got left on this Aegis, ooh, I don't know, maybe you finish up the Daedalus first on Makoto. This is the thing. When it gets into late game Dota, it's these little decisions. Just waiting that extra 30 seconds can sometimes be the difference maker.
I don't want it though.
I mean,
this is really the opening.
He's got it. He can walk past the Dire Secret Shop, or might just, you know, opt for the more passive route, get it from the Radiant Secret Shop and have it delivered through to him. But look at what they're doing to the mid lane as well. Having it shoved out. The courier won't be scouted out by the creep wave though. So they're still going to have this lack of information on Entity for now. Can they make the right jump with that fresh BKB on Savage?
They're going to be walking up blind. They are walking up blind here. Talon have no idea where they are. Smoke's going to pop. And how can they get the jump? It's going to be Kataomi that gets the start. Tombstone laid down. That's a big jump from Savage. A BKB committed incredibly early on. So Pure, he can look to dance out to the left side. All Entity need to do is reset. Wait out for the Tombstone, and then they can find an opening back in. There's potential with the Ice Path. That could be the chance for them. Instead, it's going to be the hook. Storm is separated for the team with the Ice Path fall up along with the right-click damage. They're not doing enough, though, as now Pure's got an opening. A waveform into the middle, trying to target down Makoto, but he just doesn't have any members nearby. Makoto, 1 life, but as soon as he respawns, he'll be killed off for the second time as Entity. All they needed to do was back off, wait for the Tombstone, wait for the BKB, and as soon as they expired, they could jump back in with the opening for them.
And that's just one of those situations where they picked probably the worst little choke point for them to go into, the easiest place to be able to set up any kind of vision. And Talon, they paid the price. It was a super early BKB usage out there from 23 Savage, and well, an even better hook coming through from Pure, being able to get, I believe it was Kataomi, who initially got jumped on back to safety, enable that secondary stun to come through in the team fight. They're already hitting on to the tier 3s. Lots of tips coming through for Pure again. They just got to give him the confidence to be able to be the one to carry this game.
Jesus, man. Pure is just doing way too much damage. Without this armor item, really, for Savage, we saw just one waveform on top of him with that level 20 talent, and he just ripped him apart.
It's going to get even worse.
Savage might look for a hook here. Nice sign set for Kataomi.
Just off the mark. They're not going to let up. Double siege creep wave. Looking to pressure into this tier 2 tower. KP wants that instant jump. Still really would like this extra damage that comes through from his level 18 if he could afford it. He's going to go for a little bit of farm. Try and push out these siege creeps for now.
They might smoke. They've got a really good ward at the triangle here for Talon.
Pick off onto Storm would be nice. Doesn't have the Bloodstone yet either. So it depends how quickly they are able to make that jump happen.
Lanes are relatively obvious. Even the Wolves going up the high ground here to see if anyone's home. So Entity going to make sure they group up. Once again, falling back to their wards and playing as a team. No man left behind.
I mean, top lane's pushed in. Someone has to address this. You're going to lose like racks for free, and it's going to be Q for now. He can still be part of the team fight, of course, with the Ice Blast, and he's got the Aghanim Shard as well. So slow ways to be able to deal with this creep wave.
They might just jump Q.
Oh yeah.
Kataomi's just going to do that.
Doesn't have buyback.
Storm with the instant follow-up. KP's going to try and counter-initiate off the back of Makoto's damage as well. It's a lot onto Stormer. So in the end, a decent trade for Talon. You lose to Lesh for the AA.
And he gets the assist gold as well, giving him enough for the buyback on Q if absolutely needed. If it's a super deep dive by Pure, feeling invincible.
Good lane Makoto. Ice Path to start. Oh, they force him out of the hook range. Makoto's going to try and turn off the back of the BKB. They're onto Pure instead, but they don't have
Ice
the
Blast
damage.
coming in.
Pure's okay for the moment. They've still locked onto their target in the tree line. Toby does the dirty work, cleaning off Makoto, and now they can just look to try and get more members as well before they're inside the base. As Kataomi, a double stun to set up for the follow-up, an even better Ice Path as Entity won't let up. Further inside they go. Your home is mine now as Pure, be cautious though, respect the buyback to Savage. The chain control needs to be perfect. Pure waveformed into the middle.
He's out of the morph.
Kataomi is going to try and protect him for as long as possible. With a waveform back up, we'll be able to reposition to the north side. Savage is going to blink in a couple of seconds. Dismember as well shortly. They will not be able to close the distance. A beautiful retreat from Entity.
Beautifully covering for his core was Kataomi. Just giving him all of that space that he needs, the extra force staff, the spike carapace, happy to give up his own life because what's it going to mean? He's going to have the buyback, and he's going to even be enabled further as soon as he picks up that Aeon disc, but next Roshan is what both teams are going to be playing around. In Savage, his progression has stalled heavily. Just the level 20 right now, the 4-staff away. What a play coming through with the early use out of that BKB meant that you were able to just chain lockdown onto Makoto. You don't want to be running away as this Shadow Fiend. You are the top of the net worth and you're scared of a Lycan.
Scared of a Lycan and a Skadi advantage that they have from Entity. This item is paying off huge here for Pure just in this team fights against the Shadow Fiend. really limiting what Makoto can do. You've almost got a Basher now as well for Toby, so if he just wants to go straight towards the Shadow Fiend, you could have the Morphling and the Like and just trying to man fight against the SF, and it will make it very difficult for him to pump out the right-click damage.
We mentioned what the mental aspect is in these high-pressure situations. You just saw the big smiles on Pure there, realizing that he's a big reason why Entity are in such a dominant position this game. It's a team effort, of course, but the team have given him the confidence to be able to push on forward. They'll secure the third Roche. Even the Refresher Shard being given over. Not sure if he's the best one to be able to claim it. Could look to give it over to Toby instead. Now, from behind a Talon. It was an even game for big portions, but win probability swinging heavy towards Talon.
Oh, wow.
Or away from Talon, rather.
Makoto even just bought a Mask of Madness as well, so they feel like they need any little bit of items they can get for this defense that's about to occur.
I think maybe they're just saying, look, we need a fight. You know, there haven't been too many fights where KP's been able to get that sidekick for both his own damage as well as Makoto. That's where they've fallen down a little bit. The true cohesion not coming through. The one time that it did happen was around that previous Roshan where they were able to get that team wipe, get the Aegis. But then it was just, you know, splitting up a little bit. Savage dying away from the rest of the team. Trying to get those solo pickoffs onto Kataomi, realizing how important he is. He's been able to finish up the Aeon disc for himself as well, so might look to lock it. You know, Vitality booster, not giving it away instantly. Just enabling himself to be able to get out of here, but no, full completion, not taking any chances.
How do you even consider about taking a team fight on your high ground here for Talon?
You don't? You try and get a lucky hook off onto probably the Leshrac would be the best target right now.
Okay. What, so you reckon Atos into hook or Marcy jump into hook?
Maybe just a surprise hook. I think if you're waiting for the Atos, then he's probably going to be able to get the reactions off in time, right?
Okay.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Well, they're going to have to make up their mind shortly. Tier 2 towers all expiring. Going to go down with, of course, plenty of waves pushing into the base. Savage just positioning himself up on the top side, wants the refresher for the chain lockdown.
It's like Entity are okay though with chilling this one out. Storm Summer TP back, so he's farming up his own jungle, trying to, I believe, complete the Shivas, which he almost has enough gold for. Still got plenty of time with the Aegis as well, so they're happy with just getting closer to their next set of items. They got no vision outside the map to take a fight with though from Talon, so if they're gonna try and take this engagement, they'll need to drop a ward as soon as they smoke.
They're even going to try and pick up the base even further. Boots of Bearing next on the agenda for Toby. And as a Lycan buying those Tranquil Boots, not too commonly that you want to do that. And Makoto, he's impatient. He's standing inside the base, just constantly using the Requiem. He's antsy. He wants to fight. He realizes he's still strong, but they've got to find the right initial pickoff. I still feel like Storm is the one. CKP, but will he get back to safety? Seems like he will. Q?
Kataomi actually jumps instead. It's Q. Ventures a little bit too far out. Shapeshift will be used from Toby.
Push him away. Who does Pure look to morph into? Will he now choose going into the Shadow Fiend with that second life? Still the Pudge on the safe route. He's got plenty of damage.
It's a jump. Defensive use of the hook from Savage. Going to be able to protect Makoto, but the buildings are starting to fall.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Especially now that he's level 25. Just that extra damage output, willing to dive super deep. I think he wants to enable the rest of his team first by taking that tier 3 tower.
Kataomi again.
He's been caught.
For both sides, Savage, he's going to be the one to clip it first, but somehow Pure gets out! The Ice Blast cancelling the Dismember! Oh no, he doesn't have a buyback as well. It's all on Makoto to try and hold the base, but I don't think he can do it by himself. As Entity, they still lose 2 members. Pure's going to wait for me for the spike. Carapace clipping out the Shadow Fiend. KP can't even finish off Pure's first life.
2 cores down, still a little bit scary. They're looking to go for that surprise pickoff around the Atos. Can they look to catch him? Take out that Aegis for free. Still 45 seconds left on it. It's this precarious position where you don't want to get caught out first as Kataomi. He's hunting. He's the one with the gem. The double stun!
Double stun! Ice but follow Kataomi. What? He always does it for them, always comes through clutch for Entity. They got the Aegis, but I don't think they'll get anything more out of it.
They'll get a tier 3 on Entity though, and the lane of Rax. They're even going to consider going straight for the throne. No buyback on 3 heroes. This would be an amazing defense by Makoto and Q if they're able to accomplish it. Hit level 25 quite recently on Makoto. And they're even going to look to morph into him as soon as they get the opportunity. Even more reduced damage.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Ancient exposed. What's the play? Maybe the fear into the Ice Blast? Can you stall for 10 seconds? They're going to chuck out the Ice Blast anyway, but Pure just easily sidesteps it. They need to do something on Talon. Makoto's going to try and get the right clicks out. Pure's just toying with them. Pure is just playing with his food. You got the Undying back alive. Savage has respawned as well, so Entity have not ended this game.
Okay. So you're saying there's a chance? What does Gaben say? Alright, yeah, that's about right. But man, how different would that fight have been if Savage just used his BKB, man? It was a great Ice Pass stun coming through the heat of the moment, and that would have been enough to get that free, easy kill to be able to begin the engagement. Not have to expend as many buybacks. They don't know if they scouted out this Roche, the DD, but never mind. Just wanted the double damage to be bottled up through Stormer's bottle. He's almost level 25 as well.
Alright, I'm gonna huff some copium. I'm gonna do it real quick. Savage is about to have Refresher. If he does pop BKB and they don't get lucky with a bash on Toby, double Dismember might be enough for a kill on Pure. I think you have to only use it on Pure. I do not think you can... Because if you don't kill Pure, then you kill Stormstormer, it's fine. Like, you got BKBs, you're going to protect him, but you can't do anything against Pure's physical damage.
But the thing is, they both have Boots of Travel and they both have buyback, so there really isn't a good choice to go on. They're trying to take this fight out of the base if they can. Lull them into a false sense of security with the position of the lanes, and they're going to go for that full wraparound. They want to try and catch them as they're lingering around outside the base, playing around the high ground right now with Savage and the hook, of course. No, doesn't seem like they'll be able to claim that.
All they need from Entity is one more successful team fight. Can easily clean up game 1, and they'd be 1 game away of putting themselves in a position to be in the lower bracket and knocking out Talon here in the group stages.
And after their day 1, where they were looking so impressive, after all the hype around them, people were like, what's happening? What's going on? Why are they losing 2-0 to Talon in the group stage? This isn't what we signed up for, but I mean, this is why. This is the type of late game decision making that's got them to this point.
Double damage. How about I do this? Does it help?
They're going to still need to address this lane. Bottom lane's pushing in, top lane pushing in, just with the illusions coming through from Pure. Being able to pick that one up in the river.
So from what I can see, Talon only have 1 smoke. When are you utilizing this last smoke? Is it when Roche is going to spawn, or is it when they go high ground next? You're just letting them take Roche on Entity and hoping that you can take a fight into the second life?
Man, I was talking about theories of how do you kill Pure twice, let alone 3 times. I think they kind of need to go all for broke with this next Roshan when it's potentially up, and they know that it's potentially up right now, so just maybe look to shove out 1 last wave. And then maybe go for it. All in. Level 25 on the Shadow Fiend. Refresher picked up by Savage. Could this be their time? They're not going to let them do it though. Entity always with the first bit of information. With the Wolf still sitting inside the Roche pit, and well, see the Shadow Razors do a lot of damage. Nearly 1,000 each time, but here we go. Lane's in a suitable enough position, and they're instantly going to make their way out. Even Q, maybe looking to drop a single Ice Vortex on the bottom lane. Slow it down a little. Stormstormer's on his own. Oh, the double damage.
Top.
Yeah. Entity see it. He's been able to pick it up, though. And the lanes are pushing in. I feel like they haven't done enough. They can check Roche. It won't be there.
Nice scan. Oh, what an incredible scan. It's going to drop a ward. They'll see Toby's position.
See all of Talon's positioning as well. It pings all throughout the map.
And look at the Wolves. Oh, the Wolves. The micro from Toby's perfect.
Good sentry. They know that they see them.
What do you do now, Talon? Do you just get out?
Get back to base. Out. That will give up.
You got to ult TP pretty fast though.
They will. Roche up and available, 2 seconds away. It's the one that has every single component there, even the Aghanim Scepter. Who would you look like to give it over to? I mean, a free Nihilism for Stormstormer would feel pretty damn good against this Marcy, against the Shadow Fiend.
All right.
The
Can we
amount
go
of
0% after this?
Yeah, potentially. They're actually going to give it
Somehow
over
went
to
up to
Qatar.
2.
Okay.
So, I don't know how. Never doubt Daddy Gabe.
I've had bad enough rolls with my my Immortal Treasure chests. Not too many good ones coming through, unfortunately, so I will doubt Gabe.
It's Daddy Gaming, actually.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Your relationship with Gaben is none of my business, alright?
Okay, sorry. I don't know what to do here, Talon. So what the plan's going to be. This is the time spent just to try and communicate how you have miraculous high ground defense.
You need to get all your ducks in a row. Everything needs to line up perfectly. Buybacks coming up in about a minute or so, so they're not even going to have that.
They might not even have Savage. Look at the damage coming through too fast. A double 4-star out, but NT are too far ahead, man. Pure's just critting them down left, right, and center. And Pure, yeah, he's going for more as well. The Spike Carapace holding Q into place. There'll be no defense. Everyone will just end up falling under Pure's Morphling. He'll reign supreme. Even inside the base he goes.
Gonna need to refresh a Savage.
They can pop the refresher for another Dismember. They get the initial stun, but the waveform down for Pure. Beautiful hook from Savage, but the throne's being brought down. All the other members from Entity, they don't want to have fun. They just want to end this game. Screw the killers. Let's get this game 1 victory under our belt and move over to the second game with confidence.
Beyond godlike on Pure, ending at 19, 3, and 13, showing why you should give this confidence through to the young man. And, well, I would have thought there would have been a few more high fives, a few more smiles coming around, but the job's not done. Entity realizing that they were in precarious positions at all different stages of that game, and just a few little misplays coming through from Talon, really feeling the nerves, and it's going to be 1 game down. They've got no more chances left. 2-0 for Talon moving forward, or Entity are going to claim it.
This is an incredibly scary position to be in. I mean, we saw in the early series again today, Talon versing Entity, and they were able to take it 2-0. So Entity now kind of shake them loose a little bit. We saw in the draft there was a lot of respect to what worked for Talon in that prior best of 2. And Talon just weren't able to find the opening here in this series. There was some beautiful gameplay coming out from Entity. I feel like a lot of it was set up as that man there in particular in the middle, Kataomi. Another incredible performance from the Nyx Assassin, really just opening multiple team fights with his stuns.
Yeah, if there was anyone that would really want to have that game again, it'd be Savage. There were a few times where he was just caught out, stunned by the Nyx Assassin without having popped the Flesh Heap, without having used the BKB, so that you didn't actually get that chain control coming through. Even KP, with his fancy footwork here, not able to escape the army of couriers. They just eventually found him out, took the gem away, were able to clean up. This was the first reveal of the Aghanim Scepter Morphling, looking to get a little bit more active around the map. Pure, he was always the one that got the last hits, right? Sometimes being greedy is a good thing, but greed was not good for Talon that game, going behind towers when they didn't have the right to.
Yeah, you see they tried to kind of shake up the draft a little bit as well, going for this Q Ancient Apparition with the last pick to try and address Pure's Morphling, so... That was a great AA pick, yeah, without a doubt, but you just, we see some of the issues in some of these team fights without getting that initial start. Like Savage in this fight in particular, into the follow-up from Makoto, you're able to blow him up, but I mean, this is just one perfect fight, and it's very difficult to get multiple of them in a row.
When it worked wonders for Talon, but even there fighting underneath the tombstone, not feeling confident enough, and this was the one where they just popped that BKB a little too early this time. Great 4-stars coming through, being able to get the Leshrac back to safety away from the team, and they just rolled over them entirely. What a performance coming through from Pure as well as Kataomi.
Yeah, I think props have to be given as well to the support duo from Entity, Fishman and Kataomi, with in regards to the vision this game. We saw just multiple times the Observer Wards placed in a position where they could scout out Talon's early movements, really enabled Pure to freely farm. I guess props have to be given as well to Toby, because it's another game where he's on a very comfortable hero in regards to the Lycan, and his micro is really up there with the best.
Yeah, you can't get rid of all of them. I think you need to just try and deal with a few of those early on Zoo picks that, do kind of break the game. Broodmother being one of them, Visage, because of their flexibility. Again, just Fishman on the backlines, able to land those clutch ice pass coming through, both to set up for the initial kill onto Savage and the secondary to be able to force out all of those buybacks. So really nice, clean, late game play. Nothing too extravagant coming through from Entity and netting themselves a well-deserved win.
Yeah, that is. And again, that really has to give them a lot of confidence as well, because they did... Not only do they now have a game advantage, so they're not sweating as much here. They can have at least one mistake in game 2, potentially. You also beat the Marcy, which is a very, very difficult hero to be able to go up against, so it's going to open up your draft in game 2.
As well.
Shadow Fiend they beat as well. And now Talon, they weren't able to address the Morphling. So we're going to see respect coming out here. Like, you need to address Pure's Morphling. 19, 3, and 13. Entity just made so much space for this man to go to work. And he has been incredible on them. When Pure is shining and on the hero that they've enabled, then he can do some filthy things. And we saw that in this game.
More than double the damage of anyone else in this game. 55,000. And next up was Makoto just with the 26. So just goes to show how much of an influence he had on this game. Well worthy of the MVP at the end of it. I mean, that kind of kill participation as well on a Morphling is nuts. Yeah. Being able to turn up to a lot of those early fights enabled by the stuns, again, coming through from Fishman and Kataomi. They were really the ones that allowed Pure to shine in the way that they did. So Entity... They had a rough start to the day, but they're hitting their straps when it counts.
That they did. The important time, the most important time to be starting to find your form here. And in this game 1 now, you put yourself in prime position. One more game is all Entity need to book their ticket into the playoffs of TI. And again, this is a team that also haven't experienced that stage as well. These are all first timers here at TI. But we saw the reactions from them after that Mat 1 victory. They know the job is not done just yet. They know they still need to get one more Mat win. Can they do it in this game 2? We'll find out after the break.
With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the Vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
All it takes for Entity is one more map victory, and then they'll be secured a slot in the playoffs. And more for Talon, their hopes are on the line here. Dunno, we saw was a back and forth game one, but in the end, off the back of an incredible performance from Pure's Morphling, 19-3, able to get them over the finish line there to take game one. And now, what do we need to see different heading into game two's draft?
Just play better. No, it's fine. I think the drafts were pretty even all throughout. You know, the win probability basically dead center at that 30-35 minute mark after he had actually picked up the Aghanim Scepter. So that just goes to show how much Talon had the opportunity to be able to close out that game, but just a few moments of positioning, not popping your items, and well, Entity were able to capitalize on it, and that's the mark of a good team. Every little window that you get, you got to make the other team pay.
Yeah, that it is. It's lovely to see as well Kataomi performing on an initiator where we get to see some of his crazy jumps. I mean, multiple times just stunning up, not one, not two, sometimes even three heroes as well. So I wonder what it's going to be here for Talon to try and address him. But like, what do you do, man? Because do you address him? Do you address Toby? Do you address Pure? What do you let through? It's not an easy camp to be in if you're Talon. And this is where Always Wanna Fly needs to come into play. Again, they had him in the qualifiers, and they didn't reveal it that he was working with them. Now he's on site with them, and he needs to be that big X factor to help out and give them this advantage in the draft.
It's going to be rough, right? Because Kataomi did so much on his Nyx Assassin, not just the stuns, but the vision around the map as well. But you also need to deal with Toby and his pushing style of heroes. So you've got a bunch of options, right? Do you look to ban specifically the Visage and the Broodmother like you did in game one? Do you let one of them through and hope that you can counter it? Or do you look to pick up the Nyx Assassin? But then if you do that, that kind of leads Entity to be able to, again, go more into this Zoo-type strategy because Nyx doesn't deal really well with that. So a big part of this game is going to come down to Entity's choice of who has first pick, who has second pick, which is going to be better against Talon for the game that we've got in hand.
Yeah, that's a great point, because I was just looking at that now. I'm like, all right, let's see if what Entity want to decide. They haven't chosen yet on the priority for themselves here, but we'll see. I mean, KP plays some very good pushing heroes as well. You can potentially, like you said, ban out Visage, ban out the Broodmother, and then go into something else for KP. That's almost like a pseudo block pick as well. To get rid of Toby's hero, helps out with maybe some of the vision across the map, because I think this is, come down to it, these incredible teams, they're here for a reason. If you give them that slight advantage in the vision game, they will capitalize on that. Vision means so much to these TI teams.
And I feel like you're still going to look to play around the Marcy if you can on Talon, right? Because you could just, that enables this style that Entity like to do, where they look to zoo up together, where they look to push on forward, more movement speed, more abilities to just break through enemy lines and surge together as a team. Obviously, from that game, we saw that they were able to go a slightly different route. You still had the Leshrac, you still had the Lycan, able to put pressure onto multiple lanes, but it was that pure position one Morphling carry that ended it for them. None of this Pudge stuff, none of this Sniper that sits a little bit more on the backlines. He was in there, in the thick of it. Correct item purchases as well with the S&Y, and we saw that outside of a couple of times where the lockdown was perfect once or twice for Talon, and they were able to burst him down. But outside of that, he really didn't care about the Ice Blast at all, right? Titan Sliver, S&Y, morphing into a strength hero. So much status resistance that you really just don't care about the AA pick.
Happy birthday, Mr. Scriff. Our lovely admin is saying it in the chat, so I thought I'd say it as well. I know, just give him a nice little shout out.
We've had a few birthdays
lovely observer
so far.
We have.
Scriff's birthday. Today was Jiao Yuel's birthday from Fnatic. Cap's birthday was on the first day of the group stage as well, so happy birthday to all of them.
Nat's birthday is when we're over there also.
Natty, yeah.
And, oh man, I think there was, there's a lot of birthdays going on. Good time to be alive, and it always is. Brother, I could not give a damn about your birthday. Oh,
that's all right. It's in June anyway.
Oh, my birthday is closer than yours, then, I suppose.
Yeah, well, you need it. Every single year is so valuable to you, whereas for me, it's just one step closer to the grave.
Well, it's the same for everyone. What are you saying?
That is true. We all do all age at the same rate, but... well, speaking of their tournament lives, what do you think's going through the Talon booth right now? Because they were appearing a little bit more vocal. A lot of attention being given over to Q from Always Wanna Fly in these pre-game chats.
Ooh.
Oh, Savage knows that he had opportunities that game.
So I was just going to say, I'd really like to see KP kind of helping out. It looks like he's doing something in game, so maybe testing something or potentially even watching replays. Yeah, looks like he's watching replays. Honestly, he's been through a lot, KP. I mean, keep in mind, of course, very, very close to winning TI with Newbie. It's been some time since he's been back in at this stage as well. I mean, KP didn't make it to TI 10, so... But he's really the veteran there. He's been to 5 TIs. I'd love to see him rally the troops. I'd love to see him do that.
Yeah, it's not really his personality, though, and that's where, you know... It's a cop-out, you know? I feel like this is the moment where you need to give your team the fire back in the belly to be able to come back into this, not play too scared. It's, of course, important to know about the mechanical stuff and where things might have gone wrong, but you can't just sit around and allow your team to wallow in regret. You've got to brush this one off. The game is done. Let's move on to the next one. This is actually something that Savage also touched on in that interview that I've been referencing a couple of times. It's that, you know, one of the good things about the European region is that they don't get down in the dumps after losses like this. They toss it off, say, nothing we can do about it now, let's fix the draft, and then let's just play our Dota. And they have the confidence that their Dota is going to be enough to be able to beat the enemy teams. And I think Talon should too. They just 2-0'd Entity this morning, so they've got the chops to be able to do it.
That they do. That they do, indeed. It's just a question if the confidence is... if it's just left their body after that Game 1 defeat. So we'll find out. Of course, we did have some questions as well in regards to where the priority would go. Entity, they've chose first pick and Talon have Dire. So what do we make out of this? I believe Entity had first pick in the previous game. No, sorry, that was Talon that went into the Marcy. So Entity, they will now have the decision on what hero they want to open the draft with.
This is really going to favor Entity heavily, right? Because I feel like you ban out two Zoo heroes for Toby, you pick up the Nyx. You don't do it, then unless Talon pick them up, then you're going to be able to get that last pick of the first phase and use it specifically for Toby's hero, be able to protect it with some of the big counters. I really feel like Entity should have the edge coming into this draft.
Esports turn to ban.
Let's see what the choice is going to be. Once again, Lina banned out in their prior series today. Lina was picked up in both those games. Big reason why Talon were able to have that success.
That's true. Again, more of the targeting. Feels like, well, last game, they banned out the Doom as well in the first phase. Talon have had plenty of time to be able to discuss what the strategy is going to be. Some of it may have been people management, and they're still going to go down the route of getting rid of the Broodmother. I would say Visage is still probably the best pick, and maybe you do go down the route of trying to make a little bit of that push happen yourselves.
So let's see. Yeah, the other one, like you said, with the Visage. So the question is if Marcy is going to be a consideration. So Marcy's let through, Primal Beast is let through, Brood is, Visage is now let through as well, which I don't think they're probably going to first pick. If they will, they'll 8th.
I like this a lot more. So if they wanted to first pick it, now you're kind of forcing Talon to want to first pick this Marcy, where you don't have, the Visage without the Marcy to pair together with it. So unless you look to set up for something like a Visage Luna draft, you're not really going to get a huge amount out of this Visage if Talon play it. KP's a good player, but he doesn't play it quite as well as Toby.
You can even, again, Entity also have the potential at the 8th to go Shadow Fiend or Morphling as well.
Yep.
It really depends. Like, there's a lot of routes that Entity can go down with this Marcy pick.
They're in the driver's seat, this draft, Entity. I really feel like they are. They're still just going to go on the back of try and win the lanes so dominantly. They get a little bit of push. They get a little bit of aggression. I like this coming through from Talon as well. It's going to put a little bit more of that emphasis. And if you're still looking to go into the Visage here, you've got lots of damage instances as well. So if you're able to get on top of Toby, you can look to burst him down.
Well, it's a nice response, isn't it? Because Mars is a hero that is very much off the back of jumping into the middle, and Dawnbreaker plays off the back of counter initiation in regards to the Solar Guardian. Can also very much help out if the Leshrac is jumped to start. You're just healing him up a little bit, maybe enabling that Bloodstone just to come out at the last second.
No, Nyx means the Lesh as well just becomes a lot more potent. The big thing is, Entity, they have the flex. You haven't revealed that this is going to be the offlane, so hopefully for Talon's sake, they don't go all in to being able to try and counter out a Marcy Visage lane, which of course, incredibly strong, so you need to address it, because they could just throw it into mid, and I mean, I feel like you're going to have just a fine time with all of these spells that are going to be spamming out back and forth to be able to get some pretty good trades against the Leshrac if it's indeed Stormstorm picking up this Visage. I think you need to ban the Luna yourselves now, honestly, on Talon to be able to take away this potential threat.
So Talon also need to be kind of looking towards a position 5, a really strong laner to really try and shut down the Visage. Is there a couple that are standing out for you? I mean, Undying's already banned out at the moment for Entity. Do you feel like there's others that can kind of be substituted into that role?
Depends if you're going to win the lane or you're trying to win the game, because someone like a Venomancer is really good. I still stand by Veno 5 for the laning stage, particularly against a Visage, because you get all of that movement speed slow, the damage over time deals with the Gravekeeper's Cloak, but it's going to require some additional damage coming out from your position 1 to be able to capitalize onto that. And of course, Marcy, she's going to have the dispose. She's going to give that extra little bit of movement speed with the rebound, so you're going to need to capitalize on those kills. Wisely enough, Talon do ban out the Luna, so they're not going to have that cheese combination. But we've seen, I mean, Entity, I would say the next ban coming through is probably going to be the Sven from Talon, right? Something else that they've just looked to pair together with this Visage that you can, as EG have shown, just throw it on the POS 5 if you need to.
Do you think there's as much value for the Sven, though, against the Lesh?
I think it's still fine, just that little bit of extra movement speed. Could look to pair it together with a Shadow Fiend as well, right? Provide a really good lane. That's, again, something that EG have done in the safe lane. Just to be able to, again, provide that early tempo, and then suddenly you're facing up against a deadly level 15 timing. Presence of the Dark Lord affecting towers. Visage level 15 with the sidekick, with the familiars. It is such a dangerous combination to have to go into. Wonder if they even consider going the Dawnbreaker as that position 5 that I was wanting. You know, some damage over time, strong lane. Talon have some flex themselves. But I wonder what they're going to want to do to be able to close out this draft. Because you need to win the lanes and you need to deal with the push. That's your biggest 2 issues right now. And Entity, they haven't even revealed what their carry is going to be just yet. Wonder if they consider something like a Gyrocopter for Talon. That paired together with a Dawnbreaker can do a lot in the lane, and then you rely a little bit... Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Take over for a second.
Okay, I'll take over. This hero is, I imagine what you're looking up now is the win rate, so you can give us the raw stats, but I'll just say how it's looking at the moment. This hero has really had a rough showing so far throughout the group stages, and there's a response from Entity. Gonna go Sven into the Pudge. Got the 16th, 17th. See what the response is going to be for Talon, of course, at the 18th. Probably looking to try and pick up a core here. You could even show your other support as well. Maybe considering about keeping the flex of the Dawnbreaker.
I would say this is probably one of the last heroes that I would want to play into an Entity draft. That just is wanting to get aggressive, constantly run at you, not let you get the timing to get that Blink Dagger. And honestly, even once you do, are you even killing anyone with an amazing Echo Slam coming through here? I'm not 100% sure that you do. You could just stay in this loose clump, right? Visage to do the push, enabled by the familiars. Sven just standing around nearby to be able to get the Warcry out there if you do go for the jump. I'm really preferring Entity's draft right now. Maybe it gives a little bit of extra value towards that Venomancer pick if they were wanting to do it. Allow you to set up in front of these towers, deal that damage over time, get the Poison Nova off against, again, the Visage. Very vulnerable to multiple ticks with the Gravekeeper's Cloak, and now 3 strength heroes.
I think for Talon, one thing that at least with their lineup is that they are very counter-initiation focused, and Entity will run at them.
You need the items to do it.
Yeah, I'd like to see a hero that they can kind of put in the front to dangle their life. Leshrac, you definitely can. Another potential hero for Savage. I mean, you could consider the Razor here. Pretty solid matchup into the Pudge. Maybe the Dismember could be an issue. You come online relatively early as well. You've got a lot of stuns as well to play with. You've got the hard carry route here with the Thoroughblade, so
it's not horrible.
Sven Warcry is always going to be nice, but the matchup versus Pudge can be very, very weird. Your late game, Pudge can have a great response once you get level 25 versus the Terrorblade, but also Pudge in that regard against the Skadi build is very awkward and you don't have a lot of armor as well. But that's where the Sven can hopefully come into play to help mitigate that. So this matchup is very, very volatile, the Pudge Terrorblade.
Yeah, also for these lineups that want to run at you, kind of similar to the Gyrocopter, you do have that reflection that's going to provide you with a lot more value, especially in the early game, pre-BKBs, where, you know, just that additional slow allows the Leshrac to do a lot more. So I want to see them enabling the Lesh even further than what they already have. You know, if there's anyone that's going to be able to carry this game for Talon, it's Makoto. Just being able to deal a ton of this magic damage in team fights.
Which is scary because you've gone for a Terrorblade who needs a lot of items as well. So you need time here for Talon, and like you said, NT, that they're not going to give them time. They have this lineup that will come online incredibly early.
It's a 35% win rate, by the way, on the Shaker. So it's
yeah.
improved. It was 20-something previously, but I am not a believer. Oh man, they were so quick on the ban there that we just heard a bit of an echo coming through from the old announcer.
It's the Razor ban from Entity. We are going to be looking at their pick as well at the 23rd. You mentioned the flex with the Visage. Stormstormer can play it.
10 seconds.
Plus Toby can play it as well. Very strong pairings if you want to go Visage Marcy or Visage Sven. Probably Visage Marcy. You're looking for a Terrorblade answer though in regards to Entity. Trying to see if there's anything else you can consider like with the Zeus.
I'm thinking as well.
Ooh.
You just have to think as well, magic damage can be run in the off lane and wants to be ending the game at 15 minutes. Those are the three.
Okay. Arc Invoker or... Yeah, I think Arc Warden Invoker.
Good Invoker.
Ban. Okay. I like the Arc Warden ban. Stormstormer Invoker is incredibly pog, but he's been struggling a lot so far through the group stages. Again, 3 games and 0 wins on it.
But again, heavy magic damage, something to provide alacrity, even more buff up for the familiars. EMP against the Leshrac. Even if you went into the Exort route, right? You've got multiple stuns on the side lanes to be able to get some of these kills.
Yeah. And you can... You definitely can carry a game at the later stages as well. If it's a really good Invoker game, you're going to be able to do it as well. Let's just get crazy with it. Why not? Let's get crazy with it. Let's go for the Ancient Apparition. There's some flex there for themselves as well. I mean, it could just be a Sven safe lane, Pudge mid, Visage 3. I don't believe Stormstormer has not played the Pudge so far. I mean, all the heroes that have, he has not touched. So this is interesting. Interesting draft from Entity.
They're just trying to counter the Lesh, essentially, right? He is going to be target #1 every single team fight, even once he's got the Bloodstone, right? Like I was saying before, the stun control is pretty decent. Very single target, but it's still, as long as you could get on top of the Leshrac, you're going to be able to take him down, because as soon as that Ice Blast is applied, Bloodstone, not effective. Solar Guardian, not effective. So I wonder if this now means that Talon, if they were considering pairing together this Dawnbreaker perhaps with the Terrorblade for the laning stage, that they now push it up to being a core, give it a bit more farm, and then be able to, you know, jump in aggressively into team fights, stop them from converging in onto the Leshrac, because an Earthshaker's not going to do it.
Oh, man.
Go on.
A saving support would be lovely, but I think that's... I don't know if you can have a saving support with an Earthshaker, because you just see Entity going to stun into Ice Blast and... Yeah, way too passive, which is a big concern, because it seems like Entity's lineup's going to be able to thrive with just one stun into Ice Blast, and all of a sudden you're dead, and now you've got the numbers advantage.
You may now select your heroes.
How are you feeling about this? Okay.
I don't mind it. Witch Doctor is a pretty strong laner. We don't particularly know the off-laner, though, but... mid Visage, it's going to be a 3 Marcy. Okay, I did not quite consider that. So
looking a bit silly right now. Yeah, understandable.
Yes, understandable. Like always.
I got
a
Entity
very fast lineup. Yeah, I like Entity's lineup.
Sorry, all you sea frogs and Talon.JohnXFire as well, but I think they might be having a little bit of an issue with this one. I mean, again, the Witch Doctor might be fine in the lane, but as soon as those lanes dissolve, unless they've demolished them on Talon, which I really don't expect, with the Earthshaker. They're going to need to have a really good time in this safe lane in particular. Savage plus Hyde are going to need to get some of those kills. The Maledict, pretty good this game, to be honest, you know, against pretty beefy heroes. And again, that damage over time against Storm is going to be nice, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. They're just going to swarm over Talon, and, well, my tip for now is Entity to be able to take the 2-0.
Yeah, I feel like we both have the same concerns that we think Entity is just going to be able to run over this game. You kind of have late game responses as well with the Ancient Apparition, and also you've covered the Pudge's weaknesses in regards to armor in this Terrorblade matchup, and at 25, it can kind of flip back into the TB's favor without having a way to deal with Dismember. So,
if he gets level 25, sure, you know, but I don't think Entity are banking on that, right?
I mean, we got to speak about, yeah, you're right, they're not. But in a matchup where if it potentially can get to that later stages, then there's still going to be an angle here for the Pudge in this matchup. So I think for Talon, the support itemization needs to be, I think, defensive. You're probably hoping for like a 4-staff, but I mean, you don't particularly get that out of your Earthshaker until really later on, because Entity is just going to jump on one, blow them up, and then continue to go from there.
So I'm gonna talk some hopium here, coming through from Talon, because what Entity did in game 1, it wasn't necessarily KP, pure. He's thinking about it. Leveled up the hook. It might be able to claim it still. That hook range still right on the edge. Yeah, the stun potentially into the setup. They may be saying, hey boys, we might be able to get a quick pick here, but maybe thinking that they've got the high ground ward. Not going to be the case. All right, hopium time.
30 seconds to
This is not good. We're saying, is there? Hang on. Okay, Talon have
let
a
me
51%
speak.
chance. I just
you wanted to see the 0-minute win probability? Is that what you were looking at?
Well, I mean, it favors Dire, so I'm down for the hopium. Let's go.
Okay. So if Talon are able to beat this draft, this is the definition of an entity draft. This is the definition of an entity draft, right? That could be demoralizing going into game 3. They just did it on Entity to Talon. I mean, it was pretty Talon feeling, right? Savage on the Pudge. You give a carry style hero over to Makoto. KP able to play much more of that aggressive style, and you beat it. And you made them look a little bit silly going into the later stages doing so. But now if you're able to turn that around, be able to get the win on your end, then maybe things start to turn a little bit more in your favor, and going into that game 3, Entity start to doubt themselves a little bit. You might get the draft edge.
All right. It's all going to have to start off the back of Makoto. Leshrac needs to have a strong lane into Storm's Visage, something that he is incredibly comfortable on. Makoto has a lot of lanes that he can rotate to, playing with some stuns in the side lanes, and I think the Earthshaker's rotations to secure power runes are going to be important. An Entity will not be able to really address the Leshrac until he gets BKB, so game's on Makoto for him.
Even Q was trying to get in position with the Fisher there to be able to make first use out of this metamorphosis. Savage should be able to get a few trades here with Toby, but of course Marcy pretty tanky, good movement speed, good HP pool, good armor, good right-click damage. It's just good at everything.
I like the setup that we have here with the Maledict into Pure, kind of playing high down bottom with KP. These are two really strong laners. I wonder if Pure is actually going to have a bit more of a difficult time than they would have initially expected with this Pudge pick.
Yeah, I mean, Maledict's always good at being able to deal with those high HP heroes, but I mean, the Flesh Sheep deals with a lot of that damage over time that's coming through as well, right? So it really does go either way.
They say Maledict is the tank killer?
Yeah, but a little bit less so the Pudge, just because you've got that inbuilt damage block, you know? Even just the Dawnbreaker, a lot of that damage comes through from the Celestial Hammer burn.
You see the Imba tank, he's just unkillable.
Oh yeah.
Who would have thought we'd see a day where TI Pudge is being played as a position 1? Some people coming back into Dota, and then all of a sudden they see a Pudge farming in the safe lane.
Oh, here we go, Pudge.
This might be an opening.
Unkillable,
Went to
maybe.
the range creep. A couple of bounces going to pay off, but Kataomi holding the stun until KP plays around with the Starbreaker. So we'll instantly be able to cancel that, buying enough time for Pure to get out.
Making sure to make best use out of the magic stick, popping it right before the tick of the Maledict, making sure to minimize the damage that he's taking. Of course, he still needs to secure that farm for himself, so can't afford to put too many points into the Flesh Sheep early, and they're actually going to get the hook back onto Hyde. No mana on Kataomi. Oh, and a lucky bounce.
First blood. Oh, the creep's got it. So the gold's going to be split between the two. Ishii finding that little bit of extra experience in gold to potentially help out. Top lane Q will take some damage himself as well, but a fissure. So holding Toby away.
We're going quite well in game number 1 as well for Talon coming out of the laning stage. I believe all 3 lanes were in their favor. And they had that Morphling to deal with in the late game. Not so much of the late game issue that they've got on Talon this time. Well, actually, Savage worried about the laning stage for now.
Yeah, look at the beautiful setup they have. Cold Feet's going to find the proc, and Entity strike back. And we also in the other lane. Hyde's also going to go down. Kataomi under the tower. Wasn't even the hook as well to be able to secure the kill. How'd he get there?
Feeling confident off the back of the first blood that they were able to get. I was looking at top as well, so I didn't see it. Still though, 2 kills going away. Mikoto, slight lead over Stormer, but this is a hero that absolutely loves to play off of those levels, especially if you can get into the early level 6. It means, you mentioned previously that Mikoto is going to have the capability to make some solid rotations and maybe connect on some kills, particularly towards bottom, but this is not a lane that you want to leave, even though Stormer doesn't have that same rotation potential. If you move away, he's just going to start taking your tower.
Movement have to be so goddamn fast if the Lesh is ever going to consider about leaving this lane. Having a Stormer in an open time just to be able to put some damage in the tower really could be a big issue here for Talon. You get an early T1 tower mid, then all of a sudden the map just opens up.
Yeah, maybe on the back of a lucky power rune, not just the side that you're able to protect, but also a haste rune would probably be the best case scenario for Mikoto. Going in deep again onto Pure, bottom side, lots of damage coming through, but he's got the full magic stick available if they wanted to go for this turnaround, and they land it.
They do. Pure's able to sidestep. Meanwhile, Kataomi's still getting some decent amount of damage out of Hyde. And they'll continue to chase him down. Another stun coming up shortly, though, from the Sven, so Hyde's going to be a bit cautious.
He's got the raindrops.
KP,
so he'll be alright. Pushing him back underneath the tower. No way Pure to die when he's all the way back there. Maybe a secondary use, and well, even just emphasizing the raindrops on KP's side as well. They know that they need to be casting their spells fairly frequently in this lane if they're going to be slowing down Pure's Pudge at all. Even just pump faking the hook right now. Gonna go for another one.
See if they're going to be able to kill him off this time, though. Kataomi again with the Stormhammer is going to prevent Talon from going for this deep dive attempt, and he might end up going down. KP dancing through the tree line, but look at the Sven, knows exactly where the Dawnbreaker is chasing himself away. We'll get some distance, maybe they'll go for the easy kill in Hyde. A bouncer's only delaying this, and they'll give the kill over to Pure.
He was getting a little bit tired of farming right underneath the safety of his tower. Just wanting to back off. Be a little bit safer about it. Was even able to secure that siege creep as well during that team fight, so giving him a nice little XP boost, and now sitting down here all on his lonesome. Gonna look to shove the lane in, and well, that enables Kataomi to make a move elsewhere.
It's really important that Talon didn't get this power in for Mikoto. Although they are still going to rotate some members. Fissures off the mark, but it does at least put the Entrap Apparition into an awkward position. They will be able to secure the kill onto Fishman.
And they deal with the siege creep as well, so that early scary timing around the Visage Familiars isn't going to be quite so bad. Gives some space for Savage as well. Terrorblade. You want to be sticking into a lot of these lanes if you're playing on Entity, and for someone like the Terrorblade with the high armor, even on the illusions. Oh, they're going to go for a kill onto him though.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Savage. Coldfeet proc's going to be there. Fissure should be able to disrupt it for the moment. Instead, he's actually going to charge on forward to Fishman. They're relying on the body blocks. Q's doing a pretty goddamn good job at the moment, and Q helps secure the kill thanks to the illusion. So beautifully done from Talon. He might not be able to get out though, as Toby continuing to chase him through the tree line. Another fissure up shortly here from Qf will be used for
fancy
get some distance. In fact, all right, Q just steps on out, and now a lot of damage into the tower as well with the catapult.
Yeah, have to be careful about overstaying your welcome though on Savage. Sitting down at half HP, realizes that they are going to want to put a lot of pressure in on top of him, so leveling up the Sunder instead of going that full farm efficiency route. They're going to go for another kill here onto Pure. No, nothing for it to be able to bounce to, though, but they don't get the interrupt onto KP. Previously, Kataomi's been pretty good at being able to save the Storm Hammer for the Starbreaker. But Pure, still healthy enough that he's going to be able to back off.
Another power and spawning shortly as well. And there are going to be 2 members nearby to try and secure this. The 50-50 will go Talon's way. Looks like an invis for them now to play with.
Still, though, you don't really want to be leaving the lane, do ya? Mikoto just positioning himself back here. Again, still going into the Bloodstone despite the Ancient Apparition. So you're going to need to get some super deep dives in onto the backline, and they don't really have the heroes to be able to do it. Wonder if they might go for a kill here onto Kataomi. Leave the Observer Ward, scouted out his position, so Pure, he's going to walk back away towards the left-hand side of the jungle and scout out all of this movement. Nice ward coverage coming through there from the Sven on Entity.
Invisibility.
Oh, they didn't even see the Observer Ward. That was placed down in the mid lane, despite the fact that there's the sentry there. Been a nice little injection of gold, more importantly experience for Q, but he's going to look to soak up that XP anyway, playing around the top side. Ashe is playing bottom though, just the 2 points in the Diabolic Edict, but they want to try and take the tower, open up the map for the TB.
Should be able to. See, as soon as Toby gets his 6, Savage has to step back into the jungle. He is under a ward and he's relatively low health, but Entity just going to continue to try and play behind Toby. Without Stormstormer here though, their push is a lot weaker than what Talon's is.
I think Talon are incredibly happy if they're able to claim this one, but right now Mikoto, he's prioritizing his farm. Actually looking to make a defense up here.
Yeah, top lane, Sunder's out. Here come the TPs. Q's gonna try and enter as well. They'll need the Fissure to hold back Toby for the moment. Instead, they'll try and catch up the Fishman, but not the case. There's a lot of reaction stops, so instantly mid lane. Pure and Stormstorm are trying to do some damage into the T1 tower.
He's got the ulti as well.
Aggressively Glyph as well.
So I think Mikoto might have the confidence to walk on in, just understanding that the Dawnbreaker, she's reached that level 6. All that extra movement speed isn't going to enable that. The Grave Chill being used by Stormstormer to get away from Mikoto.
But lane Savage.
They protect.
Oh, the Cold Feet proc, jump in from Toby, now with the turnaround, they know he committed into the middle. They need a lucky bounce, but the Ancient Apparition's going to be able to separate, but it does not matter. All they needed was one stun to get the kill. Now bottom lane as well. Pure's going to make the attempt onto KP. Kataomi might be able to get some distance. KP attempts the ultimate, but stopped just short. Thanks to the Storm Hammer. Great rotation with Sven being able to combine with the Pudge.
And not able to use the Starbreaker as well to be able to get away. So again, more great movements. Kataomi being the MVP so far this game with the amount of protection he was able to provide for Pudge. A lot of this great vision to be able to scout him out and give him that early net worth lead that he's going to need. Right now he's sitting behind, but there's a couple of waves and kills that he's been able to claim all on the back of this Sven.
This Talon though found 2 towers, top and bottom, to their name, and still Entity yet to find their first objective of the game. So what are they waiting for here from Radiant? What are the items they need to potentially ball up and try and find that objective?
I think Stormstormer might have one of them coming out to him, which is the drums. Again, you're playing alongside this Sven, right? So you just want to be able to clump up and go. Just lacking a little bit on the mana front, so Stormstormer pops the clarity. Gonna look to try and fix the lane. And Pure, even though he still has multiple components left until that Aghanims is up, they're gonna go for the smoke. They just want the pick off into the objective, especially if someone's gonna TP in here underneath the Observer Ward. Though, Talon
wrap around both sides. Stormstormer just gets out of danger. They might be eyeing up Savage though.
Yeah. Can they land the
hook?
hook?
Wraparound, oh, beautiful hook from Pure. Sets up for the Ice Blast perfectly. A Fissure too late to disrupt the Dismember, and now this is the opening that Entity been waiting for.
And instantly just popping that first drum charge, understanding that, look, we could use all 8, but they're going to be for high-quality objectives. It's going to get us closer to those secondary timings, and by the time they're all expired, we'll have the Boots of Bearing. We just want to keep running on forward.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Are scanning.
Being a little bit passive right now on Talon.
Yeah. So what can they get out of the map with this now? Because you know more than likely Entity, the next kind of plays to move to top. So Q's slowly trying to work towards the Blink Dagger. Savage going to try and shove out bot as well, but they won't have an opportunity to try and trade the map. So just up to them to try and get slowly towards these next set of items.
Hyde ran now. Just doing his job, standing between where all of Entity were looking to play as well as Savage. Looking to try and catch out any of these ganks that are coming through. Not wanting to necessarily shove in that bottom lane too far because Savage does need to still have the lane.
Storm, this is a big pickoff.
It would be.
Q's going to move in. A lot of commitment out of the ultimates, but they'll be rewarded as Talon now can look to clean up some of the familiars as well. One will get away. They'll get a plus 100 gold. Beautiful kill. First death of the game here on Storm's Visage.
Big commitment, right? 3 ultis used for that purpose, but he is the main one putting this tower pressure onto the map. So if you can take him out, well worth expending all those resources. If it goes late, once again, Talon are going to be the ones that are favored and the win probability leaning there right now.
And a great start for the boys on Dire. 3,000 net worth lead. Savage on top with his comfortable Terror Blade. Going to be working into the Manta Star, looks like, as his next item after the Dragon Lance. Still Entity. They are the ones that can now look to get an objective off the map, or even just look to get map control, though. That's the important thing. You know that a lot was used just then for Talon.
Yeah, that's why Toby played so aggressive up top there, shoving in the top lane. You can take the rat hero out of the man, but you can't take... Well, I messed up that name, but you know what I mean.
It's alright, it's alright. It happens to the best of us.
Ooh, it's a fast witch doctor.
I don't know about this.
That's not fast enough.
It was just... Yeah, no, maybe not fast enough. Pure was just like baiting his life. Katsuomi and Fishman combination. You love to see it. These two supports stunned into Ice Blast. I mean, the rotations we saw out of them in game 1, just the synergy, the chemistry these two have is incredible, and we're seeing it once again now.
Makoto's nearly got the Bloodstone, though. He actually has it right now if they were wanting to be able to make a kill attempt, but all of his attention given up top there, potentially being able to try and get a kill onto Toby, but he's able to back off in time. Can they look to do something with this? Q. Just the arcane boots right now, not even the magic stick, to be able to make some movements happen. He would love to be able to catch out one of these observer wards that placed around the map just for that gold injection, and he's going to do just that. Underneath the observer ward, the gold bounty given through as well. So nice little benefit being given over to Q. They got to try and create a little bit of space for him to farm as well, though.
That they do. Love to have this Blink Dagger on Q. Give the Earthshaker a little bit of farm to be that counter initiator. But Entity, they're doing the same thing in regards to their carry. Q are just off from the triangle, farming up some stacks, getting close to the Scepter. Really seems like Entity aren't too worried with the status quo of this game. Once they get this Scepter onto Pure, then they are ready to try and make some plays.
It is still going to come down to that one key engagement, though, isn't it? Just that timing. Once you've got the Aghanim Scepter, once you're starting to work towards it on Stormer as well, just for that pick-off potential, because that's all they want to do on Entity. That is their MO. Initial pick-off into Swarm. That's where it has gotten them that straight passage through the regional qualifiers to TI. Everyone's hoping to get them through to the lower bracket. Found a pick.
Katsuomi, yeah, a bit of a freebie here. Has some boys nearby, but no one really in a position to protect him. It was already a lot of damage at the start, so Entity are going to continue to back up, make sure they don't give away any more free kills. Does at least secure the power rune once again for the Lesh to play with. It is a DD, not the greatest, but at least the refill nonetheless.
He's going to back up, though, on Toby, walking underneath this vision on the Radiant Ancients area. The thing is, though, with Hyde, with all these kills that he's been able to snipe, he's 3-3-2. So he's been able to finish up that Voodoo Switcheroo Aghanim Shard pretty close to immediately after it hit that 15-minute timing. So a good amount of damage coming through. And again, we were mentioning before the strength of the Maledict against these beefy heroes. Well, he's got it maxed out.
They're grouping up like they want to smoke here from Entity. Looks like they will not wait for Toby's BKB. 700 gold, too far away from them. What's the objective? Where would they like to try and take a fight here with this next play from them?
I'd say top is the easiest place to do it, right? They don't have any vision there right now, but this is always going to be the safest place to be able to take any kind of tower and objectives. KP just able to get away, just because it's so much harder to get that pincer movement in for the counter initiation, which is the strength of Talon's draft right now. And they're getting closer to it as well. 300 gold away from Q, from being able to pick that up for himself.
So much riding on this game. one game Entity away of making it into the playoff stage. I'd love to play in front of a C crowd.
So with Talon, though. I mean, that's the thing
So
that
with
they've been
Talon.
dreaming about for a long time. We've got 2 teams guaranteed with Boom being able to get that tiebreaker victory, but you know, they say 3's a charm.
They're going to see the Witch Doctor. They might even be able to scout out Makoto. Used to the Voodoo. They're off the mark, but it will not matter. They'll still be able to chase him down and get the kill. But what can this open up out of the map here from Entity? The kill onto the position 5.
Not too much.
Really the greatest.
Yeah, such a low death timer that it's not going to mean all that much. KP not even considering saving the poor Witch Doctor coming through, and well, even some of the players still having that muscle memory coming through from the previous iteration where the Voodoo only lasted 2 seconds. So we just saw a bit of an early throw out of the hook there. It happens. But there we go.
See the
Wraith Pact, Blink Dagger on cue, Witch Doctor ready to respawn. Makoto as well, I think, because he's got a Blink Dagger himself. They just want to close in onto the back lines, try and take out this Ancient Apparition or the Visage. They'd be the prime targets. Got to fix the lanes first, though. I don't think Savage is going to be part of this. I think he needs to just continue showing on the lane.
Fresh meat.
Does seem like he wants to fight, though, going this Hurricane Pike build on Savage. So he's going to group up with the smoke.
Storm's
Entity
going to
counter smoke themselves as well. Q's ready.
Oh,
Can
no!
he find the opening? Oh no, the echo from Makoto. Into the middle, trying to get the damage out. He's going to be cautious over the Ice Blast connecting. And now the hook back as well. Can they protect the left track? The Solar Guardian comes out too late. As Entity, they'll Delta split away. Topi's eyes are laying up to the moon, but it looks like Stormstormer, he's the one that's in trouble. Pure's going to look to re-enter the fight, trying to get onto 23. Savage with the fissure, holds them back. As Talon, even though the Echo Slam didn't go their way, even though Makoto went down to Star, they will still get 3 members from Entity.
I'm not sure what happened there. Did he get hit by the Familiars once? They were standing in position to be able to do it, or might have just been some of those nervous fingers, the sweaty fingers on the mouse. I know mine are at the moment, so I can't imagine what Q's situation was going to be. Yeah, I think they did. They did. Very nice micro coming out there from Stormstormer, but again, you hit 3 big timings. I mean, they even hit the Ice Blast as well, so that Solar Guardian wasn't going to do anything. For another solo pick off there with the Maledict, with the Voodoo Switcheroo, but still weren't able to claim it. Kodo, he's got the regen rune to be able to play around with now, so it's not too often that you see an Earthshaker draft want to up the tempo as much as Talon do right now, but they understand that this is a point where they're feeling quite strong.
It's going to be a nice opening here from Entity. Q's nearby to protect him with the fissure. They're trying to split away and just poke from afar. Maybe the Ice Blast will do the work, because there's nothing Hyde can do. Should end up ticking down.
Switcheroo in 1 second.
Ooh, very nice, okay. So it reveals the position of the ward on the high ground, or the lane's in a good position, and then at Worthley continuing to grow for Talon. That was a really big timing for Entity. You had this Scepter on Pure. I do not,
you didn't have the BKB
was the first
on Toby, I don't think.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna ask.
Yeah.
Maybe you used it just before when they tried to go for that solo kill on him?
Yeah.
Top lane Fishman, freebie for Makoto. Even KP nearby just in case some more points show up from Entity. Okay, not a freebie, never mind. Love to see it for the neutral creep. So, again, Entity with a 7,000 deficit. Do you feel like they need to wait for Pure's BKB? Because a lot of spell damage is coming out from Talon's lineup.
It is indeed, and not just the spell damage, but also the regeneration coming through, right? If you're not hitting with that Pulse Nova with any damage, both of Makoto and Pure want to be in the same areas of these team fights, right? Of course, you'd love to be able to get some right clicks off and some spells on Makoto, but as long as you got the Edict and the Pulse Nova and the Bloodstone running, you're fine with the state of affairs. So if you could just turn that around so that at least the Pulse Nova isn't hitting, then you're going to be able to have a lot more potential to be able to take out this Leshrac.
Are scanning.
Worthley, though, continuing to grow, and the man that everyone has their eyes on, Savage, is continuing to free farm as well. There's enough almost for that second ultimate orb. Looks like he's going to be going to the Scardy, however, and this is a big, big item to deal with the Pudge. one item we were mentioning in particular and how you can address this here. And once the TB gets this, it's a great timing in this matchup.
I mean, they're basically doing what Entity did to them last time around just because of this Terrorblade, right? Push in multiple lanes, punish this lineup that wants to group up together, and then just go as a full 5. All of your movements are going to be so telegraphed if you've just got creeps hitting into your towers consistently. What it also does is it gives time for Q to get his farm. The first Echo Slam wasn't on the mark because of some great micro from Stormstormer, but he's going to have that Aghanim shard up in 200 gold as well.
That he is, and also very close to the level 15, so more than likely going to go down to that minus armor. So if you win a team fight, objectives can get a lot easier to claim as well.
Yeah, Stormstormer's got it, and he's going into the AC immediately after. It's actually kind of crazy how one team fight completely changes the outcome of this game, right? Talon get a victory, maybe they take a tier 2 tower, they set up more control around the Radiant jungle, they get Savage to be more and more farmed because he's starting to accelerate away from all of these Entity heroes, but Entity, a single team fight victory, you could just burst down a lane, maybe even go into Roshan to get that secondary life for yourself.
Yeah, and that team fight victory is really going to be set up off the back of Stormstormer, trying to find the Earthshaker in the back line.
Might have been a double smoke there coming through. Sorry, go ahead.
I feel like Visage, you got to try and target down this Earthshaker. If you can take Q out of the equation, love to see that. Potentially even the Witch Doctor as well. Low priority on Hyde's hero. Definitely Q needs to be the man that's killed off, and well, he's leading the charge. A blind blink onto the high ground. Toby's got great positioning. A BKB hook as well. In fact, he wants to jump in. Toby's ready to take the team fight. Q's going to charge in as well as Hyde's in trouble. There's both supports just going down to start the fight. But they're not going just yet as KB enters off the back of the Solar Guardian, but it's not the fight they were hoping for. Although Makoto with the cleanup is also jumping in. But one by one is Talon just going in mindlessly. They don't have all 5 members nearby to turn it around. It's now Savage. He's on the run. He needs the boys. He needs some way to keep himself alive. And with a buyback, will be a deterrent. Entity will start to back up, but that's a big victory for Radiant.
I mean, yeah, they even use the Metamorphosis for that. They really want to try and desperately get this pick off. They've still got the ward to play around, and that's what Q's walking up towards, but it's going to be underneath the vision. So they're going to have to back off entirely, and, well, big win coming through from Entity. 2 buybacks being used only on supports, but now, once again, with the Silent as the Grave picked up, yeah, he's looking to go for those single pickoffs, particularly onto those supports, just so that you can guarantee the Roche pit for yourselves. Q would be a great target for them right now.
Yeah, this game is wide open now. Like, you get a kill onto a support, all of a sudden that's Roche, and you can just start to walk it down with some of the early game items that we're about to hit. It was just very awkward for Talon. I mean, you don't get the greatest initiation, then you try and jump in to protect Hyde. It felt like they were in 2 minds trying to take that team fight.
They see them walk into Roche. They get rid of the Observer Ward, but this is it. Do they want to contest this on Talon? They've got the Earthshaker. They've got the ways to be able to make that big jump happen, but seems like they're still playing a little bit scared, wanting to play the lane game a little bit more. Makoto shoving it out, as well as Savage on the bottom side. They forced out the Glyph previously, so maybe they're thinking that even if this Roche goes down, they're going to need to play a little bit more defensively to address the situation with the lanes.
Oh, fewer ages, level 18 as well.
Oh, they've got the consistent damage, though, with the Bloodstone. If you're able to get that, even giving the DD rune over to Savage here through the bottle. So they've got the potential to be able to fight. KP's just going to do his best to try and shove this one out. Can't go too far forward, though. The stun!
Oh. Ooh, that's a weird timing. They're trying to still wrap Kataomi. I'll be able to catch up to him. Pure can fall up as well. The creep might just get in the way. Oh, no. Oh, Pure still goes in for it. They've got the Ice Blast follow-up. People are starting to rotate back. KP's going to play off the back of the magic immunity. That might be enough to get him out. Yeah, looks like it's the case.
They'll still get the tier 2 tower, though. It's a tier 2 for a tier 2. Bottom lane being taken at the time. Makoto taking away Radiant Outpost. Just looking to play that little bit more within the jungle. Stacking up the creeps, trying to get that little bit of an extra damage boost through some of those tier 3 items. Psychic Headband, not too bad for an Earthshaker to be able to pick up. Just playing a little bit more from range. Make sure he's not the one picked off at the start of these fights. And I feel like the play and the call is to never let Q go first on the Earthshaker again. Mikoto, once he gets the BKB, that's going to be his main role. Create that havoc.
Create the havoc and allow KP to act as a counter initiator. Or that's where also Q can come into play. You are not the ones that want to be starting the fights. You want Entity to group up. Put themselves in a position when you can then spellcast freely.
I do kind of want KP to go a Blink Dagger as well. Just get it onto the front lines, layer out that Mage Slayer, reduce the damage for 6 seconds, and that's all the time that Alesh needs to have that big impact. He's got the blink. How quick is he on the fingers?
Whoa, but the hook from Pure in the choke point. Q. Yo, they got him. Oh no. Beautiful hook from Pure. That's 70 seconds without the Earthshaker. That's some objectives now.
Doing their best to try and fix the lanes again. Mikoto just making that movement up towards the top side. Might even consider taking back this outpost just so they don't have that instant close in. But mid lane, be able to try and cut it on Pure, maybe catching someone that's setting up for that purpose. And, well, they've been spamming out the use of the drums. There's those boots of bearing I was talking about before as well. So even some of the slows coming through from the reflection, from the Celestial Hammer, not going to be quite as impactful for disrupting this lineup that, again, just wants to consistently run at you.
This net worth lead is slowly being cut down here for an Entity. What was up to almost 10,000 gold for Talon is now down to 5k. This Aegis has given them a lot here for Entity, and they still have just under 2 minutes of the second life to play with.
They just resummoned the familiars as well on Stormstormer. He reached level 18, but I believe it was scouted out by the Terrorblade if Savage was watching down on the bottom side of the map. So Stormstormer would be a massive pick-off here. Has the buyback, but would be giving back the gem. Would mean that you're not going to have those secondary familiars even if he does make the buyback.
Radiant's top tower.
They're looking for an individual pick-off here. He wants to burst someone from 100 to 0. Not going to find anyone. Even KP just playing in the Radiant Triangle, realizing that this is not where Entity want to be right now. They want some value out of this Aegis. They've only got a minute left. They'll probably get the tier 1 tower for it. Sorry, tier 2 tower. I think they're happy enough to make that trade. Ooh, Pure. You kind of choked in here. Expected the blink. You have to admire that play.
Jesus Christ, you Mikoto, the balls on him not to blink away, just stay there. How many people would have tried to blink further into the tree? Like, who knows if the hook connects, but the fact that he just stays there and no one else from Entity we're also trying to wrap around. Oh,
Ice in his veins, man.
And you got to be like that when a game like this, when the tournament stakes are on the line. But a young player like Mikoto who's never been at TI is always a big reason of why Talon being able to take games.
Honestly, any of his teams, you know, back on the old boom, the full Indonesian stack, it was him solo carrying a lot of these games. He's level 18 now, so 3 points into the Pulse Nova. They're going to try and time out this Aegis with their initiation perfectly. Stormstormer, he doesn't have the Aegis.
Yeah, they know that Pure is down near the Ancients, so they're completely isolated. No one's playing behind Stormstormer and Talon. Great read from there, just jumping, getting rid of the Visage, recognizing that no one was playing behind him as Entity was split as a team.
Gem retrieved as well, so they can start to get a little bit more of that map control out. KP's the one holding on to it right now. Needs to be checking a lot of those high ground areas. Hyde actually has one too, so probably toss one back in the base.
Double gem for both thighs, double the power. Mikoto? BKB's out. Fissure as well to the shot, but he's going to be blocked into the middle. Toby's going to try and clean in with the finishing blow, and he's got the damage required. The hook as well again from Pure, dragging KP back, but look at the respect. As soon as Savage shows up, Entity hesitant about continuing on with the team fight. They're going to turn and blow up Kataomi. Now Pure might be the one that's in trouble. Still confident with standing his ground. Pure just jumps in. This man doesn't give a damn. Straight onto Q's location. And Savage is out of Metamorphosis duration as well. Turns with the Sunder. Can they get the finishing blow? They finally deal with Pure's Pudge. And now they can go for the remaining forces. But Entity have enough time to back up. Fishman and Toby out of danger.
He was so far forward though. Toby actually claiming up that double damage. sure Stormstormer would have loved to be able to pick up that one. Still trying to play around this Silent as the Grave, but Talon, for the most part, they are clumping together a fair amount. Look at all that damage. Nearly 8.4k just done by that AoE rot. Caught solo. I mean, they needed to interrupt the Dismember, but, well, don't really want to get caught in harm's way like that. I thought he would have been able to Ogre Seal Totem away, but it still had about 12 seconds left on the cooldown, looking to make that aggressive play first. I always laugh whenever I see Kataomi pop the God Strength on the support spin, like that's gonna do much. What a great turnaround.
Just look at this Sven go to work. Just farming. Just chilling. Scary team fight though for Talon to take. Pure is a goddamn beast on this Pudge. We've seen him had so much success. He's going to be going to the Refresher Orb next item as well, so you will now need some way to deal with the Dismember. No spells are going to be able to do it. Potentially Lotus needs to be the result. Maybe even a 4-staff just to get out of the rot range and disrupt the potential Ice Blast follow-up as well.
Familiar's killed off. That's a bit of a big kill. Stormstormer's going to have to retreat back. Still 10 seconds only for him to have them back online, and they're going to instantly go for a smoke here, not under any kind of Radiant Vision, and I love the itemization from Savage. He's gone into the Daedalus, so we know how tanky Pudge is.
Fight. Smoke's going to pop. Pure gets a jump.
Oh, the Maledict's too late.
To Q he goes, trying to take the Earthshaker out of the fight. He'll turn to now address the Terrorblade issue as well, as Toby's going to follow in pursuit. But they haven't got the damage for Savage at the moment. Opportunity for the Sunder to turn it around as a Death Ward secures the kill into Pure, but simultaneously TB will take his spill. Do they have the damage now to deal with Makoto as well? Toby's attempting, but Makoto stands his ground off the back of the Blood Zone. He's able to get out, but can the rest of Entity live? Kataomi and Stormstormer once again out to the left side, and they will be okay.
So back and forth, these fights, man. Honestly, that was so close to going even further in Talon's favor. If we're able to have a look at the replay, Hyde was just a split second too slow on the Maledict. I think he opted to go for the stun first instead, and it meant that you were able to get off that BKB on Pure's Pudge, meaning that he wasn't taking all of that Maledict damage at the start of the team fight. Gotta make sure you're quick on the fingers there. It really does change the outcome of a game. Yeah, here we go. Have a look at Hyde. He looks to get the start off instead, but if he just uses Maledict immediately, BKB, if you pop it after the fact, doesn't change the amount of damage that gets ticked over time. So, very big that they were able to claim that kill just with the tip of the Death Ward, but they were still able to turn it around, so they're not going to lose too much map control on Entity.
Both cores almost going down. Makoto almost dying.
Big smiles.
Savage just getting the Sunder. Yeah, big smiles. You got a 10,000 net worth lead, but really this game is just so goddamn close.
And we still haven't seen that big Echo Slam, right? That team fight changing Echo. Great one for picking off Stormstormer. Yeah.
Oh, but they're going to see him first. Vortex stops the blink, and the rest of the team will charge up the higher ground as Toby even playing with the BKB just to enable the kill. Roche is up as well. You might have to buy back.
Oh, they even used the BKB on KP as well. So they're not going to have that for this fight. And yep, straight into the Roche pit. All of that minus armor coming through from the Visage Familiars, even popping the Unleash. Such an amazing ability. The Aghanim Shard on the AA for being able to interrupt those Blink Daggers. As soon as that smoke popped, getting a little bit lucky with the positioning for sure. But immediately afterwards, just placing down the Observer Ward and being able to back away. DD at bottom. Pure's going to pick it up. This smoke's not going to connect.
They gave the Ag Shard as well to Pure. So we got the Smember save.
Yeah. I think wanting to save Stormstormer. He is such a big portion of the damage output.
Not a lot in it is this game too. They're going to make an attempt on Pure. You'll see the TP. Although the fish is going to come out too fast before the reactions. Q in with the Echo as well, but Pure is okay thanks to Kataomi. And he's going to protect a fellow brother as well as Entity. Get out of danger. And they're TPing in. Look at the outburst, Fishman. He's going to get brought down. At least gets the Ice Blast off before he dies, but they're on to Savage before the BKB. The chain control is going to be perfect. They hold the Stormhammer into the last second. And now Pure can look to go for some more members as well, as Talon just need to get up, and Makoto's in trouble. There's going to be no escaping here for the Lashak. He's just going to hope he can take some of the Entity members into the grave along with him. And Fisher to help out for the moment. The Bloodstone active as well, but it's just not enough damage. Without other people nearby on Tal, they might even get Q as well. In the lane, Q. Is it okay from Pure? Is he going to go?
Oh, no way!
Oh my god! Pure, what are you doing to them? Oh, this man's punch is so nutty.
Pure carnage, that's what it is. Man, just another... Ooh, what a performance coming through from this young man. He wants to be on the big stage. He wants to keep his spot at TI. And again, the damage output coming through from him is just phenomenal.
Holy. 10, 3, and 10 on Pure's punch.
And that hook accuracy, nearly every second hook landing. Pretty damn solid, keeping the lanes pushed in, letting the creeps do the work on the bottom side, and testing for the buybacks as well.
It doesn't matter though. When Savage respawns, he doesn't have meta. This is probably a full set. You could stick around potentially for more.
Will they though?
Oh, respect? Never mind. Never mind, we back up. We chill, we chill.
Even just there in that team fight, right? They don't find that perfect initiation. They don't wait for the full lineup to join in and hide throughout all this. I know he gets clipped by the Ice Blast, but didn't have the Voodoo Restoration going. Maybe that would have enabled Makoto to survive just that couple of extra seconds, give a little bit more impact into the team fight. They're fighting under some pretty decent vision, but when it comes down to it, if you're just getting picked off without being able to use the Sunder to make use out of the hero on your team that's got the majority of the net worth, it's all going to mean nothing.
And we see Talon on itemizing as well into Savage isn't going Lincolns and no one's going Lotus Orb as well against his Dismember, against the Stormhammer. So it really is just going to come down to Savage and his button pressing. If he gets the BKB off fast enough with Pure jumping into the middle.
These players are good enough that
Dire's bottom tower is under
you can't
attack.
just expect them to run into Savage and allow him to press his buttons, right? You've got to make stuff happen that enable him to be able to do that, to cause some chaos, to cause some confusion as well. So Makoto, he's going into the Scythe of Ice right now. He's got some defensive, of course, with the BKB, the Shivas, the Bloodstone. I wonder if something like a Kaya Sanj wouldn't be a better option, just so that he's not always getting that stun back to back to back, a little bit of that damage amp, and make it so that he is a little bit more of that priority.
I quickly just mention as well that another item, we do actually have KP going into the Lotus, so he has swapped it up a little bit. He also might... Who else have they run into, actually? Hyde? Easy kill for Pure to find. And if Stormstormer micros in the tree line, he might find KP, but Dawn's going to try and TP out. So Entity just sweeping across the map. Trying to address some of the lane issues they have. Toby's got a DD now as well to work with, along with a Daedalus that he picked up a couple of minutes ago. So this Marcy is going to do a ridiculous amount of damage.
Savage right now just holding on to the buyback. He'll get it after this creep wave, but does he choose to go into this Blink Dagger? Basically doesn't want to drop any of these items though, so I would completely understand if he just wanted to hold everything for now, wait for the right team fight, play a little bit more aggressively so that if he does get picked off, at least he'll have that secondary life. But they'll back off in time, and once again, looking to go for a smoke after this creep wave gets cleared out with the double creeps. Well, Aegis is gone. So can they look to make something out of this? They're going to need to do it soon because Pure's closing in on that level 25. Might even have it by the time they reach him.
And speaking about some levels as well, Kataomi has got level 20. Somehow the Sven is the same level as the Terrorblader. This is a big talent. Plus 10 Warcry armor. You've also got the Aghanim Shard helping out as well passively. This is going to mitigate a lot of the damage from Savage. Now, it does have the Daedalus to help out a little bit against some of the armor.
Yeah,
the Enchanted Quiver as well.
The Assault Cuirass as well, doing a little bit of work for Entity. But, I mean, yeah, exactly what you're saying. It just powers them up so much. Even probably just going to look to provide that sidekick over onto Stormstormer as well to enable those right clicks coming through.
I'll hold that thought. You got the 25 now on Pudge. So potential double dismember. You're just dead through this combo. If Savage gets caught out with double dismember, he's gone. There's nothing they can do. So they're going to play around their ward. Look at the Visage Familiar scouting them out. Makoto gets a jump, but it's going to be Pure that's in the middle first. They're trying to play around with the BKB, but it won't be enough to protect Makoto. It was the right-click damage from Toby, too much for them to deal with. And now Pure as well. They caught him out. Savage is in trouble. What can they do to keep the Terrorblade alive? He'll somehow make it back to the high gun. Turns it around with the Sunder as well, but it's Savage against the world. They don't have buybacks on Makoto as well. The TB needs to be the main damage source, and Pure's going to make sure that's not the case. Into the middle he goes, and down goes Savage. A buyback is there, but it will do nothing. As Entity will go for the last component. KP's Dawnbreaker, can he make it away? He'll just scurry back to the base, but Entity...
Well, I don't know, fake back, the slow.
Pure again. The looks you wouldn't expect it any other way. Pure has been on point from start to finish this game.
I mean, they're not going to call GG. You can't. This is your elimination game potentially for Talon, but... the mid lane at least pushing in fairly healthily, even the level 25 on Stormstormer as well, so extra familiar to be able to play with when he goes for the resummon, and they can just look to go potentially for the tier 4s as well. Look to close this one out.
Oh, look how fast they push.
Yeah. Buyback might need to be forced here. Q staying all the way back in base, not wanting to risk getting caught out on his own. There's no point in holding on to the Philosopher's Stone anymore. He needs to play with an active item. Really, they've got to give him too much more value, though. Maybe the Psychic Headband, but you're going to need to do something now.
You got to go. Throne's going to be exposed. Surely it'll fall pretty fast. That's an early BKB usage out of Makoto, and they're going to hook him into the middle as well. Solid Guardian will force them to split away. Maybe they can isolate the Visage. Stormstorm is still trying to slip out to the southern side. It's a beautiful Ice Blast, and Pure's going to find the opening into the middle again. Onto Savage. He's got to buy it back, but it seems like there's no hope as Pure wants some more members. They've been able to retreat safely on Talon. Q potential with the opening. Fissure onto multiple heroes. Going to force up into the middle, but the Echo only tickles him, and Makoto will not survive. A
They gotta go for Savage.
Used from Savage, but it will not do enough as Pure's in to celebrate. Down goes Savage. 5-man wipe, and the G's are dropped. Entity will get their revenge, knocking out Talon from the TI-11 main stage, and they will move on to play in front of a C crowd.
The smiles finally coming through from the Entity boys. Able to group up together, relish the fact that they've moved on forward, but heartbreak for many members of the Talon roster. Not going to be able to attend their first main stage TI, and KP missing out again.
Oh, it's tough to see into the camp, but we also get to see the lovely reactions out of Entity and what it means for them as well. It must have been such a difficult group stage for Entity, considering they were definitely, I'd say, like, a lot of people were expecting them to place a lot better than what they did. They struggled this group stage. They had such an incredible run in the qualifiers, in the regional qualifiers, where they bodied teams. They did not lose a game, and people coming into it had higher expectations for them. And for this team to have some really difficult games and still be able to come back when it matters, to be able to adjust in your prior series against Talon that you lost 2-0 early in the day, to adjust, to adapt, to be able to come back and win pretty convincingly 2-0 has to be huge for their confidence going into the playoffs now.
Just the validation to be able to say, we played Entity Dota in game number 2, and there were some scary moments, but we were dominant when it was able to come off. As we have a look at some of the highlights there, once again, the laning stage going quite well for Talon. They had a big net worth advantage, but these small little mistakes, getting caught off on the wrong side of the Fissure, losing Makoto, the real win condition that they've been playing around these past few days when they've tried to reverse their fortune. If you're giving it up at the start of the fight, even a few great pickoffs onto Stormstormer, and Earthshaker unfortunately continues his relatively poor win rate throughout this TI.
That he does indeed. Saw a couple times how clutch he was in some of these fights, but it just was not enough. And then What can Pure... I'm so excited to see him on the main stage. I'm so excited to see. He's such a fun player to watch.
It's going to
Very
be in a best of one,
confident in his
too.
own abilities.
Entity in a best of one is scary.
Ooh, the dreaded best of ones, man. Oh, that's tough.
That is tough. I don't envy whoever they end up facing. We're still yet to decide that, by the way. Of course, the teams that finished, I believe, 5th and 6th. Well, 5th gets the choice of who out of 7th and 8th to play, and 6th gets the remainder, so who knows. With the bracket and the groups sitting the way that they do, with both Fnatic and Boom coming through, we could see a couple of C teams going up against each other in round 1 if Fnatic really do feel like ruining some C hearts, but, well... We'll have to wait and see, but we've got some pretty good, diverse representation from all of the regions. There's no region that's been completely wiped out of TI so far, and that's great to see.
Of course, it's lovely to see where we get to see the coverage from all the regions battling it out, just the different metas, the different play styles as well, and Entity's playstyle just comes out on top in this one in particular. Like you said, just really an Entity draft and Entity Dota as well, which is always nice to see, because when you lose some confidence, going back to what works for you and being able to shine on it is great to see.
These hooks, man. I mean, anyone that knows Pure, he's never going to be able to connect through now. He's got the Maledict ticking onto him. So, oh yeah, guys, I'm going to go back. The extra movement speed, you think it's so that he can back off, but just the movement slow coming out from the overwhelming blink. Katsumi's like, oh, do I need a stun now? No, you're high enough level that it's absolutely not needed. Quick pick off, another landed hook from Pure. He was like Legolas this game.
Okay.
You know, Legolas, the famous man with a hook.
Oh, the hook. Okay, sure. Very, very nice. Hook and arrows. Yeah, they do a similar role here for Pure. Regardless, always seems to be on point. And their team fight as well. Lovely to watch how they're able to dance in and out of team fights. Talon have a very reactionary lineup, and whenever that Solar Guardian was there, we just saw the split away, making sure that they can go back in whenever Dismember's back up.
Even
just
with
playing
the
off all I can say is I'm incredibly excited to watch these boys play, because I was a big fan of their run in Arlington, a big fan of their run in Malaysia as well. They haven't had the success they were looking for in the group stages, but this is a team that has a lot of crazy ideas and a really different identity, and it's going to be exciting if they can bring that into the playoffs, if they can get out of the best of ones and how deep of a run they can make.
Oh, I get a crazy feeling we might be seeing something along these lines during the playoffs. If not, maybe the Morphling's going to come out again. They have a narrower pool to choose from than a lot of these other teams, just because they've got that set entity style, but they can make it work, and you can only ban so much. So, well-worthy victory this time around. There's no questions about it. Pure 100% the MVP of this game.
Without a doubt. And I really feel like is it 1 day break really quick before
One
playoffs?
day,
Is
I
it 1 or
believe.
2 days?
Yeah. So today's the 18th, tomorrow 19th, day break, and the 20th we're going to be back up and running.
Yeah. I feel like that is really going to help Entity out a lot. Like, this is a team that now you can cool it down a little bit. Just talk as a team over a day, see what's going right, see what's going wrong. Because again, this was a team coming into it that had a lot of incredible ideas. That's a crazy percentage there from Pure. But I really feel like they are going to be one of the teams that benefit a lot from just this day break to be able to recoup as a team, and they have the confidence now. And as young individuals, as everyone being at their first TI, confidence is everything in life and in Dota especially as well. For these 5 individuals, having just some confidence under their belt, being able to 2-0 Talon is going to be a big advantage now heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, but still lower bracket, right? So 1 chance left. Can't be letting it slip. You're not going to have this opportunity once again where you're able to see what went wrong with the series earlier in the day and fix it up later on. You got to make every single moment count. They've got the support system there, they've got the players with the skill, and they've got the draft strategies to be able to make it happen. What a great performance by Entity. I just want to say thank you, everyone, for tuning in and watching all of us this group stage. It's been an absolute pleasure to achieve one of my dreams in casting TI. And Aries, I'm sure you're the same. Any parting words before we send it to the panel?
No, thank you everyone, very much for the support. It's been a pleasure as well. It's nice to see at least we get some representatives in Boom making it in the other tiebreaker as well. And then Entity, of course, well deserved from these boys. It's going to be exciting to see their run, and it's going to be exciting to be at TI as well, watching some Dota with the Southeast Asian crowd. So that is it for us. Congratulations to Entity. They will be playing on the main stage here, but we do have the panel for the last time today to break down the craziness of this tiebreaker.
It's been 4 days of continuous Dota, but we have all of the teams in the upper bracket, the lower bracket, and the elimination. Unfortunately for BetBoom, Sonics, Talon, and TSM, this is where their journey ends, especially with Talon getting a second chance. They're in that best of 3. Sonics, BetBoom, and Boom having a 3-way tie as well. There were chances for some teams to avoid being eliminated today here on day number 4, but that tiebreaker going the way of Entity. We're not going to deep dive too much and break down the whole series, but it was a best of 3, and Entity running away with a 2-0 T-Panda.
It is West Europe getting another slot for themselves. The strong region, 4 teams already in the upper bracket. Every team from West Europe made it through. Strong region, for sure. But did Talon give a hell of a fight on that one?
They sure did. What about you guys? How do you feel knowing that we still have all 6 of our Eastern European teams competing? We're going to be left with 1 Eastern European, 1 NA, 1 SEA, and then 3 South American and 3 Chinese teams still in the running there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised all the Western European teams made it, you know?
Really?
It's a very surprising...
Let me ask you a hot take. Who did you think was going to
That's what I was going to ask too.
Who did I think was going to go out?
You need to give me one name.
Entity.
Wow, good cop out. Good cop out, I remember.
Gladiators.
2? How many?
Oh, he's going to keep listed.
He's going to list all of them.
Secret.
All right,
No. That was only two.
Okay.
All right, it's one of those 2 thought, but no, all 6 of them are going to be there. We're going to see the standings, so you guys know that is it. It is locked in. It is secure over these 4 days. Group A has EG, Liquid, LGD, OG in the upper bracket, then Hikari, RNG, GG, and Boom in the lower bracket. Sonics and BetBoom unfortunately being eliminated. Group B though, we have that upper bracket going towards Tundra, Secret, Thunder Awaken, and Asta. Lower bracket, Fnatic, Team Spirit, Beast Coast Entity, and elimination to Talon and TSM. Big shout out, by the way, to Thunder Awaken, the first South American team ever in TI history to start in that upper bracket.
Easy clap.
Easy clap, you reckon? Didn't even break a sweat.
I think SA finally earns the recognition here.
For sure.
I think it's been a while. I think we need to show SA is actually come to play, and more than that.
I mean, I think they exceeded many people's expectation coming into the tournament, and I mean, they showed it in their play. They showed it in the standings. I think they're looking great. I think the player that I would look at the most from this team is probably their carry, Pakaz. This guy looks incredible in all of their games.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, he's by far the best player in South America, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Even North America at this point, you know, we got to bow down to South America, North America.
To the king.
Yeah, South America came to play today.
Yeah, they did.
Not just
today.
I was going to say, not just today, the last 4 days. They have many days potentially ahead of them in TI 11. I actually want to highlight Boom. Coming through that, sneaking in, taking the last place for lower bracket, they had a 1% chance coming into today. At the start of day 4, they had a 1% chance of being in lower bracket, and it goes to show it doesn't matter the odds. You can still get there in the end, and they really brought it today. Yesterday was unfortunate for them. They went 0-6. They didn't win a single game, and today they went 4-0. They won every single game that they had to win, Thea.
Yeah, I mean, beginning of the panel, I said, you're like, every game, you know, anyone can beat anyone. I was like, nope, Boom can't beat EG. Can't happen.
Quote unquote, nope, Boom
nope,
can't
that's
beat
the
EG.
only one. It can't happen. And when you know, Boom 2-0 EG.
I mean, 1% is all you need. This is also why in your pubs and overall, you shouldn't give up. You should keep playing.
Good.
And overall, I just feel like Boom today, they came to play. Whereas the other days, I feel like, you know, maybe they needed to have this back against the wall. This is your last chance. Just try to let it all out, play free. Because I feel like that's what I got to see from them today.
They are the hungry beast after all.
Yeah.
I just got confirmation in my ear that we do have the bracket. We weren't sure if we were going to be able to show you guys, but we do have it to show. Before we pull it up, though, God, I hope I get in time. Who do you think EG and Tundra, topping their group, would pick to play off against in that upper bracket?
Oh, spicy question.
I mean, EG, you pick from the other side, right? So,
Yes. They pick from group.
EG is going to pick Thunder Awaken if they had a choice, I think.
I would agree.
Well, they do
with
have
that.
a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If from Thunder Awaken, I think.
And then Tundra, who would they be picking?
Tundra. Well, that's a tricky one. LGD
It's LGD or OG.
I will take
I need to explain my choice. I think EG is very comfortable against playing a South American and North American team, so it's like a comfort pick.
Okay. And you have no reasonings for Tundra and what they would pick?
No, so I would say that Tundra should definitely take OG. I will take OG if I'm Tundra. Do I want to play against a main stage LGD who have been there, I don't know how many years in a row, every year?
Very true.
Whereas it's a new OG roster, they're going to get help from Seb and the boys, but, that's what I would do.
Yeah, there's potential for pressure to build up on them compared to LGD. They're not really going to crumble the same way if it were to happen. But let's jump right in. Let's have a look at that bracket. It's going to come up on our screens here. And oh my God, you guys, wow. Round of applause. God, this panel, you guys are so insightful, I swear.
We're just too good.
Yeah, you are. EG Thunder.
You did great.
Thanks, T-Panda. Big shout out. EG Thunder is going to be up there. Secret, LGD, then Tundra, OG, Asta, and Liquid. Lower bracket being Hikari, Beast Coast, Team Spirit up against Boom, Fnatic, GG, and then RNG Entity. Now that you know some of the matchups, we've seen them play over the past 4 days. I have 2 questions to the 3 of you. One being, who was the most underrated team in your eyes coming in to TI and really proved themselves? And going forward, which team do you see making it to the finals? Not necessarily winning, but making it there.
Okay, I got this. So, underrated team.
Oh yeah, 100% prediction rate fear over here.
The most underrated team for me had to be EG. They had a really rough TI-10 this year, also very rough. They dominated. I don't think anyone really. Maybe the Copiums were thinking. Yeah, EG's gonna do it this year, but do they really believe it? Probably not. So EG showing up to play here. But do I think they'll make it to the grand finals? No, I think I think Secret will stop them in their tracks, so maybe in some upper bracket final.
Okay. So you would put Secret in the grand final? Is going to be your team?
Yeah, I'm going to go with that.
Okay, all right.
Well, I would say Thunder Awaken were the most underrated coming in, and they also showed people that we're all wrong, we're all idiots, that they're the real people out there. I was going to say Secret in the grand finals, but now that Fear said it, it's kind of boring.
Yeah.
I also probably wouldn't agree with Fear.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with Tundra. I feel like at the same time, they were also underrated. Maybe not as much as Thunder Awaken, but they've really shown me that, at least for now, they've really got it going on. They have the right recipe with what they want to play and how to execute, so I've got my eyes on them.
I mean, a 14-4 scoreline, it feels like they have not been figured out in the past 4 days. We'll see if it continues. They might make it to the finals. T-Panda, who are those 2 teams for you?
Just a double check. Are we talking only upper bracket or all teams?
All teams. I mean, they all have a chance.
So I'm going to top it up a notch. So you say the most underrated team. That's not the most underrated team. Hikari has to be that team that has surprised a lot. Not a lot of expectations from many people. What is this team doing? Who are these guys? What is that name? And they paved a way. They set up those ties. They took down EG. And now they're in the lower bracket against Beast Coast. They decided to choose Beast Coast as their opponent instead of the 8th seed because they also got to select their opponent, which is going to be pretty interesting SA brawl at the lower bracket.
You always select from your own region. That's what I know.
Yeah, but finalist or goes all the way. I'm riding the Matunda Man hype train. We're going with Team Liquid.
I do like that you all did pick a different team. At least one of you is going to be wrong, if not all 3. And
all 3.
Nothing brings me more
Anything
joy.
can happen. It's TI, baby.
Anything can happen. I do have to ask the question, is there a lower bracket team that you guys thought might have made it to upper bracket and either just missed out or had a really rough day here in the groups?
Are we all going to say Team Spirit?
No, because I will say Entity.
Okay.
You actually thought they were going to be upper bracket leading into this?
Leading into the event, yes. Yeah. After seeing the first few days, okay, maybe not, but beforehand...
They looked great regional.
Yeah, they looked incredible in the regionals, and I feel like now, I guess they were kind of figured out, and now their adaptability wasn't the greatest, but they can still make a run in the lower bracket.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, is that one for you?
I'm a T-Panda on this one. Spirit has got to be I thought for sure they'd make upper bracket.
And we're also going to talk very, very briefly on Heroes because I just like to make you guys do predictions. It's the last time we're going to be here on panel. Most picked hero now after seeing groups.
Is that like, am I guessing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the rule guesses.
Shadow Fiend.
Can you see into the future? Do you actually
I thought it was
know?
a prediction for like what's going to be popular.
Or if something is going to be
Shadow Fiend.
Great answer.
Which will be the most picked in the group stage? Is that the question?
Group stage is over.
No, sorry, in the playoffs. My mistake. It's a question for the playoffs.
Yes.
Shadow Fiend or Tiny?
Okay.
I feel like Enigma is going to be pretty popular.
Great. I'm so glad you all said Shadow Fiend. That makes it very easy for me. But guys, any final thoughts? I want to close this show out. It's been long 4 days. There's been a lot of Dota going on. So let's wrap up some of our thoughts about the teams, the games, and just the level of competition, the quality that we saw here.
I mean, I don't have time to give an individual shout out to every single team here, but we had a bunch of great Dota in the groups. I have to, okay. No, I can't do that. But the games were honestly amazing. Like, there was really high level Dota. We had some nice, I won't call them upsets, but seeing South America specifically was the highlight of this group stage for me. So on that note, I hope they do well in the playoffs as well.
Yeah, I would say the Dota at this event was probably one of the strongest levels we've ever seen. Many upsets, many teams that maybe did better than you would expect. And other than that, I feel just very sad for the teams that were eliminated. I feel like perhaps TSM, you know, of course they had higher hopes. I had higher hopes for them, so that's unfortunate. But other than that, yeah, just looking forward to more great Dota.
Probably one of the best group stages since TI6, TI7. Anybody could take any game, and I think that is an indicator that this is a truly competitive tournament, and it has to be as well.
Yeah, it feels like there wasn't a single team that you could easily write off per se, and it's been absolutely a pleasure to cover the past 4 days with you guys. Unfortunate for Sonics, Betboom, Talon, and TSM, their words are hard.
Yes.
Doing like the closing monologue and I can't even finish it. Unfortunately, their year does come to a close. They're going to have to wait until next year to play again in the DPC. But a big congratulations to all the teams that made it up into the upper bracket and lower bracket. It's been 184 games over the past 4 days, more than 120 hours played. I thank you guys so much out there watching for sticking with us through it all, and a massive shout out to the casters that were able to pull in those hours, cover all the games, give us some great entertainment. Thank you to the teams. Thank you to my panel. We're going to see you guys in a couple days, October 20th. Main stage is going to kick off in Singapore.